Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 456 to Chapter 531. The dark apparition that was lucky enough to escape was horrified. It quickly retreated. That moment just now was too strange. It was better to stay away from it before figuring out what was going on. The human martial artists who were fighting with the dark apparition were slightly stunned. A trace of annoyance appeared on their faces. Why didn't they attack faster? If they were a little faster, they could have killed the dark apparition in front of them. It was such a pity that they missed that moment of delay. Look at the others. They took this opportunity to kill the dark apparition. Every dark apparition was a military achievement. They felt like they had lost a few 100 million. However, at that moment, the dark apparition that was retreating suddenly stopped. F***ck. Many human martial artists were so agitated that they cursed. This time, they didn't hesitate. Almost as soon as they cursed, they had already caught up with the dark apparition in front of them. They raised their swords and swung them down. I'll kill. Swoosh, the swords fell. The dark apparition died. It was that simple. It was so simple that even these experienced human warriors felt that it was unbelievable. It was killed just like that. They were stunned. They didn't know what kind of expression to show on their faces. In the sky, Wang Ting saw this scene. He couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Let them be puzzled. He started to enjoy this feeling. It was as if he was in control of the entire battlefield. He was eager to take action. Then, he turned and left, rushing to the next area. There were still many dark apparitions waiting for him. A moment later, the same thing happened to the dark apparitions in another area. They stopped for no reason and were killed on the spot. It was very tragic. Next, Wang Ting attacked again and again. Every time he went to a new area, the dark apparitions in that area would die on a large scale. It was extremely strange. As he had used up too much of his mental strength, his face was a little pale. However, he picked up many attribute bubbles. The mental strength attribute replenished his mental strength, and he gradually recovered. At this moment, the human side was caught in an inexplicable victory. Although the human martial artists didn't know what was going on, they noticed a common point. Every time the dark apparition stopped, they happened to be around Wang Ting. Every time he moved, the situation would change as well. As long as one wasn't a fool, one could tell that this matter was definitely related to him. Wang Ting did not intend to hide it from everyone. This matter could not be hidden from discerning people. Since he had used his spiritual force, he did not think that he could continue to hide it. Moreover, he was able to save so many people and deal a heavy blow to the dark apparition. Even if he was exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, not everyone could see that he had psychic power. Psychic power was an extremely rare talent, and not many people knew about it. With Wang Ting's help, the Black Sparrow army experienced an easy massacre. Niuli and the rest looked at each other before looking at Wang Ting in the sky. What did this guy do to make the dark apparition shut itself up? Kongli couldn't help but ask. Who knows? He always surprises us. Niuli shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yuan Xian had a complicated expression on his face. When Wang Ting first joined the army, he had always been brooding over it. He wanted to find another chance to compete with Wang Ting. However, Wang Ting never gave him the chance to do so. Wang Ting crushed him in different ways every time. For example, this shutdown problem was something that he definitely could not do. However, Wang Ting did it. He even helped everyone kill a large number of dark apparitions. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. The more outstanding Wang Ting was, the more depressed he felt. On the other side, Xie Xuan and Feng Shan also. Notice the situation here. They were both shocked and looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. One person could affect the situation of an entire area. It didn't make sense. They were flabbergasted, but they couldn't understand how Wang Ting managed to do this. If the human warriors could sense that it was Wang Ting who did it, the dark apparitions would naturally be able to find the culprit, Wang Ting. The high-level dark apparitions with intelligence, regardless of whether they were from the Blood Clan, the Giant Demon Clan, or the Sheep-Headed Demon Clan, didn't care about their pride anymore. When they saw Wang Ting, they immediately ran in the opposite direction without hesitation. This human was more like a devil than them. Wherever he went, dark apparitions would die. Who would be able to stand that? However, Wang Ting's spiritual power was faster than them. Before they could run far, he tripped their legs. His spiritual power contracted, and their legs were pressed together. Their bodies fell forward due to inertia, falling on flat ground. Yes, very cute, especially those dark apparitions from the giant demon clan. They were all tall and strong. They cried out miserably when they fell, and the ground shook. The human warriors around them had strange expressions. However, they grabbed the opportunity without hesitation and pounced on the backs of the dark apparitions. The sharp blades in their hands pierced into the back of their heads. White, red, and green sprayed all over the ground. Run! Run! He's a devil! The dark apparitions further away started shouting. Before Wang Ting could get close, they ran in all directions. Some powerful dark apparitions roared at Wang Ting. Stop him! Kill that human! Kill anyone who dares to run away! The dark apparitions had a clear hierarchy. The low-level dark apparitions didn't dare to disobey the orders of the powerful. However, they were afraid of Wang Ting. They instantly hesitated. The 9-star and 8-star soldier-level dark apparitions were held back by the powerful human warriors. They couldn't do anything, so they could only speak again. His face is pale. He must have used a secret technique and used too much energy. He's at the end of his rope now. This is the best time to kill him. Kill that human and you'll be promoted by 3 levels. You'll be rewarded with a darkness source stone. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself that the dark apparitions were really good at controlling their subordinates. He wanted to replenish his spiritual power, but now, he suddenly felt that he could take a break. Many dark apparitions heard this and looked at Wang Ting. When they saw that his face was really pale and that his body looked like it had been hollowed out, they were instantly tempted. Coupled with the promotion of their positions and the stimulation of the darkness source stone, some warriors finally charged towards Wang Ting. Kong Li and the others' expressions changed. Wang Ting looked like he was in a weakened state. How could he block the dark apparitions' attacks? They immediately charged towards Wang Ting, wanting to help him block the dark apparitions' attacks. At the same time, the other human warriors were also furious. Wang Ting had helped the humans kill so many dark apparitions. He had made such a huge contribution. If they let this human hero be killed by the dark apparitions, they would be letting him down. They definitely couldn't allow this to happen. As a result, many human warriors rushed over in an aggressive manner. There were many dark apparitions that came to kill Wang Ting. However, Kong Li and the other human warriors caught up with most of them. They were attacked ferociously and turned into ashes. However, there were still 2 dark apparitions that charged towards Wang Ting. They weren't far from him and were very fast. They charged out of the encirclement of Kong Li and the others. They were 2 goat-headed demon dark apparitions. They flapped their wings and were extremely fast. They held huge sickle-like weapons in their hands. When they waved their weapons, they brought along dark force. While they were still far away, their terrifying blade attacks had already arrived above Wang Ting's head. Kong Li and the others' expressions were ugly. They couldn't wait to grab these 2 dark apparitions and chop them into pieces. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly raised his head and punched out. The terrifying fist force exploded, and the 2 dark blade attacks instantly collapsed. The 2 goat-headed demon dark apparitions were shocked. They forcefully stopped their wings and stopped in midair. What the hell? What do you mean by an arrow at the end of its flight? He destroyed their attacks with 1 punch. You're telling us that this is an arrow at the end of its flight? Are you kidding? Wang Ting's gaze landed on the 2 dark apparitions. 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, very good. You're very daring. A cold smile appeared on his face as he curled his finger at the 2 dark apparitions. Come, continue. The 2 goat-headed demon dark apparitions seemed to have seen the devil's smile. Their hair stood on end and their hair stood on end. The next second, they turned their heads, turned around, and ran. These few actions were done in one go. The corners of Wang Ting's mouth twitched. He appeared behind the 2 dark apparitions in a flash. A brick appeared in his hand, and he hit them twice in a row. Bang! Bang, the brick hit the heads of the two goat-headed demon dark apparitions fiercely. The two dark apparitions instantly felt a huge force coming from the top of their heads. They were in extreme pain, and their bodies fell towards the ground uncontrollably. Boom, they were smashed into the ground. Before their consciousness completely fell into darkness, there was only one thought in their minds. "Boss, you've messed with me." The two goat-headed demon dark apparitions returned to the embrace of darkness with deep resentment. Wang Ting looked at the ground and saw that the two dark apparitions had been smashed into the ground. Only their heads were still exposed. There was sparse hair on their heads. They looked like two demonic plants that grew out of the ground. Everyone finally regained their senses. Their faces twitched as they looked at the dark apparitions that were smashed into the ground. Then, they looked at Wang Ting's pale face. Who was the one being bullied? Kong Li and the others sized up his face with suspicion. Was this fellow really an arrow at the end of its flight? Could it be a lie? Cough, cough. At this moment, Wang Ting coughed. His face turned even paler. It was as if the attack just now had used up the last of his energy. He was very weak now. The dark apparitions, Kong Li and the others, go quickly. He's definitely an arrow at the end of its flight this time. Kill him quickly. The powerful dark apparitions who were fighting in the sky urged again. The eyes of the dark apparitions below flickered. This time, not only did they not advance, but they also retreated uniformly. The powerful dark apparition. His subordinates were distracted. They were not easy to lead, Wang Ting sighed when he saw this scene. It looked like these dumb dark apparitions weren't as stupid as they seemed. Thus, his face regained its color at a visible speed. The powerful dark apparition's face twitched. So, it wasn't that his subordinates were too stupid. It was that he was too naive? The dark apparition that was fighting with the human in the sky was furious. It glared at Wang Ting fiercely. Wang Ting toyed with its subordinates' escape. This 9-star soldier-level sheep-headed demon wanted to skin Wang Ting alive. However, it was entangled with a 9-star soldier-level human and couldn't escape. Get lost. It roared furiously. The sickle-shaped weapon in its hand tore through the air, creating a deafening sound as it slashed towards the human martial warrior. The 9-star soldier-level human's expression changed. He couldn't take this attack head-on and had no choice but to dodge. The sheep-headed demon took this chance and abandoned its opponent in front of it in a flash. It charged towards Wang Ting. Damn it! The 9-star soldier-level human reacted immediately. His expression was grim as he chased after the dark apparition. At this moment, a figure charged in from the side and blocked his path. Move! The 9-star soldier-level human looked at the dark apparition blocking his path and shouted coldly. He attacked furiously. A terrifying green blade glow appeared from the battle blade in his hand. He wanted to kill the dark apparition with one strike. After all, the dark apparition was already chasing after Wang Ting. If he was late, Wang Ting would be in danger. Tisk, tsk, tsk. You want to kill me? The blood-raced dark apparition in front of the human laughed coldly. It didn't dodge at all. Instead, it held a spike-shaped blade in its hand and charged towards the dark apparition. Boom, both parties collided and a huge battle broke out. The 9-star soldier-level human was in a hurry to escape. His battle techniques were ferocious. He wanted to end the battle quickly. On the other hand, the dark apparition laughed coldly. It only wanted to delay the human. Hence, it focused on tangling with the human. It wasn't anxious at all. As it fought with the human, it laughed loudly and shouted at the sheep-headed demon, Fergus, leave this to me. Fergus, leave this to me. You go and kill that young human. Leave it to me. I will definitely kill him. The sheep-headed demon didn't even turn its head. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it charged towards Wang Ting. Bastard! When the 9-star soldier-level martial warrior saw that the dark apparition actually ignored his existence, he was so angry that his eyebrows furrowed. The saber in his hand shone brightly, and sharp saber aura surrounded it. He slashed at the dark apparition again and again. Hee, are you angry? It's still early. I believe you will be even angrier when Fergus kills your young human prodigy. The blood-race dark apparition wanted to provoke the human and laughed arrogantly. Kill. The human ancient martial art practitioners calmed down at this moment. Their faces were cold as saber light poured out. On the other side, Wang Ting's expression froze when he saw the dark apparition chasing after him. 9-star soldier level. This dark apparition. At the same time, the dark apparition's the dark apparition. That was a 9-star soldier level dark apparition. It was 2 levels lower than them. Even if all of them worked together, they might not be its match. They knew that Wang Ting's performance on the battlefield must have been too outstanding. He had an overwhelming effect on the battle. Even the dark apparition had no choice but to attack Wang Ting. Wang Ting, run! Kong Li shouted. Yuan Xian, Xianxia, and the others were looking around for powerful figures who could help. However, the powerful figures nearby were all held back by the dark apparition. They couldn't help at the moment. Just now, the blood-race dark apparition killed a powerful human figure. That was why it could come over and help Fergus hold back the powerful human figure. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Damn it. It's all that fellow's fault. Why did he have to be so outstanding? Now, he's being targeted by a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. Xie Shuiyan was very anxious. She scolded Wang Ting in her heart. However, she knew that if she were in Wang Ting's shoes, she would have done the same. She wouldn't care even if it would attract the dark apparition's attention. Wang Ting naturally heard Kong Li's shout, but he didn't choose to run away. At this moment, he was standing in mid-air. He had already put away the brick in his hand and replaced it with the divine weapon, Mo Quebec. He looked at the 9-star soldier-level dark apparition calmly. Come on, it's just a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. It's not like I haven't killed one before, I'm not afraid. Moreover, with all his skills, if he still couldn't kill an enemy of a higher level, he would be embarrassing the system. These dark apparitions thought that he was easy to bully. Then, he would show them what it meant to be invincible. Tan Tai Xian once said that he needed to cultivate the aura of invincibility. How to cultivate the aura of invincibility? It wasn't enough to defeat a genius of the same level. He also needed to kill an enemy of a higher level, hence, even if it was a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition, he would still kill it. He raised his head abruptly. Boom, body of thunder, 8-level demonic art, an extremely powerful aura exploded from his body. His black hair danced in the wind, revealing a pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars under his forehead. There was a terrifying glow in them. At this moment, he was fearless. The strong were invincible. He would kill all the enemies in his way. Come, 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 Wang Ting roared in his heart. The force in his body flowed continuously into the divine weapon, Mok, in his hand. As these 3 roars echoed in his heart, the aura on his body reached its peak. Fergus closed in at lightning speed. Due to its high speed, the air exploded. It swooped down from the sky and faced Wang Ting's terrifying aura. Wang Ting's pupils constricted uncontrollably, and he hesitated for a moment. It was instantly furious. How could it be afraid of a young human martial warrior? Also, this human martial warrior was 2 levels lower than it. What a joke! Even if it only used half of its strength, it could easily kill the other party. Fergus's cold and evil eyes suddenly opened. As the dark force surged, the sickle-shaped weapon in its hand was like a weapon used by the Grim Reaper to harvest souls. It slashed towards Wang Ting with a pitch-black glow. Kill! The Mok in Wang Ting's hand finally erupted with an astonishing radiance. Origin power condensed into a terrifying blade light that slashed upwards from the bottom. Big Dipper flaming blade intent exploded. Boom, a flaming blade glow that was 100 meters long pierced through the sky and sliced the clouds in half. It was as if an ant had launched a crusade against the heavens. The dark apparition, Fergus, bore the brunt of the attack. The moment the blade glow exploded, a look of disbelief appeared on its face. There was shock, frustration, and a trace of regret in its eyes. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the next moment, it was completely swallowed by the blade glow. Flames filled half the sky. Fergus' body was sliced into 2 and fell from the sky helplessly. There was a moment of eerie silence on the battlefield. Everyone was stunned. The 9-star soldier-level dark apparition, Fergus, landed on the ground with a dull thud. Everyone finally regained their senses. How is this possible? Many people couldn't help but mumble to themselves. A 7-star soldier-level dark apparition killed a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. This wasn't a dream, everyone was in disbelief. Some people even rubbed their eyes and saw the charred body of the dark apparition, Fergus, who had died with his eyes wide open. Reality reminded them once again that all of this was real. This fellow is too perverted. Kongli swallowed her saliva. She felt that Wang Ting had once again refreshed her understanding of him. This junior was extremely ferocious. Even though she knew that Wang Ting was always surprising, she didn't expect him to be able to kill a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. No matter how she thought about it, it was impossible. Yuan Xian's heart trembled. At this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Wang Ting. Many people in the military called him a genius. However, compared to this fellow, his title was a joke. On the other side, Xianxia's pretty face behind the mask was filled with shock and astonishment. She opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. What kind of monster was this fellow? Everyone looked at the young figure in the sky who was holding a strange huge weapon and surrounded by flames. All sorts of indescribable words appeared in their minds. Prodigy, monster, monster. Many people felt as if they were witnessing the rise of a supreme expert. They didn't doubt that if this prodigy continued on, he would definitely become a general-level powerful individual. Wang Ting had the potential to become a general-level cultivator, the vampire dark apparition that came out to hold back the powerful human so that Fergus could kill Wang Ting was shocked. It felt like it was going crazy. Fergus was actually killed by a 7-star soldier-level young human. What a piece of trash, it was furious. However, it couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. There was a strong murderous intent in its eyes. No matter what, this young human was too outstanding. It couldn't let him live. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Suddenly, a loud shout exploded in its ears. Not good. The vampire dark apparition's expression changed drastically. He was indeed shocked to the point that he was momentarily distracted in the middle of a battle of life and death. But it was this moment that decided the outcome. The Blood Clan dark apparition couldn't dodge in time. However, it was not a pushover either. A ruthless glint flashed in its eyes, and it did not dodge. Instead, it collided with the human martial art practitioner's attack. At the same time, the short thorns and sharp blades in his hands shot out like lightning, piercing towards the human warrior's throat. A life for a life, the human warrior's expression changed slightly. In the end, he tilted his body and dodged the dark apparition's attack. The attack that was supposed to take the dark apparition's life also deviated from its original trajectory and slashed the dark apparition's arm. Roar. The dark apparition let out a painful roar. One of its arms was chopped off. Blood spurted out and flew into the air. However, it still gritted its teeth and retreated. Human, I will remember the enmity of my severed arm. I will definitely return it in the future. A voice filled with hatred and resentment came from its mouth. It stared coldly at the human martial art practitioner. You want to leave? The human martial art practitioner naturally wouldn't let it leave so easily. He chased after it closely. You can't keep me here. The Blood Clan dark apparition charged straight towards the space vortex in the sky. The human martial art practitioner chased after it for a while but had no choice but to stop. He looked at the space vortex with extreme fear. There had once been powerful human martial art practitioners who had tried to get close to the space vortex. The outcome was self-evident. The closer one got to it, the more dangerous it was. There would be unpredictable consequences. Therefore, he could only watch as the Blood Clan dark apparition flew higher and higher. His expression was extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with indignation. Ha ha ha, I said before. You can't keep me here. The Blood Clan dark apparition laughed maniacally. It was extremely proud, poof, however, at that moment, its body shook, and its laughter stopped abruptly. Whose headless body is that? It felt its vision churning. Then, it saw a headless body. I'm sorry. He can't keep you here, but I can. Also, I'm a narrow-minded person. If I can take revenge, I usually won't wait until the next day. Just before its consciousness sank into darkness, two calm sentences sounded in its ears. This blood-clan powerful martial art practitioner didn't even have time to retract his maniacal smile. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. It's him. How can it be? Then, it completely sank into darkness. Everyone looked at Wang Ting in the sky in a daze once again. Then, they looked at the place where he was standing just now. There, Wang Ting's afterimage was slowly dissipating. So fast. That human martial art practitioner was dumbfounded and shocked. Not only did Wang Ting kill the goat-headed demon dark apparition that went to kill him, but he also helped him kill this blood clan powerful martial art practitioner. Double kill. This fellow is too terrifying. Moreover, this Wang Ting was really vengeful. This blood clan dark apparition was considered an accomplice. Therefore, he killed it completely and left no loose ends. Even if approaching the space vortex would be dangerous, he still attacked decisively. How many people could be so decisive in killing people? This 9-star soldier level martial art practitioner was convinced. He wasn't as good as Wang Ting. Hurry up and leave that place. It's very dangerous. However, when he thought of the unpredictable dangers in the space vortex, this human martial art practitioner immediately reminded Lin Fan. The moment he finished his sentence, a soft laugh was heard. I didn't expect to see such an exciting scene the moment I arrived. A rare genius has appeared in the human race. Hearing this voice, the human martial art practitioner's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Hurry up and run." Actually, even without his reminder, Wang Ting was already alarmed. Without thinking, he wanted to run away. However, at the next moment, his body froze. It was as if his entire body was fixed on the spot by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all. Wang Ting's gaze was filled with astonishment. This was definitely the attack of a general-level powerful martial art practitioner. F***K. Did they have to do this? Didn't they just kill 2 9-star soldier-level dark apparitions? Did they have to send such a terrifying being? It wasn't easy for him to build up his invincible aura. However, before he could even feel proud, he was about to be suppressed. He really didn't last for more than 3 seconds. Damn it, Wang Ting wanted to cry but no tears came out. He felt that he might be a little unlucky. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken revenge. It wouldn't matter if he took revenge overnight. Suddenly, he felt his face being brushed by a hand. Then, a soft body seemed to hug him from behind. Someone breathed into his ear like orchids. Wang Ting's body stiffened as he felt the touch on his back and heard the faint breathing beside his ear. His gaze slowly drifted down. He saw a slender hand reaching out from behind him and caressing his face. However, Wang Ting didn't feel anything at all. Instead, he felt his scalp go numb. His heart was bitter, and his tears were about to fall. Oh my God, this is too scary. Although he didn't see the person or feel any aura behind him, this was definitely an extremely powerful dark apparition. However, when the human warrior below saw the appearance of the being behind Wang Ting, deep shock appeared in his eyes. He cried out involuntarily, "Black Nightmare Devil Lord." As a 9-star soldier-level powerful warrior, he was close to the warlord level, so he knew a lot of secrets. Among them, there was information related to this Black Nightmare Demon King. This being was one of the few dark apparitions that had descended to the present world. Hence, the humans had records of its appearance. Hence, he recognized it the moment he saw it. There was no mistake. It must be that being. The 9-star soldier-level human warrior was shocked. He thought of all the rumors about the Black Nightmare Demon King and felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Kong Li and the others also noticed the situation over here. When they heard the human warrior shout out the words Black Nightmare Demon King, their bodies trembled, as if they had heard something extremely terrifying. Their faces could not help but reveal looks of horror. Although they hadn't seen the true appearance of the Black Nightmare Demon King, they had heard bits and pieces about that being. Now, Wang Ting was targeted by this being, and he was in its hands. This was no different from Sun Wukong falling into the hands of Wutian Buddha Lord. Wang Ting was done for. At this moment, no one dared to go forward to save him. It wasn't that they didn't want to save him, but they couldn't. Whoever went forward would die. There was no other possibility. Plus, at least that being didn't plan to kill Wang Ting immediately. He was still safe for now. Hence, they didn't want to go up and die. This wasn't cowardice, this was judging the situation. Black Nightmare Devil Lord. Wang Ting's heart trembled as a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Although he had never heard of this name before, just from the name alone, he felt that it was very awesome. He had confirmed the name, and it was a big shot that he could not afford to offend. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, his face was full of bitterness. It was too difficult. Why would a kind-hearted person like him be targeted by such a terrifying existence? Wang Ting screamed in his heart. No matter how hard he thought, he still couldn't find his sister. Are you very afraid of me? Suddenly, a gentle and dignified voice sounded in his ears. Heh, hee hee. Wang Ting swallowed a mouthful of saliva, laughed dryly and said, "This beauty, I'm not afraid. I'm just a little nervous." You're too close. Hee hee hee. As a man, you're actually afraid of a woman getting too close. The being behind him seemed to have heard something funny and couldn't help but giggle. You are a female dark apparition. How dare you call yourself a woman? Wang Ting complained in his heart, but on the surface, he said embarrassedly, after all, I'm still an innocent little virgin. The Black Nightmare Devil King's expression was strange. No one had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of it. It clearly felt that this young human was very nervous, but his mouth was so annoying. This brat is really interesting. Kong Li and the others almost fainted on the spot when they heard Wang Ting's words. What kind of pure and innocent virgin was this? Can you be more shameless? Moreover, saving your life is more important now, bastard. Who cares if you're an innocent little virgin? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you now? Asked the Black Nightmare Devil King. Yes, I'm scared to death. I feel like I'm about to pee in my pants. Wang Ting nodded furiously. He was afraid that the other party would squeeze him to death if he spoke too slowly. Also, to show his fear, his face turned pale and he trembled in fear. He almost peed in his pants. The Black Nightmare Devil King. A sense of helplessness suddenly emerged in its heart. It looked speechlessly at the young human in front of it. This guy doesn't have any awareness of being a prodigy at all. He doesn't care about his face at all. Are you a fake human? Prodigy? Actually, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Why don't you let me go, and we can discuss this matter when we have time? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat when he saw that the Black Nightmare Devil King was suddenly silent. You killed my people. The truth is right there. What misunderstanding can there be? Laughed the Black Nightmare Devil King. Cough cough, this. Wang Ting coughed dryly. His mind spun rapidly, and cold sweat dripped down once again. Damn it, save me. No matter how glib his tongue was, he couldn't think of any excuses at this moment. Moreover, the Black Nightmare Devil King didn't need a reason to kill him. Wang Ting's mind flashed with all sorts of ways to save himself. Unfortunately, they were all useless. He couldn't even use his spatial talent. He secretly tried, but found that the space around him was completely sealed. Furthermore, the Black Nightmare Devil King was much stronger than him. In the face of such a huge gap, all his methods were useless. Humph. At this moment, the Black Nightmare Devil King suddenly snorted. Boom! Wang Ting heard a huge explosion behind him, and then his body was pushed away by a huge force. Run! At the same time, Tan Tai Xian's voice rang in his ears. Teacher! Wang Ting was extremely moved. At such a crucial moment, his dear teacher was still the most reliable one. He actually didn't fear the Black Nightmare Devil King's power and came to save him. Wang Ting didn't have time to think. This thought only flashed through his mind. He instinctively used his spatial talent and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away from the Black Nightmare Devil King's range of control. He looked back and saw that Tan Tai Xian was sent flying after exchanging a palm with the Black Nightmare Devil King. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Wang Ting's expression changed. Even Tan Tai Xian wasn't a match for the Black Nightmare Devil King. The Black Nightmare Devil King's strength instantly increased by several levels in his heart. At this moment, Wang Ting finally saw the Black Nightmare Devil King's true appearance. It was a beautiful woman wearing a black feather cloak. Her appearance was no different from a human's, but she had a head of deep purple curly hair. Her eyes emitted a demonic light as black as ink. Seeing that her prey had been saved, she frowned and glanced at Wang Ting before taking a step forward. Her target was Tan Tai Xian. After taking the Black Nightmare Devil King's palm, Tan Tai Xian didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. However, she underestimated the Black Nightmare Devil King's anger. In the next moment, the Black Nightmare Devil King appeared in front of her. Once again, he reached out a hand from the black feather cloak and lightly slapped at Tan Tai Xian. Tan Tai Xian's expression changed slightly. However, she wasn't a weak woman. How could a woman who aimed to be unrivaled in the same realm be easy to deal with? Facing the Black Nightmare Devil King's attack, she frowned and circulated all the origin power in her body to meet it with a punch. Boom! Both the Black Nightmare Devil King and Tan Tai Xian's attacks were very ordinary. One punch and one palm, extremely simple. However, when the two attacks collided, a terrifying explosion was heard. The terrifying force swept across the sky. Many warriors and dark apparitions nearby could not dodge in time and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. A figure flew out from the center of the force explosion. It was Tan Tai Xian. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. When they fought again, Tan Tai Xian was still at a disadvantage. The Black Nightmare Devil King did not even use his full strength. The gap between them was too big. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate to use his spatial talent. He instantly appeared behind Tan Tai Xian and caught him. Let's go. Tan Tai Xian's expression was solemn as he shouted. Wang Ting did not say anything and used his spatial talent again. There was a fluctuation behind him, and the two figures instantly disappeared. The Black Nightmare Devil King frowned and chuckled. You two are good. You actually escaped from my hands. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Ting and Tan Tai Xian's figures appeared in the distance. The two of them stared at the Black Nightmare Devil King. They were extremely afraid of this existence. At this moment, Lord Yang, Yin Tongfeng, and the other warlord experts rushed over. They all looked at the Black Nightmare Devil King cautiously. At the same time, they asked Wang Ting and Tan Tai Xian, "Are you two all right? We won't die yet." Tan Tai Xian shook his head. Lord Yang nodded, then said bitterly, "We're in trouble this time. I didn't expect the Black Nightmare Devil King to appear. Xingfeng City doesn't have the god-punishing cannon. I'm afraid we won't be able to pose a threat to it. We've prepared so much, but we're still going to be destroyed in the end?" Yin Tongfeng's eyes were filled with despair. In the past, every time the Black Nightmare Devil King appeared, it would bring destruction. No one was spared. Wherever it went, only death, pain, and the wails of souls were left. Up until now, there were as many as 7 major cities in the Xingwu continent that had been destroyed. The name Black Nightmare Devil King had become synonymous with destruction. Therefore, when everyone heard its name and saw its appearance, they were shocked and terrified. Now that the Black Nightmare Devil King had arrived at Xingfeng City, did they still have a chance of survival? Oh, there are quite a lot of people here. At this moment, Black Nightmare Devil Lord's gaze swept over. He raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Before the destruction, why don't we play a game? As she spoke, pieces of black feathers floated out from her cloak and gradually condensed into a black throne. After the black throne was formed, it did not look like it was made of feathers at all. Instead, it looked like it was made of black iron and emitted a cold light. Moreover, there were several black feathers on the back of the throne that were even larger than the other black feathers. They were like sharp swords inserted into the throne, revealing a murderous intent. Black Nightmare Devil Demon King 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 Xian 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 Devil Devil Xian 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 Yuan Xian Game. King Yang and the others were furious. The Black Nightmare Devil King was toying with them. Black Nightmare Devil King saw everyone's angry expression and smiled. He seemed to be very happy. He then looked down at Xingfeng City and shook his head. These guys are really useless. They were trapped by humans for so long. Why don't we roast them and eat them when we return? Although it was talking to itself, its words were clearly heard by everyone. Everyone's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. A warlord-level dark apparition was being treated like barbecued meat? The Black Nightmare Devil King was indeed as cruel as the rumors said. at the same time, they saw the Black Nightmare Devil King reach out his hand and press down on Xingfeng City that was enveloped by the formation. Not good. King Yang and the others were shocked and tried to stop him. However, they were still a step too late. Under the heavy pressure of an invisible force, the formation below began to emit cracking sounds. Master Goring and the others who were in charge of the formation were shocked. They frantically operated the two formations in an attempt to block the Black Nightmare Devil King's attack. Inside the formation, Sabaton and the other warrior-level dark apparitions suffered the double destruction of the Myriad Thunder Silencing Formation and the Ewood Fire Fusion Formation. 3 of them had fallen, while the rest were in a sorry state. Their bodies were covered in scorch marks, and they had more or less suffered heavy injuries. Among them, the 8 Arms Devil General had stubbornly survived. However, 3 of its arms had been shattered by the 10,000 Thunder Extinction Formation's power of thunder. Its body was in great pain and its heart was bleeding. It had paid a huge price to regrow its arms. In the end, it had just arrived at the Xingwu continent, and before it had the chance to show off its strength to atone for its previous failure, it had become like this again. At this moment, its face was as black as a pot. These warrior-rank dark apparitions struggled bitterly in the formation but were unable to break through. If Goring and the others were given enough time, they would be exhausted to death in the formation. They were originally in despair. Who would have thought that the Black Nightmare Devil King would suddenly appear? Now, they were saved. Sabaton noticed the abnormality in the formation and laughed loudly. Humans, you're all finished. When I get out, I'll tear you to pieces. The 8 Arms Devil General and the others were overjoyed. They all looked toward the top of the formation at the same time. Crack crack, a series of cracking sounds entered their ears. Then, large amounts of origin power fragments fell down. At a certain moment, a loud bang came from the top of the formation. The entire formation completely collapsed. Countless origin power fragments turned into specks of light and dissipated. Grandmaster Goring and the others were shocked. They were hit by the formation's backlash. They instantly spat out mouthfuls of blood and their auras weakened. The 12 Runemasters were heavily injured in an instant. Amidst wild laughter, Sabaton and the other warrior-rank dark apparitions charged toward Grandmaster Goring and the others. Impudent. Although Yin Tongfeng and the others were apprehensive of the Black Nightmare Devil King, they weren't afraid of these warrior-rank dark apparitions. Seeing that they were charging toward the 12 Runemasters, everyone was furious and tried to stop them. In a sense, Runemasters were equivalent to warrior-rank experts. Moreover, in certain situations, they were more useful than warrior-rank experts. Therefore, any Runemaster was a huge asset to humans. Yin Tongfeng and the others naturally wouldn't allow the dark apparitions to attack the Runemasters. The game has begun. The Black Nightmare Devil King chuckled. He rested his chin on one hand and happily watched the two sides collide. A huge battle instantly broke out. A group of warrior-rank experts attacked at the same time. The scene was very chaotic. Moreover, the destruction caused was extremely terrifying. The remaining buildings in Star Maple City were all destroyed. Grandmaster Goring and the others took this opportunity to retreat. After all, they weren't warrior-rank experts and weren't as strong as Yin Tongfeng and the others. Now that the formation was broken, they would only be a burden if they stayed. In the sky, the warlords from both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. They were too fast. From afar, one could only see balls of light wrapped in force colliding with each other, producing loud booms. The terrifying force swept in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Even though the battle was in the sky, the area had become a forbidden zone. Even the ground would be affected. This was the strength of a general-level powerhouse. Every attack they made would cause terrible consequences, not to mention a battle of life and death where all means were used. The buildings in Xingfeng City collapsed one after another, leaving behind ruins. Now that the formation had been destroyed, the remaining dark apparitions rushed out of Xingfeng City. Previously, Goring and the other Runemasters had worked together to activate the 10,000 Thunder Extinction Formation and Ewood Fire Fusion Formation to trap countless dark apparitions. Under the lightning and fire, they killed a large number of dark apparitions. However, some dark apparitions were lucky enough to survive. They rushed out of Xingfeng City in a frenzy, afraid that the formation would be activated again and trap them inside. These dark apparitions had experienced the destruction of the two formations and were traumatized. They shuddered at the thought of the fear of being controlled by the rune's formation. Nightmare Demon King couldn't help but frown when he saw this from the sky. A bunch of trash. Its cold voice spread slowly and fell into the ears of the dark apparitions below. They froze, and fear appeared on their faces. No one knew better than them how terrifying and cruel Nightmare Demon King was. If they angered this lord, they would die miserably even though they were dark apparitions. Those who run away will be killed without mercy. Nightmare Demon King's voice was indifferent and emotionless. All the dark apparitions shuddered and felt their scalps go numb. Then, they looked at the humans around them ferociously and pounced on them with a roar. The moment Devil Lord Swao Hao appeared, the humans could not help but fall into a state of despair. Nightmare Demon King was too powerful. The two runes formations that the human runemasters had carefully set up were easily destroyed by Nightmare Demon King. Even general-level experts like Tan Tai Xian appeared weak in front of Demon King Xuan Hao. Everyone had witnessed the brief exchange between Tan Tai Xian and Demon King Xuan Hao. Tan Tai Xian was extremely powerful. Ordinary warlords were no match for her, but she had no chance of winning against Devil King Xuan Hao either. If so, who among the humans could stop the Nightmare Demon Emperor? Moreover, the warlords among the dark apparitions had been released. It would be a miracle if the human warlords could hold them back. This was destined to be an unwinnable battle. With such thoughts in mind, the dark apparition's ferocity was stimulated by the fear of demon monarch Xuanni, and it pounced on the human warriors. Many people were caught off guard and were torn into pieces by the dark apparitions. The scene was extremely bloody and tragic. Wang Ting's face darkened when he saw this from the sky. However, he was still wary of the Nightmare Demon Lord's existence. Who knew if the Nightmare Demon King would attack him if he used his psychic power to control the battlefield again? Nightmare Demon King sensed Wang Ting's gaze and suddenly turned to look at him. Wang Ting was shocked. The feeling of being targeted by a big shot was really annoying. Fortunately, the Nightmare Demon King only gave him a mocking smile and did not attack him. Wang Ting secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the tragic battlefield below, and a determined light flashed across his eyes. Come at me, I'm not afraid. Under such circumstances, he had to make a move. If he was timid and did not dare to make a move because of his fear of Nightmare Demon King, he would definitely have a flaw in his heart. Then, he would not be able to cultivate martial arts. His expression turned serious. He instantly rushed into the battlefield and swept out his psychic power. The previous scene appeared on the battlefield again. All the dark apparitions in the area froze for a moment. The human warriors were stunned for a moment and immediately reacted. Wang Ting. It's Wang Ting. Everyone looked at Wang Ting. No one had expected that Wang Ting would dare to make a move after Nightmare Devil Lord had focused on him. All of a sudden, a wave of shame surged in their hearts. Compared to Wang Ting, the despair they felt was nothing. Under Nightmare Demon King's gaze, Wang Ting felt true despair. However, he still did not give up any hope. What right did they have to give up? What are you waiting for? Charge! At this moment, Wang Ting shouted coldly. Everyone's morale was boosted. They rushed toward the dark apparitions and raised their weapons. Once again, they displayed the human spirit that was not afraid of sacrifice. Kill, 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 the human warriors roared. At this moment, they were like wild beasts. Even if they had to use their teeth, they would still bite the dark apparitions to death. Tan Tai Xian, Lord Yang, and the others, who were fighting in the sky, saw this scene and could not help but exclaim, "Great!" One person inspired the entire army. Wang Ting did a good job. He did unexpectedly well. The morale of the army could be used. Humans could still fight. On the other side, Nightmare Demon King was surprised. Then, he sized up Wang Ting with interest. This young human warrior was indeed interesting. Wang Ting was constantly paying attention to Nightmare Demon King's movements. He would not wait for death. If Nightmare Demon King attacked him, he would definitely escape immediately. However, what puzzled him was that Nightmare Demon King did not intend to attack him. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. No matter if it was because of Nightmare Demon King's arrogance or because he was too lazy to attack, or some other reason, as long as Nightmare Demon King did not attack him, he would have sufficient chances to kill the dark apparitions. At the same time, he was frantically picking up attribute bubbles. Nightmare Demon King's strength made him realize how weak he was. He urgently needed to increase his strength. Every time he increased his strength, he would have a higher chance of winning. Now, his 5 force attributes were gradually approaching the 8-star soldier level. He was just a little bit away from breaking through. After clearing one area of the battlefield, he immediately moved to another area where dark apparitions were densely packed. In a certain area, Kong Li, Yuan Xian, and the others led their respective teams and charged left and right. Han Feng, Black Widow, and the others were among them. They rode on their gale wolves and were extremely fast, hunting dark apparitions everywhere. However, there were too many dark apparitions around them. They were exhausted and even suffered many casualties. Wang Ting came to the sky above them. He swept out his spiritual power and entangled a large number of dark apparitions. Kong Li and the others were stunned for a moment. Then, they were elated and excited. "Captain, the captain is attacking." Han Feng and Black Widow looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Kill. Everyone took advantage of the fact that the dark apparitions could not move and charged forward. Form the battle formation. Wang Ting shouted at Kong Li, Black Widow, and the others. Hearing this, everyone instantly reacted and gathered towards the center. Then, they vaguely formed the shape of a sharp blade. The members of the Black Sparrow army had studied how to coordinate with the Gale Wolves before the start of this battle. When they heard Wang Ting's words, they immediately reacted. A huge sharp blade formed by the human warriors and the Gale Wolves appeared on the battlefield. If one looked down from above, they would be able to see the full appearance of this sharp blade. Charge! Wang Ting's voice came from above again. Kong Li and the others rode on the Gale Wolves and followed behind him. It was as if they had really turned into a sharp blade, ruthlessly stabbing into the enemy's vitals. The sharp blade swept across, and wherever it passed, the dark apparitions were all killed. Together with Wang Ting's controlling ability, it could be said to be unstoppable. The human side actually faintly showed signs of turning the tide. Good lad. Lord Yang and the others were surprised and delighted. They didn't expect a team of 100 people to be so powerful in Wang Ting's hands. It was too surprising. Where are you looking? The goat-headed demon dark apparition, Sabaton, sneered and clawed at Lord Yang's neck. Scram! Lord Yang shouted angrily and faced it head-on. The two sides started fighting again. On the other side, the 8-arms demon general, Zers, who was fighting with Tantai Xian, saw Wang Ting. His eyes were instantly filled with intense hatred. It's him. He had never hated someone who was weaker than him so much. However, when he saw Wang Ting's face, he couldn't suppress the anger and hatred in his heart no matter what. Wang Ting had caused him great pain. The two of them were irreconcilable enemies. He held his battle blade and slashed Tantai Xian in half. He wanted to rush down and kill Wang Ting. You want to kill my disciple? Have you asked for my permission? Tantai Xian realized his intentions and was furious. He flashed in front of him and punched at the 8-arms demon general. Then I'll kill you first, then him. Zer's killing intent was boiling. Although he had lost 3 of his arms, he still had 5 left. Some of his arms were holding onto his saber, and some of them were swinging their fists towards Tantai Xian. A person with 5 arms had a huge advantage. However, Tantai Xian was very strong, and his combat awareness was terrifying. He used his fists and palms to block the 8-arms Devil General's attacks. He could even counterattack. The 8-arms Devil General was forced to retreat, and his expression was extremely ugly. Wang Ting didn't know that the 8-arms Devil General had discovered him. He led Kong Li, Han Feng, and the others to form a battle formation and charged left and right on the battlefield. Their speed was extremely fast, and they killed the dark apparitions like they were meat on a chopping board. The Nightmare Demon King leaned against the black feather throne with one hand supporting his head and the other gently tapping the armrest of the throne. He suddenly yawned and muttered to himself lazily, "This little thing is cheating." That's not fun anymore. It thought for a while, and its dark eyes suddenly lit up. It chuckled and said, "You're right." It chuckled and said, why don't I make it more difficult for him? As soon as this thought came to its mind, it looked at the warlord-level dark apparitions in the sky and said calmly, "Whoever kills that kid, I'll let bygones be bygones and forgive you for not being able to win the battle." The warlord-level dark apparitions were shocked when they heard this. They attacked crazily, wanting to escape and kill Wang Ting. They had just arrived at the Xingwu continent, and they had fallen into the humans' ruins formation due to their carelessness. As a result, the dark apparitions had suffered heavy casualties. They had to bear the blame for this, and no one could escape. As the commander-in-chief of this battle, the Nightmare Demon King had the right to decide their punishment and even life and death. Thinking about how terrifying the Nightmare Demon King was, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines even though they were warlord-level powerhouses. However, the Nightmare Demon King had given them a chance to atone for their sins. How could they not grasp it tightly? Tantai Xian, Lord Yang, and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect the Nightmare Demon King to come up with another trick. What kind of feud did it have with Wang Ting? Why did it have to kill him? However, they naturally couldn't let the warlord-level dark apparitions kill Wang Ting. Putting aside the fact that Wang Ting was a human prodigy and might become a supreme powerhouse in the future, just based on his current importance to the battle, they couldn't let anything happen to Wang Ting. Therefore, everyone tried their best to stop the warlord-level dark apparitions and fought with them. Suddenly, a scream was heard. A warlord-level werewolf suddenly spat out a black ball of light from its mouth. That human martial artist was caught off guard and was hit in the shoulder. One of his arms and half of his shoulder were blasted into pieces. However, warlord-level powerhouses had strong vitality, and their body's recovery ability was also very strong. Therefore, even if he was seriously injured, he wouldn't die in a short time. However, his combat power was damaged, so he was definitely no match for the werewolf warlord. If the battle continued, the werewolf warlord would most likely kill this human martial artist. In the next moment, the werewolf warlord abandoned him and turned around to charge towards Wang Ting. "Stop it, quick!" Lord Yang, Tantai Xian, and the others' expressions changed, and they all shouted. If this werewolf warlord charged down, Wang Ting would be doomed. Tantai Xian, Lord Yang, and the others wanted to chase after it, but they were all stopped by the other warlord-level dark apparitions. "Siler, you stall this human." "I'll go and kill that brat," Zers shouted. He hated Wang Ting very much and only wanted to kill him personally. "Zers, this is a good opportunity for me to atone for my sins. How can I give it to you?" Siler laughed and completely ignored the Eight Arms Demon General's shouts. "Damn it." Zer's face turned pale. When he saw Tantai Xian wanted to chase after Siler, a light flashed across his eyes. He didn't stop him and directly let Tantai Xian go. "That brat must be killed by me. Get lost as far as you can." Zer sneered in his heart. Tantai Xian was slightly taken aback, but this wasn't the time to think too much. Siler was very fast and was about to reach Wang Ting in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting suddenly felt his heart palpitate as if a great danger was about to arrive. "Dodge." At this moment, Tantai Xian's voice came from the sky. She was still one step too slow and could only warn him with her voice. Wang Ting instinctively used his spatial talent and disappeared from the spot. At this moment, a claw swiped past the spot where Wang Ting was standing just now. It tore the afterimage he left behind into pieces. Siler's figure immediately appeared there. He looked around and said softly, "He actually escaped." Boom! Suddenly, a sword ray slashed down from the void and headed straight for the werewolf warlord. Siler frowned and swung his claw, tearing the sword ray into pieces. Wang Ting appeared in the distance with a serious expression. He was carrying the fire god cannon on his shoulder and was rapidly gathering energy. The fiery red light was extremely dazzling. Siler's heart skipped a beat. He actually felt a trace of threat from the fire god cannon. Before it could do anything, a cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He fired the fire god cannon. Boom! The Vulcan cannon fired, and an extremely compressed ball of origin power vanished into the muzzle. The scorching aura swept toward the werewolf champion. That's the Vulcan cannon. A general stage martial warrior suddenly attacked Wang Ting. It was such a huge commotion that many people noticed it. They secretly broke out in cold sweat for Wang Ting. Seeing the item in Wang Ting's hand, everyone couldn't help but stare with wide eyes after a momentary daze. Wang Ting actually had such a lethal weapon on him. Would it be able to stop the werewolf champion? Under everyone's gazes, the ball of origin power condensed from the Vulcan cannon appeared before the werewolf champion. Siler narrowed his eyes and grinned. He then reached out with his large hand and grabbed at the origin power ball. Boom, a loud rumble rang out. The next moment, the origin power ball exploded and engulfed the werewolf champion in flames. He hit. Everyone stared fixedly at the faintly discernible figure within the flames. The champion-level aura was still incomparably powerful and didn't seem to have suffered much damage. This result caused everyone's expression to shift slightly. Wang Ting, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to the outcome. He turned to leave after firing the cannon because he was well aware of the Vulcan cannon's power. Although it was powerful, it wasn't enough to threaten a champion-level expert's life. At most, it would injure him a little. As expected, a figure dashed out of the flames. He scanned the surroundings and saw Wang Ting escaping into the distance. In a flash, he chased after him. Tan Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest and rushed down to intercept Siler. The Eight Arms demonic general wanted to take revenge personally, so he let Tan Xian go. He hoped that she would be able to stop Siler and give him a chance to kill Wang Ting with his own hands. Stop her. It was at this time that the Nightmare Demon Monarch's cold voice arrived. The Eight Arms demonic general's expression shifted. He couldn't help but turn toward the Nightmare Demon Monarch. His heart turned cold when he met the Demon Monarch's indifferent gaze, and he immediately chased after Tan Xian. It felt bitter in its heart, but it didn't dare to disobey Nightmare Demon Lord. It could only obediently put away its little thoughts. It was just that he didn't expect this lord to pay so much attention to Wang Ting. It seemed like that brat was definitely going to die. The Eight Arms Devil General was very afraid of Tan Xian. Therefore, he instantly increased his speed to the maximum. After catching up, he threw a punch at Tan Xian's back. Tan Xian could feel the terrifying fist coming from behind him. He could only turn around and counterattack. He also threw out a punch, which collided with the Eight Arms Devil General's fist. Boom, the terrifying force sent the two of them flying. Tan Xian wanted to chase after the werewolf warrior, but the Eight Arms Devil General blocked her way. You can't get through. Zer said calmly. Tan Xian frowned and charged toward the Eight Arms Devil General without a word. Since the other party wouldn't let her pass, she could only kill him first. At this time, Wang Ting had already rushed far away. He turned around and saw the werewolf warrior chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. It wouldn't take long for him to catch up. His heart couldn't help but sink. Damn it, a warrior-level powerhouse is personally making a move. How shameless can they be? Run, he could only run, staying alive was more important. Wang Ting's face was calm, but his feet sped up. He fully mobilized his wind origin power and exerted it on his body. It was as if he had turned into a gust of wind. That was not all. He even used his telekinesis. It was as if a pair of invisible wings had formed behind him. When he flapped them, his speed suddenly increased dramatically. It was like the difference between a normal engine and a turbine engine. What a joke. He, Wang Ting, had never lost to anyone in terms of escaping ability. The werewolf warrior behind him was about to catch up. It couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. It was as if it could see the scene of it crushing Wang Ting to death. However, suddenly, its eyes widened. It saw Wang Ting's speed increase in an extremely illogical manner. Then, he sped away, leaving behind a trail of dust. Siler was furious. This damn human brat. How could he have such speed? As a warrior-level powerhouse, it couldn't even catch up to a 7-star soldier-level human martial warrior. If Sabaton and the other fellows saw this, it would be a huge embarrassment. In an instant, it increased its speed to the maximum and chased after Wang Ting crazily. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. The human warrior-level powerhouses were all held back by the dark apparitions. They couldn't save him at all. The dark apparitions even had Devil King Swanni on their side. It was impossible for them to let other warrior-level powerhouses come to help him. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Wang Ting made up his mind and sped towards the mountain range in the distance. There wasn't even a place to hide on the spacious battlefield. Warriors below the warrior level couldn't help at all. Even if Wang Ting asked them for help, it would be useless. Therefore, he had no chance here. However, the mountain range was full of changes and accidents happened frequently. There might be a chance for him to survive. After a while, the human and the dark apparition disappeared from the main battlefield and plunged into the dense forest. Devil King Xianxia's eyes moved. It yawned and stood up from its throne. No, that wasn't its real body. It was just a strange illusion. Its real body was still sitting lazily on the throne. After the illusion separated from its body, it quickly solidified and finally became the same as its real body. Go. Devil King Xianxia waved its hand. Hee, you're really curious. The doppelganger covered its mouth and laughed. Its body slowly disappeared from the spot. Devil King Xianxia couldn't help but roll its eyes. The doppelganger was the only one who could laugh at it. After all, the doppelganger was also a part of its body. On the battlefield, Kong Li and the others, as well as Han Feng and Wang Ting's team members, regained their senses. They looked in the direction where Wang Ting disappeared with a worried expression. Don't die. Kong Li couldn't help but mumble to herself. However, she wasn't very confident. After all, the other party was a warrior-level powerhouse. Wang Ting was only a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter how she thought about it, the chances of him surviving weren't high. Yuan Xian's expression was complicated. Although he had a grudge against Wang Ting, they were both from the human camp. He didn't want Wang Ting to die. Moreover, Wang Ting was indeed powerful. He more or less respected him. Now that he was being chased by a warrior-level powerhouse, he felt that it was a pity that Wang Ting didn't survive. However, this was always the case in war. There were life and death. They had experienced too much. Now, they couldn't help Wang Ting. They could only turn their grief into strength and kill the dark apparition. In the sky, Tan Tai Xian frowned. Especially when she saw Devil King Xianxia's doppelganger chasing after Wang Ting. It was trying to kill Wang Ting. She was extremely furious. Her attacks became sharper and sharper. The 8 Arms Devil General kept retreating. The 8 Arms Devil General finally experienced how terrifying a woman could be when she was angry. Boom boom boom. Tan Tai Xian was extremely strong. Her force rumbled as she punched the 8 Arms Devil General's body. The 8 Arms Devil General was instantly sent flying. Blood spurted out of its mouth. It was terrified. How did this woman suddenly become so strong? On the other hand, after Wang Ting rushed into the primitive forest, he ran toward the depths of the mountain range without hesitation. You can't run away, the werewolf warrior shouted coldly behind him. Wang Ting didn't say a word. He didn't even bother to turn his head. He just ran faster and faster. At this critical moment, he was being pushed to the limit. You can't understand the strength of a warrior-level powerhouse. You also won't understand the difference between a warrior level and a warrior level. Running away is just a meaningless struggle. Surrender obediently, and this general can still leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, when this general catches you, I will definitely crush your limbs and tear off your flesh inch by inch to savor it. You might not know this, but I actually like the flesh of human geniuses like you the most. It's especially delicious. And the more you struggle, the more delicious the flesh is. I've eaten the flesh of many human geniuses, and I can't forget the taste even now. Siler chased after him while provoking Wang Ting with his words. He tried to break Wang Ting's faith and make him collapse. However, he didn't know who he was facing. If Wang Ting was frightened by these words, then he wouldn't be Wang Ting. On the contrary, this werewolf warrior's words made him extremely angry. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Even if his opponent was a warrior-level warrior, he still had a crazy desire to kill him. Previously, there was a human genius warrior. She was even a young girl. Her skin was so soft and tender. Seeing that Wang Ting wasn't moved, Siler's face revealed a trace of malevolence. Thus, he described in more detail. Idiot. Wang Ting didn't even turn his head. He raised his middle finger with his back facing Siler. Dark apparitions had fought with humans for many years. Siler naturally understood this gesture and the meaning of the word idiot. He couldn't help but be furious. This kid didn't take him, a warrior-level warrior, seriously at all. There were many star beasts in the forest. They were alarmed by the commotion caused by the two of them. After sensing their powerful aura, they all fled and didn't dare to get close. As they went deeper into the forest, some powerful star beasts appeared from time to time. Wang Ting sensed the aura of these powerful star beasts and led the werewolf dark apparition to their territory. He activated the wind invisibility skill and made his aura disappear. The alarmed powerful star beasts couldn't find the real intruders. They could only vent their anger on the werewolf warrior. Roar, a 9-star star beast rushed out and was easily killed by Siler, who had a look of disdain on his face. Wang Ting's face twitched. He secretly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the star beast and quickly left. As for the star beast's corpse, it would go to waste. He didn't have the chance to get it. However, Siler kept the star beast's corpse. After all, he was the one who killed it. Moreover, the flesh of a 9-star star beast wasn't something ordinary. He naturally wouldn't give it up so easily. Then, he continued to chase in the direction Wang Ting went. However, he couldn't help but have a trace of doubt in his eyes. How did that kid avoid the star beast's detection? He didn't see through Wang Ting's method. However, when he recalled how the Nightmare Demon King paid attention to Wang Ting, he understood. This kid must have something special. Siler couldn't help but feel a little curious about Wang Ting. More and more powerful star beasts appeared on the road. Wang Ting used the same method to make the werewolf warrior fall into a tough battle. At first, Siler didn't think much of it. After all, 1 or 2 9-star star beasts were nothing to him. He even thought that Wang Ting was just making a last-ditch effort. However, as more and more star beasts appeared, his face turned completely black. He felt like he was being toyed with. An unknown anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Bang! At that moment, he crushed the spine of a star beast with his claw and killed it. He then panted slightly. After such a long battle, even a warrior-level powerhouse like him couldn't take it anymore. Get out here! It looked around and roared. Wang Ting appeared in the distance. He hooked his finger at Siler and continued to run away. Don't you like to chase? Keep going. Damn human. Siler let out a low roar. Even though he knew that this was Wang Ting's scheme, he had to chase after him. Otherwise, if he couldn't capture Wang Ting, the Nightmare Demon King would never let him go. Compared to facing the Nightmare Demon King, this little bit of tiredness was nothing. Half an hour later, Wang Ting had crossed half of the mountain range. He once again angered a powerful star beast. He laughed and said, "Bald Wolf, I prepared a big gift for you. Take note." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying and furious roar rang out. Then, a giant tiger star beast covered in yellow scales and with a sharp horn on its head appeared in midair. It scanned its territory and saw Siler, who was chasing after it. It immediately pounced toward him. Bastard! Siler's expression was gloomy. He could already sense that the astral beast in front of him was a half-step horde lord. Although he wasn't afraid of it, he would have to pay a huge price to kill such an astral beast. The darkness origin power in his body wasn't endless. Moreover, he had already exhausted a lot of it in the previous battle. Siler turned around and retreated. He didn't want to be entangled with Huang Linhu's star beast. However, Huang Linhu didn't want to let him go so easily. Anyone who dared to invade his territory would be attacked. Star beasts had a strong sense of territory. A huge battle broke out in midair. In the end, the half-step Huang Linhu was still no match for Siler and was killed on the spot. Siler put away Huang Linhu's corpse and looked around. He wanted to find Wang Ting. This human was too cunning. He actually planned to use such a method to exhaust him to death. At this moment, he hesitated. However, when he thought of Wang Ting's 7-star soldier-level abilities, he laughed at himself. So what if he used up a lot of his energy? Killing that human was as easy as flipping his hand. Wang Ting looked at the Huang Linhu that Siler killed. There were a few huge attribute bubbles floating beside it. He immediately used his spiritual power to pick them up silently. Earth Force *560, blank attribute *399, suddenly, Wang Ting's body shook. His Earth Force actually broke through to the 8-star soldier level. Earth Force, 280/7000, 8-star, Wang Ting, who felt that he had broken through, immediately opened his attributes panel. He didn't expect his Earth Force to be the first to break through to the 8-star soldier level among all the other elements. It should be known that his Fire Force was far ahead of the other force elements. He scanned his attributes and realized that his Fire Force was actually very close to the 8-star soldier level. Fire Force, 4999/5000, 7-star, it was indeed very close. It was only 1 point away. Wang Ting's face darkened. He instantly felt the malice from the system. If he hadn't opened his attributes panel, he wouldn't have realized that his Fire Force was actually so close to the 8-star soldier level. If he had known, he would have killed 1 or 2 fire element star beasts. Even if they were only 1-star soldier level, it would be enough for him to break through. Then, he looked at the other force attributes. Other than wind, thunder, ice, and poison, which were the rarer 4 force attributes, the other 5 force attributes had also increased tremendously. They were only 1 step away from breaking through to the 8-star soldier level. Also, the difference in force attributes wouldn't be more than 100 points. Wang Ting increasingly felt that this was the malice from the system. Among all the force elements, the one that surprised Wang Ting the most was the dark force. He didn't know when his dark force element had silently increased to the 9-star soldier level. And, it wasn't far from the warlord level. Dark Force, 8560/9000, 9-star, Wang Ting's expression was a little ugly. He actually didn't feel the breakthrough of his dark force element at all. It wasn't unreasonable for it to increase greatly. After all, the number of dark apparitions on the battlefield was the highest. Naturally, the dark apparitions dropped the most force elements. However, it was too strange this time. His dark force had broken through from the 7-star soldier level to the 9-star soldier level. It had crossed 2 whole levels, but he didn't feel it at all. How could this be? He couldn't figure out the reason. He felt that something was out of his control. This wasn't a good feeling. Normally speaking, origin power would rise from one's origin core and flow through the spine into the next origin core. The commotion was so great that it was impossible for him not to notice it. Wang Ting sank his consciousness into his body and sensed the 9 brightly lit original nuclei in his body. Very soon, he discovered where the problem lay. His darkness origin power was actually not stored within his original core. Instead, it had unknowingly merged with his original core, causing dense black patterns to appear on the surface of his 9 original cores. If he took out the force core from his body, others might think that he was a dark apparition. The original core looked like it had been contaminated. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. Although he didn't feel any signs of turning into a dark apparition, this feeling of being out of control wasn't good at all. Big Boss System, didn't you say that nothing would go wrong? Do you not like me and want to change your host? System, you've changed. Wang Ting screamed in his heart. Unfortunately, the system boss was as cold as ever and had never said anything to him. Found you. Suddenly, a cold laugh was heard. At this moment, the werewolf warlord charged toward Jiang Fei. Boom, it waved its sharp claws, and the trees where Wang Ting was hiding were all cut apart by 2 black claws. Then, the claws continued to charge toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. He thought to himself that he had been careless. The sudden fluctuation of origin power when he had just broken through must have attracted the werewolf warlord's attention. He didn't even think and directly used his space talent. There was a slight fluctuation in the space behind him. At the same time, the claws arrived in front of him. The sharp wind created a few small wounds on his face, and blood flowed out. Wang Ting stared at the black claws. He stomped his feet and suddenly fell backward. Chi! In the next moment, the black claws directly cut apart the afterimage that Wang Ting left behind. On the other side, Wang Ting's original body appeared. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, he fled into the distance without looking back. the power of space. Siler's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Because of the extreme distance, he felt the source of that mysterious power this time. It was indeed the power of space. This human brat actually mastered the power of space. However, he was only a 7-star soldier level martial warrior. Even if he had just broken through to the 8-star soldier level, he was still very far from the warlord level. Even warlords rarely mastered the power of space. Only those peak warlords could touch the threshold of the power of space. It was impossible for this human brat to be able to use it so casually. Siler's eyes flashed. He snorted coldly and stepped forward. He turned into an afterimage and chased after Wanting. No matter what, as long as he caught him, all the answers would be revealed. He didn't believe that this human brat could use the power of space limitlessly. When he reached his limit, he would fall into his hands. Wanting felt that the werewolf warlord was getting closer and closer behind him. Because of the mistake just now, the distance between them had shortened too much. His advantage no longer existed. He couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, he would be caught sooner or later. He gritted his teeth and quickly made up his mind. With his current ability, if he used all his strength, he might have a slight chance of killing the werewolf warlord. Even if it was only a slight chance, he had to do it. If not, he would die. At this moment, half of his vision was on himself, while the other half was on Little White, who was in the sky. Very few people knew about Little White's existence. In this forest, it was a great help to Wanting. He was able to accurately locate the powerful star beasts previously because he shared his vision with Little White. Now, he was going to do something big. Not long after Little White absorbed the 4-star fire element star core, Wanting also fed it another 5-star star core. Little White's innate talent was extremely good. In addition to fighting with all its might and Wanting's help, it successfully broke through to 5-star. Although its rank didn't seem high or low, it had only followed Wanting for a short period of time to reach such a level. Its speed was already very fast. As its strength increased, the distance between it and Wanting also increased by several times. At this moment, Wanting used the power of the contract to let it fly into the depths of the mountain range, looking for something. Not long after, he finally saw an extremely dazzling ball of fire element light through Little White's vision. "It's you," Wanting was delighted. He suddenly changed direction and rushed toward the forest on the left. The werewolf warrior behind him was slightly taken aback and frowned. It wasn't stupid and could naturally see that this human brat seemed to be extremely familiar with this forest. Every time, he would always be able to find the location of those star beasts and cause great trouble for it. What was that human brat trying to do this time? From Siler's point of view, this human in front of him was an extremely evil person. If not, he wouldn't have thought of such a hateful move. He had never met such a troublesome person before. A mere 7-star soldier level martial warrior actually wasted so much time with him. If word got out, where would he put his face? Wanting rushed towards the ball of red light through Little White's vision. At the same time, he tried to feel his own abilities. No matter what, the dark force was the most important element among all the force attributes. Right now, he was facing a life and death crisis. He didn't have much time to think about the abnormality of the dark force. He only hoped that he could still use this force. No matter if it was a black cat or a white cat, it was a good cat that could catch dark apparitions. As long as it could help him kill this general-level dark apparition, even if it was the dark force, it would still be his obedient pet. He, Wanting, didn't despise it. Soon, Wanting realized that he could still use the dark force easily. There were no abnormalities. This made him heave a sigh of relief. If something were to happen at this time, it would truly be a situation where even the heavens and earth would not be able to respond. Being able to use the dark force normally meant that he could at least unleash the power of a peak 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. With his many tricks, the chances of killing this general-level dark apparition were much higher. However, from Wanting's point of view, this was obviously not enough. His eyes flashed as he ordered Little White to quietly approach the ball of red light. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Judging from the strength of the ball of force, that star beast was definitely at the level of a lord. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he would definitely not provoke such an existence. He decided to use the power of the contract to order Little White to move forward. He was very careful and tried his best not to attract the attention of the Lord-level star beast. After all, he didn't want Little White to die here. Under Wang Ting's command, Little White restrained its force. Like a normal bird, it carefully approached the area where the Lord-level star beast was. As it got closer, an extremely hot aura appeared in the area. Huge rocks stood among the dense trees. The trees here were very strange too. The leaves were all red and looked like flames. It was very beautiful. Even though the environment here was scorching hot, the ground was extremely humid, and all kinds of green moss plants could be seen everywhere. Little White flew at a low altitude, bypassing boulders that were covered in moss and passing through large trees with fiery red leaves. Suddenly, Wang Ting told it to stop and hide. Just ahead, in the middle of a pile of rocks, a green flame was quietly burning. Beside the flame, an incomparably ferocious giant scorpion was crawling there like an armored tank, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. However, as its mouth opened and closed, as it breathed, the wisps of green flames that escaped were sucked into its stomach. This giant scorpion's tail also had a ball of flame that wrapped around its poisonous stinger, making it look rather strange. It was clear that this Lord-tier giant scorpion was not to be trifled with. It looks a bit like the ironclad scorpion, but its flames are red, not green. Wang Ting muttered to himself when he saw the appearance of the giant scorpion. Could it have mutated? Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his gaze fell on the green flame as he guessed. If it has mutated, then this ironclad scorpion will definitely be even harder to deal with. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He felt that the werewolf warrior would definitely be very satisfied with the opponent he had found for it. He ordered Little White to retreat, but an unexpected situation occurred. Little White's gaze was fixed on the green flame, and a strong desire emerged in its heart. It was transmitted to Wang Ting through the pet soul contract. "You want that flame?" Wang Ting asked through the pet soul contract. After receiving an affirmative answer, it took a lot of persuasion for Little White to temporarily suppress its desire. Boom, Siler was already impatient. It chased after Wang Ting while attacking in an attempt to reduce his speed. With a loud boom, the surrounding trees were all smashed to pieces. Many low-level star beasts were caught in the crossfire. While Wang Ting dodged, he quickly absorbed the attribute bubbles dropped by the unlucky star beasts. Wood Force *15, Fire Force *10, Blank Attribute *3, at a certain moment, his Fire Force had a breakthrough. Fire Force, 9/7000, 8 star, Wang Ting's eyes flickered, but he wasn't very excited. He was already so close, and the breakthrough was completely within his expectations. However, he didn't mind dealing a blow to the werewolf warrior behind him. After dodging the opponent's attack, Wang Ting said seriously, "Come on, keep attacking. Believe in yourself, you will hit me soon." Siler was speechless. The muscles on its face twitched, and it felt that it was angered. This human in front of it was clearly provoking it. "I will definitely kill you," Siler roared. Come on, you can do it." Wang Ting hooked his finger in front of him. Siler was furious, and its attacks became fiercer. It felt that if it didn't kill this human in front of it, it would never be able to clear its mind, and it would lose at least 10 years of its life. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. More and more unlucky star beasts died under its anger. Siler didn't know that its actions had unintentionally helped Wang Ting increase his abilities by a large margin. The remaining 3 elements of Wang Ting's 5 forces finally reached the 8-star soldier level. Metal Force, 35/7000, 8 star, Wood Force, 18/7000, 8 star, Water Force, 40/7000, 8 star. With the increase in his abilities, Wang Ting was more confident in killing the werewolf warrior. At the same time, he finally lured the opponent into the ironclad scorpion's territory. Siler immediately felt the terrifying aura in the stone forest, but Wang Ting didn't give it any chance to react. He took out MOK and slashed into the depths of the stone forest. Boom, as the sword slashed into the stone forest, a terrifying roar was heard. Siler's expression changed slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. Wang Ting took advantage of the moment when it hesitated and immediately went into the forest. He followed the route that Little White had found and avoided the detection of the werewolf warrior. Damn it! Siler's expression was terrible. He saw a huge scorpion crawling out of the stone forest quickly. It lost its lock on Wang Ting again. The ironclad scorpion also noticed Siler's figure and roared at him. Then, it actually spoke human language. Get out of my territory. It was the first time Wang Ting, who was hiding in the dark, saw a star beast speak human language. He was very surprised. Siler didn't find it strange. However, as a dark apparition, destruction and destruction were ingrained in his bones. How could he submit to a star beast, even if this star beast was an overlord? The ironclad scorpion saw that Siler didn't come with good intentions, so it didn't waste any more time. It roared and charged towards Siler, smashing its two huge pincers at its opponent's head. Kill! The ironclad scorpion was the overlord of this forest. It was the ruler of this area, and all the star beasts bowed down to it. Therefore, it was naturally very angry at the werewolf general's sudden intrusion. It didn't attack at first because it was afraid of the opponent's strength. However, the werewolf general didn't seem to have any intention of retreating. The ironclad scorpion naturally wasn't afraid of it and directly attacked. Boom! Siler faced the aggressive ironclad scorpion and roared angrily as it charged forward. It raised its sharp claws and directly blocked the ironclad scorpion's pair of giant pincers. The two made a sound like metal colliding. In front of the ironclad scorpion's tank-like giant body, Siler's body seemed small, but it blocked the ironclad scorpion's powerful attack. As a horde leader rank star beast, the ironclad scorpion's intelligence was similar to that of a human. After sensing the strength of this intruder, it immediately became cautious. Siler's body flashed and passed between the ironclad scorpion's two giant pincers. As it leaped high, it swung its two sharp claws and attacked the ironclad scorpion's eyes. The ironclad scorpion's two front legs moved, and its huge body actually retreated with great agility. The black claws landed on empty air. Siler was about to give chase when a sudden gust of wind fell from above its head. The ironclad scorpion's body curved into a half-moon shape, and its tail that was burning with green flames stabbed towards Siler. Siler's expression changed when he saw the poisonous stinger with green flames. He was extremely afraid and didn't dare to take it head-on. He dodged and retreated. Wang Ting hid in a dark corner and activated his wind invisibility skill to the maximum. In order to avoid the ironclad scorpion's detection, he even spent a lot of blank attribute points to raise wind invisibility to perfection. Wind invisibility, 5,000, perfection, a total of 6,550 blank attribute points were used to raise wind invisibility to perfection. If he hadn't killed a large number of powerful star beasts recently, he probably wouldn't have had enough blank attribute points. He couldn't help but look at his status panel with a bitter smile. Blank attribute, 3,200. He only had 3,200 blank attribute points left. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. It wasn't easy to accumulate blank attribute points, but then again, it seemed like he had killed those powerful star beasts with the help of others. In other words, these blank attribute points were all for free. That wasn't the point. The point was that he felt the pain. Of course, the benefits of the wind invisibility skill reaching perfection were also apparent. At this moment, his entire person seemed to have turned into a gentle breeze, completely blending into the air. In addition, he had also cast a concealment rune on his body. As a result, even a general-level powerhouse would have a hard time discovering him. Otherwise, the ironclad scorpion wouldn't be looking for trouble with the werewolf. It would be looking for him. He looked up at the sky. As a Lord-class existence, the armored flame scorpion naturally flew in the air. The battle between it and the werewolf warrior in the air was extremely shocking. Countless trees and boulders were smashed down, and the surroundings were a mess. Wang Ting was speechless. As expected of a battle between warrior rank existences. It was terrifying, because the ironclad scorpion had left its nest. Little White started to get restless. It wanted to eat the green flame. Don't go. Wang Ting had no choice but to order it sternly. Now wasn't the time to steal. Who knew if the ironclad scorpion had other detection methods? If they were discovered stealing the green flame, not only would his plan fail, but he would also be attacked by the ironclad scorpion. The werewolf was already troublesome enough. If the ironclad scorpion joined the fray, how could he survive? It was the first time Little White had been reprimanded so severely by Wan Ting. Due to the special situation, it didn't dare to make a sound. It could only send a wave of grievance to Wan Ting. Don't worry. When they're both injured, I'll find a chance to kill them. Then, you can devour the green flame with peace of mind. Wan Ting comforted Little White as if he was comforting a child. The increase in Little White's strength was a great help to him. The green flame was obviously beneficial to Little White. If there was a chance, he wouldn't let it go. On the other side, the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger slowly appeared. It looked at the battle below and shook its head. This idiot. Forget it. Anyway, I'm only here to watch the show. I'm not here to fight. Obviously, the doppelganger of the Nightmare Demon King perfectly inherited the lazy and indifferent personality of the original body. It wouldn't fight if it didn't have to. It was even indifferent to the life and death of its own kind. The battle between the ironclad scorpion and the werewolf was very exciting. Wan Ting's blood was boiling. He wanted to stand out and cheer for them. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time. He stared at the two parties closely, waiting for a chance to attack. At this moment, both the ironclad scorpion and the werewolf were injured. The ironclad scorpion's hard as iron shell had many cracks. One of its legs was broken and twisted at an irregular angle. Its combat power was greatly reduced. Sylar wasn't in a better state. Most of its fur was already bald after the destruction of the runes. Now, under the fire attack of the ironclad scorpion, there were many burn marks on its body. These were only external injuries. Its internal organs were shaken, and the fire poison had invaded its body. It wasn't feeling good at all. At this point, Wan Ting's plan was halfway to success. In fact, this plan was very crude. It only relied on the pride of a warlord and the nature of dark apparitions and star beasts. Dark apparitions were ferocious and cruel. Even though star beasts weren't stupid, they still had a certain degree of wildness. When the two met, and with Wan Ting fanning the flames from the side, it would be strange if nothing happened. Suddenly, Wan Ting's eyes focused. In the air, the ironclad scorpion roared. Its entire tail was burning with flames. It swept toward the werewolf dark apparition like a flaming whip. Sylar's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the ironclad scorpion to have such an ultimate move. He felt an extremely terrifying heat from the flaming whip. If he was hit, even he would be severely injured. Moreover, he was very afraid of the poisonous stinger on the tail. That was the real threat. Even his darkness origin power couldn't resist the flame poison of this warlord-class star beast. However, the ironclad scorpion had been preparing this move for a long time. How could Sylar dodge it when it was launched when he least expected it? Sylar also realized this. An extremely crazy expression appeared in his eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a black origin power ball quickly condensed. Roar! Before the flaming whip arrived, the black origin power ball had completely condensed. Sylar tilted his head back, roared, and spat it out. The black origin power ball turned into an afterimage and crashed into the ironclad scorpion's tail. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The black origin power ball was very powerful. It instantly exploded on the ironclad scorpion's tail, causing it to let out an earth-shattering roar of pain. Amidst the violent explosion, the flames on the ironclad scorpion's tail flickered violently. Its tough outer shell was blasted open, and blood flowed freely. The ironclad scorpion was furious. It endured the pain, and the force of its tail did not decrease in the slightest as it slammed heavily into the werewolf general's body. Bang! Sylar's entire body was sent flying. The next moment, he let out a miserable cry. It turned out that when he was swept by the ironclad scorpion's tail, the green flames had spread to his entire body and engulfed him in flames. At this moment, Sylar was completely on fire. He rolled on the ground and emitted darkness origin power in an attempt to extinguish the green flames. However, it was fine if he did not use his origin power. Once he did, the green flames burned even more fiercely as though they had encountered fuel. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. After a moment of surprise, he came to his senses. The green flames actually had such a characteristic. As expected, they were not something ordinary flames could compare to. He even felt that this werewolf general would die without him personally taking action. However, after witnessing the power and characteristics of the green flames, Wang Ting was even more determined to obtain them. "I have to think of a way, idiot." It was at this moment that a cold snort was heard. Wang Ting's expression changed drastically as he saw a figure slowly appear in the sky. Nightmare Demon King. Why is it chasing after me? Wang Ting's expression turned extremely ugly. The appearance of the Nightmare Demon King had completely disrupted his plans. However, Wang Ting discovered something unusual with his spirit vision. No, why is the origin power radiance on its body so much weaker? It's not the Nightmare Demon King. At this moment, the origin power radiance on the figure was only at the level of a 10-star champion. However, the origin power radiance on the Nightmare Demon King's body was extremely dense and profound. It far exceeded this level. Wang Ting could not have guessed that the Nightmare Demon King's original intention was to let this doppelganger follow along. It thought that Siler, as a warlord, would be able to easily take down Wang Ting. There was no need for it to act. It also did not expect that Wang Ting would lead Siler to the ironclad scorpion and discover the existence of the green flames. Now, the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger was slightly interested in the green flames. "Sir, save me." Siler heard and saw the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger as he cried out in pain. "Sir?" Wang Ting got suspicious again. Judging from the general stage dark apparition's name, was it really the Nightmare Devil Lord, or perhaps the werewolf general's head and brain was damaged? Sir, the doppelganger said doppelganger, the doppelganger said doppelganger. Calm, sir, I'm sorry. I didn't do my job well and am willing to be punished. Please save me." Siler was in despair. His body was burning with flames as he knelt in midair and extended his hand to the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger, begging for help. "Humph." The Nightmare Demon King snorted and waved his hand. He used some unknown method to strip the green flames from Siler's body. However, this process took quite some time. It seemed that even the Nightmare Demon King would have to expend some effort to deal with the green flames. The ironclad scorpion, on the other hand, did not dare to act rashly. It felt a tinge of fear from the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger. Although the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger and Siler were both 10-star warlords, the two were not on the same level. Moreover, it was already injured. If it really fought with the Nightmare Demon King, it would definitely be at a disadvantage. The Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger completely stripped the green flames from Siler's body and compressed them into a ball. He waved his hand and the ball flew into his hand. He observed the green flames floating on his palm with great interest. Then, he turned his gaze to the ironclad scorpion and said calmly, "Hand over the flames and I'll spare your life. Don't even think about it." The ironclad scorpion was furious. Although the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger's strength made it wary, it would never agree to hand over the most important thing. The green flames were the foundation of its strength. It allowed it to mutate from an ordinary ironclad scorpion and become stronger until it finally became a lord. Trying to take away the green flames was no different from touching its lifeblood. Since you don't know what's good for you, then die. The Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger stretched lazily and tilted his head. He said to Siler, who was still panting in pain, "What are you waiting for? I didn't save you for you to watch from the sidelines." At this moment, Siler's appearance was extremely miserable. His entire body was charred black and his fur was all burned away by the flames. He was truly a bald wolf. He was in severe pain all over, but after hearing the Nightmare Demon King's doppelganger's order, he did not dare to disobey. He quickly replied, "Yes, your subordinate will kill this beast for you, Demon King." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the ironclad scorpion with hatred. It was this beast that almost killed him. If he did not kill it, it would not be able to quell the hatred in his heart. Die. The ironclad scorpion was furious. These two invaders not only wanted to steal its treasure, but also wanted to kill it. Uncle and aunt could tolerate it, but the scorpion could not. Roar, with a furious roar, the ironclad scorpion's entire body was covered in flames. This time, it was not just its tail. It had completely transformed into a giant flame scorpion. Its tank-sized body appeared majestic and imposing under the contrast of the green flames. Oh my god, the ironclad scorpion has been forced into a corner. It's going all out. Wang Ting could clearly feel that the ironclad scorpion using so much green flames was a huge burden on its body. Even if it did not die in this battle, it would be severely injured and its strength would be severely damaged. However, this was what Wang Ting was happy to see. The stronger the ironclad scorpion was, the greater the threat it posed to the two dark apparitions. This would be more advantageous for him. Siler's face turned green when he saw the green flames all over the ironclad scorpion's body. Just the flames on its tail almost killed it, let alone the flames on its entire body. How could he fight this? Tell me, how can I fight this? Siler roared in his heart. He was extremely aggrieved. He could not fight anywhere. He would definitely be contaminated by the green flames. What should he do? However, the ironclad scorpion did not give him a chance to think. It rode on the green flames and charged at Siler. Its two giant pincers clamped down on Siler's head. Siler dodged pathetically. He did not dare to touch the ironclad scorpion at all. He was afraid that he would be contaminated by the green flames. The ironclad scorpion was filled with anger. It grabbed Siler and attacked him with all its might. Its giant pincers, poisonous tail, all its attacks were aimed at Siler. The Nightmare Demon King's avatar could not stand it anymore. This guy was too useless. It flashed and appeared beside Siler. It slapped him away. Get lost. The ironclad scorpion saw that its target was sent flying. It instantly transferred its anger to the Nightmare Demon King's avatar and launched all kinds of attacks. Bayan Demon King's clone's face was as cold as ice. His lazy expression had long disappeared. Facing the ironclad scorpion that dared to wave its pincers at him, Bayan Demon King's clone decided to teach it an unforgettable lesson. Boom, it raised a pair of jade-like, sparkling palms and slapped out. The ironclad scorpion's huge pincers with green flames were blown away by a terrifying force. The green flames on the pincers were scattered. However, Bayan Demon King's clone's hands didn't seem to be stained by the green flames at all. Crack, a crack appeared on the outer shell of the ironclad scorpion's pincers under Bayan Demon King's clone's palm. This seemingly light palm actually had such great power, Wang Ting's pupils constricted when he saw this from the dark. Although Bayan Demon King was also a 10-star soldier-level martial warrior, it was much stronger than the werewolf general. His gaze landed on Bayan Demon King's palms. His gaze suddenly moved. A thin layer of fluorescent light flowed on the palms, protecting them like a protective shield. However, the green flames were not completely useless. He keenly noticed that there were still a few wisps of the green flames that had contaminated the fluorescent layer and destroyed it. However, Bayan Demon King's control was very strong. The moment the fluorescent layer was destroyed, a new one immediately appeared. Moreover, an invisible force spread out from the fluorescent layer, shaking off the green flames on top of it. Bayan Demon King used this special method to block the green flames. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid at all. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that Bayan Demon King wasn't as scary as the one who attacked him before. Then, he turned to look at the other side. After the werewolf general was slapped away by Bayan Demon King, he flew back pathetically with an awkward expression. He was furious, but he didn't dare to show it because it was Bayan Demon King. Right now, he couldn't interfere in the battle between Bayan Demon King and the ironclad scorpion. He could only watch from the side. However, it soon remembered the culprit behind all this. It then scanned the area below, looking for Wang Ting. That treacherous human brat, if I don't kill him, I won't be called Siler. Wang Ting couldn't help but grin when he saw the ferocious gaze of the werewolf warrior. Did he go too far with this dark apparition? The other party seemed to hate him very much. That look in her eyes definitely meant that she wanted to bite him. If that was the case, why not kill this werewolf warrior while the Nightmare Demon King was fighting the ironclad scorpion? After all, if the Nightmare Demon King killed the ironclad scorpion, he would have to face two warrior-level dark apparitions at the same time. And now that the werewolf general was heavily injured, it was the best time to kill him. Wang Ting focused his gaze and looked at the attribute panel. There was a skill called Assassination on it. He didn't use it before because he didn't have the chance. But now, he felt that this art of killing was very suitable. It was just that the level of assassination was a little low. It was only at the beginner level. It was obviously not enough to deal with a warrior-level dark apparition. Level up, he used all 3,200 blank attribute points. The assassination skill went from beginner level to beginner level, then to complete level. Assassination 1613/5000, complete level. With the addition of the blank attribute points, a large amount of memory fragments about the assassination skill appeared in Wang Ting's mind. In that memory fragment, a humanoid silhouette appeared. Then, it displayed various assassination methods one by one. These methods were initially simple and crude, but slowly became complex and profound. It was as if a person was learning from scratch. The humanoid silhouette evolved the entire process of its growth. Finally, these memory fragments merged with Wang Ting's memory and body and became his instincts. In an instant, it was as if he had gone through more than 10 years of cruel training. He turned from an ordinary person into a well-trained killing machine. His gaze changed. When he entered that state, his eyes became cold and indifferent. He was extremely rational and calm. This was the basic quality of a killing machine. Unfortunately, he only had 3,200 blank attribute points. They were all gone. Otherwise, Wang Ting would have definitely leveled up his assassination skill to the complete level. It was just barely enough for now. However, together with his space talent and his concealment skills, he could achieve the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. The next moment, his figure disappeared on the spot. It was as if he had merged with space. There was no trace of him at all. This was a practical application of the assassination skill. Together with the concealment skill, he could completely merge with the environment and then find a chance to kill with one strike. The werewolf general rushed into the forest below and frantically searched for Wang Ting. It hated Wang Ting to the core. The intense pain all over its body constantly reminded it that all of this was caused by that human brat. However, no matter how hard it searched, it couldn't find Wang Ting's hiding spot. This infuriated it. Its eyes turned bloodshot, filled with veins. Suddenly, its hair went numb. It felt its heart palpitate without any warning. Its warlord combat awareness made it dodge to the side without thinking. Chi, a flower of blood bloomed in the air. "Come out," the werewolf general roared angrily. It was almost seriously injured just now. Although it dodged, its arm was still cut open. It was actually forced to such a state by a soldier-level human. To a warlord, this was no different from humiliation. However, Wang Ting did not continue fighting after the sneak attack. There was a fluctuation in the air and he instantly disappeared without a trace. The werewolf general waved its claws and destroyed all the trees around it. It wanted to give Wang Ting nowhere to hide. Wang Ting attacked again. He charged from the side and the sharp sword slashed open the werewolf general's body, adding another wound to its body. Roar! "Human, come out and fight to the death with me. Don't hide like a smelly rat. Come out, come out." The werewolf general was about to go crazy. It felt that Wang Ting was around it, but it could not find him. It was so frustrated that it wanted to die. "As you wish." Wang Ting's cold voice reverberated in its ears. Before the werewolf general could feel happy, its thigh was slashed again. Wang Ting used the divine weapon Mo Quebec. It was extremely sharp. Even a warlord's terrifying physical defense could not withstand it. This slash was extremely deep. It even cut open the werewolf general's muscles. It was so deep that the werewolf general's bones could be seen. The werewolf general staggered and almost fell. Its legs were trembling, and a large amount of blood flowed down its thigh. Roar! "I'm going to kill you, kill you." It roared angrily and crazily attacked everything it could see. Come and kill me. I'm here. I'm here." Wang Ting's mocking voice reverberated in the surroundings and entered the werewolf general's ears from all directions. It was like a demon's voice piercing its ears. Wang Ting used assassination techniques to disturb the werewolf general's mind, causing it to fall into a frenzy. Normally, a champion-level expert's mental fortitude wouldn't be like this, but how could this werewolf general maintain its rationality after being repeatedly attacked and injured? Wang Ting's voice sounded like a demon's voice to Schiller's ears, causing him to have a splitting headache. He was attacking randomly. Chi, 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 Wang Ting kept attacking, leaving hideous wounds on the werewolf general's body. Not long after, its body was already dripping with blood, and it looked extremely miserable. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in reality, only a few moments had passed. Assassination techniques emphasized the three keys of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. If too much time was wasted, the werewolf general would realize the problem and regain its rationality from its madness. But now, it was basically a foregone conclusion. It's about time. Wang Ting looked at the werewolf general's wounds and muttered to himself. Just as he finished speaking, the werewolf general's body suddenly froze, and then he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His expression was aghast, and this sudden change caused him to regain his rationality. He roared, "What did you do?" Wang Ting didn't make a sound, and quietly waited for the poison origin power produced by the demon lotus poison body to completely explode in his body. "You're a poison attribute martial artist." Schiller felt the situation in his body and revealed an expression of disbelief. This was because he quickly discovered that an extremely troublesome poison energy had appeared in his body, and it had spread throughout his body at an unknown time. Even his darkness origin power had been corroded. What a terrifying poison origin power. Schiller wanted to expel this poison origin power, but he discovered that this poison origin power was firmly attached to his body and origin power. The darkness origin power, which could be said to be the most corrosive, was actually helpless in front of this poison origin power. "Bastard, come out, I'm going to kill." Pfft. Schiller resisted the poison origin power in his body with all his might and roared. But before he could finish speaking, he spat out another mouthful of black poisonous blood. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes, crossed the distance, and appeared behind the werewolf general, slashing out with Mo Quebec roar. Sensing the threat of death, Schiller forcibly twisted his body around and opened his mouth wide. A ball of black origin power rapidly condensed. Wang Ting sneered, a strange red light flashing through his eyes and piercing into the werewolf general's eyes. "I've long been prepared for this." Bewitch, he used the mental confusion combat technique he had obtained from the vampire dark apparition on this werewolf dark apparition. Caught off guard, it was instantly hit. Kill. Wang Ting took advantage of its momentary distraction to slash down with Mo Quebec puff. Blood spurted out as the werewolf general's head flew into the air. Impossible, the intense pain allowed the werewolf general to regain his senses. He was still conscious even when his head was chopped off. It instantly recognized the essence of this bewitching combat technique. It was exactly the same as the blood breeds dark apparition's innate skill, bewitching. It was actually killed by the dark apparition's innate skill. Furthermore, the person who killed it was a soldier-level human. The werewolf general was filled with unwillingness as its eyes widened. In the end, its consciousness completely sank into darkness. A wolf head fell from midair and landed on the ground. It rolled a few times before landing not far away from him. Its body also collapsed with a loud crash. Wang Ting panted as he looked at the wolf head that had died with its eyes wide open. He was filled with emotions. Damn it, it was really too difficult to kill a warrior-level existence. He had almost gotten himself into trouble. Luckily, it was more daunting than dangerous. Although it seemed like he didn't put in much effort and only used strategies and assassination methods to kill the dark apparition, the process was actually very exhausting. If there had been even the slightest mistake, the person who would have been killed would have been him. After all, it was a warrior-level dark apparition. Luckily, his life was saved and the warrior-level dark apparition was also killed. He didn't have time to be arrogant because there was an even stronger dark apparition that had yet to be dealt with. That was the real problem. Wang Ting kept the werewolf general's corpse into his spatial ring. Then, his gaze landed on the few attribute bubbles on the ground. Dark Force *1200, Advanced Dark Talent *300, Spiritual State Spirit *220, Spiritual State Enlightenment *280, Dark Wind Bullet * 420, these hundreds and thousands of attribute points almost blinded Wang Ting's eyes. This was the first time he had obtained so many attribute points from an individual. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. As expected of a warrior-level existence, it was simply a humanoid attribute-generating machine. Of course, this attribute-generating machine was a little too powerful. At this moment, he stared at the attribute bubbles in front of him and revealed a hint of hesitation. His dark attribute had already reached the peak of the 9-star soldier level. He was only 440 points away from breaking through to the warrior level. However, there were a total of 1,200 points of dark force in front of him. The warrior level was within his reach. That was the warrior level. Countless martial warriors fought and fought hard for it. Countless martial warriors fell halfway, and even geniuses were no exception. In the end, only a small portion of prodigies could reach the peak, cross the dragon gate, and become a dragon. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him, but Wang Ting hesitated. If word got out, a bunch of people would want to beat him to death. The reason why Wang Ting hesitated was because this was dark force. If it was any other type of force, he would have been so happy that he would have lost his sense of direction. Not long ago, there was an abnormality with the dark force. He still hadn't figured out what was going on, so he was still a little afraid. If he was assimilated, he wouldn't be able to be saved even if he cried himself to the toilet. The only thing that comforted him was that the dark force in his body didn't seem to have any adverse effects on him. Forget it. The opportunity is right in front of me. This abnormality is nothing. After a short moment of hesitation, Wang Ting immediately made a decision. Wealth came from danger. The system had already reduced the risk to the minimum. If he still had concerns, then he might as well go home and inherit his billions of assets. Moreover, he was surrounded by strong enemies now. Naturally, the stronger he was, the higher his chances of survival. Wasn't it just a 10-star general? Once he broke through, he would also kill that female dark apparition. Wang Ting picked up the spirit attribute first. During the chase, he had used up a lot of his spirit. Naturally, he had to replenish it immediately. Then, he picked up the comprehension and advanced dark talent attributes. These two attributes were related to his ability to control the dark force. Now that he was still worried about the dark force, he hoped to increase his comprehension and talent to strengthen his control of the dark force. As the attribute bubbles instantly merged into his body, Wang Ting's comprehension increased a lot, making his mind clearer. The 300 points of advanced dark talent attribute made his dark talent soar instantly. Advanced Dark Talent, 330/1000. Wang Ting instantly felt that his perception and control of the dark talent had become sharper and easier. Next was the special combat skill, Dark Wind Bullet. Wang Ting had once obtained this combat skill from a werewolf dark apparition that was transformed from a human. However, it only had a dozen or so points of corresponding attributes. Wang Ting didn't want to spend too many blank attributes on it, so he didn't use it. Now, he had obtained a total of 420 points of Dark Wind Bullet from this werewolf champion. It could be seen that the werewolf champion's mastery of this combat skill was far greater than the previous person's, and it was enough for him to raise this combat skill to small success. Dark Wind Bullet, 321 out of 500, small success. Wang Ting glanced at it and skipped it. This Dark Wind Bullet wasn't bad, but the most important thing now was to raise the Darkness Origin Powers realm. The last and largest attribute bubble was pitch black. The color was thick, like a deep black hole. Pick it up. This Darkness Origin Power attribute bubble instantly merged into Wang Ting's body. Boom, Wang Ting's body shook. With the injection of the Darkness Origin Power attribute, the Darkness Origin Power in the 9th Origin Core in his body reached a critical state. This time, Wang Ting's mind sank into his body and carefully observed the changes in the Darkness Origin Power. He found that the Darkness Origin Power had indeed merged into the Origin Core. Then, the black patterns on the 9th Origin Core gradually became the same as the other 8. This meant that in terms of Darkness Origin Power, the 9 Origin Cores had been completely perfected. There were a total of 9 Origin Cores in the human body. They were distributed on a person's spine from the tailbone all the way up to the back of the skull. When the 9 Origin Cores were perfected, there would be a phenomenon of overflowing, causing the origin power to permeate the entire spine of the human body. The martial artist's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. This was the champion level. Wang Ting knew that the darkness origin power would soon permeate the spine. He was a little nervous and prepared to follow the cultivation method. When the darkness origin power overflowed, it would permeate the spine and break through to the champion level. However, he waited for a moment. After the 9 origin cores were perfected, they fell silent and didn't move anymore. Wang Ting was dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened? What am I doing? His mind was filled with questions. What happened to advancing to the champion level? In the end, nothing happened? Mother ** curse system, you're messing with me. Wang Ting felt an extreme sense of evil wrapping around him. **CKU. He pointed his middle finger at the sky and took a deep breath. No longer hesitated, he turned around and rushed toward the area where the ironclad scorpion and the nightmare demon king were fighting. Not long later, he could see that the ironclad scorpion was on the verge of death. As expected, that female's is a difficult opponent. The iron scorpion was in a miserable state under the fierce attacks of Xuanhao's avatar. Wang Ting came closer and saw that the green flames on the iron scorpion's body were already very weak. It was about to extinguish. Covered's body. But the nightmare demon king's body wasn't unscathed. There were a few inconspicuous burn marks on its body. Apparently, it was burned by the green flames. Its hands were trembling slightly. In order to shatter the ironclad scorpion's hard outer shell, it had paid a heavy price. The nightmare demon king's body floated 10 meters away and stared at the ironclad scorpion. It frowned slightly, lamenting that the main body only gave it the strength of a 10-star champion. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy a star beast. Why would it go through so much trouble? Now, the darkness origin power in its body was almost exhausted. It was just a body formed by origin power. Although it had the ability to absorb darkness origin power, its efficiency was obviously not high. Once the darkness origin power in its body was completely exhausted, it would automatically dissipate. That idiot hasn't returned after capturing a human. What the hell is he doing? The nightmare demon king's body was furious. It looked toward the place where Wang Ting and the nightmare demon king were fighting. Unfortunately, its strength was limited. It could no longer sense the situation there. They probably didn't expect Xiao, a general stage martial warrior, to be killed by Wang Ting, a soldier stage martial warrior. The unknown situation made it feel like it was out of its control. If the main body was here, things wouldn't be so troublesome. The nightmare demon king's body sighed. Then, it looked at the ironclad scorpion and said coldly, "Submit or die." The ironclad scorpion hesitated. It wasn't as stubborn as it was at the start. It could already feel the threat of death. Wang Ting saw this scene when he arrived nearby. Countless what the **CKS were running through his mind. Damn it, ironclad scorpion. Where's your dignity? Where's your backbone? Where's your prestige from the start? Don't be a coward. Keep going. The nightmare demon king's body smiled when it saw the ironclad scorpion's hesitation. Even if it was a lord-class astral beast, once it was afraid, it wouldn't be far from submitting. I'll give you 10 seconds. Hand over the green flame and I'll spare your life. The nightmare demon king's body spoke calmly as if victory was in his hands. However, it gave the ironclad scorpion a lot of pressure. Wang Ting cursed the nightmare demon king for being so cunning. It actually wanted to subdue the enemy without a fight. He felt that he had to do something. He couldn't let the ironclad scorpion hand over the green flame so easily. After all, it was a treasure that he coveted. Therefore, he activated his spirit vision to see the current situation of both parties. Suddenly, he couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of surprise. Then, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even I was almost fooled. There's definitely something wrong with this nightmare demon king. The origin power radiance in its body has decreased by a lot. It's just putting up a strong front. 10, 9, 8. The nightmare demon king's body started counting down. Wang Ting didn't hesitate anymore. He jumped out and shouted, "Boss Ironclad Scorpion, don't panic. I'm here to help you." The nightmare demon king's body, the ironclad scorpion? They turned to look at Wang Ting, who suddenly rushed out. They were stunned. The ironclad scorpion was confused. Who is this guy? Do I know him? Why did he suddenly come to help me? Boss Ironclad Scorpion, this dark apparition invaded our world. It's unforgivable. We're on the same side. Now, we should work together to kill it. Wang Ting shouted righteously as he rushed toward the Nightmare Demon King's body. To show my sincerity, I'll go first. He knew that the force in the Nightmare Demon King's body was very limited. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. Of course, he was still wary of the Nightmare Demon King. If the situation went south, he would use his spatial talent to escape. Boom! At this moment, he threw a punch. The terrifying fist energy was released toward the Nightmare Demon King's body. Kid, I'll remember you. The Nightmare Demon King's body looked terrible. The next moment, it completely collapsed in front of Wang Ting's fist energy. In the end, it turned into a ball of dark force and disappeared. Wang Ting, the ironclad scorpion. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Wang Ting stared blankly at the Nightmare Demon King who had turned into a ball of darkness force after being blown up by his punch. He felt that it was absurd and unreal. He had really blown it up with one punch, although he could see that the Nightmare Demon King was strong in appearance but weak in reality. It was still a warrior rank. Moreover, it had been so ferocious before, beating up the ironclad scorpion so violently that it could not even fight back. How did it become brittle in his hands? Wang Ting looked at his fist and clenched it. He felt that something was not right. On the other side, the ironclad scorpion looked at Wang Ting who had suddenly appeared, its eyes filled with fear. This human was so scary. That vicious she-devil was blown up by him with one punch. His level of violence was off the charts. One had to know that it had almost died in the hands of that demoness. Compared to that, wouldn't it only have the fate of being abused in front of this human? It could not afford to offend him. Fortunately, this human was not a bad person. That righteous look from before was deeply imprinted in its mind. This human had resolutely intervened when it was in a desperate situation and killed that she-devil, pulling it out of the abyss of despair. Therefore, there was no doubt that this human was a good person. Yes, that must be it. The ironclad scorpion looked at Wang Ting's young face that seemed to be shrouded in a layer of holy light. No matter how it looked at it, it felt that he was a good person. Even so, this young human in front of it was a warrior rank powerhouse after all. It had to give him a certain amount of respect. Therefore, it considered its words and tried its best to look as respectful as possible. It opened its mouth and said, "Young human powerhouse, wait a moment." Wang Ting suddenly stretched out a hand and interrupted the ironclad scorpion's words. The ironclad scorpion had no place to express its emotions. The words that it had prepared to say after thinking for a long time were stuck in its throat. Wang Ting ignored the ironclad scorpion. His gaze was fixed on the place where the Nightmare Demon King's clone had disappeared. There, a few black bubbles with deep attributes floated quietly. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What kind of attribute bubbles would this female dark apparition leave for him? At this point, Wang Ting could already tell that the Black Nightmare Demon Monarch wasn't his true body, but a special existence formed from origin power. But even so, it was still a supreme expert like the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch. Let's call it a doppelganger. As long as it was related to the Black Nightmare Devil King, this attribute bubble was worth looking forward to. There was not much time left. Wang Ting did not hesitate and directly picked up a few attribute bubbles. Spiritual State *350, Dark Force *880, Dark Clone Technique *1. There were only 3 attribute bubbles, but the number of attribute points was considerable. The spirit attribute of this spiritual realm warrior was 130 points higher than the werewolf warrior. The 3 attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. When the last bubble was completely digested, Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised. Dark Clone Technique. This was an extremely rare and special dark technique. It could use spirit and origin power as the foundation to form a doppelganger with part of the user's strength. At this point, Wang Ting finally understood why the female dark apparition looked exactly the same as the Black Nightmare Devil King, but the difference in strength was so great. It was just as he guessed. It was just a doppelganger. Luckily, Wang Ting was glad. If the real Black Nightmare Devil King was here, there was no way he would be able to survive. That female dark apparition was too powerful. Suddenly, Wang Ting's expression froze. When he destroyed the Black Nightmare Devil King's doppelganger, it seemed to have remembered him. To be remembered by such a powerful expert, Wang Ting didn't know whether to be proud or cry, but thinking about the dark clone technique, it was a kind of comfort. After all, the dark clone technique came from the Black Nightmare Devil King, so it was naturally extraordinary. In fact, the dark clone technique was a heaven-rank secret technique unique to the Black Nightmare Devil King. It was extremely rare and precious. Other dark apparitions, even warlord ranks, couldn't learn it. But now, Wang Ting had gotten his hands on this sky-level secret skill. An unexpected surprise. Wang Ting didn't have time to be happy. In his mind, a human figure appeared. The human body had a method to circulate spirit power and origin power. As the spirit power and origin power were separated from the main body, after a series of indescribable and mysterious changes, an identical figure gradually formed beside him. The entire process seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. If one didn't have talent, spending a lot of time would be a waste. Not only did the dark clone technique require the user to have an extremely precise control of origin power, it also had very strict requirements for spirit power. If one's spirit power didn't reach the standard, even if they obtained this technique, they would only be able to look at the ocean and sigh. They would only be able to return empty-handed after coming to a treasure mountain. However, Wang Ting didn't have such concerns. Spirit power was his forte. Wang Jing's spirit power wasn't something normal people could reach. To put it bluntly, even the Black Nightmare Devil King's main body's spirit power might not be stronger than his. Apart from that, Wang Ting's comprehension and talent in darkness origin power were both extremely high. Thus, his control of origin power was naturally not a problem. All the conditions were met. This dark clone technique was simply not difficult for him at all. Wang Ting was eager to give it a try. Clones had too many uses. He couldn't wait to test it out. However, he also knew that now wasn't the time. The ironclad scorpion didn't make a sound. It only secretly observed Wang Ting. Seeing him on the verge of tears one moment, then revealing a silly expression the next, it inexplicably felt that this human was a bit crazy. It couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, Wang Ting just happened to turn around and look at it. Seeing this scene, black lines appeared on his forehead. "Boss, are you serious about being so afraid of me?" Wang Ting was speechless as he looked at the sky. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He revealed a smile and said, "What did you want to say just now? Can we continue now?" The ironclad scorpion felt that his expression was strange, but it didn't think too much about it and said, "Thank you very much for your help. If possible, please allow me to act as a host. Although my place is simple, I have many spirit fruits and spirit medicines. I'm sure they'll be very useful to you human warriors." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. It seemed that this Lord-rank star beast had many good things. He hadn't even asked before the ironclad scorpion took the initiative to mention it. Smart. Cough cough. Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not the kind of person who demands repayment." "Oh right, I heard that you have a green flame that's very mysterious. Do I have the honor of taking a look?" The ironclad scorpion. The ironclad scorpion's thoughts were indescribable. This human made it sound nice, saying that he wasn't someone who wanted to repay his kindness. Bah, it was all fake. In the end, he was still eyeing its precious green flame. Humans were all liars. "Can't I? I'm just taking a look. You won't be so stingy, right?" Wang Ting gradually stopped smiling and looked at the ironclad scorpion with a fake smile. The ironclad scorpion's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This expression was inexplicably terrifying, and it made its hair stand on end. Yes. Yes. The situation was more important than the person. It was now injured all over and was at the end of its tether. It was afraid that it wouldn't be able to withstand this human's serious punch. Forget it, this human had saved its life. The ironclad scorpion wasn't an ungrateful scorpion. It would bring him to take a look. Anyway, it was only doing this to repay his kindness. There was no other meaning. It didn't matter if others believed it or not. It believed it. Wang Ting nodded with satisfaction. Lead the way. Although he knew the way, he couldn't show it. That would be equivalent to telling the ironclad scorpion that he had already snuck in. Moreover, he wanted to see where the ironclad scorpion's treasures were kept. If he exposed himself too early, there would be no chance of survival. It would probably fight him to the death, Wang Ting silently calculated in his heart. His evil eyes fell on the ironclad scorpion. The ironclad scorpion, who was leading the way, suddenly shuddered. It carefully looked back and found that Wang Ting still had a righteous look on his face. Maybe he really just wanted to take a look, the ironclad scorpion thought as it brought Wang Ting deep into the stone forest. Wang Ting saw the green flame again. He was surprised and couldn't help but ask, "What's the origin of this flame?" "To tell you the truth, I don't know either." The ironclad scorpion smiled bitterly. "Where did it come from? Or did it just come out of nowhere?" Wang Ting asked. The ironclad scorpion hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Wang Ting squinting his eyes, he trembled and hurriedly said, "I once dug down to explore. There was an unknown cyan stone under the cyan flame. The cyan flame must have emerged from the stone after it shattered and has been burning until now." "So, this blue flame existed before you?" Wang Ting asked while stroking his chin. "That's right, I'm naturally sensitive to fire. I accidentally found this place and felt that this blue flame was somewhat unusual, so I took it for myself," the ironclad scorpion said. "You probably relied on this blue flame to grow to this point, right?" Wang Ting suddenly said meaningfully. The ironclad scorpion's heart skipped a beat. It had already avoided the important point, but this human still guessed it. It nodded its huge head with a bitter smile and said, "Yes, I was originally just an ordinary ironclad scorpion. It's very difficult for our species to reach the Lord rank. If it weren't for this blue flame, I would have been the same as the rest of my species. 9 stars is already the limit." It paused for a moment as if it was thinking and struggling. Finally, as if it had made a great decision, it said, "You saved my life. I have nothing to repay you, so I'll give this blue flame to you. You're willing to part with it?" Wang Ting looked at it in surprise and said with a faint smile, "So what if I'm not willing to part with it? Now that I'm seriously injured, there are a few Lord rank star beasts nearby that don't like me. It won't be long before they hear about it and come here. Even if I don't give it to you, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep this blue flame," the ironclad scorpion said bitterly. "But I'm not that kind of person. Taking advantage of others, taking advantage of a scorpion when it's in danger is really not in line with my righteous style," Wang Ting said righteously. The ironclad scorpion was speechless. "Your eyes are almost glued to the blue flame, and you're still saying you're not that kind of person. Who are you trying to fool? You're not the one taking advantage of the scorpion when it's in danger. I'm the one who gave it to you," the ironclad scorpion said helplessly. "Ahem, in that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Sigh, I'm just too kind," Wang Ting said with a sigh. "Shameless." The ironclad scorpion cursed in its heart, but on the surface, it nodded clumsily. It had an expression that said, "Yes, that's right. You're right. Follow me. If you want to absorb the blue flame, you still have to absorb it from its source, and its source is underground," the ironclad scorpion said as it crawled forward. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He followed behind it and asked, "What will happen if I absorb this blue flame?" "You should have seen the power of the blue flame. If you absorb it, your origin power will be imbued with the blue flame, greatly increasing your combat strength. There are even various other wonderful uses. You'll naturally understand once you absorb it," the ironclad scorpion explained. Wang Ting nodded. He had higher expectations for the blue flame. He had originally planned to let Little White absorb it, but now he suddenly realized that he could absorb it himself. When the time came, he could just split it into 2 portions. 1 person and 1 bird, each with a large portion. He would get a large portion, and Little White would get a small portion. This would fully reflect his Wang family's fair law. Little White probably didn't know that the blue flame that originally belonged to it had already been reduced to a small portion by its unscrupulous master. If it knew the truth, it would probably cry on the spot. The ironclad scorpion led Wang Ting into the pile of boulders. It slowly pushed aside one of the boulders, revealing a pitch-black hole that faced downward. It gestured to Wang Ting and then crawled in. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He jumped and followed it all the way down. This tunnel was unexpectedly deep. They went down over 100 meters before reaching the bottom. The ironclad scorpion had dug out a huge space at the bottom. A faint blue light came from the front, illuminating the dark underground space with blue light. The underground space was extremely hot, as if they were in a pool of magma. The ironclad scorpion was like a fish in water. The wounds on its body even began to heal rapidly, alleviating its injuries. Wang Ting naturally noticed this, but he didn't say anything and continued to follow it forward. Not long after, he saw the source of the blue light. Wang Ting suddenly opened his eyes wide when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. Not far in front of him was a huge, sparkling and translucent blue crystal. It projected a dense blue light, appearing abnormally gorgeous. Most of it was embedded in the stone walls on both sides, reaching all the way to the top of the underground space. It seemed that it was just as the ironclad scorpion had said, the blue flame had leaked out from this huge crystal. At the same time, strands of scorching aura were emitted from the blue crystal. Wang Ting had to circulate his ice origin power to prevent himself from being roasted dry by this aura. In the dark underground cave, green light filled the surroundings. A scorching aura was emitted from the huge green crystal in front of him. The ironclad scorpion glanced at the human youth beside it in surprise. The other party wasn't affected by the scorching aura at all. His expression was calm, as if he was in a normal environment. The ironclad scorpion hesitated. No matter how it looked at it, this human youth didn't look simple. However, after sensing it up close, it realized that this human's aura was only at the level of an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior, not a general-level martial warrior. Could it be that the terrifying demoness was really at the end of her rope, and this human youth's punch was the last straw that broke the camel's back? The ironclad scorpion glanced at Wang Ting again. Its gaze was profound. Wang Ting sized up the green crystal and racked his brains. Finally, a related memory appeared in his mind: green glass flame. It could also be called azure jade glazed flame. This was a magical flame that gathered the essence of heaven and earth. After a long period of time, there was a certain probability that it would be born. To be more specific, the fire spirit power between heaven and earth had coincidentally blended into the or under some special circumstances and evolved into the green crystal in front of him. The internal temperature of the green crystal was extremely high, but it was also extremely difficult to spontaneously combust. However, as countless fire spirit energy fused with the ores, and after a long period of time, it went through a complicated process of compression, condensation, and tempering. When the temperature inside the crystal reached a certain point, an extremely beautiful flame would appear out of nowhere in the depths of the crystal. This flame was green in color. Its temperature was very high, and its power was unpredictable. It was rumored that it had the power to burn everything. However, it was bound by the green crystal. Unless the crystal broke, it would be trapped forever. This was the origin of the green jade glass flame. Wang Ting recognized the item in front of him from the memory fragments of a certain alchemist. Alchemists and blacksmiths were probably the ones who had the deepest understanding of flames in this world. Some special flames could allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort when refining pills or blacksmiths. Hence, they were always eager to obtain all kinds of special flames. Unfortunately, a creation of nature like the green jade glazed flame could be said to be extremely rare. So far, in the Xingwu continent, only an alchemist had obtained the green jade-colored glass flame tens of thousands of years ago and recorded it down. Only then did it become known to later generations in some ancient books. As for other flames, there were a few types as well, but they were similarly rare and difficult to find. All of them would only occasionally reveal themselves in the world after a few tens of thousands of years or even longer. Most alchemists and blacksmiths pursued peculiar flames, such as beast flames with unique effects or magma flames with a higher temperature. Although it was also slightly extraordinary, compared to the green jade glazed flame, which was a creation of heaven and earth, it was undoubtedly the difference between a firefly and the bright moon in the sky. Wang Ting's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He was slightly excited. The ironclad scorpion was truly unaware of its treasures. The green flame outside was only a small part of the flame. The real green jade-glazed flame was probably still within the green crystal. Therefore, he despised them. It was a typical case of picking up sesame seeds, but not watermelons. But then again, perhaps the ironclad scorpion couldn't do anything to this green crystal. Otherwise, why would it let it exist peacefully instead of breaking it open to see what was inside? Moreover, if it obtained the real green jade-glazed flame, there would be nothing for him to do. After all, the ironclad scorpion had only obtained a small part of the flame's power and had already evolved to Lord grade. It was extremely difficult to deal with. If it obtained the real green jade-glazed flame, it would be as strong as the universe. Of course, it was probably because of this that the news of the green jade-glazed flame was not leaked. Young human powerhouse, the source of the green flame is in this green crystal. Go and absorb it. At this time, the ironclad scorpion's voice rang out. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. Without saying anything, he nodded and suddenly walked forward, step by step towards the green crystal. Although he knew that the ironclad scorpion wouldn't be so honest, if he hadn't recognized the green jade-glazed flame, he wouldn't have been able to guess what it was planning. But now, he knew clearly how to absorb the green jade-glazed flame. How could he not see through the ironclad scorpion's plan? If he rashly touched the green crystal and tried to absorb the flame inside, the fire spiritual power that had been accumulated in the crystal for a long time would inevitably explode on the spot. The slightest carelessness would result in the tragic end of being burned to ashes. The ironclad scorpion must have suffered such a loss before. It was lucky that it didn't die. Wang Ting thought in his heart. Finally, he arrived in front of the green crystal. Looking up, it was quite a spectacular sight. This green crystal was really huge. It was embedded in the stone wall. Most of it might still be buried underground, so he didn't know exactly how big it was. It was unknown how much time it had taken to form such a scale. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh in his heart about the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even though he had become much stronger than ordinary people, he still felt extremely small in front of such a mighty force. His recently inflated mentality had now shrunk back. Stay low, he took a deep breath. The psychic power in the depths of his mind was already ready. As he reached out and placed his hand on the green crystal, the psychic power swarmed out and spread into the green crystal. Wang Ting knew at least 3 ways to subdue the green jade-glazed flame. However, the other 2 methods required external forces and were quite risky. If he wasn't careful, he would be devoured by the flame. A large part of the reason why such a unique flame rarely appeared in the world was that it was too difficult to subdue it. Many powerhouses had fallen in the process of subduing it. They were completely burned, leaving nothing behind. After those powerhouses received news of the flame, they naturally kept it a secret. Once they died, the news would be buried with their disappearance. This made the news of the flame even more secretive. In addition, there was a safer way to subdue it. Of course, it was only relatively safe, but it was still very dangerous. This method used an absolutely powerful psychic power to control the flame and absorb it into the body. Controlling the flame required the use of psychic power. Alchemists and blacksmiths used invisible psychic power to interfere with the burning of the flame to achieve the effect they wanted. Psychic power was the embodiment of psychic power. It was even more convenient than psychic power itself for auxiliary control. Therefore, using psychic power to subdue and control the flame was less dangerous. The stronger the psychic power, the less dangerous it was. Of course, only divine spiritual sorcerers could use such a cheat-like method. Others could forget about it. Unfortunately, Wang Ting's psychic power was quite strong. In front of the green crystal, Wang Ting's figure stood there quietly. He closed his eyes, and his spiritual force slowly penetrated into the crystal. He wrapped his spiritual force around his palm so that he would not be hurt by the heat emitted from inside. At the same time, his spiritual force slowly extended in. As his spiritual force penetrated deeper, Wang Ting sensed an extremely wonderful world. It was as if he was in a flame, surrounded by extremely rich fire spirit force that condensed into a green light. This fire spirit force burned his spiritual force. Wang Ting frowned. He felt that his spiritual force was constantly being consumed. If this continued, it would not be long before, even with his spiritual force reserves, he would return empty-handed. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth, and the speed of his spiritual force's exploration suddenly increased. He rushed into the depths of the green crystal like an arrow released from a bow. Wang Ting could feel the hottest thing inside the green crystal. It was faintly discernible, coming from the depths of the crystal. This saved him the trouble of looking for it. There was no doubt that the hottest place was the green jade glazed flame. However, the deeper he went, the higher the temperature, and the faster the consumption of his spiritual force. Wang Ting frowned and increased the output of his spiritual force. He knew that there was only one chance. Otherwise, it would not be safe to leave the green jade glazed flame here. Who knew if it would be taken by someone else first? Therefore, he was almost desperate. At this moment, all of his king's realm spiritual force poured out. Roar! It was as if a giant dragon entrenched in his mind had suddenly awakened. Finally, in the perception of his mental power, he sensed a beautiful and dazzling green flame that was as beautiful as glass floating not far in front of him. Wang Ting's breath stagnated, but he did not hesitate. There was nothing to hesitate about. Using his spiritual force to subdue it was not technical at all. There was only one word to describe it: reckless. At this moment, under Wang Ting's control, his spiritual force gathered in one place, as if it had transformed into a large net, and instantly enveloped the green flame. If those who had once subdued such a strange flame knew of his ferocious operation, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. One had to know that when they subdued the flames, they were extremely cautious and used various methods to reduce the risk, and they only acted when they felt that it was the safest. Unlike Wang Ting, who pounced on her as soon as they met, as if he was a man who had not seen a woman for 800 years. He did not even look at whether she was a pig or a beauty. He just wanted to have a good time. Faced with the invasion of the external force, the green jade glazed flame instantly resisted. The green flame suddenly expanded outwards, trying to break through the blockade and control of the psychic power. Wang Ting's face was slightly pale. He controlled his spiritual force to shrink continuously, and some of it formed into thin needles that pierced into the green jade glazed flame, going straight for its core. Both sides immediately fell into a stalemate. For a time, neither side could do anything to the other. In the outside world, the ironclad scorpion had been paying attention to Wang Ting's movements. Seeing that he hadn't suffered any backlash, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this human youth hadn't started absorbing yet? Otherwise, why wasn't there any reaction at all? Could it be that he was waiting for it to make a move? The ironclad scorpion's heart skipped a beat. The more it thought about it, the more it felt that this was the case. What a cunning human! Sure enough, humans were not good people. Looking at his pale face, it was 80% likely that he was faking it. Did he think that it couldn't see through such exaggerated acting? The ironclad scorpion despised him in its heart. Fortunately, it lay down and thought fiercely in its heart, I don't believe that you're not tempted by this green flame. The moment you start absorbing it will be the moment you die. This old scorpion can wait. It absorbed the fire origin force around it to heal its injuries while waiting quietly. Ah! Not long after, Wang Ting suddenly screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The ironclad scorpion's eyes lit up and it laughed loudly. It suddenly got up and crawled towards Wang Ting. It said proudly, "Human, you've fallen for my trap. You've suffered a backlash from the green flame. You won't be able to recover without half a year. You're finished." Wang Ting clutched his chest, his face full of horror. He pointed at the ironclad scorpion with a trembling finger. "You're despicable. Humph, you took advantage of the scorpion's crisis to steal my precious flame. You humans are the despicable ones." The ironclad scorpion snorted coldly. "Bullshit, you were the one who gave it to me. I only agreed to accept it because you pitied me. Now you're making false accusations. You're too shameless," Wang Ting said angrily. "Scram, if I wasn't seriously injured and afraid that you would attack me, why would I give you my precious flame?" The ironclad scorpion was angry out of humiliation. "Hee, so it's my fault," Wang Ting sneered. "Cut the crap. Humans and us star beasts are enemies. I'll eat you today. The flesh of a human warrior is a great supplement." The ironclad scorpion revealed a bloodthirsty sneer. You, don't come over. Wang Ting seemed to be frightened. He kept retreating, trying to get away from the ironclad scorpion. Surrender obediently and I'll give you a quick death. You won't live today. The ironclad scorpion's voice was indifferent. It quickly crawled towards Wang Ting. After eating this human youth, its injuries would recover faster. Let's talk things over. I can give you benefits as long as you spare my life. Wang Ting said with a trembling voice. There's nothing to talk about. After I eat you, everything on you will naturally be mine. The ironclad scorpion was unmoved. It suddenly rushed forward, its huge claws smashing towards Wang Ting's head. Sigh. At this moment, a sigh came from Wang Ting's mouth. Why bother? The fear on his face completely disappeared. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he stretched out his palm. A green flame bloomed like the most beautiful flower in the world, the blazing heat instantly spread in all directions. The ironclad scorpion bore the brunt of the heat. The extremely high temperature almost melted it. However, the human youth in front of it was so calm that he dragged the green flame. He was not affected at all. Impossible! It exclaimed. Its voice was filled with disbelief and a trace of unconcealable fear. How was my acting just now? Wang Ting laughed. The ironclad scorpion was speechless. Damn it. Humans are really despicable, and this human youth in front of it was especially sinister. Wang Ting saw that it did not speak. He shook his head and said, I originally wanted to spare your life, but now I don't have to think about it. As he said that, he bent his fingers slightly, as if he wanted to flick the flame in his hand at the ironclad scorpion. The ironclad scorpion's pupils shrank. It shouted in horror, wait. What? Do you have anything else to say? Wang Ting paused and asked. Let me go. I'll give you all of my collection. Over the years, I've collected many rare ores and spiritual items. The ironclad scorpion quickly said. After I kill you, these things will still be mine. Wang Ting returned the words that it had just said. The ironclad scorpion's face turned green. It seems that you have nothing that can move me. Wang Ting shook his head and said regretfully. Then he continued to attack. Don't attack. I can recognize you as my master. The ironclad scorpion seemed to have made a great decision. Although it hesitated, it finally shouted out. It knew that it had no other choice. This human youth had obtained the green flame, and it felt a great threat from the flame. This flame was much more terrifying than the one it had absorbed before. It was afraid that if it touched it, it would be burned to ashes by the green flame. No one knew the power of the green flame better than it. Recognize me as your master? Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at it with a smile. Wang Ting sized up the iron armor scorpion with interest. He couldn't help but touch his chin. Wang Ting was surprised by its suggestion. The ironclad scorpion was a powerful Lord-class astral beast, but it was so afraid of death that it was willing to acknowledge him as its master in order to survive. However, to Wang Ting, having another Lord-class astral beast was not bad. Moreover, the ironclad scorpion had mutated after being catalyzed by the green jade glazed flame. Its aptitude should not be too low. In addition, he now had the green jade glazed flame's main body. He could use it on the ironclad scorpion to improve it further. Of course, if he wanted to benefit from it, it would depend on its performance in the future. After thinking this through, Wang Ting looked at the nervous ironclad scorpion with a cold expression and said, hand over the soul flame and I'll spare your life. The soul flame was the core of every creature's soul. Warrior-class astral beasts or Lord-class astral beasts could already sense the existence of their own soul flame. Handing it over meant handing over their lives to others. Compared to an astral beast contract, this method was more direct and violent. The party that handed over the soul flame would forever be a slave. As expected, when the ironclad scorpion heard that Wang Ting wanted it to hand over the soul flame, its heart skipped a beat. It could not help but hesitate. It had worked hard to become a Lord-class astral beast so that it could control its own fate. In the end, it had to give up everything. However, if it did not hand it over, it would die. Wang Ting did not speak. He looked at the ironclad scorpion quietly. If it was unwilling to hand over the soul flame, Wang Ting would not trust this astral beast that wanted to kill him. Then, he would have to kill it and end it all. The ironclad scorpion obviously understood this. Its hesitation was just to show its unwillingness. In just a few breaths, it made a decision. A chaotic, flame-like substance floated out of its head. This substance was formless and colorless. It could not be seen or touched and could only be sensed with spiritual power. Wang Ting's spiritual force rolled out, as if opening its mouth to swallow this mass of matter, and then retracting back into the space between his eyebrows. The ironclad scorpion shuddered as if it had suffered a heavy blow. It immediately wilted. It lay on the ground, looking extremely weak. Wang Ting glanced at it and said, "You stay here to recover from your injuries and guard this green crystal. I will deal with it when I come back." "I know." The ironclad scorpion looked at it with a complicated expression and lowered its head. "Since you've already acknowledged me as your master, then I won't play dumb with you. If you're obedient, then you'll naturally have plenty of benefits in the future. Now that the green jade glazed flame has already been obtained by me, you should properly consider it." Wang Ting didn't speak completely, and he turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. "So that green flame is called the green jade glazed flame?" This guy actually knew about it, no wonder he could tame it. The ironclad scorpion's heart stirred, and its eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, it also understood that if it could use the green flame to cultivate, it would definitely be able to go further. "Oh, by the way, I still have a spiritual pet. It needs this green flame. I'll let it absorb the branch flame above it later. Don't treat it as an intruder." Wang Ting took a few steps and turned back to speak. The ironclad scorpion's heart was bitter. The main flame was gone, and now even the branch flame was not left for it. This guy was simply its nemesis. And he actually had a spiritual pet. It seemed that the days of being a spiritual pet were not going to be easy. Wang Ting didn't pay any more attention to the ironclad scorpion. After returning to the surface, he summoned Little White and let it absorb the branch flame on its own. His original goal was the branch flame, but he didn't expect there to be something even better underground. The ironclad scorpion could be considered to have overreached itself. It had been too clever for its own good. It had led him underground and wanted to harm him, but in the end, it had delivered a treasure like the green jade glazed flame to him for free. Wang Ting naturally didn't care about the branch flame now. But to Little White, this divergent flame was a rare treasure. Wang Ting already understood why Little White was so obsessed with the green flame through the spiritual pet contract. It turned out that once it absorbed the flame, it could stimulate the death blaze talent in its body, giving it a stronger attack. Wang Ting was naturally happy to see this happen. He patted Little White's head and said, "Go, you can absorb it here. I have to rush back to help." "Ga." Little White cried out worriedly at him. "Don't worry, it won't die." After Wang Ting finished speaking, he told Little White about the ironclad scorpion's current identity and told it to stay here for the time being to awaken its talent. Then, he rose into the air and disappeared into the horizon. Little White looked in the direction he left. Moments later, it came to the side of the green flame and started to absorb it. Wang Ting flew rapidly in the sky, rushing to the battlefield at Star Maple City. He had wasted some time traveling back and forth. He hoped that Star Maple City could still hold on. Although he knew that there was a supreme expert like the Black Nightmare Demon King there and that it would be extremely dangerous, as a member of the human race, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Besides, now that he had obtained the green jade glazed flame, it could be considered an extremely powerful attack and defensive method. Such a unique flame that was created by nature, even a champion rank expert would find it difficult to deal with. Wang Ting could rely on it to survive. Wang Ting pushed his speed to the limit as the wind whistled past his ears. Soon, he heard the tragic sounds of fighting. There was also the sound of origin power exploding from afar, shaking the sky and earth. Wang Ting's expression was cold. When he came closer, he couldn't help but be stunned. At a glance, he realized that there were actually more human warriors and they were in a stalemate with the dark apparitions. In the sky, the Black Nightmare Demon King had already entered the battlefield. Tantai Xian and several other champion rank experts were besieging it. The battle was very intense. On the other side of the sky, there were still a few human champion rank experts restraining the champion rank dark apparitions. Moreover, there were only 2 champion rank dark apparitions left. One was Sabaton from the sheep-headed demon race, and the other was the 8 Arms demon general. This situation was better than Wang Ting had expected. At least the humans weren't the ones being suppressed. When Wang Ting appeared on the battlefield, many people noticed him. The first to notice him was the Black Nightmare Demon King. It was fighting several human champion rank experts alone. It was extremely powerful. It was hard to imagine what kind of combat power it had. At that moment, the Black Nightmare Demon King forced the champion rank experts away and looked in Wang Ting's direction as if there was no one else around. A cold light flashed in its eyes. Wang Ting's scalp went numb from the sharp gaze, but in the next moment, he stared back. Stare, who's afraid of who? Its eyes aren't small either. Moreover, Wang Ting even raised his fist at it and made a fist gesture. The Black Nightmare Demon King's breathing suddenly quickened. This damned human brat. When the Black Nightmare Demon King looked in Wang Ting's direction, Xianxia and the rest also noticed Wang Ting. Good lad, I knew you wouldn't die. Xianxia laughed heartily, and the haze in his heart was swept away. Lord Yang and the rest were in a sorry state. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries in the previous battle. However, when they saw that Wang Ting had returned, they were delighted. It was good that he didn't die. They had high hopes for Wang Ting's talent. If they allowed him to continue growing, he would become a powerful guardian of the human race in no time. They naturally didn't want Wang Ting to die here. Goring and the other runemasters were trying their best to recover their severely injured spiritual power. They wanted to activate the array again. But their injuries couldn't be healed in a short period of time. When they heard the commotion, they opened their eyes and looked over. They couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Kong Li, Yuan Xian, Xie and the others who knew Wang Ting were all elated after a moment of shock. He didn't die. He didn't die. Kong Li's face was covered in blood. No one knew if it was the dark apparitions or hers. However, the blood couldn't hide the smile on her face. She slashed the dark apparition in front of her with her sword and shouted excitedly. It's good that he didn't die. Otherwise, I would have one less opponent, Yuan Xian thought to himself. I knew it. This scourge won't die so easily. Xie pouted. However, everyone seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. Wang Ting was back. Then, where was the general-level dark apparition that was chasing after Wang Ting? Where did it go? They looked behind Wang Ting, but they didn't see the werewolf dark apparition. The next moment, everyone couldn't help but have a ridiculous thought. Could it have been killed by Wang Ting? The moment this thought appeared, everyone was shocked by themselves. That was a general-level powerful warrior. How could Wang Ting, a 7-star soldier-level warrior, kill it? Only the Black Nightmare Demon King knew that Wang Ting had indeed killed the werewolf general. He even destroyed its clone with one punch. This human youth's strength seemed to have undergone some unknown changes, and his strength suddenly increased tremendously. The punch that destroyed its clone just now was already at the general level in terms of physical strength alone. But what made it feel strange was that this human's aura was only that of an 8-star soldier-level martial warrior. At the start, he was only a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. This human was definitely not simple. Furthermore, his talent wasn't low at all. He actually managed to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of battle. How could he let such a human live? Killing intent towards Wang Ting arose in Black Nightmare King's heart. However, at this moment, Dan Taishan and the others' shouts rang in its ears. Kill. Humph. The Black Nightmare Demon King frowned and snorted. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The dark force in its body surged, and the black feather cloak on its body slowly dispersed, revealing a perfect body covered in black armor. The armor was completely fitted to its body, emitting a cold and dark light. There were sharp barbs on its shoulder armor, arm armor, and even leg armor, giving it a ferocious and wild aura. It made her look like a dark goddess of war. Those black feathers gathered together again, finally forming a black feather sword and a black feather shield in her hands. Kill. The Black Nightmare Demon King shouted coldly and charged towards Tantai Xian and the other general-level powerful warriors. The terrifying battle completely erupted. The sky was covered in all kinds of force lights. Crimson, red, gold, blue, green, black. The force explosions seemed like they were going to collapse the sky. The power was extremely terrifying. Wang Ting's expression was serious. He looked at the battle in the sky and then at the chaotic battlefield below. Although the battle was in a stalemate, he could see that the humans didn't have much of a chance of winning. Especially with the Black Nightmare Demon King's strength. Even though Tantai Xian and the others had the advantage in numbers, Wang Ting didn't think they had much of a chance of winning. He had to do something to turn the situation around. Otherwise, the humans wouldn't be able to escape the fate of destruction. His eyes flashed as he saw Goring and the others. He vaguely made a decision in his heart. At this moment, there were countless attribute bubbles piled up on the ground. Wang Ting scanned with his mental force and quickly picked up the attribute bubbles while walking towards Goring and the others. He asked, "Teacher, can you still control the formation?" The runemaster looked at each other, shook their heads, and sighed. "Our mental power has been damaged, and it's hard to recover quickly. Even if we force ourselves to attack, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, the power will be greatly reduced." Wang Ting hesitated for a moment and said, "If I'm the core and the masters support me from the side, will that work?" "You?" The runemasters were all stunned. Although they knew that Wang Ting's attainments in runes had probably reached the master rank, his mental power definitely wouldn't be weak. However, if he was the core, he would have to bear a large portion of the pressure. Especially when their mental power was damaged, the pressure on them would naturally be transferred to Wang Ting. Difficult, very difficult. Goring shook his head. "Teacher, what if my mental power reaches the peak of the Emperor realm?" Wang Ting asked. When he was absorbing the attribute bubbles, his mental power rapidly increased and silently reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Mental power, 962/1000, Emperor realm. From this, it could be seen just how many attribute bubbles there were on the battlefield. Peak of the Emperor realm. Goring and the other runemasters looked at Wang Ting in shock. With the current situation, they didn't believe that Wang Ting would joke about something like this. Therefore, it could only be true, but how was this possible? Even they hadn't reached the peak of the Emperor realm. How old was Wang Ting? Yet, he had already surpassed them. Everyone was in disbelief. When Wang Ting saw their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Suddenly, a wisp of mental power spread out from between his eyebrows. This. Goring and the others were shocked. With their experience, they could naturally feel that this mental power had indeed reached the peak of the Emperor realm. Great! Goring was delighted. In that case, we can give it a try. The other runemasters were also overjoyed. They looked at Wang Ting as if they were looking at a big treasure. That gaze, Wang Ting couldn't help but take a step back. However, at this moment, Master Kai revealed a hesitant expression and said, "Even so, the power of the two large arrays can only reach our previous level at most. It's enough to deal with ordinary warlord-level dark apparitions, but it's probably not enough to deal with the Black Nightmare Devil King." The runemasters held their breaths. They clearly understood this point. No one knew the power of the two runes better than them. Against the Black Nightmare Devil King, they could only trap it for a short while. It wouldn't take long for it to break out, and the person controlling the array would definitely suffer a backlash. In that case, everything would be in vain. Everyone fell silent. "There's still a way to increase the power of the large arrays," Goring suddenly said slowly. "What way?" Master Kai and the others were shocked. They couldn't help but urge. "You all know that the Myriad Lightning Quietus formation has 12 lightning guiding pillars," Goring said. "Nonsense, of course we know that the Myriad Lightning Quietus formation has 12 lightning guiding pillars." Master Kai couldn't help but curse in a moment of desperation. "Kai, don't speak. Master Goring hasn't finished speaking. Why are you in such a hurry?" Master Chashu said with a frown. Goring smiled bitterly and immediately said, "There was a time when I was bored, so I did some in-depth research on the Myriad Lightning Quietus formation. Then, I discovered an extremely ancient method to improve the myriad lightning quietus formation. That method requires the use of 13 lightning guiding pillars, and this 13th pillar will be placed at the core of the large array. At least one runemaster is required to support the operation of this pillar. It has to withstand the power of thousands upon thousands of lightning thunders, concentrated on a single point, and finally release a terrifying lightning attack. After listening to Goring's description and detailed explanation, the runemasters fell silent for a moment. This method is too crazy. That's right. Even we won't be able to withstand the power of thousands upon thousands of lightning. Whoever goes up will die. It's possible that the person controlling the array will explode from the power of lightning before the attack can be released. The runemasters had great foresight. They quickly pointed out the flaws of this improved array. However, they all shook their heads and felt that it was unreliable. It wasn't that they were afraid of death. It was just that this method had too low of a chance of success. Why don't you let this old man give it a try? Goring said with a hint of determination. No. The runemasters hurriedly shook their heads. Master Goring, this is a meaningless sacrifice. It's not worth it. Master Chashu said. Moreover, we don't have a 13th lightning guiding pillar. We only forged 12 pillars from the beginning, Kair said. I was worried that this would happen, so I asked the blacksmiths to help me forge another lightning guiding pillar. Goring's tone was resolute. He said sadly, don't try to persuade me anymore. The situation is critical now. If I don't give it a try, I'm afraid that humanity will be in danger of being overturned. The runemasters were speechless. When the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. How could they not understand this logic? However, the success rate was too low. It was so low that they found it hard to accept. However, after a moment of silence, everyone nodded. Since it's come to this, let's stake it all and give it a try. Master Kair was the first to speak. That's right. At worst, I'll just die. This old man has lived long enough. Master Chashu laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I'll fight for humanity and die for humanity. My name will be remembered by the future generations thousands of years later. The other runemasters stroked their white beards and nodded in agreement. There was no fear of death on their faces. Cough, cough. Masters, why don't you let me control the 13th lightning guiding pillar? Wang Ting finally had the chance to interject. You'll do it? When the runemasters heard Wang Ting's words, they were stunned. They did not expect Wang Ting to take the initiative to step forward. They felt gratified and helpless at the same time. No. Goring shook his head without hesitation. I'm already old. My death is not to be regretted. But you're different. You're still young. You can't risk your life. That's right. We're old bones with half a foot in the grave. If we die, so be it. You young people are the future of the world, Master Kair said earnestly. Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. These masters thought that he was going to take Goring's place and die. It was as if they were parting forever. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain. At this moment, Master Chashu patted his shoulder and smiled. Don't say anything. Give this opportunity to us old fellows to shine. Your future shouldn't stop here. Wang Ting was speechless. These runemasters had so many tricks up their sleeves, he did not expect that there would be a day when everyone was fighting to die. Master Kair glanced at the battle in the sky. Seeing that the human warrior-level martial artists were retreating under the Black Nightmare Devil King's attacks, the situation did not look good. He immediately said, there's no time to lose. Let's cut the crap and do it. Okay. The other runemasters knew that there was no time to hesitate. They all stood up with solemn expressions. Seeing this, Wang Ting quickly said, Master, I have a way to resist the power of thunder. Let me take charge of the 13th lightning rod. You have a way to resist the power of thunder? Goring could not help but reveal a surprised expression. He said suspiciously, don't use this reason to lie to me just because you want to die in my place. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. With my cultivation, there's a high chance that I can survive. Wang Ting shook his head and went straight to the point. I have a lightning attribute heaven rank cultivation technique that can draw support from the power of lightning to temper the body, and it just happens to be compatible with the operation method of the myriad lightning annihilation formation. At the same time, he raised his palm and allowed strands of purple lightning origin power to condense on his palm. The faint sound of thunder and lightning could be heard from within. He really is a thunder attribute martial artist. When Goring, Kai and the other runemasters saw the ball of lightning origin power in his hand, all of their suspicions were gone, but they couldn't help but be shocked. Goring took a deep breath. During the battle at Sun City, Wang Ting had revealed many of his trump cards, so he had long known that Wang Ting was a multi-attribute martial artist. However, he had never thought that Wang Ting would actually possess the extremely rare lightning attribute. He was shocked and looked at Wang Ting with a complicated gaze. Multi-attribute martial artists were already synonymous with geniuses, and now that he had the lightning attribute, even he couldn't help but sigh. His disciple was truly a monster. Master Kai and the others had the same thought. Not only was Wang Ting's attainment in runes extremely high, but his martial arts talent was also incomparably terrifying. It was truly unbelievable. If Wang Ting really has such a unique thunder attribute heaven rank cultivation technique, then this matter will be settled, Master Jia Shu said as he stroked his beard. Of course, I won't joke about this matter, Wang Ting said. Thus, everyone looked at Goring. This decision still had to be made by him, Wang Ting's teacher. I just happened to be borrowing the power of lightning to cultivate. Teacher, please don't steal this opportunity from me, Wang Ting said in a half-joking tone. The runemasters were instantly speechless. When faced with the power of lightning, they all avoided it like a tiger, but Wang Ting said that he wanted to use it to cultivate. Were all the youngsters these days so terrifying? You. Goring didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, are you sure there won't be any problems? Don't worry, teacher. I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting nodded. All right, then it's decided. You will be in charge. However, if it really can't be done, don't force yourself. Give up in time to protect yourself, Goring said sincerely. Wang Ting felt Goring's concern and felt a warmth in his heart. He nodded. Goring looked deeply at him and didn't waste any more words. He took out the last lightning guiding pillar from his interspatial ring and handed it to Wang Ting. The huge lightning guiding pillar landed on Wang Ting's shoulder. However, it seemed extremely easy for him to carry it. This bit of weight was nothing to the current him. He nodded at Goring and the others and immediately flew towards the center of Star Maple City. Goring and the other runemasters looked at each other and dispersed. They charged towards the 12 lightning guiding pillars around Star Maple City. They sat cross-legged on the 12 lightning guiding pillars and poured out their spiritual power to activate the runes formation. Wang Ting had already arrived at the center of the city and inserted the lightning guiding pillar into the ground. Boom, with a loud bang, the heavy and incomparably sturdy lightning guiding pillar was nailed into the ground like a sea-stabilizing needle. Wang Ting stood on the lightning guiding pillar and looked at Goring and the others. If he wanted to activate this lightning guiding pillar, he had to start from the 12 lightning guiding pillars. He had to gather the scattered power of the runes on the lightning guiding pillar under his feet. Boom, in the sky, the Black Nightmare Devil King wielded a battle sword and a battle shield. She was like a dark goddess of war as she swept through all directions. Terrifying origin power fluctuations radiated out from her. Tantai Xian and the others were continuously pushed back. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, but they were determined. They stubbornly charged forward and fought the Black Nightmare Devil King to the death. The Black Nightmare Devil King noticed the movements of Wang Ting and the others and frowned slightly. She had seen the human runemaster's runes formation before. Even their champion-rank dark apparitions had trouble dealing with it. It was quite powerful. And now, she was being held back by these human champion-rank experts. She would not be able to get away for a while. These humans were truly not to be underestimated. Even she felt that it was difficult to deal with a group of champion-rank experts working together. If she allowed the humans to activate the formation again, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, her eyes flashed and her cold voice rang out. Kill those human runemasters. When the high-ranking dark apparitions heard the order, they did not hesitate. They instantly left the battlefield and charged towards Goring and the others. "Stop them!" Tantai Xian and the others' expressions changed slightly as they hurriedly shouted. Many high-ranking human warriors tried to stop them, but these dark apparitions did not bother with them. They only followed the Black Nightmare Devil King's orders. "Kill the human runemasters." Damn it! The human warriors were furious. They tried their best to stop them, but a large portion of the dark apparitions still managed to break through the human warriors' defensive line and charged towards Goring and the others. In the sky, King Yang frowned. He clenched his teeth and said while fighting the Black Nightmare Devil King, "Free up 2 champion rank experts. Let's deal with those dark apparitions first. You want to go over? Have you asked for my permission?" The Black Nightmare Devil King sneered and attacked even more fiercely. The human champion rank experts were almost out of breath. The dark apparition suddenly attacked. Goring and the rest were busy activating the rune's formation. They couldn't block it at all. The situation was critical. "Kill!" One of the dark apparitions rushed in front of Master Kai. It raised its sickle-shaped weapon and was ready to take the life of this runemaster. Master Kai's expression changed. He had focused most of his attention on activating the formation. Thus, he could only erect a rune's defense shield in front of him. Bang! This dark apparition was a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Under its full-force attack, the defense shield that Master Kai had just erected shattered. The dark apparition's eyes shone with a cold black light. The sickle-shaped weapon slashed toward Master Kai's neck. Goring and the rest saw this scene from afar and panicked. Could it be that the formation that had yet to be activated was going to end like this? Bitterness and despair instantly appeared in everyone's hearts. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, but it was going to be destroyed so easily. No one could accept this. "You're courting death." Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. A terrifying flaming sword glow that was dozens of meters long cut across the sky and slashed toward the dark apparition from the left. The dark apparition's expression changed drastically. It couldn't be bothered to kill Master Kai anymore. It hurriedly put away its sickle-shaped weapon and blocked the attack from the left. Boom! The flaming sword glow instantly engulfed the dark apparition. "Ah!" A pitiful cry was heard from the flames. Then, there was no more movement. When the flames dissipated, the dark apparition was burned to ashes. It turned out that in a moment of desperation, Wang Ting had injected the green jade flame into the flaming sword glow. Thus, when the flaming sword glow hit the dark apparition, the green jade flame exploded in its body and burned it to ashes instantly. However, the others only saw the dark apparition being slashed to ashes by Wang Ting. Regardless of whether it was the human martial warriors or the dark apparitions around them, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. They looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. Instant kill, a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition was killed by Wang Ting in an instant. Tisk, it was really terrifying. Wang Ting was actually extremely surprised by the power of this attack. After all, this was the first time he had used the green jade glazed flame. He did not expect the effect to be so explosive. As expected of an item created by heaven and earth, amazing, of course, he didn't show it on his face. His expression was calm and steady like a dog. He stood on the lightning guiding pillar with one hand holding the divine weapon MOK and the other behind his back. His gaze was cold as he looked disdainfully at the experts. The demeanor of an expert arose spontaneously. The dark apparitions that had rushed forward to kill the runemaster were all stunned. They subconsciously took a few steps back and didn't dare to move forward. MMP. If he could kill a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior with one slash, wouldn't they be killed with one slash too? When the 8-arms devil general saw this, his pupils constricted. Since when did this human kid become so strong? It was in disbelief. How long had it been since the last time they were in Yang City? Had he already grown to this extent? What a terrifying talent. As expected, he should have killed him as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he did not succeed last time. Also, that useless Siler was unable to kill him. Furthermore, he hadn't returned until now. He was most likely dead. If this human kid killed him, wouldn't he have reached the general level? The more the 8-arms devil general thought about it, the more shocked it became. It also noticed the divine weapon Mok in Wang Ting's hands. The muscles on its face twitched. That was its divine weapon. Ha ha ha, well done. Tantai Xian, Lord Yang, and the others were shocked. They felt that Wang Ting's slash seemed to have swept away all their grievances. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. On the other hand, the Black Nightmare Demon King's expression was ugly. This human kid created trouble for him time and time again. It was really infuriating. A cold glint flashed past its eyes. It said coldly, "Attack, let's surround and kill him together. Those who run away before the battle will be killed without mercy." The dark apparitions instantly trembled. A hint of fear flashed past their eyes, which then turned into ferocious expressions. Kill. They charged forward once again with madness. The bloodthirsty nature of the dark apparitions was fully displayed at this moment. Faced with such a situation, Goring and the others were extremely solemn. They almost stood up to defend themselves. At this moment, Wang Ting's voice was heard. "Teacher, masters, focus on activating the array. I'll take care of these small fries." Goring and the others couldn't help but be stunned. A group of high-level soldier-level dark apparitions actually became small fries in Wang Ting's words. However, why did his tone make them feel so comfortable and at ease? They were also decisive people. After hearing Wang Ting's voice, they chose to believe him and continued to activate the array. They no longer looked at the dark apparitions that were charging towards them. However, the dark apparitions were furious. Not only were they called small fries, but they were also completely ignored by the human runemaster. How could they wash away such humiliation without using blood? However, Wang Ting didn't give them a chance. The moment he spoke, his spiritual power exploded. Clang, 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 all sorts of weapons that had fallen from the battlefield were suddenly attracted by an invisible force. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they soared into the sky. Countless weapons gathered into a stream. At the same time, crimson flames ignited on the surface of the stream. They carried an indomitable and terrifying aura as they charged towards the dark apparitions. This is spiritual power. Someone immediately recognized this force and exclaimed in shock. Wang Ting actually possessed spiritual power. Everyone and all the dark apparitions widened their eyes and looked at the young man in the sky. He opened his arms, and flames surrounded him. Countless weapons gathered toward him, and under his command, they turned into huge flaming sabers and swords. Some surrounded the runemasters and protected them, while others attacked the dark apparitions. At this moment, the entire Star Maple City was within the range of his weapon stream. What kind of peerless grace was this? The dark apparitions were completely drowned by the torrent of weapons. The torrent of weapons was not only infused with ordinary fire force, but there was also a trace of green jade glazed flame hidden within. As long as it touched the dark apparitions, the trace of green jade glazed flame would explode in their bodies. The dark apparitions screamed as they fell to the ground. Some of them ignited in flames in midair and were instantly burned to ashes. The dark apparitions wailed. None of them could withstand the weapon stream. All of them died. Everyone was extremely shocked. Their mouths were wide open, and they fell into speechless silence. Gulp. Suddenly, there was the sound of gulping and swallowing. The dark apparitions were astounded. They looked at Wang Ting as though they were looking at a devil that looked more like a devil than them. They were actually frightened. The Black Nightmare Devil King's murderous intent was boiling. He stared at Wang Ting. His murderous intent towards him had reached its peak. This human prodigy must not be allowed to live. In the sky, a torrent of burning weapons slowly circulated around Xingfeng City, enveloping the entire area. All the dark apparitions that entered were killed mercilessly and fell to the ground. The human martial artists' morale was greatly boosted. While the dark apparitions were still in a daze, they launched a fierce attack on them. Although Kong Li, Yuan Xian, and the rest were young, they were veterans. Although they were shocked by Wang Ting's ability, they quickly regained their senses. It was as if they wanted to prove that they weren't much weaker than Wang Ting. Their attacks suddenly became crazy. The dark apparitions around them were instantly dumbfounded. Were these humans injected with hormones? All of them suddenly became so ferocious, stupid humans. Did they think that they were afraid? They couldn't afford to offend the cheat-like human above, but it didn't mean that they were afraid of other humans. In an instant, the dark apparitions violently resisted. Kill! 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 Both parties started fighting again, weapons collided, and force roared. In this battle, dark apparitions were killed, and human martial artists were killed. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, the sky was gray, and 5 huge space vortexes were spinning slowly. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Wang Ting looked at all of this with a solemn expression. Ha ha ha, die with me. Right at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang out. Wang Ting immediately looked toward the source of the voice. He saw a human martial artist being severely injured by the 8-arms demon general. His chest was split open, and one of his arms was broken. He was covered in blood. Wang Ting wanted to command the torrent of weapons to support him, but it was too late. Fellow comrades, I'll make a move first. Take care. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud roar reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. He, self-destructed, Wang Ting's pupils constricted, and he was greatly shocked. That was a general-level martial artist. General he. Lord Yang and the others were furious. Their eyes were bloodshot as they roared. That was a general-level powerhouse from the Xingwu continent. He was also the first general-level powerhouse to die in this war. Since the humans had figured out the Dark Apparition's plan, they took the initiative and set up 2 large formations to kill several warlord-level Dark Apparitions. At the same time, Wang Ting had also risked his life and spent a lot of effort to kill a warlord-level Dark Apparition. It should have been an excellent situation, but because of the Black Nightmare Demon King's appearance, the situation of the battle had been reversed, resulting in the death of a warrior realm warrior. It should be known that any general-level powerhouse was a precious asset to the human race. They were strategic existences. Under special circumstances, each general-level powerhouse was equivalent to an army, but now, a human warlord-level martial artist had fallen, who knew how much time and resources were needed to nurture a general-level powerhouse. Every death of one would be a huge loss. Humanity could not afford such a loss. At this moment, a slightly wretched figure rushed out from the center of the explosion. It was the 8-arms demon general, who bore the brunt of the attack. Lunatic. It had an ugly expression as it shouted angrily. The explosion just now had broken 2 of its 5 remaining arms. Now, it was only left with 3 arms. It was covered in blood and looked extremely terrifying. Wang Ting's eyes flashed coldly. It was the 8-arms demon general again. It was him last time in Sun City, and now it was him again. Many human powerhouses had died in his hands. If he did not have to guard the rune's formation, he would really want to try and fight with him. Wang Ting realized that although his dark force had not completed the transformation to the warlord level, it seemed to have undergone some changes that he did not understand, allowing him to possess the combat power of a warlord level. Coupled with the full power of his spiritual force, he did not believe that he could not fight a warlord level head-on. Just as he was thinking, the Black Nightmare Demon King's voice came from the sky again. Zers, go and kill that human kid. I will ask for your reward when we return. The 8-arms demon general's expression froze. If it was any other time, it would definitely go. However, it was seriously injured right now. It was very dangerous for it to go head-on in this situation. Moreover, this kid was no longer the same as before. Back in Sun City, it would have been easy for it to kill Wang Ting. Cough cough. Of course, borrowing the power of the rune's formation was another matter. It had not forgotten the scene of being tortured by Wang Ting using the 8 Desolation Flaming Dragon formation. That was a memory that it could not bear to recall. But now, even the warlord-level werewolf, Siler, seemed to have died in his hands. Moreover, from the spiritual force technique he displayed just now, it seemed that he was not easy to deal with. All of these reasons made it a little scared. The Black Nightmare Demon King's face darkened when he saw the 8-arms demon general standing there in a daze. A warlord-level expert was actually so scared by a human kid that he did not dare to go forward. How embarrassing, he coldly shouted, Zers, don't forget your failure last time. If you don't perform well this time, you know the consequences. The 8-arms demon general's expression changed. The balance in his heart had finally tipped to one side. If the Black Nightmare Demon King did not speak, it could still find other opponents and continue to hunt. After all, it had killed a human warlord-level expert this time. It could be considered a merit, and no one could say anything when it returned. However, the moment the Black Nightmare Demon King spoke, the situation changed. If it did not act, it would mean that it was afraid of battle, and this would be a stain on its record. These thoughts flashed through the Eight Arms Demon General's mind. It could not help but sigh, and then look deeply at Wang Ting with a cold gaze. Wang Ting also heard the Black Nightmare Demon King's words. He turned his head and met the Eight Arms Demon General's gaze. In an instant, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. What he wanted really came true. It seemed that before the formation was fully activated, he would still have to fight the Eight Arms Demon General. Wang Ting glanced at the formation. It was only halfway done. Because it was an upgraded version, there must be some changes. Otherwise, it would have been done long ago. However, he could not be too far away from the 13th lightning rod. Otherwise, once the formation was activated, he would not be able to return in time. In that case, he would let the Eight Arms Demon General take the initiative. Wang Ting's lips curled into a mocking smile. He raised the divine weapon MOK and waved it at the Eight Arms Demon General. "You're courting death." As expected, the Eight Arms Demon General was enraged. It glared at Wang Ting with eyes full of killing intent. It suddenly took out a bottle of pitch-black pills and poured them into its mouth as if they were free. Boom! In the next moment, the darkness origin power on its body completely erupted. Wisps of black smoke rose from its body, causing its muscles to squirm. Its wounds forcibly healed quickly, and no more blood flowed out. At the same time, its aura suddenly rose sharply. Its entire body seemed to have doubled in size, becoming extremely tall and sturdy. The oppressive aura was extremely strong. "Oh ho, are you going to go all out?" Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. His tone was somewhat frivolous, but his eyes turned serious. Boom! The Eight Arms Demon General did not waste any words. It stomped on the void, causing the air to explode. Then, it turned into a black shadow and charged at Wang Ting. Just as the Eight Arms Devil General rushed over, Wang Ting's gaze fell on the sky behind him. Over there, due to General He's self-destruction, several huge attribute bubbles floated in the sky. Wang Ting's spiritual force bypassed the Eight Arms Devil General and picked up the attribute bubbles. Spiritual State * 320, Spirit State Comprehension * 260, Water Force * 1100, Advanced Water Talent * 350, Triple Rotation Heavy Water Technique * 17 stars, Li Water Sword Technique * 1 Li Water Sword Intent * 220. After absorbing all the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting was slightly stunned. The number of attribute bubbles dropped by warlord rank experts was naturally not low. Spirit, comprehension, and even force dropped more than normal warriors after they died. And the most precious thing was probably the contents of the last 4 attribute bubbles. Advanced Water Talent, a total of 350 points. It allowed Wang Ting's Water Force talent to be upgraded, instantly increasing by a few levels. Next, Triple Rotation Heavy Water Technique, Water Heaven Rank Technique, 7 stars, Li Water Sword Technique, Water Heaven Rank Sword Technique, Li Water Sword Intent, the concept of a Heaven Rank Sword Technique. This was simply a gift from General He before he died. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. At the edge of the cliff, the river was surging and flowing into the distance. At the same time, 3 blurry human silhouettes appeared. One of them was facing the river and sitting cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, as if comprehending something. Complicated force circulation routes appeared in his body. The second figure was practicing his sword in the water. As the water vapor filled the air, formless water swords surged out in the water. The third figure faced the huge waterfall that was rolling down from the edge of the cliff and suddenly slashed with his sword. A piercing white light shot up into the sky. This slash caused the waterfall to flow backward, splitting the river into 2 halves. Its power was shocking. In the outside world, the Eight Arms Devil General rushed towards Wang Ting. Seeing that he was distracted, his face instantly turned black. Then, his face revealed a ferocious expression. The huge battle blade in his hand released a black blade light and slashed towards Wang Ting. Clang! 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 Under the control of Wang Ting's psychic energy, the torrent of flaming weapons around him continued to revolve around him. The Eight Arms Devil General's black blade light struck the torrent of flaming weapons, emitting a metallic sound. Wang Ting had only been immersed in the epiphany for a moment. At this moment, he looked at the Eight Arms Devil General with a cold glint in his eyes. He suddenly raised his arm and pointed at it. Countless weapons converged to form a huge flaming sword, which swept out horizontally. The Eight Arms Devil General's expression changed drastically. He slashed out with his saber to block the huge flaming sword. Boom, both sides collided, causing a huge explosion. The Eight Arms Devil General was sent flying by the explosion. He tumbled twice in the air before coming to a stop. Its face was gloomy. It did not expect that the human boy in front of it would exhaust it with just one attack. How did this kid suddenly become so strong? Even though he had expected that this human boy would not be weak, he did not expect the gap between them to be so huge. That attack just now was equivalent to a warlord's attack, however, it did not believe that this human boy could continuously release such powerful attacks with the strength of a warlord. Die! The Eight Arms Devil General roared. His dark force erupted as he waved his battle blade again, releasing a terrifying black blade light. The blade aura swept towards Wang Ting. Humph! Wang Ting snorted coldly. With MOK in his hand, the fire force erupted from his body. A flaming blade light poured out. Heaven tier combat skill, Big Dipper flaming blade, blade intent erupted, boom boom boom, two blade lights, one black and one red, exploded in the sky. The force shockwave covered half of the sky. The terrifying blade light affected the humans and dark apparitions below. They were horrified as they quickly fled the area. Many people were flabbergasted. Wang Ting was able to hold his ground against a general stage martial warrior. This was unbelievable. Wang Ting's pupils constricted. A warlord was indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, when he returned to the battlefield, he picked up a large number of attribute bubbles. This allowed his 5 elements force to silently increase to the 9-star soldier level. However, compared to a true warlord, his weakness was very obvious. As for the mutation of the dark force, it allowed his physical body and strength to reach the warlord level. He was not afraid at all. However, he could not use the dark force without restraint. In the end, he still had to rely on his spiritual power. At this moment, when the blade light dissipated, his spiritual power whizzed out again. He controlled the torrent of weapons to attack the Eight Arms Devil General. The Eight Arms Devil General did not dare to take it head-on. It dodged quickly. However, the torrent of weapons was controlled by Wang Ting's spiritual power. It was like gangrene attached to the bone. It chased after the Eight Arms Devil General no matter where it escaped. It almost went crazy. Damn it! The Eight Arms Devil General's expression turned ugly. He roared angrily and slashed with all his strength. Boom! The battle blade in its hand violently slashed the tip of the flaming sword formed by the torrent of weapons. A loud boom was heard. Space seemed to have stopped at this moment. Crack crack. Crack, then, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The Eight Arms Devil General's pupils shrank as he watched the battle blade in his hand shatter. Then, the torrent of weapons bombarded his chest. The Eight Arms Devil General spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. However, his body lit up with a dense black light. It seemed to be some kind of powerful defensive technique that blocked this fatal attack. Ha ha ha. There were still traces of blood at the corner of the Eight Arms Devil General's mouth. He opened his mouth and laughed. You can't kill me. That's not necessarily true. Wang Ting's expression was calm. A spear appeared in his hand. He said indifferently, "Do you still remember the spear?" The Eight Arms Devil General's eyes flashed. He snorted and said, "Brat, you're lucky that I didn't kill you back then. I still remember that spear back then. I'll return it to you now." Wang Ting let go of his hand. The spear flew out under the control of his spiritual power. It was wrapped in flames and merged into the torrent of weapons. No one knew that the green jade glazed flame was attached to the spear. At the same time, the torrent of weapons changed its appearance instantly. It was like a flaming cone that was spinning at high speed. The spear became the core of the flaming cone. The Eight Arms Devil General's heart raced. He felt his scalp go numb as he quickly retreated. Go. At this time, Wang Ting spat out a word coldly. The flaming cone immediately charged at the Eight Arms Devil General. In an instant, it was right in front of him and pierced his chest. Block it. The Eight Arms Devil General roared. The black light on the surface of his body was extremely dense. It flickered crazily as it resisted the attack of the flaming cone. Under the resistance of the black light, the flaming cone of weapons melted and turned into fragments. Gradually, the core of the spear was revealed. Chi. In the next moment, a green flame burst out from the spear. The green flame burned the defensive layer of the Eight Arms Devil General. Then, the flaming spear pierced through the Eight Arms Devil General's chest, colon. The Eight Arms Devil General suddenly widened his eyes. He slowly lowered his head and saw a huge hole in his chest. Blood flowed out like a stream. How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief. He never thought that he would be severely injured by a soldier-level human warrior. At this moment, the Eight Arms Devil General couldn't help but recall the time in Sun City. At that time, this human was like an ant that he could crush any time. A casual spear attack from him almost took his life. If not for someone desperately saving him, he would have died. But today, a general-level existence like him was severely injured by a spear attack. It was the same spear attack, but the outcome was completely different. How ironic was this? On the opposite side, Wang Ting stood on the lightning rod and looked coldly at the Eight Arms Devil General. How does this spear attack feel? You. The Eight Arms Devil General was so angry that he couldn't hold it in and vomited blood. Lord Yang and the rest were shocked when they saw the situation from afar. Wang Ting actually defeated a general-level strong warrior. This made them feel that it was unreal. When the Eight Arms Devil General attacked Wang Ting, they wanted to save him. However, they were held back by the Black Nightmare Demon King and couldn't do anything. In the end, both parties used their full strength in a short period of time and the outcome was decided so quickly. And the winner was Wang Ting, who was the weaker party. This was completely out of their expectations. They felt that their evaluation of Wang Ting's talent was too low. Defeating a general-level warrior with the strength of a soldier-level martial warrior, this young man's potential was too terrifying. As for the werewolf warrior who chased after Wang Ting, they didn't see the whole process. Hence, they didn't have such a direct feeling. Trash. The Black Nightmare Demon King was really angry. Warrior-level warriors were defeated one after another. Whether it was Sylar or Zers, they were all defeated by this human brat. If they weren't trash, then what were they? On one hand, he was angry at his own incompetence. On the other hand, he was shocked by Wang Ting's potential. Even he had to admit that this human brat had talent and potential that ordinary people couldn't reach. In the future, he might be able to reach his level. Or even surpass him. When it thought of this possibility, its heart could not help but surge with killing intent. Previously, it had only listed Wang Ting as a human prodigy, so it had to kill him. But now, it felt that, if this brat is not eliminated, he will definitely become a huge threat. It valued Wang Ting even more. The Eight Arms Demon General had been heavily injured by Wang Ting, but his vitality remained strong. He knew that with his injuries, he was no match for Wang Ting, so he did not plan on continuing the battle. He endured the pain and retreated. He wanted to charge into the spatial crack and escape this world. There was a good saying among humans, where there's life, there's hope. Although returning with his tail between his legs wouldn't end well, it was still better than dying. As long as he didn't die, there would be a chance for him to settle the score today. Wang Ting could not help but frown when he saw that it was not dead and had even abandoned its general-level dignity without any hesitation to escape. He swept his gaze over and saw that Goring and the other runemasters were nearing completion. It would be unwise for him to leave the lightning rod under his feet. However, he was somewhat unwilling to let the Eight Arms Demon General leave just like that. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he slashed out with MO Quebec. A piercingly cold white light erupted from MOK, but it had just slashed out when it disappeared into the space in front of him. The Eight Arms Demon General was greatly alarmed and felt his heart palpitate. He looked back just in time to see Wang Ting's attack vanish into space. Then, he saw the space in front of him fluctuate, and a piercingly cold white sword radiance appeared out of nowhere. His expression was aghast as the remaining darkness origin power in his body surged out. Boom! The piercingly cold sword radiance slashed the 8 arms demon general's body and passed through it, landing in the distant mountain range. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and it seemed as though a large mountain had collapsed. The 8 arms demon general's eyes widened as a line of blood appeared on his forehead and spread down his nose, mouth, and neck, all the way down. He recognized the sword radiance just now. It was exactly the same as the battle technique used by the human warrior-level fighter he had forced to self-destruct. 7 Starsly Water Sword Technique. Wang Ting used this sword radiance and spatial innate skill to kill the 8 arms demon general who was trying to escape. In the sky, the 8 arms demon general's body was split into 2 and fell to the ground powerlessly. At the moment of death, his heart was filled with grievance and unwillingness. He had actually died in the hands of a human warrior-level fighter, he had died in the hands of his own weapon, he had died in the hands of the person he had killed. All of this was a silent mockery to it. The cycle of the heavens, the 8 arms demon general was dead, the Black Nightmare Demon King no longer paid attention to this side, and his attacks were even more ferocious as they bombarded Cultivation and the others. It was time for this battle to end. These human warrior-level fighters would not be able to hold on for much longer. As long as they were killed, the rest of the humans were nothing to be afraid of. Even that human brat could be easily squashed to death before he grew up. Cultivation and the others were no longer in the mood to pay attention to Wang Ting's side. As time passed, the pressure on them increased. If they did not focus on dealing with the situation, they would probably end up being killed as well. If more than 10 warrior-level fighters died here, it would be a catastrophic blow to the human side. Wang Ting scanned with his spiritual force and picked up several attribute bubbles dropped by the 8 arms demon general after its death. Spiritual Realm Spirit * 360 Spiritual Realm Comprehension * 330 Advanced Dark Innate Skill * 415 Dark Force * 1358 Level Demonic Art * 608 Arms Demon Body * 30. These attribute bubbles fused into Wang Ting's body, causing his body to tremble. Tremendous changes occurred within his body. First, his mind. As 360 points of spiritual realm spirit fused into it, Wang Ting's spirit attribute actually broke through at this moment. Spirit, February 3000, Emperor Realm Spirit, the next realm after Emperor Realm Spirit. At this moment, on this battlefield, Wang Ting's spirit had stepped into an extremely profound realm. Emperor Realm Spirit was something that even Goring and the other runemasters had not reached. It was said that only by reaching this realm could one enter the Grandmaster realm of Runemaster. Wang Ting's mastery of runes might not have reached the Grandmaster realm, but his spirit had reached it first. The door to the Grandmaster realm of runes was now wide open for him. In the future, as long as his mastery of runes caught up, he would naturally be able to step into the Grandmaster realm. For others, they might not be able to step into this realm for the rest of their lives. For example, Goring and the others had been immersed in runes for hundreds of years. Only Goring had touched the threshold. However, for Wang Ting, it was not difficult at all. It could even be said that it was extremely simple. At the same time, a wave of spiritual force was born in Wang Ting's mind, causing his spiritual force to expand by several times. The void dragon that was formed by spiritual force instantly expanded by several times. Its scales and claws were lifelike, just like a real dragon. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light as he scanned his surroundings. It was extremely frightening. It was said that the eyes were the window to the soul. The increase in his mental strength attribute was most obvious in his eyes. After that flash of light, the light was withdrawn and became extremely deep. This was the metamorphosis of Wang Ting's mental strength, and his body was also undergoing some unknown mysterious changes. 8 arms demon body. After the demon lotus poison body, Wang Ting obtained a second physique type talent. Wang Ting didn't know if he should be surprised or happy. He was actually a little nervous. He had absorbed the attribute bubbles too quickly. If he had known that it was a special physique from the 8 arms demon general, he definitely wouldn't have dared to absorb it casually. After all, the 8 arms demon general's appearance had left a deep impression on him. 8 arms. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at his own body. He was afraid that his small body wouldn't be able to withstand the weight of 8 arms. If he really grew 8 arms, wouldn't he become a monster? Thinking of that scene, Wang Ting shuddered. However, it was too late for regrets. The attribute bubbles that represented the 8 arms demon body had merged into his body, causing changes to his body. Wang Ting wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt that his back was bulging, as if something was about to break out of his body. No. Ah! Wang Ting screamed in his heart. He was extremely annoyed. The ancient almighty god Neza had 6 arms, but he was going to have 8 arms. It was too difficult. Soon, the changes to his physique ended. Wang Ting felt that his body had undergone some kind of metamorphosis, and many insights appeared in his mind. 8 arms demon body, 30/6000. The 8-armed demon physique was an innate physique of the 8-armed demon clan. With this physique, one's physical strength was extremely powerful, and one's battle prowess far exceeded that of warriors of the same level. At the same time, it also possessed an extremely tenacious vitality and astonishing recovery ability. Even if one was seriously injured, one would not die immediately and would be able to recover quickly. It was no wonder that the 8 arms devil general was able to escape despite being severely injured. It was all thanks to the 8 arms devil body, Wang Ting suddenly understood. As for the saying of having 8 arms, it was indeed true. However, those who possessed this physique would not necessarily have 8 arms. The 8 arms were only one of the battle forms of the 8-armed demonic body. Only when the 8-armed demonic body was awakened to an extremely high level could it be used. The 8-armed demon race was born with 8 arms. If they used their 8-armed battle form, there would be a stacking effect. At that time, their 8 arms would undergo an extremely terrifying transformation, and their offensive power would be astonishing. Therefore, the 8-armed devil body was extremely compatible with the 8-armed devil tribe. However, there were also rumors that the reason why the 8 arms demon race had 8 arms was due to the influence of the 8 arms demon body. In the end, they evolved from 2 arms in ancient times to 8 arms. Evolution was the innate ability of every living creature. However, Xuer's bloodline power was rather thin. His 8-armed demonic body was actually only at a superficial level, and he was unable to use his 8-armed battle form. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Wang Ting to defeat him. Now, Wang Ting knew the core secret of the 8 arms demon race, and even obtained their innate physique. Although his 8-armed demonic body was not as good as Xuer's, it was much easier for him to improve his physique than Xuer's. As everyone knew, one's physique was innate. It was not easy to change or purify it. Otherwise, with Xuer's strength as a warlord, his bloodline would not be so thin. In fact, he was also thinking of ways to improve his bloodline power. That would greatly increase his battle strength. Of course, when he was promoted to a warlord, his bloodline power had increased by a lot. Now, it was Wang Ting's turn to benefit. Wang Ting did not think too much about the so-called 8-armed form. Its characteristics were too obvious and unsightly. If it was not necessary, he would not use it. However, the 8-armed demonic body's recovery ability and vitality were extremely important to him. If this physique continued to improve, it would only be beneficial to him. At the very least, he would be able to survive. The remaining attribute bubbles were comprehension, darkness origin power, and so on. Among them, the 600 points of the 8-level demonic art allowed his 8-level demonic art to reach the great mastery stage. 8-level demonic art, 265/1000, great mastery, the 8-level demonic art combined with the 8-armed demonic body. It seemed that the 8 arms demon race's battle strength was all in their physical body. Wang Ting now had both. His physical body had become stronger, and his battle strength had increased by a large margin. He clenched his fists and felt that his body was much better. He could eat at least 10 bowls of white rice for a meal. Boom, in the sky, the battle reached its climax, and a figure fell towards the ground. Wang Ting came back to his senses from the changes in his body. He hurriedly looked over, and his expression immediately changed. The figure that fell was actually the Star Maple City's main general, Yin Tongfeng. He fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. The dust on the ground dispersed, revealing the scene below. Yin Tongfeng's body was covered in blood, and there were several hideous wounds on his body. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. Wang Ting looked up and saw that Tantai Xian and the other human warlords were already in an extremely sorry state. The Black Nightmare Demon King was too strong, and was not on the same level as them. If they did not have the advantage in numbers, they would not have been able to hold on for so long. Defeat was already apparent. Wang Ting's expression was grave as he looked at Goring and the others. Faster, faster, at this crucial moment, he could only pray in his heart, not daring to disturb Goring and the others. Boom, another figure fell to the ground. It was another human warlord that Wang Ting did not recognize. He was also seriously injured and was lying in the crater on the ground, unable to get up. The surrounding human warriors quickly surrounded them and protected the warrior rank powerhouse and Yin Tongfeng in the middle. In the next few moments, another two warlords were beaten down, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Tantai Xian, Lord Yang, and the others were in a bitter battle. They could barely hold on, but it would not be long before they were seriously injured or killed by the Black Nightmare Demon King. The humans could not help but feel despair. As more and more warlords were beaten down, this feeling of despair grew stronger. Were they all going to die here today? Was there no hope for the humans? Teacher, faster. Wang Ting's expression was grave as he looked at Goring and the others. His palms could not help but sweat, but he could only try his best to remain calm. At this moment, he could not afford to panic. They were not without hope. As long as the array was completed, they would still have a chance to survive. Goring and the others also felt that the situation was not good. They desperately operated the array and sped it up. Boom, finally, the entire array shook violently. The runes on the 13th lightning guiding pillar under Wang Ting's feet lit up densely. Wang Ting! Goring shouted. Wang Ting! Gorland's shout could be heard. Wang Ting didn't need to be reminded. He had already made his move. His spiritual force swept out and wrapped around the lightning guiding pillar under his feet. In addition to the 12 lightning guiding pillars under Goring and the other runemasters, a total of 13 lightning guiding pillars resonated with each other. Myriad Thunder Annihilation Array, activate, boom, 13 rays of light soared into the sky. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He slowly sat down on the lightning guiding pillar and floated in the air with the support of his spiritual force. At the same time, he circulated the heaven-class thunder body. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. Countless cumulus clouds gathered from afar. Rumble, the sound of thunder resounded and echoed in the sky. Everyone on the ground raised their heads and looked over. Their eyes were filled with shock. The array has been activated. We still have hope. The human warriors roared. Don't give up. Everyone, follow me, and kill. Kong Li, Yuan Xian, and the others boosted their morale. Their bodies were bathed in blood, and their auras were fierce and fearless. They were like killing gods. In the sky, Black Nightmare Devil King also noticed the situation. He couldn't help but look up. When he saw the thunder flashing in the thunderclouds, his pupils shrank slightly. Tantai Xian and the others were delighted. They looked at each other with a trace of hope in their hearts. In the center of the array, as Wang Ting circulated the thunder force in his body, the thunder in the sky seemed to be stimulated and became more violent. Suddenly, the thunder force converged toward the center of the array. Boom, 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 bolts of lightning struck down one after another. In an instant, the 13th lightning rod and Wang Ting, who was on it, were drowned in the lightning sparks that filled the sky. Goring and the others stared at Wang Ting in the center. They were extremely nervous. This process was too dangerous. Even though Wang Ting had assured them that there wouldn't be any danger, they were still worried. If something went wrong, they would be seriously injured. In the worst case, they would be split into pieces by the thunder force. This brat. Tantai Xian also looked at the center of the Thunder City. He gritted his teeth and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. He's too arrogant. Lord Yang and the rest were both worried and expectant. After all, Wang Ting was the hope of all the humans here. If he failed, all of the humans present would be buried on the battlefield. What a ruthless character. Black Nightmare Devil King's eyes flickered. Although he didn't know exactly what these humans would do and what kind of power they could achieve in the end, there was no doubt that they would use the power of the formation to deal with it. Even if it was very confident in itself, it would not sit still and wait for death. Thus, its figure flashed, and it charged straight at Wang Ting. "Stop it!" Xian and the others' expressions changed slightly as they rushed forward to stop it. "Scram!" The Black Nightmare Devil Monarch shouted coldly. The battle sword in his hand slashed out a black sword light that clashed with Xian and the others. On the 13th lightning guiding pillar, the lightning formed by the first wave of lightning dissipated, revealing Wang Ting's figure. Purple lightning arcs that looked like small snakes coiled around his body, making him look very mysterious. Again. Wang Ting raised his head abruptly and let out a furious roar. Boom boom boom, as if angered by his words, even more violent thunder fell from the sky and struck at Wang Ting. Wang Ting bathed in the lightning. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his thick black hair danced crazily in the wind. It made him look extremely arrogant. Thunder attribute bubbles formed one by one and were all absorbed by Wang Ting, causing the thunder force in his body to increase rapidly. At the same time, body of thunder quickly circulated. Countless amounts of thunder energy gathered in his body and merged into the formation. The entire formation slowly revolved. Under the infusion of thunder energy, the formation flashed with purple. Light and thunder flashed wildly. From the perspective of outsiders, Wang Ting, who was in the center of the thunder, was facing an extremely dangerous situation. The thunder struck down, causing everyone to be alarmed and worried. Again. Again. However, at this moment, Wang Ting's laughter continuously came from the center of the thunder. Everyone was dumbfounded. That guy could actually laugh in such a dangerous situation. However, they finally realized that Wang Ting wasn't as dangerous as they thought. The thunder that was extremely terrifying to normal people was actually not a threat to Wang Ting. This was truly unexpected. Goring and the others looked at each other with strange expressions. It seemed that the brat didn't lie to them. The thunder really couldn't affect him. They finally felt relieved. As more and more thunder energy gathered in the formation, the Black Nightmare Devil King felt a sense of fear. It knew that it couldn't let that human brat attract more thunder. Otherwise, the power of the rune's formation might really threaten it. Boom! Under the Black Nightmare Devil King's ferocious attacks, Lord Yang finally couldn't hold on any longer. He was struck in the chest and was heavily injured, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The other warlord rank experts hurriedly rushed forward. However, because there were fewer of them, their overall combat strength was greatly reduced. They were swept away by the Black Nightmare Devil King. Pfft! Xian and the Black Nightmare Devil King exchanged a palm strike. Xian was sent flying and spat out blood. In an instant, several warlord rank experts were repelled by the Black Nightmare Devil King. It suddenly charged towards Wang Ting. "You're the first soldier rank expert to make me deal with you personally." The Black Nightmare Devil King's face revealed a trace of coldness. A black sword ray shot out from its battle sword. Wang Ting didn't move. He looked at the Black Nightmare Devil King without showing any weakness and pointed at it. A thunder struck out from the formation. Boom! The thunder struck the black sword ray and instantly dispersed it. Following which, 3 more thunder struck out towards the Black Nightmare Devil King's body. The Black Nightmare Devil King's eyes flashed. Its body flashed rapidly in the sky and instantly dodged the 3 thunder attacks. Wang Ting pointed again and 10 more thunder struck down. Humph! This time, the Black Nightmare Devil King finally couldn't dodge. It snorted coldly and had no choice but to meet the attack with its sword. Boom boom boom, the thunder struck down from its head and collided with the black sword ray. Both sides let out violent explosions. "Teacher, masters, activate the Ewood Fire Fusion Formation." Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. "Can you hold on?" Goring frowned and couldn't help but ask. "No problem." Wang Ting's tone was firm. Goring and the others didn't say anything else and activated the Ewood Fire Fusion Formation together. This formation didn't change at all. It didn't need too much time and could be activated in a short moment. Wang Ting absorbed more power of thunder while activating the formation to strike out thunder to delay the Black Nightmare Devil King. Boom! After some time, Wang Ting felt another array awakening. His body trembled, and a ball of pure green flames rose from his body. Green jade glazed flame, the green flame covered his entire body and merged into the formation. The entire E-wood fire fusion formation was instantly enveloped by the green flame. Boom! Extremely dense green flames filled the large array. Extremely high temperatures spread out, turning the area covered by the E-wood fire melting array into a fiery purgatory. Everyone fell into a daze when they saw this sudden scene. Green flames. This is? Goring and the other runemasters were shocked as they stared blankly at the green flames within the large array. As runemasters, they were naturally more familiar with the mysterious flames created by the heavens and earth. In an instant, they felt that the green flames weren't simple. This green flame is definitely a strange flame created by the heavens and earth. It's definitely not an ordinary flame. Master Kyer muttered. Master Goring, Wang Ting hit it too well. He actually has such a strange item. The other runemasters were also shocked. This old man doesn't know. Either. I've never heard him mention it. Goring bitterly laughed. One had to know that even though he had lived for hundreds of years, he had never seen such a strange flame recorded in ancient texts. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If he knew that Wang Ting had green flames, he would have done his research no matter what. Kyer, Cha Shu, and the other runemasters carefully observed the green flames. Their eyes were filled with infatuation, as if it was a naked beauty. On the other side, the Black Nightmare Devil King was originally charging towards Wang Ting, but was forced back by the green flames that suddenly appeared. It's that scorpion's green flames. But why are they even stronger? Its expression was serious. It couldn't help but recall the memories it received after its clone's death. At that time, the ironclad scorpion also had green flames like this. However, compared to this human brat's green flames, it paled in comparison. At this moment, it also felt that the green flames were extraordinary. If it was careless and got entangled by the green flames, even it would be injured. Tantai Xian and the others let out a sigh of relief after the Black Nightmare Devil King fell into the large array. They originally thought that Wang Ting would be in great danger against a strong enemy like the Black Nightmare Devil King. They didn't expect the situation to be reversed. Under the control of Wang Ting's large array, the Black Nightmare Devil King seemed to have fallen into trouble. While the Black Nightmare Devil King is trapped, let's quickly recover from our injuries to prevent any unexpected changes. Yang King's eyes flashed as he spoke. That's right. That little brother fought so hard to buy time for us. We can't just waste it. Another unfamiliar general-level powerhouse nodded. The few of them did not waste any more time and immediately began to recover. Within the large array, Wang Ting looked at the Black Nightmare Devil Lord from afar. There seemed to be two green flames burning in his eyes, making his gaze look exceptionally strange. All of a sudden, the surrounding green flames condensed into chains that wrapped around the Black Nightmare Devil Lord from all directions. Clang, clang 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 clang. Clang 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 clang. Clang 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 clang, the Black Nightmare Devil King's expression changed slightly. He leaped into the air and quickly dodged. However, countless chains condensed and wrapped around it, forming an inescapable net. Shoo! 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 At the same time, spears formed by green flames pierced towards him. The Black Nightmare Devil King's expression turned ugly as he shuttled through the gaps between the spears and chains. Suddenly, an afterimage brushed against his arm, causing green smoke to rise from his arm. A green flame suddenly rose from the spot where it had been rubbed, and was about to swallow its entire arm in an instant. The Black Nightmare Devil King's pupils shrank. He hurriedly shook off the Darkness Origin power and the green flames on his arm. Before he could retaliate, countless spears and chains intertwined and enveloped his head. The Black Nightmare Devil King didn't even have a chance to attack. Under the green flame's omnipresent attacks, he couldn't even get within 100 meters of Wang Ting. Chi, the green flames continuously brushed against his body, causing green smoke to rise from all over his body. If he didn't react in time, he would have been entangled by the green flames. The Black Nightmare Devil King, who previously had unparalleled battle strength that rendered Tantai Xian and the other warlords powerless, was now in a sorry state. Tantai Xian and Goring were dumbfounded. They originally thought that it would be good enough if the array could delay the Black Nightmare Devil King for a few moments. They didn't expect that with Wang Ting's various methods, the two arrays would cause the Black Nightmare Devil King to fall into such a helpless state. This was simply unbelievable. That brat must be cheating. Don't tell me this brat can finish off the Black Nightmare Devil King without us doing anything? Yang King said with a strange expression. It would be great if that's the case. A warlord rank expert said. If this little brother can really finish off the Black Nightmare Devil King, Old Yen, will have to treat him to a few drinks. Another warlord rank expert with a full beard said gruffly. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly had an idea and said, speaking of which, this little brother isn't married yet, right? He's the same age as my daughter. Bah, shameless. Your daughter is only 13 years old. Same age my ass. The other warships and experts couldn't stand it anymore. This person was too shameless. This little brother doesn't look more than 10 years old. They're both in their teens, so what is he if not the same age? The warlord rank expert with a full beard straightened his neck and said. My daughter is only 18 years old. That's the same age, okay? It won't be your daughter's turn no matter what. I have a bad temper. Are you going to fight with me? What's wrong with that? Such a prodigy, who doesn't have their own thoughts. Lord Yang and Tantai Xian were stunned when they saw the warlords arguing on the spot. Moreover, it was because of such a reason that made them speechless. Countless curses ran through their minds. Are you guys serious about fighting over a son-in-law at this critical moment? Also, your daughter is only 13 years old. Are you trying to cheat your daughter? What kind of father is this? Lord Yang and Tantai Xian didn't have the strength to complain. They ignored these crazy people and stared at the array with unprecedented nervousness. At the same time, the runemasters were amazed when they saw the power of the green flame. This is definitely the fire of creation. They were certain and envious. Master Kai suddenly said, Master Goring, I have a request. You must agree to it. Master Goring, I also have a request. I don't know if I should say it. Master Jiashu seemed to know what Master Kai wanted to say. He didn't want to be outdone. Master Goring, I also have a bold idea. The other runemasters chimed in. Goring glanced at them from the corner of his eyes and said calmly, You guys don't have to say anything. I'm not listening. Master Kai and the others still wanted to say something. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the array. Roar. The Black Nightmare Devil King seemed to be enraged. The black light on his body shone brightly, and his curvy body suddenly underwent a drastic change. The Black Nightmare Devil King was enveloped in a dense black light. The black light became brighter and brighter, like a black sun that was slowly growing bigger. The Black Nightmare Devil King's body was like a balloon that was constantly inflating. His purple hair fluttered without any wind. As his body grew bigger, his hair also became thicker, like giant pythons growing on his head. At the same time, a pair of long horns extended out, emitting a cold light. Sharp fangs were exposed at the corner of his mouth, like 2 rows of steel saws. It was extremely terrifying. This is... Tantai Xian and the rest's pupils contracted as they stared at the Black Nightmare Devil King, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Goring and the other runemasters also had serious expressions. The atmosphere froze, a commotion suddenly broke out on the battlefield below. Devil. Devil transformation. The Devil King has devil transformation. Hurry up and run. These humans are dead meat. They actually forced the Devil King to such a state. We're all going to die. It wasn't the humans who caused the commotion. Instead, it was the dark apparitions. Their faces were filled with fear. They suddenly abandoned the humans and fled frantically while shouting incoherently. The humans were dumbfounded. What happened? Why did these dark apparitions suddenly go crazy? What did devil transformation mean? It sounded very terrifying. At this moment, the humans no longer cared about the fleeing dark apparitions. They all looked at the expanding black light in the sky. At this moment, 2 balls of demonic red light suddenly lit up within the black light. An evil, chaotic, and distorted mental attack spread out. It was two huge eyeballs filled with blood vessels, emitting a red light. They no longer looked like human eyeballs. They were extremely strange and terrifying. The humans below were instantly confused. Their minds were affected, and they were in chaos. Don't look. Goring and the other runemasters were extremely sensitive. They immediately realized that something was wrong and quickly shouted. Humph. A cold snort sounded. At the same time, an extremely powerful mental wave spread out from the center of the formation, surging in all directions. In an instant, it collided with the chaotic mental wave. Boom, the formless mental wave spread out in a circular shape. This spiritual fluctuation? Goring and the others were shocked as they looked in the direction of the fluctuation. That place was Wangting. Moreover, his spiritual energy had clearly surpassed the King Realm, Emperor Realm spirit. His spiritual power must have reached the Emperor Realm. How was this possible? Goring and the others were in disbelief. They knew how difficult it was to reach the Emperor Realm. More than a dozen runemaster had worked hard for their entire lives, but none of them had reached that level. But now, Wangting, at such a young age, had actually stepped into that realm. Could it be that they had lived their entire lives in vain? No matter who it was, they would find it hard to accept. While Goring and the others were still in shock, Wangting's voice suddenly rang out, "Close your eyes." On the battlefield below, countless human cultivators woke up with shocked expressions. After hearing Wangting's name, they didn't dare to hesitate and closed their eyes one after another. Tantai Xian and the others were powerful, and their spiritual energy wasn't weak either. Therefore, they weren't affected by the chaotic mental wave. They looked at the expanding Black Nightmare Devil Lord with extremely solemn expressions. Devil change? Everyone was shocked as they muttered to themselves. They had never seen such a change before, so they didn't know what was going to happen. However, they knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Wangting's eyes narrowed slightly. The thunder origin force in his body circulated to the extreme according to the cultivation method of thunder body. Rumble, bolts of thunder struck his body. Wangting was still accumulating the power of thunder. Especially after seeing the Black Nightmare Devil Lord's devil change, he felt that the power of thunder in the formation was definitely not enough. Again, rumble, silver snakes danced wildly, striking from the 9 heavens and converging into the myriad thunder annihilation formation, causing the power of thunder in the formation to become even more violent. At the same time, Wangting didn't wait for death. He controlled the Ewood fire fusion formation and let the green flames engulf the Black Nightmare Devil Lord. Roar, a loud roar suddenly came from the black light. The black light inside contracted, expanded, and finally exploded. Boom, the green flames on the surface of the Black Nightmare Devil King's body slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the Black Nightmare Devil King. What kind of existence was that? It was simply indescribable. Its body was like an amalgamation of countless pieces of rotten flesh, constantly wriggling with fleshy feelers hanging down. On top of its head, purple python-like hair danced wildly. A pair of blood-red eyeballs were embedded in it, and a huge mouth was opened with mucus dripping down, revealing a row of steel teeth. The difference between its current appearance and the beautiful human appearance from before was like heaven and earth. Blurg, what an eyesore! Wangting couldn't bear to look at it. This appearance was too challenging. Fortunately, he didn't have any improper thoughts about it before. Otherwise, he would probably have nightmares. These dark apparitions were indeed monsters. Devil change, so this was devil change. Wangting's heart was very heavy. He could feel an extremely terrifying and chaotic energy from the Black Nightmare Devil Lord's body. This energy was enough to raise everything within a radius of 10 kilometers to the ground. Human, tell me your name. The Black Nightmare Devil Lord's huge mouth slowly opened and closed, and a voice filled with malice spread out. Wangting looked at it and said, Wangting. Very good. To be able to force me to this extent, you can die without regrets. The Black Nightmare Devil Lord's voice was cold and indifferent. It was a kind of disregard for everything. It was as if it was high up and looking down on all life. Wangting's mouth revealed a trace of mockery. He didn't say anything else and pointed his finger at the sky. Rumble, countless. Lightning struck out from the formation and gathered in one place. Die. The Black Nightmare Devil Lord broke through the green flames and opened its huge mouth, pouncing towards Wangting. Its huge body wriggled as if it had completely transformed into a huge mouth, wanting to devour Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He gathered the green flames around him and formed a huge net that covered the Black Nightmare Devil Lord. Chi, the Black Nightmare Devil Lord didn't dodge and directly crashed into the net. Its body emitted green smoke and green flames instantly wrapped around it. However, the flesh on the Black Nightmare Devil Lord's body turned into black smoke under the burning flames. It circled around and finally merged back into its body. Then, the flesh on its body wriggled and expanded once again. This cycle continued endlessly. What the hell is this? Wang Ting finally felt a trace of shock in his heart. The Black Nightmare Devil Lord right now was too strange, he couldn't imagine how it had done this. Wang Ting clenched his teeth. He could only place his hopes on the power of thunder and hope that it could be completely destroyed with absolute power. In the sky, that area of thunder suddenly became extremely dense. As more and more power of thunder gathered, the image of a majestic thunder beast gradually appeared. In the sky, as Wang Ting operated the 10,000 Thunder Annihilation formation with all his might, countless bolts of thunder descended and gathered at the same spot. The lightning was dazzling, and the sky was mighty. Amidst the lightning, a giant thunder beast that looked like an ancient mythical beast appeared. Its appearance was very similar to the legendary Kirin. Its entire body was made of thunder, and it looked majestic and holy as it overlooked the world. Roar! An ancient roar came from the thunder beast's mouth and reverberated throughout the sky. Hiss! Everyone on the battlefield looked at this scene in shock and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was actually summoned by Wang Ting? Kong Li looked at the majestic thunder beast in disbelief and exclaimed in a daze. This fellow is indeed a peerless monster. Niao Li's eyes flashed. He was extremely shocked. He remembered that when Wang Ting first came to the Black Sparrow troop, his instructor had specially reminded him that he couldn't underestimate this fellow. The series of events that followed proved that this was indeed the case. As soon as he entered the military, he defeated 2nd Lieutenant Yuan, a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, causing him to lose face. Then, he discovered the Dark Apparition's plot and made great contributions in his first mission. This was really unexpected, however, compared to the current situation, all these were small matters. He controlled 2 large arrays by himself and fought against the Nightmare Demon King alone. Even the 12 Runemasters were reduced to foils. If these were to happen to a powerful person who had been famous for a long time, it would be shocking. Moreover, it happened to a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. Being able to reach such a level at such a young age was naturally even more dazzling. Beside Kong Li, Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't bring himself to compare himself with Wang Ting anymore. That fellow was simply a monster. Compared to him, he was just asking for trouble. This scourge is actually so powerful. Thick purple lightning reflected in Xie Shuiyan's eyes. Amidst the lightning, there was a tall and straight figure. It was as if the thunder god had descended. This scene was deeply imprinted in her memory. She couldn't erase it for a long time. Black Widow, Han Feng, and Wang Ting's subordinates also widened their eyes. Was this really their captain? Too powerful. Although they knew that Wang Ting was a prodigy martial artist, they truly did not expect that he would be strong to such an inhuman extent. It was simply defying the heavens. Tantai Xian and the other warlords were also shocked speechless. Even they could feel the terror of the thunder beast and didn't dare to underestimate it. It was obvious that Wang Ting had done something so shocking. What a powerful aura. I'm afraid even a warlord wouldn't be able to escape from this thunder beast. Finally, a warlord came back to his senses and mumbled to himself. This little brother is indeed a prodigy of the present age. There might not even be one in 10,000 years. The warrior with the full beard exclaimed in admiration. What a pity. Why didn't such a prodigy appear in our Xingwu continent? A general-level powerhouse revealed a look of pity, as if he was extremely regretful. They watched as a peerless genius rose up, but in the end, it had nothing to do with them. Just thinking about it made them feel like they had lost trillions. When Tantai Xian heard a group of warlords praising his disciple, he suddenly felt a little redundant. This kid's improvement was too fast. His master was about to be slapped to death on the beach. At this moment, Tantai Xian's heart was filled with desolation. Roar! The Nightmare Demon King roared and struggled to break out of the large net woven by the green flames. Its bloated and huge body came crashing down in Wangting's direction. Goring and the other runemasters, as well as Tan Tai Xian and the other warlords, were all shocked. The current Nightmare Demon King was strange and terrifying. Tan Tai Xian and the others could clearly sense that it was several times stronger than before. If they had faced the Nightmare Demon King in this state, they probably wouldn't have been able to last until the runemaster reactivated the formation. However, even though they knew that the Nightmare Demon King was extremely dangerous, there was nothing they could do to help. They weren't runemasters. If they rashly entered the formation, they would only add to the chaos. However, in the face of the aggressive Nightmare Demon King, Wangting's expression didn't change at all. His gaze was calm and indifferent as he stared ahead. The next moment, the green flames gathered in front of him again and rushed toward the Nightmare Demon King's huge body. Boom! The powerful green flames slammed into the Nightmare Demon King's body and sent it flying back dozens of meters. It roared in pain. Large chunks of flesh on its body were incinerated, turning into black smoke and entering its body again. Wangting didn't relax at all. He controlled the power of thunder to continuously surge out of the formation. 3 balls of lightning appeared in the sky again. When everyone saw this scene, their faces were filled with astonishment. They originally thought that Wangting's limit was to condense one thunder beast. They didn't expect it to be just the beginning. How big was he going to go? Goring and the other runemasters looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. However, in the next moment, they merged their mental strength into the formation and did their best to operate it. Wangting's eyes flashed. He instantly felt the pressure lessen. With the help of the 12 runemasters, more and more terrifying thunder gathered. The 3 balls of lightning expanded wildly as if something was brewing. However, it still needed time. Boom boom boom, the azure flames intercepted the enraged Bayan Devil Lord, constantly emitting explosive cries. It was getting closer and closer. Its 2 blood-red eyes stared at Wangting with malice and madness. Wangting frowned slightly. The gaze was very uncomfortable. He couldn't find the right word to describe it. It was like a person who had lost his mind. However, it was more chaotic, disorderly, and even evil. It was as if countless mental patients had intertwined and turned into this evil monster. The Nightmare Demon King noticed Wangting's gaze. Its huge, ferocious mouth suddenly cracked open. It looked at Wangting with a smile. Wangting's mind was infected. An evil spirit seeped into his mind. His expression changed. The mental strength of an emperor in his mind suddenly exploded. Boom, a wave of mental energy as vast as the abyss crushed all of the negative emotions, shattering them into pieces. Shock flashed through the Nightmare Demon King's eyes. Then, anger rose in its heart. Why is this human brat so strong? This is impossible. Die. 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 The Nightmare Demon King's mind was in a complete mess. It ignored the green flames on its body and exploded into countless tiny pieces of flesh that shot toward Wangting. The pieces of flesh were burned to ashes by the green flames in midair due to their reduced size. This time even the black smoke didn't have time to return to its body. It was instantly devoured by the green flames. However, a large portion of it still arrived in front of Wangting in an instant. Watch out! Tan Tai Xian, Goring, and the others cried out in alarm. Wangting's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the Nightmare Demon King to be so crazy as to use such a method that would harm its own people. He didn't have time to think. He quickly activated the formation with a thought. Roar! The thunder beast in the sky let out a deafening roar. Its figure flashed and swooped down. It seemed to have turned into a purple lightning bolt. In a flash, it crossed the space and appeared in front of Wangting. Like a loyal guardian, it pounced on the pieces of flesh. Boom, thunder exploded, and the power was incomparably terrifying. The pieces of flesh let out painful roars and screams as if countless people were wailing. The sound was extremely horrifying and penetrated one's heart. Tan Tai Xian and the others frowned. They felt a throbbing pain in their heads. The human warriors on the battlefield below were bleeding from their ears. Their faces were contorted in pain as they covered their ears. Roar! The thunder beast's roar sounded again. It drowned out the wailing of the pieces of flesh and dispersed it. However, the thunder beast had exhausted its power of thunder and disappeared from the world. After a while, the lightning dissipated. Even the sound disappeared. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Everyone looked at the situation in the formation and scanned for the Black Nightmare Demon King's figure. Is he dead? That was the thought in everyone's mind. Everyone was filled with anticipation. The Black Nightmare Demon King had appeared in the human world several times. Each time, he had brought destruction and left behind endless nightmares for the humans. Everyone who knew of the Black Nightmare Demon King's existence would be terrified, and today, everyone present was almost slaughtered. It would become another glorious battle record of the Black Nightmare Demon King. Fortunately, a prodigy like Wang Ting appeared out of nowhere and turned the tide. If the Black Nightmare Demon King was killed, then the humans would be the victorious party in this battle. Everyone held their breaths. They were very nervous. Even Tantai Xian and the others were no exception. No, the Black Nightmare Demon King can't be killed so easily. Lord Yang frowned. Ah! Suddenly, screams sounded from afar. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and immediately saw an extremely terrifying scene. Black smoke rose from the ground. The dark apparitions that had fled far away were entangled by the black smoke and involuntarily flew into the sky. Those dark apparitions seemed to know what was going to happen. They kept screaming in fear. Spare us, Demon King. No. Spare us, Demon King, they desperately begged for mercy. Their bodies struggled frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of darkness. However, it was of no use. They were all dragged into the array. Damn it, the Black Nightmare Demon King is not dead. Tantai Xian and the others immediately realized something. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Wang Ting's eyes moved. He looked not far away. A blood-red eyeball was floating in the sky, staring at him coldly. It's really a cockroach. Wang Ting was extremely helpless. He looked up at the remaining 3 light balls in the sky. I thought I wouldn't need them. I didn't expect to rely on you guys in the end. Rumble, thunder and lightning gathered. 3 lightning balls slowly formed. At the same time, he didn't stay idle. He pointed at the blood-red eyeball, and green flames rushed toward it. However, the blood-red eyeball seemed to have intelligence. It was extremely cunning and disappeared into the void. Then, it reappeared from afar and stared at Wang Ting mockingly. Countless dark apparitions flew in from outside the array. They screamed in horror and rushed toward the blood-red eyeball along with the black smoke. Once the black smoke came into contact with the blood-red eyeball, it suddenly became extremely dense and completely engulfed the dark apparitions. Ah! The screams stopped abruptly. Then, one dark apparition after another merged into the black smoke with the blood-red eyeball as the core, causing it to expand again. It wriggled and turned into a huge piece of flesh. This time around, malevolent faces appeared on the pieces of flesh. Those faces had their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. It was as if they had suffered enormous pain before their deaths. Just by looking at them, one would feel their hair stand on end and a chill run down one's spine. Wang Ting frowned. This appearance was too strange. It was even stranger than the Black Nightmare Demon King's previous appearance. It made him feel extremely troubled. Sigh. He sighed helplessly in his heart. The power of thunder in the array was insufficient. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He crazily activated the thunder body cultivation method. Thunder struck from the 9 heavens and landed on his body. He needed more thunder, chi. However, when the power of thunder entered his body, cracks appeared on his body. His body had endured too much power of thunder and was already at its limit. Now that he was forcefully attracting thunder, his body showed signs of collapse. Blood spurted out from the cracks and dyed his clothes red. Wang Ting, Tantai Xian, Goring, and the others noticed his situation. Their eyes were filled with worry. Wang Ting's current situation seemed to be very bad, however, they also knew that they could only rely on Wang Ting now. Damn it, we can't help at all. A general rank expert clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The other general rank experts were speechless. They couldn't even defeat the Black Nightmare Demon King before, let alone now that it had become even more strange and powerful. Damn it, the cultivation of Thunder Body can't catch up in time. Otherwise, how could I not be able to withstand the power of thunder? I'm dead, I'm dead. Wang Ting felt helpless. He felt that he might become a martyr. However, he looked around and suddenly became determined. There were things a man should do and things he shouldn't do, wasn't it just death? He had already died once. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, there were so many people here. He couldn't break his character. He would be laughed at if he ran away at the last minute. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. Then, he grinned and endured the pain all over his body. He injected the power of thunder into the array. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The 3 balls of lightning in the sky seemed to be stimulated. They shone brightly and quickly took shape. On the other side, another ball of light appeared. It also expanded rapidly and caught up with the previous 3 balls of light. Roar, the Black Nightmare Devil King regenerated his body. With countless dark apparitions as his body, he became even more terrifying. The countless faces on his body seemed to be his face. They all looked at Wang Ting. Then, they opened their mouths and spat out a dense black light. Wang Ting's pupils contracted violently. He hurriedly looked up. Roar, 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 screech, almost at the next moment, 4 different roars and cries resounded. The 4 balls of light had completely taken shape. The lightning dragon roared towards the sky, the lightning turtle's 4 pillars supported the sky, the lightning phoenix's cry reached the 9 heavens, the lightning qilin looked disdainfully in all directions, the 4 lightning beasts bowed towards Wang Ting. Then, they landed on the 4 sides of the array. They opened their mouths and 4 balls of dazzling purple lightning bloomed from their mouths and shot out at the same time. At this moment, the Black Nightmare Devil King was below. A black beam of light rose from his mouth and rushed towards Wang Ting with a destructive force. The 4 lightning beasts glared angrily. Their divine might was like hell. 4 bolts of lightning gathered and formed a lightning beam that descended to meet the black beam of light. This was the majestic might of heaven. Boom, a terrifying explosion shattered the space, and a dazzling light burst out. Thunder and lightning wreaked havoc, filling the sky with flashes of lightning. It was as if lightning punishment had descended. The thick purple pillar of light collided with the black pillar of light, producing a deafening boom. At the point where the 2 pillars of light collided, it was impossible to distinguish between pure purple and black. Blinding light flashed, and the explosion of origin power formed a terrifying shockwave that swept out in all directions. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock, their eyes reflecting the lightning. Their hearts trembled, as if they were facing the end of the world. Such an attack was no different from the might of heaven and earth. Tan Tai Xian and the other warrior rank experts were pushed back dozens of meters by the shockwave from the collision. Their faces were filled with shock as they stared blankly at the 2 pillars of light in the sky. The attacks from both sides were actually this powerful. Unbelievable, also unbelievable, even they wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying power for more than 3 seconds, and this attack came from a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. All of this was inconceivable. Rumble, rumble. 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 The 2 pillars of light were in a deadlock, momentarily freezing in the sky. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment. Roar, Black Nightmare King roared, and the extremely dense darkness origin power in his body continuously erupted. The black pillar of light shone brightly, pressing down on the thunder pillar of light. Wang Ting's expression changed. Lightning surged on his body, attracting the power of thunder from heaven and earth to descend. In the end, it became the source of power for the 4 thunder beasts. Rumble, thunder exploded, and the 4 thunder beasts roared towards the sky. The purple lightning in their mouths suddenly became even more intense. With the power of thunder being poured into the lightning pillar, it suddenly expanded and counterattacked the black pillar of light. Boom, in an instant, the purple pillar of light gained the upper hand and fiercely pressed down on the black pillar of light. Everyone was slightly happy as they stared at the pillar of light. They were even shouting in their hearts, wishing they could personally enter the battle and help the purple pillar of light to completely suppress the black pillar of light. However, lightning origin power was extremely rare, and no one present had it. Moreover, in front of such terrifying power, even a normal warrior rank expert wouldn't be of much help. If he interfered rashly, he might be directly shaken to death by the terrifying aftershocks of the light pillar. On the huge chunk of flesh below, countless faces revealed expressions of pain. Their eyes, mouths, noses, all of them were overflowing with black-red blood. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Roar, it roared madly, its blood-red eyes flickering with coldness and madness as it mobilized the darkness origin power in its body. The black beam of light shot upwards once again, everyone's hearts were in their throats again. It was like a roller coaster, up and down, almost giving them a heart attack. Boom, suddenly, the collision of the two light pillars caused another terrifying shockwave. Crack crack, a series of crisp cracking sounds could be heard. The expressions of Goring and the others suddenly changed as they looked at the lightning-guiding pillars they were sitting on. A large number of cracks had appeared on the pillars. Even the incomparably sturdy lightning rod was unable to withstand the impact of the shockwave. Those cracks continued to spread, and in an instant, they covered the entire lightning rod. Bang bang bang, in the next moment, the lightning-guiding pillars exploded one after another, forcing them to give up and retreat from the formation. The myriad thunder annihilation formation had already collapsed. Within the range of the formation, the power of thunder was incomparably violent and had completely gone out of control. The runemasters were aghast as they continuously retreated, unable to get close at all. How could this be? Master Kyer said in shock. The attack power is too terrifying. Even the formation can't withstand it. Goring's face was filled with helplessness as he stared at Wang Ting, who was in the formation with a worried expression. Master Kyer and the others also hurriedly looked over. Their expressions changed slightly as worry and anxiety appeared in their hearts. At this moment, Wang Ting was dripping with blood as more and more cracks appeared on his body. Even his face was no exception as cracks appeared on his cheeks, forehead. Blood flowed from his nose into his mouth. F***ck, I'm going to be disfigured. My handsome face. F***ck, why isn't this monster dead yet? If it doesn't die, I'm going to die. Wang Ting wailed in his heart. He felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. His body was collapsing, and even his bones were creaking. His expression was extremely ugly. That's right, attribute bubbles. He needed more attribute bubbles, whether it was the spirit attribute or the force attribute, they were all lifesavers for him at this moment. Wang Ting had already poured all of his spiritual power into the formation, but he had no choice but to divert some to sweep the battlefield below and pick up all of the attribute bubbles that were scattered all over the place. Spirit *23, Dark Force *30, Fire Force *10, Water Force *15, he picked up all of the attribute bubbles on the battlefield in an instant and swallowed them into his body. The attribute bubbles that represented all kinds of powers immediately took effect. Wang Ting instantly felt as if a cold sensation had swept through his body. The spirit attribute was replenishing his consciousness that was slowly drying up. All kinds of forces flowed through his limbs and bones, nourishing his body and healing his wounds to a certain extent. Although this degree of healing was only a drop in the bucket for his injuries, it was still effective and stopped his condition from worsening. Wang Ting glanced at the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch, then took out a large amount of healing pills from his spatial ring and poured them all into his mouth as if they were free. These pills were all personally refined by him, and he had kept the best batch. They were finally put to use now. The pills melted in his mouth, turning into strands of warmth that spread throughout his body and repaired his body. Wang Ting felt that he had saved his life again. He smiled at the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch. Come, let's see who dies first. The Black Nightmare Devil Monarch's pupils shrank, and his expression turned ugly. This human had actually recovered like a dying flash. How was this possible? How did he do it? Even if he had taken the pill, it shouldn't have been able to immediately heal such heavy injuries. It couldn't figure it out. At this moment, both sides were at the end of their rope. Whoever lasted until the end would be the final victor. Wang Ting's sudden recovery gave the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch a bad premonition. He didn't hesitate any longer, and the darkness origin power in his body erupted. Wang Ting's gaze froze. At this moment, he could also feel the array collapsing. The power of thunder within the array had completely gone out of control, and had become extremely violent. Even the 4 thunder beasts he had condensed were showing signs of going out of control. Fortunately, his mental power had reached the Emperor realm, and his incomparably powerful mental power was able to forcibly control the 4 thunder beasts. Come, this is the final strike. Either you die, or I live. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. With a sweep of his mental power, the 4 thunder beasts transformed into thunder and fused into the pillar of lightning. Rumble, the pillar of thunder instantly doubled in size, and fiercely pressed down. This sudden change caught the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch off guard. He never expected Wanting to still have a trick up his sleeve. Boom boom boom, the black pillar of light immediately collapsed, and the lightning instantly engulfed the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch. No! The countless faces on the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch's mountain-like body let out a mournful cry. Boom! Boom, boom! Lightning flashed, and Black Nightmare Devil King's mournful howls came to an abrupt end. His mountain-like body was completely submerged in the lightning. A terrifying shockwave swept across the area. Everyone continuously retreated, unable to withstand the terrifying shockwave. However, their gazes were still fixed on the lightning, waiting for the final outcome. The lightning rod in the middle was also on the verge of collapse. Its surroundings had already cracked, and only half of the thick pillar was supporting it. It stubbornly refused to fall. Wanting stood on the lightning rod, his face pale and his body covered in blood. He constantly gasped for breath, his gaze also fixed on the lightning in front of him. He was already at his limit. If he still couldn't kill Black Nightmare Devil King, then there was really nothing he could do. Suddenly, he frowned and scanned his surroundings. His expression changed. The power of the collision between the two sides was too terrifying, causing the surrounding space to partially shatter. Cracks appeared all around, revealing the pitch-black void behind them. When the two pillars of light collided, the surrounding space was already unstable. It was only after the collision that the space was completely shattered. Wanting possessed spatial innate talent, so he knew that the spatial cracks that appeared out of nowhere were extremely unstable and extremely dangerous. If one was careless and was cut by them, even the strongest person wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, he was currently heavily injured, and his origin power was weak. It was even more impossible for him to withstand it. However, due to the violent lightning energy in the vicinity, unless one was close by, one would not be able to detect the existence of the spatial crack. Thus, Xianxia and the others in the distance didn't know Wanting's current situation. Moreover, they couldn't get close, or else they would have already come to support Wanting. Moments later, the lightning began to dissipate, and the violent power of thunder finally calmed down. Wanting looked forward. The others also looked at where Black Nightmare Devil King had been. Dead? Dead. Black Nightmare Devil King is dead. The area in front of them was empty. They could no longer see Black Nightmare Devil King's mountain-like body. Everything had disappeared. The strange black smoke that could reform Black Nightmare Devil King's body also didn't appear. The champion rank expert rushed over and scanned the area within 100 meters, but he couldn't find any origin power fluctuations from the Demon Monarch. Black Nightmare Monarch was truly dead. Although it was inconceivable, the truth was right in front of them. The Black Nightmare Devil Lord had indeed been killed by Wanting. After a short moment of silence, everyone on the battlefield finally burst into cheers. Turning defeat into victory, he had survived a disaster. Only those who had personally experienced it could truly understand that feeling. Everyone cheered and laughed heartily. As they laughed and laughed, tears suddenly flowed down their bloody faces. Die on the battlefield, blood spilled on the battlefield. This was the fate of a soldier, even if they were martial artists. However, seeing their comrades fall with their own eyes, even if they were used to seeing death, their hearts were still filled with sorrow. Wanting heaved a sigh of relief. Waves of exhaustion rushed into his heart. He was too tired, but it feels good to be alive. As he thought of this, he smiled slightly. Then, he looked up and saw that the 5 spatial tunnels in the sky were slowly closing up unwillingly until they completely disappeared. The dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of light shone onto the ground. The war had ended. Goring, Kai and other runmasters, as well as warlord rank experts such as Xianxia and Lord Yang, all looked at Wanting. Their eyes were filled with gratification, admiration, and even amazement. At this moment, cheers sounded from below. Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Everyone was shouting Wang Ting's name. In this battle, he was the one who turned the tide and saved everyone from the danger of destruction. Everyone was grateful to him, and they couldn't help but admire him. This young man was a prodigy of the era, no one could compare to him. This was a recognition that came from the bottom of their hearts. Regardless of whether it was the Xingwu continent's side or the Earthstar's side, everyone was impressed by his heroic appearance. At this moment, the young man's figure was extremely exhausted, to the point that he looked a little crooked. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a very sorry state. However, in everyone's eyes, he was exceptionally tall and straight. His brilliance overshadowed everyone else. The bloodstains were a symbol of glory and also a representation of his battle achievements. In this battle, Wang Ting's name would be remembered. Wang Ting suddenly heard everyone's cheers. He was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but look down. When he saw the expressions on everyone's faces, a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that his injuries weren't in vain. Undeserved fame was like a fleeting cloud to him, but seeing so many people survive made him feel a burst of joy from his heart. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. In the past, he scoffed at it, but now he seemed to understand. Let's go down and welcome everyone's cheers. Tan Taixian looked at him and smiled. Teacher, I can't move. Wang Ting smiled bitterly and said as he raised his hand with difficulty. Everyone was stunned. Previously, when they saw that he was still able to launch that last terrifying attack, they thought that he wasn't actually that badly injured. They didn't expect that to be the case. He had used all his strength. Even though he was severely injured, he still managed to launch that decisive attack. The injuries on his body were definitely more serious than those of the champion stage. This brat. Tan Taixian's eyes flashed with emotion. He was about to go up and help him up. Be careful. At this moment, a shout of shock and anger suddenly sounded. Wang Ting's expression changed drastically. He felt a sudden gust of wind behind him. He couldn't block it in time, nor could he block it. He couldn't even turn around. Bang! Wang Ting couldn't see what had attacked him. He only felt a huge force hit his back. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fly to the left. On the left, several spatial cracks were slowly closing, but they hadn't completely disappeared. Wang Ting's pupils contracted. If he crashed into them like this, he would definitely die. He had no other choice. He could only activate his spatial innate skill to the extreme and break open the already unstable space. In the next moment, his body disappeared into the deep void. Brat, I'll be waiting for you in the world of darkness. A cold voice sounded. Then, a blood-red light also rushed into the spatial crack. Wang Ting! Wang Ting! Tan Taixian, Goring, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. They hurriedly chased after Wang Ting, but they couldn't see him anymore. Tan Taixian gritted his teeth and wanted to rush into the spatial crack. Are you crazy? Don't go. Lord Yang quickly stopped her. Get out of the way. He's severely injured. If he falls into the spatial crack, he'll definitely die. Tan Taixian said angrily. You'll also die if you go. This spatial crack was formed by accident. It's extremely chaotic inside. Even a champion stage can't block it. Lord Yang shook his head and sighed. Damn it. Tan Taixian clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. He had never felt so powerless before. The sky was as dark as dusk, covered by dust and haze, and layers of dark clouds that did not disperse. In the dark sky, not a single trace of sunlight could be seen. In the dark clouds, streaks of dark red lightning flashed from time to time, crisscrossing with each other and striking down from the sky in the distance. The cracked and barren black-gray ground, undulating and rugged as it spread into the distance. Mountain ranges stretched across the ground like huge scars, and an endless sea of grayish-black forest seemed to extend from the foot to the end of the sky. Everything in this world seemed to have a dark color, dark and mysterious, lacking a trace of life. A large amount of gray fog pervaded the black forest, making the whole forest seem even more strange and dangerous. From time to time, one or two dark red bolts of lightning would flash down from the sky like venomous snakes, directly splitting some of the huge trees in half. The big trees that were struck burned with bursts of green smoke, but it did not seem to be able to ignite. The green smoke came out for a while, then disappeared, leaving behind half of a burnt dead tree. Looking closer, the ground was covered with all kinds of strange plants, and countless huge trees that covered the sky covered the forest. These trees were abnormally large, and each tree needed several adults to wrap their arms around it. The branches and leaves were lush, and there were hardly any gaps. Thick roots broke out from the ground, crawling on the ground like giant pythons. At the same time, there were all kinds of thick vines and plants entangled with each other, as well as oddly shaped plants and mushrooms that were densely packed everywhere. Occasionally, one or two strange creatures would come out from the plants, looking around with extreme vigilance, and then quickly disappear into the shadows of the plants. These plants and creatures had adapted to the dim environment of this world, so their color was rather dark, or a grayish-white color that lacked vitality. Moreover, they had a very different growth and development mechanism. At this moment, in a corner of the forest, a completely black little thing was lying motionless in a patch of thick grass that looked like palm leaves. Its eyes flashed with a faint light, as if it was waiting for something, and it was very patient. In fact, it had been lying like this for half a day, and there was still no harvest. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the grass. The little thing lying in the grass suddenly moved. It was very skilled, and its movements were smooth, like an underage cheetah, rushing out almost at the same time. But splat, it fell into the quagmire beside it. It wasn't that the ground was too slippery, but its two short legs were numb. The black shadow that sprang out of the grass was a small dark green lizard-like creature. When it saw the fish-lipped creature that fell into the mud, it was stunned for a moment before a sneer appeared in its eyes. Then, its figure flashed and disappeared into the jungle. It wasn't stupid. Judging from the way this fish-lipped creature was looking at it, it obviously wanted to have dinner. If he didn't leave now, when would he? The little thing struggled to crawl up from the quagmire and threw itself out unwillingly, but it didn't leave its dinner behind. It muttered something in annoyance, then got up from the ground, ignoring the mud on its body, and limped towards a certain part of the forest. It was very careful along the way, and it seemed to have an innate sensitivity that allowed it to avoid danger. Finally, it arrived at an extremely hidden cave entrance. This cave was under the roots of a large tree. It was surrounded by vines and all kinds of plants, so it was very difficult to discover. It cleaned up the surrounding traces and smells, then lifted the grass and crawled along the roots into the cave. This was its little nest, a place to shelter from the wind, rain, and danger. It was only in this place that it could find a sense of security. The underground space wasn't small, and there were many tunnels that led to relatively safe places. Even if one of the tunnels was discovered, it could escape from another one. It spent a long time slowly digging out and building this little nest, and it was very satisfied with its masterpiece. However, it was hesitating recently, and it was considering whether to move, because just 2 days ago, an uninvited guest broke into its little nest. But what it couldn't understand was how that big guy got into its little nest from such a small hole. Even the softest creature it had ever seen couldn't squeeze its body into its little nest without leaving any traces around the hole. And it had already checked all the holes and made sure that there were no traces of it being crushed. So it really couldn't understand. And the reason why it was still hesitating and didn't immediately escape or kill the big guy that invaded its little nest was because the big guy seemed to be dead. It couldn't feel any life from the big guy, and the big guy was covered in wounds and blood. In its mind, it couldn't be saved with such serious injuries, and could only be eaten. But the big guy looked very similar to it, so it couldn't eat it. The little thing crawled into the cave through the hole. At the bottom of the cave, a black shadow was lying there with its eyes closed. There was no life on its body, as if it was dead. The little thing squatted beside the black shadow and poked the black shadows, but it muttered, "Why is the big guy's body not rotten at all? It's so big, if I push it out, it will definitely destroy the cave entrance." It frowned in distress and sighed deeply. It was very cautious, but it didn't know enough. The situation in front of it was beyond its knowledge, so it couldn't make a decision. What if the big guy is still alive? Why don't we move away? But I've been looking for it for 2 days, and I still can't find a place to hide. If we leave like this, we might be eaten in the middle of the night. fear appeared in its eyes, as if it had thought of something terrible. It was very hesitant and anxious. It stood up, circled the big guy twice, and then kicked the big guy hard. "It's all your fault." As if it still wasn't satisfied, it kicked again, bang. With this kick, the silent black shadow suddenly moved. It slowly opened its eyes, and a pair of black eyes flashed with a bright light. The little thing had only seen this kind of light in the night sky. But at this time, its heart was filled with an invisible fear, and waves of coldness emerged from the bottom of its heart. It quietly retreated, and its back was tightly pressed against the corner of the cave, hiding its body in the shadows. Then, it slowly moved towards the entrance of the cave step by step. Unfortunately, things didn't go as it wished. The two bright eyes accurately looked at it. "Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going?" When Wang Ting woke up, his mind was in a mess. For a moment, he couldn't remember anything. He subconsciously looked around and found that he was in a dark, damp, and narrow cave. However, the ground was covered with dried grass, so it wasn't that damp. When he wanted to get up, he helplessly gave up. This was because the space here was too small and couldn't accommodate his standing body. He could only slightly bend his body and lean against the cave wall. However, this posture made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, this movement affected the countless wounds on his body. Hiss! The pain made him suck in a breath of cold air. It was so king painful. The waves of pain made Wang Ting finally remember what happened before he fainted. That monster woman Black Nightmare Devil Monarch actually didn't die. She even dragged him to this damned place. Motherf Ker, he had risked his life to turn this situation around. He originally thought that he had already won, and everyone was shouting his name. He could imagine that what came next would be his highlight. What awaited him would be all kinds of praise, worship, and respect. Just thinking about it made him happy. In the end, all of this was gone. He was pushed into a spatial crack and arrived at this unknown place. When Wang Ting thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. An expert like the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch was truly too difficult to deal with. Even if she was forced into a desperate situation, she was still able to avoid everyone's perception and launch a sneak attack at the last moment. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the fact that his mental power and origin power were severely exhausted, he wouldn't have been caught off guard and fallen for the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch's sneak attack. It was useless to think about this now. The most important thing now was to figure out the situation in front of him. He looked around and fixed his gaze on the other life form in the cave. When he woke up, he had noticed this little thing. However, it was too weak. Even if he was heavily injured, he could still crush it with a single finger. Therefore, he didn't take it to heart. At this moment, his gaze fell on the little thing and sized it up. When he saw its appearance clearly, Wang Ting was slightly surprised. At a cursory glance, it looked like a human child about 6 or 7 years old. He was thin and small, and his entire body was covered in mud. His face was black and gray, and his hair was dry and yellow and stuck together. It was unknown how long it had been since he last bathed. A sour stench drifted in the cave, causing him to frown. Lil Thing's heart skipped a beat when it saw Wang Ting looking at it. It was extremely regretful that it didn't leave earlier and ended up falling into the tiger's mouth now. However, after living in the jungle for a long time, it would never give up hope of survival until the last moment. It assumed an attacking posture and bared its fangs at Wang Ting. A low growl came from its throat. Wang Ting's frown deepened at the sight of its beast-like appearance, and he said coldly, "Come here." Roar. The fear in Lil Thing's eyes deepened, but it still growled at Wang Ting. However, it was unwilling to move forward. Wang Ting felt helpless. He roughly checked the condition of his body and realized that the only thing he could use was the darkness force. Without thinking much, he immediately used a trace of the darkness force to wrap Lil Thing up and bring it in front of him. "Let me go, let me go." Lil Thing struggled in fear, but it couldn't move at all. Dark language. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that when the Black Nightmare Devil King pushed him into the space crack, it said that it would wait for him in the dark world. So, this place was the world of the dark apparitions? A trace of disbelief appeared in Wang Ting's heart. He immediately activated his spirit vision and looked around. All he could see was dense darkness force. Although Lil Thing in front of him didn't show any signs of cultivation, its body was filled with extremely thin darkness force. This was obviously a characteristic that would only appear in a world with extremely dense darkness force. Therefore, even if the place he was in wasn't the dark world, it definitely had something to do with it. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, he opened his mouth and said in the dark language, "Don't panic. Answer my question, and I won't hurt you." Lil Thing understood. It hesitated for a moment, but its survival instinct made it nod without hesitation. Seeing that Lil Thing was cooperative, Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Where is this?" "Forest," Lil Thing said without hesitation. Wang Ting choked. "What forest?" Lil Thing looked at him suspiciously and said, "A forest is a forest. F***ck, is it retarded?" Wang Ting was speechless. Then, he asked a few simple questions to confirm whether this was the world of the dark apparitions, but the result was obvious. Lil Thing in front of him was just a country bumpkin. Its range of activity was only in a small area of this forest. It was better to find a sow that could climb trees than to find out more about this world from Lil Thing. Therefore, he threw Lil Thing to the side and ignored it. He closed his eyes and silently recovered from his injuries. Lil Thing didn't dare to leave. It could only curl up in a corner and look at Wang Ting with fear and curiosity. Wang Ting realized that he was severely injured in that battle. There was almost no part of his body that was undamaged. Other than the darkness force, the other forces were exhausted. He didn't have much spiritual power left either. This made his head dizzy and very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he used a trace of spiritual power to explore the space ring and found the 2 remaining bottles of healing medicine. After taking them out, he poured them all into his mouth. Lil Thing was stunned. It looked at Wang Ting's hand and then looked at its own hand. It had a very serious question: how could he make something appear out of thin air? It copied Wang Ting's actions, stretched out its hand, and stared at its palm. Unfortunately, there was nothing. It was too hungry and hadn't eaten for a day. When it saw Wang Ting swallow the 2 bottles of healing medicine, it thought it was something delicious. The faint fragrance of the pills made it drool. Wang Ting sat there for a few hours. The night had passed. After a night of recovery, Wang Ting's injuries had recovered quite a bit. He didn't feel pain all over his body anymore. At the same time, the spiritual power in his mind had recovered a bit. He could use some simple telekinesis methods. To him, at least he had a bit of power to protect himself. It would take some time for him to fully recover. As he thought of this, Wang Ting's stomach suddenly growled. He took out a piece of star beast meat from his space ring and roasted it with his meager fire origin force. After a while, a fragrant smell wafted out. Lil Thing twitched its nose in its sleep. A trace of saliva fell from the corner of its mouth. The next moment, the little thing suddenly jumped up and stared at the golden barbecued meat in Wang Ting's hands with its eyes wide open. Gulp, a clear gulping sound came from its throat. Meat, delicious food, it stared at the barbecued meat in Wang Ting's hands with desire in its eyes. It hadn't eaten for a day and a night and was famished. However, due to its fear of Wang Ting, it didn't dare to go forward and could only watch from afar. Wang Ting frowned slightly. He didn't have a good impression of dark apparitions, but this little thing in front of him was different from the other dark apparitions he had seen before. It looked very similar to a human. He didn't even feel the evil and dark aura of a dark apparition from its body. He was puzzled. He tore a piece of barbecued meat and threw it to the little thing. No matter what, he was indeed lodging in the other party's house during his coma. Giving it some food would be considered as rent. When the little thing saw the barbecued meat, it was quite agile. It pounced on its food like a hungry dog and caught it. Then, it fell to the ground. However, it didn't seem to feel any pain. It only cared about stuffing the barbecued meat into its mouth. So, delicious. As soon as the barbecued meat entered its mouth, it was stunned. Its throat moved unconsciously, and the barbecued meat slid down its throat into its stomach. It was very annoyed. It swallowed the meat without tasting it properly. It felt that this Might be the best thing it had ever eaten in its life, even though it had only lived for 6 to 7 years. It looked at the barbecued meat in its hand that had taken a big bite and suddenly became careful. Then, it ate it bite by bite. Its expression was very sacred. Its eyes narrowed as if it was enjoying it very much. Wang Ting ate the barbecued meat and glanced over. He wanted to scold it for being a good-for-nothing, but when he saw its expression, he didn't know why he couldn't do so. In the human world, children of this age were still growing up happily in a greenhouse. However, this little thing in front of him was already surviving in the jungle. If not for the fact that he hadn't figured out its identity, Wang Ting might have helped it. After all, no matter what, he owed it a favor. After finishing the barbecue, Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he counted the spoils of this war. His losses in this battle were not small, and his injuries were extremely severe. If his gains were not comparable to his losses, then he would have no place to cry. He pulled out the attribute panel, and a row of data appeared in front of him. The first was the spirit and comprehension attributes. Comprehension, Emperor Realm, 21/3000, Spirit, Emperor Stage, 53/3000. It wasn't just his spirit attribute, even his comprehension had reached the level of an emperor. Wang Ting's comprehension ability had greatly increased after crossing a major realm. It had truly reached a terrifying level. Not many people possessed this level of comprehension ability. At least, when Wang Ting picked up attributes on the battlefield, he had only picked up a few enlightened bubbles from the Emperor Realm. This meant that there were very few enlightened bubbles from the Emperor Realm, let alone the enlightened bubbles from the Emperor Realm. Moreover, enlightenment was an innate talent. The talent one had at birth would remain the same throughout one's life. Treasures that could increase one's enlightenment might exist, but they were definitely very rare. On the other hand, Wang Ting's enlightenment talent had increased from an ordinary one to an emperor one. This was simply unimaginable. Wang Ting had long known that his spirit attribute had reached the emperor stage. However, he only had a few points of emperor stage spirit at first, but now it had reached 53 points. This meant that he had picked up a lot of spirit attributes in the last wave. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach so many. 53 points should not be underestimated. One had to know that the conversion ratio between an emperor spirit and a king spirit was 1:10. In other words, 10 points of king spirit were equivalent to 1 point of emperor spirit. Wang Ting could not help but smile bitterly. It was not easy to increase one's spirit to the king spirit. Now that he had reached the emperor realm, it was even more difficult. After all, there were too few people whose spirit had reached the emperor realm. He shook his head and continued to look at the bottom of the attribute panel. Battlefield Awareness, 1-230/9, 9 stars. Wang Ting could not help but be stunned. His battlefield awareness had actually reached 9 stars. Before he joined the battle, his battlefield awareness was only at 4 stars. It was a little exaggerated that it had jumped 5 ranks. Even veterans who had been through hundreds of battles might not be able to reach 9 stars. Only warriors who had been active on the battlefield for decades and had survived could reach this level. Of course, it was a different story for warlords like Tantai Xin. After all, they were strong, talented, and had experienced many battles. Naturally, their battlefield awareness would not be low. Wang Ting closed his eyes and carefully sensed. He found that there were complicated memories of battle experience in the depths of his mind, including all kinds of efficient killing methods, killing techniques, and so on. This made his combat ability extremely powerful. He opened his eyes and his gaze flickered. The increase in battle experience was just in time for him. With his current strength, if his battle experience was too low, it would not be of much use. Now that his battle experience had increased, coupled with all kinds of powerful combat skills, his strength would multiply. Further down was the talents column. Basically, all of them were high-level talents. His 5 elements talents had increased and were almost maxed out on high-level talents. In addition, there were high-level sword techniques, arrow techniques, spear techniques, and staff techniques. These high-level weapon talents had also increased. Among them, he had just obtained the high-level spear techniques and staff techniques. There was also an advanced strength talent. It was originally an intermediate talent, but now it had become an advanced talent. It was obvious that during the battle, someone had dropped an advanced strength talent and he had obtained it. Other than these, there were only the two most important talents left. One was the space talent, and the other was the 8-armed demonic body, space, 4125/10,000 8-armed demonic body, 30/6000. The space talent had increased tremendously, almost by more than 1,000 points. This was naturally due to the space attribute bubbles that the dark apparition had dropped when it opened the space crack. Now, Wang Ting's space talent was not weak. He could easily use some space skills. As for the 8-armed demonic body, it came from the 8-armed demonic General Zers. This was the second warlord that Wang Ting had killed. He had also gained a lot. However, the 8-armed demonic body was still much weaker than the demonic lotus poison body. The upper limit of the two was a total of 4,000 points. Of course, to Wang Ting, the 8-armed demonic body was also a rare physique talent. It could increase his physical strength, vitality, and recovery ability. Unfortunately, his wind talent, thunder talent, and ice talent did not increase. There were not many people who had these three types of mutated talents. Wang Ting's wind talent was still at the intermediate level. Wang Ting shook his head regretfully and looked at the force column. Metal force, 8 100/9 000 9 star, wood force, 7 950/9 000 9 star, water force, 7 630/9 000 9 star, fire force, 8 230/9 000 9 star, earth force, 7 710/9 000 9 star. Wang Ting was shocked to find that his 5 elements force had all reached the 9-star level. He was very close to the warlord level. He was only a little more than 1,000 points away. This little more than 1,000 points was a huge gap for him in the past. But now, it was just a matter of killing a few high-level star beasts. With his 5 elements force as a 9-star soldier level martial warrior, it was a piece of cake. Wang Ting did not hesitate. He looked at the other forces. Wind force, 2 150/3 000 5 star, dark force, 6 960/10,000 10 star, thunder force, 1 350/9 000 9 star. His wind force increased a little, but it did not break through. It was still at the 5-star soldier level. To the current Wang Ting, this level was obviously too low. But at least it increased. Unlike his ice force and poison force, there was no change at all. It made him feel helpless. Wang Ting frowned. He secretly decided that if he had the chance, he would raise the strength of these force elements. After all, the wind, ice, and poison elements were all powerful force elements. It would be a waste if he didn't use them. What surprised Wang Ting the most was the increase in his dark force and thunder force. The increase in these two forces was a little too big. His dark force had only just reached the 10-star warlord level after picking up the attribute bubbles of the werewolf warlord. After that, he returned to the battlefield and picked up a few more attributes. He did not expect to have more than 6,000 points, allowing him to reach the high level of the 10-star warlord level. Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although his dark force did not penetrate through his entire spine like a normal warlord, his force level had indeed reached the 10-star soldier level. Also, he could feel the power of a warlord during the battle. It was obvious that his dark force was at the warlord level. Thinking of this, Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly. His other forces were still at the 9-star soldier level, but his dark force had reached the warlord level. How ironic. But it was just as well. If he was really in the dark world now, the warlord level dark force would be his most important means of self-protection. Then, Wang Ting's gaze landed on the thunder force. The level of the thunder force made him surprised and happy. The increase in the thunder force was also very terrifying. It had increased from the 2-star soldier level to the 9-star soldier level. It had jumped 7 levels in an instant. It was unimaginable. He didn't expect to gain so much by cultivating with the help of the 10,000 thunder quiescence formation. If he did it a few more times in the future, wouldn't it be easy for him to reach the warlord level? Even becoming a 13-star warlord would not be a dream, of course, he only dared to think about it. He had already experienced the pain of thunder entering his body. It could really kill him. Moreover, this time, he had used the strengthened 10,000 thunder quiescence formation with 13 thunder guiding pillars. He had also risked his life to trigger the power of thunder at the end to achieve such an effect. If it was a normal 10,000 thunder quiescence formation, it would be considered good if he could reach the 7-star soldier level. It would get harder and harder to increase his force later on, and he would need more force attribute points. If he really wanted to cultivate with the help of the formation, the effect would be greatly reduced. But overall, Wang Ting's abilities had increased by a lot this time. Just the fact that his 5 forces had all reached the 9-star soldier level meant that Wang Ting was confident that he could fight a warlord head-on. In fact, he had done it before. After all, he had killed the 8-arms demon general when he was at the 9-star soldier level, even though it had already been injured quite badly at that time. Next was the cultivation techniques and combat techniques. Among the cultivation techniques and combat techniques, the most precious one was the dark clone art. This was a special cultivation technique from the Black Nightmare Demon King. It could create clones. This was definitely an extremely practical cultivation technique. Then, there was the 7-star water sword technique, a water-type heaven-level combat technique from a warlord. It also had the Li water sword intent. Its power was astonishing. 7-star Li water sword technique, 100/1000, 10%. Other than that, there were also a few extremely powerful and rare cultivation techniques and combat techniques. Yellow Heaven Vast Earth Technique, Earth-type Heaven-level cultivation technique, Blazing Sun Burning Technique, Fire-type Heaven-level cultivation technique, Blue Sea Tide Technique, Water-type Heaven-level cultivation technique, Green Dragon Spiritual Wood Technique, Wood-type Heaven-level cultivation technique, Golden Dipper Fist, Metal-type Heaven-level fist technique, Black Wing Demonic Slash, Dark-type Heaven-level sword technique, Netherworld Soul-splitting claw, Dark-type Heaven-level claw technique. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but feel elated. These cultivation techniques and combat techniques were all heaven level. He suddenly remembered that quite a few warlords had died on the battlefield. Not only were there strong humans, but there were also powerful dark apparitions. These heaven-level cultivation techniques and combat techniques could only have been left behind by them. Now, among Wang Ting's 5-element cultivation techniques, other than the metal type, the rest were all heaven-level cultivation techniques. This was naturally a great thing for his usual cultivation. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the faster the cultivation speed. As for the remaining combat techniques, Golden Dipper Fist was a metal-type fist technique. Blackwing Demonic Slash and Netherworld Soul-splitting claw were both dark-type combat techniques. One was a sword technique, and the other was a claw technique. The most important thing was that these 3 combat techniques all had a concept attached to them: Golden Dipper Fist, 650/1000, 10%, Blackwing Demonic Slash, 580/1000, 10%, Netherworld Soul-splitting claw, 800/1000, 10%. The 3 combat techniques concepts were all at the 10% stage. It wasn't very high, but a concept was still a concept. It was very different from a combat technique without a concept. After obtaining so many heaven-level cultivation techniques and combat techniques all at once, Wang Ting already looked down on cultivation techniques and combat techniques that were below the heaven level. He was full of himself. A real wave of wealth. However, to him, those cultivation techniques and combat techniques below the heaven level were not useless. He might be able to use them in the future by comprehending them. Finally, there was the only unexpected gain. Green Jade Glazed Flame. He had a deep understanding of the power of this fire of heaven and earth during the war. Even the Black Nightmare Demon King was extremely wary of the Green Jade Glazed Flame and suffered greatly under its encirclement. Wang Ting's attention to this fire of heaven and earth had increased by several levels. He could definitely add the Green Jade Glazed Flame into his fire-type combat techniques. This way, not only would it be unexpected, but it would also increase the power of his combat techniques by several levels. Wang Ting touched his chin and thought to himself. What he loved the most was to take people by surprise and kill them without paying for it. Thinking of the Green Jade Glazed Flame, Wang Ting couldn't help but think of the ironclad scorpion and Little White. When he left them at the birthplace of the Green Jade Glazed Flame. He thought that he could go back and pick them up after the war. He didn't expect this to happen. Now that he was wandering in the foreign realm, he didn't know when he would be able to return. For the time being, he couldn't care about those two guys. Fortunately, the ironclad scorpion had already handed over its soul core. Wang Ting wasn't worried that it would cause any trouble. As for Tantai and the others, he had no other choice. He just hoped that they would believe that he could survive and not give him a cenotaph or a title of martyr. Otherwise, how sad would his parents be? Wang Ting sighed and shook his head helplessly. After going through everything in his mind, Wang Ting finally let out a long breath. He wasn't a sentimental person. He didn't think too much about it. Instead, he closed his eyes and continued to heal his injuries. Earth Star, capital Xia, a meeting room in the military headquarters. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Both sides of the long table were filled with men and women. Most of them were above 30 years old, and some of them were white-haired elders. Everyone exuded a refined and capable aura. Moreover, they were all wearing military uniforms and sitting upright. The badge on their shoulders was Crimson Star. Crimson Stars were at least brigadier generals. Tantai Xian and Xiao Nanfeng were among them. 3 elders sat at the head of the table. One of them was the mysterious, skinny elder who accompanied Tantai Xian and Xiao Nanfeng to the Dragon's Nest to watch the national #1 martial arts competition. Of the other 2 elders in military uniforms, one was burly. Although his hair and beard were white, his aura was extremely fierce and oppressive. The other one was very elegant and easygoing. He had a smile on his face and looked like an amiable grandpa next door. These 3 were the highest leaders of the military headquarters, the 3 marshals. The meeting room was silent for a while. Then, the burly elder in military uniform said, "In recent years, the dark apparitions' activities have become more frequent. The war in the northern borderline hasn't subsided, and the battle in Star Maple City has already happened. I'm afraid the situation isn't optimistic." Everyone's expression turned grave. They were speechless. "We've been promoting martial arts for the past few years. The country is also increasing its resources. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left." The elegant elder shook his head and said helplessly, "After the meeting ends, follow me over there." The skinny elder who was pretending to be asleep said faintly. The other 2 elders looked at each other and nodded. While the 3 elders were talking, no one else spoke. However, when they heard the 3 elders finalize such an important matter in a few sentences, everyone's eyes flashed. They started to ponder. According to what they said, something big was going to happen. I wonder if more resources will be granted. After all, the dark apparitions were rampant now, and martial artists had suffered heavy losses. Their lives weren't easy either. If they wanted to fight against the dark apparitions, they had to nurture more powerful martial artists. Just as everyone was having their own thoughts, the elegant and easygoing old man swept his gaze around and said in a heavy tone, "Although we won the battle at Star Maple City, it was only a narrow victory. According to what you said, the Black Nightmare Devil Lord didn't die in the end?" As he spoke, his gaze turned to Tantai Xian. At the same time, the other 2 elders also looked over. Clearly, they were very concerned about this matter. "That's right. The Black Nightmare Demon King shouldn't be dead yet. My disciple was pushed into the spatial crack by it. Furthermore, it left behind a message that everyone present heard." Tantai Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of heaviness. He nodded and repeated Black Nightmare Devil Lord's words. When everyone heard this, their eyes flashed with surprise. "Your disciple was taken to the dark world?" the burly elder asked in surprise. "I'm afraid so," Tantai Xian said. "It's too dangerous to go to the world of the dark apparitions. The chances of coming back alive are very low," the elegant and easygoing old man said with a heavy expression. Tantai Xian couldn't help but fall silent. He said, he should still be alive at the moment. Wang Ting has a spiritual pet. We can confirm whether he's still alive through the spiritual pet contract. It turned out that after Wang Ting fell into the foreign realm, Little White didn't see him return. She flew to Star Maple City to look for him. In the end, she was found by Tantai Xian. Little White also recognized Tantai Xian. After communicating with him, she confirmed that Wang Ting was still alive. Oh. The three elders looked at each other in surprise. It's good that he's still alive. At least there's still a chance. The elegant and easygoing old man nodded. Controlling the overall situation, killing the dark apparition generals, resisting the black nightmare demon king. All of these are shocking. Such talent is a blessing for mankind. The burly elder nodded. He saved a building from collapse and saved the tide. We humans need a hero like him. If there's a need, do your best to save him. Wang Ting's talent needs to be valued, the skinny elder said in the end. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. The three marshals thought too highly of Wang Ting. Doing their best to rescue him meant that the three marshals really hoped to rescue Wang Ting. This was a signal that the higher-ups wanted to put Wang Ting in an important position. However, when everyone thought about it, they didn't find it strange. Many of them were guarding other regions and didn't participate in the battle. However, they all received the post-battle report of the battle in Star Maple City. Therefore, everyone was very clear about Wang Ting's performance in the battle in Star Maple City. It could be said that there was probably no one present who could do such a thing. That young man who was currently trapped in the other world was too amazing. Wang Ting's ability was comparable to an army. In some special situations, he was even more important than an army. If they could rescue him, it would definitely be a great thing for mankind, thus, no one raised any objections. I heard that the other world gave Wang Ting the title of honorary count. At this moment, the elegant and easygoing old man asked again. During the battle in Sun City, Wang Ting formed a good friendship with the other world. They seemed to value his talent and gave him the title of honorary baron. This time, to thank him for his contribution to the battle in Star Maple City, they even made an exception and gave him the title of honorary count, Xianxia explained. Wang Ting helped build a bridge between us and the other world. The elegant and easygoing old man exclaimed. Since the other world didn't hesitate to give him the title of Earl, we can't disappoint him. In my opinion, Wang Ting's strength should be at the warlord level. In addition to the military achievements he made this time, it's not too much to promote him to the rank of Major General, the burly old man said. This? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The rank of Major General, how old was Wang Ting, an 18-year-old Major General? It sounded unreal. Isn't the rank of Major General a little too much? Someone asked carefully. Yes, an 18-year-old Major General will probably cause quite a stir. It might not be a good thing for him, someone else agreed. This will push him to the heart of the storm. Xianxia frowned but did not say anything. As Wang Ting's teacher, it was not her place to say anything. However, she believed that the three marshals would give Wang Ting a satisfactory explanation. The three marshals listened to everyone's discussion until they quieted down. Then, the thin old man sitting in the middle said in a calm and unquestionable tone, "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary actions. This matter is decided." Everyone looked at each other and did not say anything in the end. The three marshals' will was very clear. There was no room for discussion on this matter. It was obvious that Wang Ting had caught the attention of the three marshals. If he returned, he would definitely rise to the top. Wang Ting had been hiding in the dark and damp cave for 4 to 5 days. She wouldn't have known if she hadn't tried. It turned out that he was a strong person who could withstand loneliness and harsh environments. Yes, very strong. Thinking about how he endured such an environment for such a long time just to survive, he was quite impressed with himself. At this moment, he felt that his injuries were almost healed. In an environment filled with dark force, the 8-armed demonic body that he had just obtained was like a fish in water. His recovery ability had become extremely strong. In addition to the combination of the 8-level demonic art and the body of thunder, his recovery ability couldn't be estimated using common sense. This was especially true for the Thunderbolt body. After he had cultivated it with the help of the myriad lightning quiescence array, his physical body had been tempered to an extremely powerful level. Wang Ting sat on the ground and clenched his fists. He felt that his punch was enough to kill a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that his injuries were too severe this time, with his series of abilities, his recovery time could be reduced by half. Wang Ting prepared to leave this damned small cave. If he stayed here any longer, he would get claustrophobia. Boom, he suddenly reached out his hand and punched the top of his head. The roots of the big tree and the thick soil were instantly blasted into the sky and scattered everywhere. Wang Ting flashed and appeared 10 meters away from the cave. The soil didn't land on him at all. However, a certain pitiful little fellow in the cave suffered. It had been living quite comfortably these days. Wang Ting gave it food every day, and it was all very delicious food. It didn't need to go out to hunt at all. Every day, she would be cooped up in her little nest, either eating and sleeping, or sleeping and eating. Her days were very comfortable. Its small and skinny body seemed to have become fatter. Unfortunately, these days were gone after Wang Ting's injuries completely healed. It had just been sleeping when it suddenly heard a loud noise. It opened its eyes in horror and jumped up from the ground. Before it could react, it saw that its nest had been destroyed beyond recognition. A large amount of soil and grass fell from the sky. A large piece of mud coincidentally smashed on its head, causing it to grimace in pain as tears welled up in its eyes. The little thing stared blankly at its little nest, which had become a patio. It could see the sky when it raised its head. Then, it couldn't help but look for the figure that had occupied its little nest for several days. Finally, it saw the big guy 10 meters away. When Wang Ting met its innocent gaze, a sense of guilt rose in his heart. F***ck. In a moment of excitement, he forgot that this was his home. An awkward atmosphere filled the air between the two parties. Wang Ting pretended to do nothing and looked up at the sky. The little thing crawled out of the cave. It swore that if it hadn't eaten his food, it would have fought him to the death. Wang Ting had a headache. He was ready to leave this place and find a way to return to the human world, but he had no idea how to deal with this little thing in front of him. Should he just leave it here? It seemed a little cruel. After a few days of interaction, Wang Ting realized that this little thing really didn't seem like a dark apparition. If it was a dark apparition, he would just leave it there without any psychological burden. However, if it wasn't a dark apparition, Wang Ting couldn't just leave it alone because it had taken him in for so many days. At this time, Wang Ting looked down. The little thing was standing 5 meters away, neither far nor near. It was staring at him with its black eyes. "Follow me," Wang Ting said calmly with a cold expression. After that, he didn't care about what it thought and walked straight into the forest. The little thing's eyes flashed, and it hurriedly followed him. Wang Ting released his spiritual power and sensed the situation in this grey forest. On one hand, it was to detect the existence of dangerous creatures, and on the other hand, it was to find clean water. His body was already very dirty and smelly. He had to find a place to wash. The little thing behind him was also a ball of black paint and emitted a sour smell. He wondered how many years it had been since it last bathed. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them were a group of beggars. The little thing followed behind Wang Ting and seemed to be very vigilant. It always lowered its body. This was a posture that could be used to dodge or attack at any time. Wang Ting saw its behavior and knew that this little thing had lived in the forest for a long time. Otherwise, it wouldn't have developed such a cautious habit. At this time, he suddenly sped up and ran towards a certain place in the forest. The little thing was slightly stunned. Then, it suddenly sped up. Its hands and feet were on the ground, running like a wild beast. Wang Ting was only testing its limits. Otherwise, with his speed, the little thing naturally wouldn't be able to keep up. After a while, the little thing seemed to know Wang Ting's purpose. It hurriedly shouted, "Don't go. It's very dangerous there." However, Wang Ting didn't seem to hear it and continued forward. The little thing hesitated as if it had recalled some bad memories. Its face was filled with fear. After a while, it gritted its teeth and followed. Not long after, a calm lake appeared in front of the two of them. Wang Ting stood by the lake. He looked back and saw that the little thing was still standing far away, not daring to get close to the lake. He immediately used his psychic power to sweep it over and threw it into the lake. Wang Ting also took off his clothes and jumped into the cold and gloomy lake water with a splash. The little thing poked its head out of the lake. It looked frightened. Its posture was like a dog as it swam towards the shore. "Wash up, or I'll throw you into the lake," Wang Ting said coldly. The little thing's body stiffened. It looked at him and said, "There are monsters here. It's very dangerous. You won't die. Wang Ting said. He ignored it and washed his body. He stored some necessary daily necessities in his spatial ring. It was just the right time to use them. After washing up, he smelled good. He was still a handsome and clean boy, however, at this time, as if it was responding to the little thing's words, a black shadow suddenly appeared under Wang Ting's body. A crashing sound was heard, a terrifying and ferocious giant black fish jumped out of the water and opened its mouth to swallow Wang Ting. The little thing's eyes widened and its face was full of shock. You're asking for it. Wang Ting snorted. He opened his mouth and spat out a black ball of light. It rushed towards the giant black fish. Dark wind bullet, the black ball of light went straight into the black fish's mouth. Then, the big black fish's body expanded. Bang, with a loud sound, the big black fish's body suddenly exploded. Wang Ting used his psychic power to sweep all the pieces of flesh and blood far away. He didn't pollute the lake at all. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. The lake was completely calm. All the restless creatures below shrank back into their nests, trembling in fear. The little thing widened its eyes and looked at the person who was still washing himself. Dark Force *56, blank attribute *80, after killing the big black fish, 2 attribute bubbles fell out and were retrieved by psychic power. Wang Ting picked them up directly. Then, he turned around and glanced at the little thing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and bathe. Oh. The little thing nodded in a daze. Then, it took off its clothes in a daze and began to clear up. It finally understood that this mysterious big guy was very powerful. As long as it was by his side, it no longer had to worry about those powerful beings that it used to be afraid of. Wang Ting quickly finished bathing and walked to the shore. He used his fire force to dry the water on his body and put on his clothes. Lil Thing also climbed onto the shore, but its body was naked. It was about to put on its original tattered animal skin clothes. Pfft! Wang Ting suddenly widened his eyes and was stunned. This little thing was actually a girl. After bathing, under the black skin was a pale and delicate little face. Wang Ting quickly closed his eyes. Sinful. The little thing did not feel anything and quickly put on its clothes. Then, it stared at Wang Ting with its eyes wide open. Wang Ting opened his eyes and carefully sized up the little thing. Its ears were a little sharp, and its pupils were slightly dark purple. Other than that, it was no different from an ordinary human. Its black hair was very straight after being washed, and it was wet and hung down to its back. Wang Ting touched his chin. Needless to say, this little thing looked quite delicate. Other than being a little malnourished, there was nothing wrong with it. Cough. Wang Ting coughed dryly and quickly shook off the strange thoughts in his mind. He had no interest in a little kid. Speaking of which, after being fed by him these few days, it had at least gained some weight. Otherwise, it would be even thinner. Wang Ting thought for a while and decided to keep it by his side first to see where it came from. He directly grabbed the little thing by its collar and flew into the sky. After identifying the direction, he flew out of the forest. Lil Thing didn't show the slightest bit of fear. It stared at the scenery below with its eyes wide open, its face full of curiosity. What's your name? At this moment, she heard a calm voice. She looked up at Wang Ting, tilted her head, and said, Ziyi. Violet Night. Wang Ting lowered his head and looked at her purple pupils. He nodded as though he knew the reason. Then, he asked, who gave you this name? He originally thought that this wild child didn't have a name. He didn't expect that after asking, he would really get it out. It's me, Mother. Ziyi said. Wang Ting was silent for a moment. He had already guessed that Zai's mother was most likely dead. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left her young self behind. So he changed the topic and asked, did your mother bring you to this forest? N. Violet Night nodded. Wang Ting didn't ask further, and Ziyi didn't speak anymore. She just looked around curiously. This was the first time she had left her nest. After flying for more than half an hour, Wang Ting and Ziyi gradually approached the edge of the forest. At this moment, he scanned the forest with his spirit vision. A few force light balls appeared in the forest below. There were a total of 4 light balls. According to their strength, 3 of them were at the 6-star soldier level, and 1 was at the 7-star soldier level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he landed with Ziyi. There were 4 vampire dark apparitions. 2 of them were males, and the other 2 were females. Naturally, they all had outstanding looks. When they saw Wang Ting and Ziyi landing not far away from them, they immediately put up their guard. Wang Ting wasn't that stupid. In the world of dark apparitions, he naturally had to keep a low profile. He couldn't foolishly expose his human identity. Hence, he had been using his dark force just now. The 4 vampire dark apparitions didn't suspect anything. At first, when they saw them landing from the sky and flying in the air, they thought that they were at least at the 7-star soldier level. They thought that they were powerful people, so they didn't dare to be careless. However, when they saw the 2 of them, they immediately put down their guard. Arrogance appeared on their faces, and their eyes were filled with disdain. They said with contempt, "Hybrid." Hybrid? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He looked at himself and Ziyi. Were they talking about the 2 of them? Did these dark apparitions misunderstand something? "Who are you?" Wang Ting asked. "How dare you? Where did you come from, hybrid? Don't you know that you have to kneel down and greet purebloods?" One of the dark apparitions shouted coldly. Wang Ting instantly frowned. Damn, they actually want me to kneel down and greet them. Are these dark apparitions tired of living? The few vampire dark apparitions saw that he didn't move and even had a look of disdain on his face. It was as though they had been greatly offended. They were instantly enraged. "You're courting death." 2 of the dark apparitions moved in a flash. They pounced towards Wang Ting directly. Wang Ting was stunned again. He was stunned. Are these dark apparitions so reckless? They dared to attack him without knowing his abilities. He couldn't help but look at the other 2 dark apparitions. They stood at their original spots calmly, as though they weren't worried that Wang Ting would retaliate. Where did these dark apparitions get their sense of superiority? The 2 dark apparitions appeared in front of Wang Ting. Seeing that he actually ignored them, the murderous intent in their eyes intensified. There was no pity on their faces. Their palms were glowing with a blood-red glow, and they grabbed towards Wang Ting's heart. Scram! Wang Ting's expression turned cold, and he suddenly attacked. Pa! Pa! 2 crisp slaps were suddenly heard. The 2 vampire dark apparitions were instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. Bang! They landed heavily on the ground and couldn't help but spit out a few teeth. Their pale and handsome faces were instantly swollen, and they were dumbfounded. You dare to hit us?" The 2 dark apparitions were both shocked and furious. It was as though Wang Ting attacking them was something extremely unbelievable. "Is there a problem with that?" Wang Ting said coldly. "Do you know what you're doing? How dare you attack a pureblood? There's no place for you in the entire abyss world." The other 2 vampire dark apparitions who hadn't attacked looked at Wang Ting coldly and said, "Abyss world?" Wang Ting wasn't moved by their words at all. However, he noticed the name of the world that they mentioned and was a little surprised. "Bastard, didn't you hear what we said?" The 4 dark apparitions were furious. No hybrid had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of a pureblood. Was this fellow crazy? "Sigh, we're not of the same race. We can't even communicate." Wang Ting sighed in his heart. Then, he moved his body and disappeared from the spot. The 4 dark apparitions' expressions changed drastically. They activated the dark force in their bodies. Black light flickered on their bodies as they immediately put up a defense. Mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wang Ting sneered. Dark force surged in his body as he threw a punch. Boom, the 4 dark apparitions were shocked. They were instantly sent flying and spat out blood. "Who exactly are you?" Their faces were filled with fear. They looked at Wang Ting, and the arrogance on their faces finally disappeared. In the abyss world, there was an unwritten rule. More accurately, it was an established rule. That was, pure bloods were generally nobler than mixed bloods. Among the dark races, bloodline was the main factor that determined everything. Birth, talent, status, these were all determined by bloodline. In the eyes of the pure-blood dark apparitions, mixed bloods had always been lowly slaves. They were bugs in the mud pits that they could order around as they wished. As long as they were not at the general level, mixed bloods had to lower their heads in front of the pure bloods. Many mixed bloods were even food and slaves that the pure bloods reared. If mixed bloods didn't receive the corresponding resources, it was basically impossible for them to reach the general level. They would forever be under the control of the pure bloods and be enslaved by them. In this world, mixed bloods were never treated fairly. Hence, when the four dark apparitions saw Wan Ting and Violet Night, they revealed an arrogant expression that said, "God is number one, I am number two." Because their appearances were the standard of mixed bloods. It was obvious that the four dark apparitions thought that Wan Ting and Violet Night were targets that they could kill as they wished. However, they didn't expect this mixed blood to be so powerful. He defeated the four of them with one punch. They had only seen a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior or someone of a higher level before. This meant that this mixed blood in front of them was at least a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. But, when did such a powerful person appear among the mixed bloods? The four dark apparitions looked at each other. Deep shock and disbelief appeared in their eyes. They couldn't help but ask the biggest question in their hearts. "Who exactly are you?" Wang Ting glanced at them and waved his hand. A huge rock flew over from afar and landed in front of them. Then, Wang Ting sat down and said calmly, "Now, I will ask and you will answer. Do you understand?" A hint of humiliation flashed past the eyes of the four dark apparitions. The 7-star soldier-level vampire was obviously the leader. He couldn't help but say, "Sir, since you already have such strength, you should be respected. I, Viscount Snow, am willing to apologize for my recklessness and disrespect just now." Before he could finish speaking, a shining golden shadow rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Then, it blew on his handsome and pale face. Pa Ji. This blood clan member's head was smashed into the ground. His buttocks were raised high, and his limbs twitched unconsciously. It was obvious how painful it was. The facial muscles of the other 3 blood breeds twitched as they looked at this pure blood in front of them in horror. They had never thought that he would be so cruel. Ziya's eyes lit up as he looked at the blood tribe member who had been slapped into the ground. He then looked at the golden brick in Wan Ting's hand as if he had discovered a new continent. The vampire propped his hands on the ground and forcibly pulled his head out of the ground. Its hair was in a mess, and blood was flowing out of its forehead and nose. It was in an extremely sorry state, and a trace of shame and resentment flashed in its eyes. "Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Wan Ting looked at it and asked. Viscount Snow cursed in his heart. This mixed blood in front of him didn't play by the rules at all. He had already admitted defeat and apologized, but he still wanted to beat him up. As a vampire viscount, he had never felt so aggrieved before. Moreover, this bastard was too ruthless. Slapping him directly into the ground was simply an insult. However, this mixed blood of unknown origin was obviously very different from the usual serval hybrids. Facing a pure blood with the title of Viscount, he actually dared to lay his hands on him. If he wasn't a fool, then he must be crazy. But no matter what, the best way was to not anger him. When he returned to his territory, there would naturally be countless ways to kill him. Hence, he nodded obediently and didn't utter another word. A trace of regret flashed in Wan Ting's eyes, but he didn't waste any more time. He asked directly, "Where are you from?" A few drops of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of the dark apparitions. What was the meaning of that regretful gaze? The leader of the blood breed's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to answer, he heard the mixed blood in front of him tossing the golden brick in his hand and saying, "Think carefully before you speak. If I find out that you lied to me later, I won't be so nice." Wolf Head Ridge, Greystone Town, the leader of the blood breeds said without hesitation. "What are you doing here?" Wang Ting continued to ask. "Hunting." Then, under Wang Ting's interrogation, the 4 blood breeds actually told him everything that he asked. Wang Ting learned a lot of useful information from them. At the same time, he also learned about the so-called mixed blood and pure bloods. All in all, it was pretty **ket up. Furthermore, he also guessed that the reason why Ziya's mother brought the young Ziyi to live in the forest alone was probably related to this insurmountable social class. Wang Ting looked at Ziyi thoughtfully, and the latter looked back at him in confusion. He retracted his gaze, and a demonic red light flashed in his eyes. Bewitchment, the leader of the blood breeds instantly lost himself under his powerful mental power. Wang Ting asked a few more crucial questions. Other than the fact that their goal wasn't to hunt, the rest of the answers were the same as before. Hence, he didn't ask any more questions. The leader of the blood breed shuddered and suddenly woke up. As if he had seen a ghost, he shouted in horror, "How do you know the natural talent of the blood breeds?" The other 3 blood breeds were slightly stunned. They finally understood what had happened and looked at Wang Ting in horror. This mixed blood actually knew the unique natural talent of the blood breeds and even used it on them. Why do dead people know so much? Wang Ting glanced at them coldly. The 4 blood breeds were horrified and quickly retreated without hesitation. "If you kill us, all the pure bloods will see you as the public enemy and will definitely kill you," the leader of the blood breeds shouted as he ran away. "There are only a few of us here. If I kill you, who will know that I did it?" Wang Ting stood where he was and mocked. You. The leader of the blood breeds was speechless. He felt that this mixed blood made sense and he couldn't refute it. He never thought that there would really be a mixed blood who dared to kill pure bloods. This guy was definitely a lunatic, hence, they ran even faster and used all their strength to get away from this lunatic. Tisk. Suddenly, the 4 dark apparitions that were running away trembled and blood spurted out from their temples. Their bodies stiffened and their expressions froze. They fell to the ground and couldn't be more dead. "I prefer to eliminate all uncertainties directly." Wang Ting was silent. He reached out his hand and a ray of light fell into his hand. It was the shooting star spiral. A few attribute bubbles fell to the ground and were picked up by him. Dark Force *160 Dark Force *140 Spirit *80 Dark Force *145 Spirit *120 Bewitchment *25. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and his body slowly changed into another appearance. He said to Purple Knight, "From now on, call me Viscount Snow." "Yes." Ziya's eyes widened as she looked at Wang Ting, who had completely changed his appearance. Her eyes were filled with amazement as she circled around Wang Ting a few times. All right. You're making me dizzy," Wang Ting said in annoyance. "Oh." Ziyi stopped in front of him. "Call me Viscount Snow in the future. Do you remember?" Wang Ting reminded her once again. Ziyi nodded. Wang Ting patted her head in satisfaction and turned to the 4 corpses of the blood kindred. He took a scarlet ring from Viscount Snow's hand. He had just learned through the bewitchment skill that these blood kindred were not here purely to hunt. They were here for the secret treasure left behind by a certain blood kindred ancestor from tens of thousands of years ago. It had to be mentioned here that most blood kindred had a hobby of hiding all kinds of treasures in dark corners. They were also very passionate about finding these treasures left behind by their predecessors. Of course, it seemed that almost all living creatures liked to hunt for treasures, which was both exciting and could make them rich. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. His spiritual power probed into Viscount Snow's scarlet ring, which had become ownerless after his death. He swept through it and took out an ancient animal skin scroll. He flipped it open to take a look. There was a complicated ancient script on it, appearing elegant and complex. The problem was that Wang Ting did not recognize a single word. This was not the most common dark language. He shook his head and put it away. He decided to translate it again when he had the chance. As for the so-called secret treasure of the blood kindred ancestor, it was not that attractive to him. After all, he was not a blood kindred. The most important thing now was to find the way home. Next, he searched the bodies of the 4 blood kindred dark apparitions. Apart from some black crystals, there was nothing valuable. The other 3 blood kindred did not even have space rings. They were completely poor. This should be the origin stone of darkness. Wang Ting muttered to himself as he played with the few black crystals in his hand and felt the darkness origin power within them. After a few glances, he lost interest. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he flicked his finger. Green flames fell on the 4 blood clan corpses and instantly engulfed them. Not long after, not even bones were left. The fire of heaven and earth was just that awesome. "Let's go." Wang Ting grabbed Ziya's collar once again and rushed into the sky, flying in the direction that the blood breed named Snow had told him. In less than half an hour, a town appeared before his eyes. It was the gray stone town that Snow had mentioned. Whether it was the town's walls or the buildings, they were all made of a type of gray stone. The style was unique, and that was probably how the town got its name. The houses in the town were basically stone castle-type buildings. Wang Ting couldn't see a single person at a glance. It seemed somewhat desolate and bleak. Wang Ting landed outside the town and strolled towards Greystone Town. Although there were few people in the town, there were still dark apparitions guarding the gate. When the dark apparitions saw Wang Ting transform into Viscount Snow, a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. However, they still placed their hands on their chests and performed a blood breed's unique salute. They said respectfully, "Lord Viscount." Wang Ting already understood Snow's character. He nodded coldly and displayed the prestige of a viscount. Then, he calmly walked past the few blood breeds. Ziyi was like a little slave, following closely behind Wang Ting with her head lowered. When she had just left the forest, she didn't have any fear. However, now that she was in an extremely unfamiliar environment and had encountered even more dark apparitions, she was somewhat apprehensive. Therefore, her current appearance wasn't entirely an act. Seeing that the two of them had walked far away, the few blood breeds began to whisper to each other. "Lord Snow just left not long ago. Why is he back so soon? And I remember that Lord Snow brought 3 guards with him. Where did they go? Alright. It's not up to us to butt in on Lord Snow's matters. Speaking of which, Lord Snow also brought a young mixed blood back. I wonder what he wants to do. Could it be? He. The voices of the few dark apparitions traveled into Wang Ting's ears from afar. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. He glanced at Ziyi from the corner of his eyes. Bah, tainting my innocence, sooner or later, I'll kill all these dark apparitions. Wang Ting searched for Viscount Snow's residence according to the information obtained from the interrogation. At the same time, he observed the situation in Greystone Town. It had to be said that in the world of the dark apparitions, even the town seemed very dark and strange. As Wang Ting walked, he felt as if he had entered a dead town. It was lifeless. In addition, the sky was dark and there was no sunlight. It seemed as if everything was very gloomy. Occasionally, 1 or 2 figures in ragged clothes would flash in the alleys on both sides of the street. After they saw Wang Ting transform into Viscount Snow, fear flashed in their eyes. Then, their gazes fell on Ziyi, who was behind him. Gazes peeked out from various alleys and peeped at Ziyi. Those gazes seemed to contain many things. Ziyi keenly felt these gazes and couldn't help but stop in his tracks and look into the alleys. "Let's go." Wang Ting shouted coldly from the front without even turning his head back. "Oh." Ziyi responded and quickly followed after him. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the largest ancient castle building in the center of the town. Greystone Town was Viscount Snow's fief. Its residence wasn't hard to find. Wang Ting took out a token from the scarlet ring and swiped it on the door. The door slowly opened. Wang Ting stepped in first. "Lord, you're back." In the dark hall of the ancient castle, 2 rows of maids dressed in black and white bowed respectfully to him under the lead of a blood breed in a butler's uniform. My goodness, this Snow really knows how to enjoy life. Wang Ting glanced around and was speechless. These blood breed maids in front of him were all of the best quality without exception. If they were on Earth Star, they would definitely be goddess-like figures in the eyes of countless otakus and bootlickers. Has my room been cleaned? Wang Ting was unmoved and asked calmly. "Lord, it has been cleaned." The blood breed in butler's uniform led the way in front. She was the butler of this ancient castle, Annie. It was worth mentioning that she was a female blood breed with a huge weapon. Wang Ting glanced at her discreetly and retracted his gaze. Damn that Snow. After passing through a long corridor, they arrived in front of a bedroom. Annie respectfully opened the door for Wang Ting. "You can leave first." "I didn't call for you, so don't disturb me," Wang Ting said calmly. "Yes." Annie looked at Zai with a pair of fox-like eyes and then turned to leave. Wang Ting's eyes twitched. Damn it, what kind of look was that? Wang Ting couldn't be bothered to bicker with a blood breed. He brought Zai into the bedroom. He realized that the bedroom was extremely spacious. There was a dark wooden desk, an unknown leather sofa, a large goose feather bed, etc. All kinds of equipment were available. Wang Ting exhaled and said to Zai, "Play by yourself for a while. Don't run around." Zai nodded and looked around curiously. Wang Ting didn't bother with her anymore. He walked around the room and activated his spirit vision. He didn't find anything wrong and then sat down in front of the desk. There were many ancient books on the desk and in the bookshelf behind him. Wang Ting casually flipped through them. Some were written in the language of darkness, while others were in a language he didn't recognize. He picked up a book in the language of darkness that he could understand. This book was a common one, but the content was a brief history of the abyss world that Wang Ting urgently needed. If he wanted to leave this world, he naturally had to understand it before he could find a way. In the following time, Wang Ting was completely immersed in the book until Zai came over and tugged at his clothes. He looked up in confusion. "I'm hungry," Zai said. Wang Ting was stunned. He looked at the sky outside. It was already completely dark, making the already gloomy world seem even darker and deeper. A huge scarlet full moon hung high in the night sky. The faint red moonlight scattered on the ground like a thin veil. The full moon seemed to be hanging above his head. Wang Ting could even see the craters and scar-like rugged mountain ranges on it. "It's already so late?" Wang Ting smiled wryly. He stretched lazily and took out some astral beast meat from his spatial ring to roast on the spot. He knew that vampires usually ate blood, so he and Zai naturally couldn't drink blood like wild beasts. Fortunately, he had a lot of astral beast meat in his spatial ring, as well as other dry rations. It was enough for him to eat for a long time. With Wang Ting's cooking skills, the delicious roast meat was quickly cooked. He even took out some drinks and sat around the table with Zai, eating heartily. Suddenly, a figure barged in from outside the window. The sudden uninvited guest caused the atmosphere in the room to become extremely awkward. Wang Ting and Little Purple Knight had barbecued meat in their mouths. They were dumbfounded as they turned to look at the person in front of them. That person was wrapped in a slightly tattered black cloak, the white hood shrouding his face in shadow. The faint red moonlight outside the window shone in from behind him, making his back appear even more mysterious. Of course, if one ignored the fact that his body suddenly stiffened when he saw someone in the room, everything would be perfect. It was a perfect intrusion, a perfect landing, and a pity that he was also discovered perfectly. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of interest. A light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he activated his spiritual sight. He immediately saw that this person was merely a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior. Also, he had an aura similar to Little Purple Knight's. "Sorry, I've come to the wrong place." As if sensing Wang Ting's mocking gaze, a hoarse voice came from under the cloak. Then, he slowly got up and carefully retreated to the windowsill. He could feel that his gaze was fixed on Viscount Snow, whom Wang Ting had transformed into, as if he was afraid that Wang Ting would suddenly attack him. "Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Wang Ting smiled faintly. Hearing this voice, the person under the black cloak narrowed his eyes. He sped up and wanted to jump out of the windowsill to escape. However, at this moment, his entire body stiffened. He couldn't move at all. He was shocked. He looked at the smiling Wang Ting and exclaimed, "What did you do?" He felt as if his body was bound by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all. That was Wang Ting's spiritual power. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Wang Ting ignored his question and asked him back. "No, nothing. I just accidentally came here and disturbed your dinner." "I'm very sorry, but that's all." The person in the black cloak was nervous, but he still said stubbornly, "Haha." Wang Ting sneered and decided to give him a cold shoulder. He turned his head and continued to eat. Seeing that little Ziyi was still looking at him, he turned her head back. "Don't worry about him. Fill your stomach first." "Oh." Ziyi nodded and finally remembered the delicious food. He stuffed the barbecued meat into his mouth and ate it in big bites. After getting along with him for a few days, Wang Ting gradually realized that this little thing was actually a foodie. Its stomach was not big, but it ate a lot. The two of them ate faster than the other, as if they were afraid that the other would snatch all the food. The rich aroma of food filled the room. Goo goo. Suddenly, an extremely clear sound rang out in the room. Wang Ting and Little Violet Knight turned their heads in unison to look at a certain black-robed man standing upright in front of the windowsill. He seems to be hungry, Wang Ting said. Yes. Ziyi nodded solemnly. Forget it. Don't worry about him. We don't even have enough for ourselves, Wang Ting said. Yes. Ziyi nodded very seriously. Thus, the two of them sped up and swept everything away. The barbecued meat and drinks on the table quickly disappeared. Were these two guys demons? The black-robed man was infuriated. He seriously suspected that coming here tonight was an extremely bad decision. Burp. Burp. At that moment, he heard two very similar burps. After Wang Ting and Little Ziyi had eaten their fill, they came before the black-robed man and took off his hood, revealing a slightly pale and wrinkled old man's face. When he saw his appearance, Wang Ting was slightly taken aback. A mixed blood. Lord Viscount, I really did not mean to intrude. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I can become your slave as long as you don't think I'm old. The mixed-blood old man revealed a humble expression and laughed dryly. Why does this old man look so shameless? Wang Ting glanced at him. Although his expression was very humble, a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes, which could not be hidden from Wang Ting's eyes. Looks like you don't intend to tell the truth. Wang Ting smiled coldly, a red light flashing in his eyes. Oh no. The mixed-blood old man immediately recognized the blood breed's bewitchment and was shocked. He quickly closed his eyes, trying to avoid Wang Ting's gaze. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Wang Ting. If it was the real Viscount Snow, he would not be able to make him fall for the trick without making eye contact. However, Wang Ting's mental strength was too strong and pierced directly into his mind. The elder screamed in agony. He was controlled by Wang Ting uncontrollably. He opened his eyes. His pupils were dilated and he was at a loss. Tell me your purpose? Wang Ting asked. I'm here to rescue the young mixed blood, the old man said. Wang Ting could not help but be stunned and glanced at Zai. This result was indeed out of his expectations. Zai heard this answer but did not have any reaction. He just stared blankly at the old man. What happens after you rescue them? Wang Ting asked again. Greystone Town is Viscount Snow's territory. After rescuing the young mixed blood, we can only escape to other places to survive, the old man said. How many of you are there? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat and asked. There are hundreds of mixed blood living in Greystone Town, but many of them have been completely enslaved and are unwilling to leave, the old man said. Wang Ting was silent for a moment, then asked a few more questions and removed the bewitchment skill. The old man woke up with a pale face and a splitting headache. He gradually understood what had happened and looked at Wang Ting in despair. I've been hiding for so many years. I didn't expect to fall into the hands of you blood breeds. The old man sighed and his face finally became extremely calm. He's not a blood breed, Zai suddenly said. Not a blood breed? What a joke. How can Viscount Snow not be a blood breed? The old man looked at Zai and seemed to find her naivety laughable. Don't be fooled by him. None of these mixed blood breeds are good. They only treat us mixed blood breeds as slaves and playthings. I have a question. How did someone like you, who foolishly barged into someone else's bedroom, survive until now? Wang Ting asked teasingly. The old man blushed. It was an accident. Forget it, I can't be bothered with you. Wang Ting shook his head and said, but Zai should stay with me. It's better than wandering around with you. Sir, she's still young. Please let her go. The old man looked at Zai and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. He could not help but plead. Wang Ting was speechless. Why did this sound so strange? Damn, was he the kind of person who would do bad things to a little kid? There was no trust between people at all. Wang Ting did not want to explain at first, but a thought flashed through his mind and he changed his mind. His whole body changed and he returned to his human form. However, this was not his real appearance but another one. His ears had become a little pointy and he looked very similar to these mixed bloods. Ziyi looked at his unfamiliar appearance and a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. She did not know what he was going to do. Wang Ting gave her a look and did not care if she understood what he meant. He turned to the old mixed blood and said, "So what?" You. The old mixed blood looked at him in shock and could not say a word. "Viscount Snow has been killed by the two of us. I'm impersonating him because I have a bold idea," Wang Ting said mysteriously. "That's not right. If you're not Viscount Snow, how do you know the blood breeds bewitching skill?" The old mixed blood still did not believe him. His eyes flashed and he sneered, "Don't try to lie to me. No matter what scheme you have, I won't fall for it." "That's because I have half of the blood breed's bloodline," Wang Ting said calmly. "Half of the blood breed's bloodline?" The old mixed blood was stunned. He frowned and said, "Why should I believe you? You're in my hands and your life is in my hands. Why should I let you believe me?" Wang Ting said coldly. As he spoke, he changed back to Viscount Snow's appearance. He then turned to Ziyi and said, "This old man, how about we just kill him? He's too much of a hindrance." Ziyi was stunned. She looked at the old man and then at him. She nodded and said, "Okay. Good girl." Wang Ting patted her head. Then, his eyes suddenly became extremely dangerous. The old mixed blood was speechless. To think that he was here to save this little girl, the old mixed blood regretted it once again. He should not have come. Wang Ting took out MOK and measured it on the old mixed blood's neck as if he was looking for a good place to strike. Bean-sized beads of cold sweat dripped from the old man's forehead. He hurriedly cried out. Wait. Do you have any last words?" Wang Ting put on an act and asked. However, he didn't put down MOK in his hand. The old man glanced at the giant weapon hanging on his neck and gulped. "Well, let's talk things over. Actually, I believe you." Wang Ting looked at him speechlessly. This old man cowered so quickly that he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. Little Purple Knight tilted her head and looked at the old man curiously. She didn't know why he had changed so quickly. The old man was a little embarrassed by her stare, and his old face was faintly burning. Fortunately, his skin was very dark, and it was impossible to tell. "You're not pretending to believe me, and then when I let you go, you'll run away," Wang Ting said suspiciously. "You can keep me by your side." "I believe that with your strength, I won't be able to escape," the old man said helplessly. "I'll believe you this time." Wang Ting retracted his spiritual force. The old man suddenly felt his body relax, and the invisible force suddenly disappeared. He looked at Wang Ting in surprise, then lowered his head and revealed a flattering smile. Wang Ting flipped his palm, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. There was a black pill lying quietly in it. This was a poison pill that he had refined when he was bored. He thought it was just for fun, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. "Take it and eat it," Wang Ting said with a smile. The old man looked at the black pill in his hand, and his eyebrows twitched. One look and he knew that this pill wasn't a normal pill. However, he had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Facing Wang Ting's smiling face, he felt an inexplicable chill. He knew that if he didn't eat this pill, this Viscount Snow in front of him wouldn't let him go so easily. After the old man swallowed the black pill, Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "This pill was refined by me using several kinds of highly toxic substances. It's worth a lot. Using it on you shows how much I value you." The old man couldn't bring himself to say a curse in his heart. On the surface, he could only show a flattering expression. He was extremely aggrieved. "Sir, what orders do you have?" Wang Ting turned around and sat down on the sofa. He waved at Zai and asked her to sit beside him. Then, he opened his mouth and said calmly, "I want you to help me find out about the cities with dimensional rifts." Spatial rifts? The old man couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know what Wang Ting wanted to do. He looked at him carefully and said, "Sir, this is a very confidential matter. I'm afraid, it's not easy to find out." Wang Ting let out a cold nasal sound. I'll go find out. I Know all the mixed bloods in every town. I'll definitely be able to find out some information. The old man's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly responded. That's right. A smile appeared on Wang Ting's face. He waved his hand and said, go. Oh, right, remember to come back here once every 7 days. Otherwise, your intestines will rot. TSK, without the antidote, you'll die a horrible death. The old man shuddered. Thinking about the consequences, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He bowed to Wang Ting and turned to leave. When he reached the window, he turned back and asked carefully, Sir, are you really a mixed blood? What do you think? Wang Ting smiled meaningfully. I understand now. The old man nodded, jumped down from the window, and disappeared into the night. What did he understand? Wang Ting was in a daze as he thought to himself. Ziyi curiously poked her head out of the window and looked in the direction he disappeared, but she couldn't see anything. Do you want to go with him? Wang Ting walked over and stood beside her, asking. Ziyi thought for a while, then shook her head and said, no. Why? Wang Ting asked in surprise. He's too weak. Ziyi answered seriously. Hey, you little brat, you're quite clever. Wang Ting knocked her head and laughed. At this moment, the old man was shuttling through the dark streets, like a shadow in the darkness. He moved erratically and was very hidden, and his speed was extremely fast. It was obvious that he had used some kind of concealment technique. Soon, he arrived at a remote corner of Greystone Town. He looked around to make sure that no one was following him before he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he walked to the front of a house and knocked on the door rhythmically. The door opened slightly, and a gaze shot out. After seeing the old man, the person let him in. Rodney, you're back. Didn't you save the little girl? Yes, I failed. The old man, Rodney, walked into the house and nodded with a serious expression. There were many people in the house. At a glance, they were all mixed bloods. The person who opened the door was a mixed blood who looked like a middle-aged woman. She asked anxiously, what happened? That Viscount Snow isn't simple, Rodney said. According to the news we heard, that Viscount Snow is lecherous and incompetent. Although he's a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior, he doesn't have much combat power. How can he not be simple? Did you make a mistake? The mixed blood who looked like a middle-aged woman asked suspiciously. That Viscount Snow was replaced by someone else. Rodney smiled bitterly. Ah. Everyone in the house exclaimed when they heard that. How is that possible? The mixed blood who looked like a middle-aged woman was in disbelief. Rodney didn't hide anything and recounted what happened just now. Then, he sat down gloomily. After hearing that, everyone fell into silence. You said that Viscount Snow was disguised by us mixed bloods? The mixed blood who looked like a middle-aged woman confirmed once again. You've already asked me a few times. I saw it with my own eyes. How can I be wrong? Rodney said impatiently. The mixed blood who looked like a middle-aged woman was a little embarrassed, but she still frowned and said, but when did such a powerful and mysterious existence appear among us mixed bloods? It's really unbelievable. If only we could pull him into our camp. Maybe we can fight for him, Rodney said thoughtfully. Based on his attitude towards that little girl, this person is somewhat trustworthy. If he wants to find a town with a space crack, then we'll help him find it. Let's see what he wants to do. The others hesitated for a moment and then silently agreed with Rodney's decision. While the mixed bloods were following Wang Ting's orders to gather information about the dimensional rift, Wang Ting himself was leisurely enjoying the disgusting life of a vampire viscount. The castle was filled with blood race maids. Even if they weren't dark apparitions, they were still very pleasing to the eye. Wang Ting was lying on the sofa. 2 blood race maids were massaging his legs, another 2 maids were massaging his arms, and another was massaging his back and shoulders. Butler Annie stood beside him. She pinched some blood-red fruits and placed them in Wang Ting's mouth. The blood hoof fruit was a spiritual fruit that the blood race loved. Wang Ting tasted it and felt that it tasted pretty good. Zai was sitting at the side too. He was plucking the blood hoof fruits and putting them in his mouth. He was eating happily. He didn't care about Wang Ting's extravagant lifestyle. He wasn't interested at all. Wang Ting flipped through a book and gradually understood the dark abyss world. He didn't do anything these days. He just stayed in the castle and waited for the hybrids to bring him the information he wanted. I didn't expect the dark apparitions world to be so vast. There are even many unbelievably powerful races. The blood race, 8-armed demon race, werewolf race, and so on are just some of them. These races are extremely ancient and have unimaginably terrifying existences behind them. Wang Ting put down the leather ancient book in his hand. His eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, the so-called demon god? Then, he sighed silently. The dark apparitions world was deeper than he had imagined. The human world was too far from it. If one of those ancient races had a terrifying existence that could cross over and descend, the human world would probably be destroyed. This worry wasn't unfounded. In some ancient books, there were many records of the destruction of other worlds. The descriptions were like praises. A certain race destroyed a certain world, and so on. The dark apparitions seemed to regard it as a kind of achievement. The so-called hybrids were the descendants of the survivors of those worlds and the dark apparitions. No wonder the hybrids never received any legal treatment in the dark world. In the eyes of the dark apparitions, the hybrids were just slaves that they kept in captivity. When Wang Ting saw this, he could not help but take a deep breath, his expression becoming very solemn. Destroy the world, what kind of madness was this? However, the dark apparitions saw it as a way to expand their territory in the dark world. Madness? This was the only word Wang Ting could think of to describe the dark apparitions' actions. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. Although the news made it hard for him to breathe, it wasn't without good news. From the records of those ancient books, Wang Ting realized that the current abyss was only a lower world of the entire dark world. This was not the core of the dark world. Wang Ting was shocked and rather surprised by this, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the powerful existences in the world of the dark apparitions might not be in the abyss world. Even if there were, there would be very few of them. This way, he would be relatively safer. At this moment, a vampire maid walked in and said respectfully, "Sir, there's a mixed blood outside the door. He said he's here to look for you." Oh? Wang Ting's thoughts returned from the depths of his mind. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Let him in." Yes. The blood-kindred maid retreated, and soon came in with the old mixed-blood man. "You can leave first." Wang Ting waved his hand and dismissed the maid, butler, and others. "Sir, don't you need me to stay? What if this lowly mixed blood tries to harm you?" Annie glanced at the old mixed blood and said disdainfully. "With my strength, do I need you to protect me?" Wang Ting said coldly. "Leave. Don't make me repeat myself." "Yes." A trace of fear flashed across Annie's eyes, and she hurriedly retreated. When there were only 3 people left in the room, the old mixed blood said, "Rodney greets the Viscount." "You're Rodney?" Wang Ting asked. "Yes." Rodney nodded and said, "Sir, I've finally fulfilled my mission and obtained the information you wanted." "Let's hear it." Wang Ting's expression suddenly became serious. "The nearest spatial rift is in Black Raven City. It's said that there were signs of an army gathering there," Rodney said. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and asked, "How confident are you?" "I have a 50 to 60% chance of success," Rodney said seriously. "It seems that I'll have to make a trip to Black Raven City myself," Wang Ting said thoughtfully. Whether this information was true or not, he had to make a trip there. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would have the hope of returning to the human world. Wang Ting was a decisive person. He immediately made a decision. "We'll set out for Black Raven City tomorrow. You'll come with me." "As you wish." Rodney was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Wang Ting took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Rodney. "This is the antidote. It'll last you a month." "Thank you, sir." Rodney was overjoyed and hurriedly took the pills. These days, the poison pill had been hanging over his head like a sharp sword. Now that he had the antidote, although it was only a month's supply, at least it had temporarily alleviated the danger of the poison pill. "Do your job well." As a mixed blood, as long as you don't betray me, I won't let you die. Wang Ting stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Rodney repeatedly agreed. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Come back tomorrow and we'll go to Black Raven City together. Wang Ting waved his hand. Rodney wanted to say something, but hesitated. What? Is there anything else? Wang Ting asked. Sir, we mixed bloods have formed a witch cooperation association. Everyone has heard of your existence and wants to meet you. Rodney hesitated for a moment before saying. Meet me? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. Aren't you afraid that I'll capture you and use you as a threat? Sir, you don't know our situation. Our situation isn't much better than this. Rodney smiled bitterly. Wang Ting showed a trace of interest. After thinking for a moment, he said, Very well, I'll accompany you tonight. Thank you, sir. Rodney said with a happy expression. After Rodney left, Wang Ting said to Ziyi thoughtfully, Let's go see your compatriots tonight. Ziyi nodded in confusion. Night fell and the blood moon hung high in the sky. Rodney arrived as promised and respectfully accompanied Wang Ting. Wang Ting transformed into a mixed blood and flew into the air with little Ziyi. He turned back and said, Lead the way. Rodney saw him fly and a trace of shock flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly walked in front and sped towards a certain part of Greystone Town. Not long after, Wang Ting and the other two arrived at the gathering place of the Witch Cooperation Association. However, the place this time was different from the last time Rodney had met with the mixed bloods. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. It seemed that the mixed bloods did not have a good life in the underworld, or else they would not be so cautious. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and then he saw Rodney knocking on the door. After a while, the door opened, and Wang Ting followed Rodney in. A group of mixed bloods in the room stood up, with a trace of anxiety and a trace of hope, silently sizing up Wang Ting and Violet Knight. At the same time, Wang Ting was also sizing up these mixed bloods in front of him. Although they tried their best to hide it, it could be seen that their clothes were a little shabby, and their faces were weathered, as if they had experienced wind and frost, and there was a trace of humility in their eyes. Wang Ting could not help but frown. Almost every mixed blood was like this, and their state made him feel a little helpless. After being in an environment for a long time, some things would penetrate deep into the bone marrow. Even if they wanted to resist, they did not have the heart and courage, so they pinned their hopes on an unfamiliar mixed blood like him. Everyone, this is... Rodney wanted to introduce Wang Ting, but he suddenly realized that he only knew the name of Viscount Snow, but not his real name. Just call me Violet King. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he said. Ahem, this is the Lord Violet King I mentioned to everyone. He is very strong. Rodney coughed and said. Lord Violet King. Lord Violet King. The mixed bloods called out one after another. Sit down. I accepted Rodney's invitation and came to meet all of you. We're all mixed bloods, so we'll be a family in the future. You can look for me if you need anything. Wang Ting waved his hand and laughed. The corner of Rodney's mouth twitched. If he hadn't seen Wang Ting's extremely cold side, he would have believed it. However, the other hybrids looked at each other and felt that Rodney's evaluation of the Purple King was a little too low. He didn't seem to be a cold-blooded person. On the contrary, he seemed to be easy to get along with. Subsequently, under Wang Ting's deliberate intention to get closer to them, everyone naturally got along well. Wang Ting even promised to provide them with some supplies and help as Viscount Snow. These mixed bloods didn't have a good life. Even a little favor was enough to make them grateful. After he left, he had already built up a rather positive image in the hearts of these mixed bloods. After sending off Wang Ting, Rodney returned and saw the joyous expressions on everyone's faces. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he saw the Violet King's gift. I wonder if this lord's appearance is good or bad. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. The next day, Wang Ting, Violet Knight, and Rodney left Greystone Town. There were also many Origin power-driven mechanical creations in the Dark World. The 3 of them took an Origin airship to Black Raven City. Black Raven City was located north of Greystone Town. It was a large city in the wasteland. It was also gloomy and dark, but it was much more popular than Greystone Town. There were many races living together in the city, and a series of trade activities were conducted there. It wasn't much different from a human city. By the time Wang Ting, Rodney, and Violet Knight arrived at Black Raven City, the sky had already darkened. They walked down from the airship and left the square where the airship was docked, preparing to find a place to stay. Rodney was a native and had been to many places. Naturally, he was quite familiar with Black Raven City. Under the gloomy sky, he brought Wang Ting and Violet Knight to a tavern. The tavern's door had just opened when a wave of clamor rushed out. This tavern was actually a gathering place for hybrids, and it was full of them. In a large city like Black Raven City, there were many hybrids, so it was inevitable that there would be various gathering places. Purebloods regarded them as lowly commoners, and generally wouldn't pay special attention to them. No purebloods would be willing to lower themselves to come to such a place. Therefore, such a gathering place was a paradise for hybrids. In the tavern, the mixed bloods were shouting loudly as they drank the inferior rye wine and ate the cheapest meat. However, Wang Ting saw something different in them from the hybrids in Greystone Town. The arrival of Wang Ting and the other two immediately attracted the attention of the people in the tavern. Rodney shouted to an old man with a red nose behind the counter, "Warren, I brought a lord here. Arrange 2 rooms for us." "Lord?" A strong mixed blood suddenly laughed mockingly. "Hey," he said, "sir. Do we mixed blood still have a sir? Dale, you'd better shut your stinky mouth." Rodney's expression changed, and he hurriedly scolded him. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Dale suddenly stood up. His height was more than 2 meters, and he was abnormally strong. He glared at him and sneered. "Rodney, I think you are used to being a slave in a small place like Greystone Town. You call anyone your master." "Bastard, what did you say?" Rodney's expression was ugly, and he stared at him fiercely. "So what? Do you dare to fight?" Dale snorted coldly. The surrounding people immediately began to jeer, as if they were afraid that things wouldn't turn chaotic. For these hybrids, the word Lord was obviously a sharp weapon that touched the wound in their hearts. In front of the purebloods during the day, they had to endure it, but in this tavern at night, no one was willing to endure it anymore. They had to vent, otherwise, they would go crazy. Wang Ting, wearing a black cloak, looked at them with interest through the shadow of the hood. This was the difference between them and the hybrids in Greystone Town. These hybrids still had some guts. "Lord, I'll teach him a lesson." Rodney, under the crowd's heckling, was ashamed and angry. He lowered his head and said to Wang Ting, "Go." Wang Ting nodded and didn't stop him. Rodney raised his head and walked forward. The crowd made an uproar and made an open space in the middle. "Haha, you do have some guts," Dale grinned, twisting his neck and throwing out a punch. Rodney was so fast that he dodged it. A dagger slipped out of his sleeve and stabbed out like lightning, from the opponent's open door to his abdomen. Dale snorted coldly, and an arm suddenly blocked in front of his abdomen. Clang, there was a sound of metal colliding. It turned out that Dale was wearing an armguard on his arm. The dagger collided with the metal armguard, and sparks burst out. Dale's other hand suddenly retracted and punched out again. Not good. Rodney was frightened. He turned his body and avoided this punch. However, he was too close. As soon as Dale punched, another punch followed, hitting Rodney's abdomen directly. Boom, Rodney's whole body bent like a cooked prawn, and then he couldn't help but fly out. The crowd made way. Just as Rodney was about to fall to the ground, a slender palm pressed against his back. Cough. Rodney coughed twice, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He forced a smile and said, "Thank you, Lord. Do you want to fight for him?" "This lord." Dale shook his fist and laughed sarcastically. "You're not my opponent." Wang Ting's calm voice came from under the hood. "Ha ha ha, this lord is really confident." Dale laughed and then strode toward Wang Ting. "Then, let's see." Before he finished his sentence, he raised his arm, and black and red light flashed on his fist. He punched toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting shook his head. He stretched out a hand from his long sleeve and met the punch. It was just an ordinary punch, but there was a sonic boom in the air. Dale was shocked, but he had already punched out, and he couldn't retract it in time. He could only crazily activate the force in his body and pour it into his fist. Boom! The two fists collided, and there was a loud boom. A figure was sent flying backward. Pfft! Dale fell to the ground. He held his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The tavern suddenly fell into silence. Dale, a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior, was defeated with one punch. Also, this lord didn't even use his force. He only used his physical strength, and it was already so terrifying. Everyone was in disbelief, and they suddenly understood. No wonder Rodney called him Lord. Inside the tavern, a group of mixed bloods looked at the figure under the black cloak with shock in their eyes. According to the situation just now, the strength of this strong man was definitely stronger than all the mixed bloods present. However, when did such an unknown strong man appear among the mixed bloods? Such a strong man should have some reputation. Everyone could not help but look at Rodney in confusion. He was the one who brought this strong man, so no one knew the background of this strong man better than he did. Facing everyone's gaze, Rodney suddenly had a sense of exaltation at this time. Mother Kerr, who asked you to look down on me, now you know who is the wisest. Rodney's heart surged with a trace of pride and satisfaction. It was he who found Lord Purple King and surrendered to him. Although the process of surrendering was not so pleasant, he ignored everyone's gaze and looked down at Dale. He was really relieved. Dale noticed Rodney's gaze, and a trace of shame flashed across his face. He did not expect that the lord brought by Rodney was really a strong man. And in the fight just now, he clearly felt that this strong man was unfathomable. He was definitely not an ordinary strong man. Wang Ting glanced around, and all the mixed bloods could not help but take a step back. Can you prepare a room for us? A faint voice came from under the hood. Okay. The red-nosed old man behind the counter said. He took the key, hurried out from behind the counter, and personally led Wang Ting and the other two to the second floor. After the three left, everyone dared to come forward and help Dale up. Dale, are you okay? Someone asked with concern. I'm fine. Dale shook his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was ugly. Where do you think this strong man came from? I've never seen him before. Who knows, maybe he came from somewhere else. Rodney is really lucky to find such a strong backer. Well, I don't know how long this good luck will last. 1 or 2 strong men occasionally appear among us mixed bloods, but they were all captured by the pure bloods as slaves. I'm afraid this one can't escape the same fate. Sigh. Everyone could not help but talk about it, but in the end, they sighed and some of their interest waned. The atmosphere fell into silence. Second floor. The red-nosed old man led them out of the room and said respectfully, "This is the best room we have. I hope you don't mind." "It doesn't matter," Wang Ting said calmly. "Sir, delay doesn't mean any harm. You're a generous person. Please don't lower yourself to his level," said the red-nosed old man after hesitating for a while. "As long as he doesn't provoke me, I naturally won't bother with him. But if there's a next time, I may not be able to hold back." Wang Ting glanced at him and said. Yes. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the red-nosed man's forehead as he nodded. Repeatedly. Sir is magnanimous for not bickering with him. Tell him that the next time he makes a move, he has to think clearly. Don't offend someone he shouldn't offend, Rodney coldly snorted. You should be clear about his situation, which is why you're so sensitive about the word Lord. Don't bother with him, the red-nosed old man said. Rodney snorted coldly again, but he didn't say another word. The red-nosed old man sighed and took his leave. Wang Ting ignored their conversation and went straight into the room with Ziyi. Rodney opened his mouth behind them, but he didn't say anything in the end. In the room, Wang Ting glanced at the situation in the room and said to Ziyi, "Since we're outside, you'll share a room with me tonight." You sleep on the bed." Ziyi looked at the only bed, tilted her head, and suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to sleep with me?" Wang Ting fought for a bottle of drink. When he heard this, he suddenly spat it out. Pfft. Cough, 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 cough. Don't talk nonsense. I want to cultivate. Yes, I want to cultivate. Oh. Ziyi looked at him strangely. She didn't know why he suddenly had such a big reaction. This person was so strange. Wang Ting immediately sat cross-legged on the sofa, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind in the attribute panel. Earth Force *50, black, this was the attribute bubble he just got from the mixed blood called Dale. It was different from pure darkness force or the 5 elements force. It was actually a type of mixed force. Mixed blood? Wang Ting was deep in thought. He felt that it was quite interesting. However, after this mixed force entered his body, it automatically separated into darkness force and earth force. It didn't exist in a mixed form. When the two of them separated, Wang Ting used this opportunity to understand the mysteries of the mixed force. He believed that as long as he picked up a few more mixed forces, he would definitely be able to master it quickly. Wang Ting quickly thought of the move Blade Storm that he created previously. It was also a mix of various elemental forces. However, although he successfully used it once, there was still a high failure rate. He almost failed in the martial arts competition last time. If he could master the mystery of the mixed force now, he would definitely be able to increase the success rate and even completely master it. And this would definitely fall on these mixed blood. A person sitting at home, but trouble would come from the sky, the mixed blood might not know that someone had already set their eyes on them. Wang Ting touched his chin, and a rippling smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As if he felt that his smile was a little wretched, he immediately stopped smiling and coughed dryly. Then, he stopped thinking about it and entered a state of cultivation. The next day, the three of them left the tavern. Wang Ting turned back into Viscount Snow's appearance and brought Rodney and Violet to the mayor's mansion in Black Raven City. The mayor's mansion was a magnificent castle-like building that occupied a large area. Although it was daytime, there was a gloomy feeling. As they walked, Violet Knight suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Wang Ting asked in surprise. Violet Knight pulled Wang Ting's sleeve and pointed at the stone wall outside the castle. There was a notice posted there that many people were reading at the moment. Wang Ting's face was full of suspicion. He led them over and used his internal energy to separate the crowd. The dark apparitions felt that he was powerful, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only open a path for him. When Wang Ting saw the content of the notice, his face suddenly darkened. "Damn, that she-devil Black Nightmare Demon King is really haunting me." Wang Ting couldn't help but curse in his heart. It turned out that this notice was used to arrest Wang Ting. There was a picture of him on it, as well as some introduction and description. Moreover, this notice had been spread to all the cities. In other words, almost all the dark apparitions now knew that a human had sneaked into their world. The notice also said that if anyone found Wang Ting, they would be rewarded by the Black Nightmare Demon King. Whether it was status or wealth, they would be at their fingertips. Looking at the contents of the notice, Wang Ting's face turned darker and darker. "Mother of asterisk cur, is there no end to this? This is forcing me into a dead." And, the surrounding dark apparitions were extremely excited and couldn't help but discuss. "A human actually sneaked into our world. Ha ha ha, as long as we capture that human, we will be rewarded by the Devil King. That's a reward from the Devil King. If I get it, I will definitely become a strong person. Humph, if you want to get the reward, you have to find that human first." All the dark apparitions showed greed in their eyes. Their eyes turned red, and they immediately dispersed. It was obvious that they had decided to search for Wang Ting's traces. However, if they knew that the human in the notice was right beside them, what would they think? Darkness under the light. No one expected Wang Ting to come to Black Raven City so brazenly. Wang Ting looked at the crazy dark apparitions and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. Damn, these dark apparitions are crazy. Their eyes were like homeless people who had been starving for a long time and suddenly saw a piece of fat meat. It was extremely horrifying. Wang Ting couldn't help but shudder. What if I'm surrounded by dark apparitions? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt like a little sheep that had fallen into a pack of wolves and was about to be torn apart and eaten. Scary. "Sir, what's wrong?" Rodney asked carefully. "Nothing, I'm just mourning for that human. It's really a tragedy that he fell into this dark world." Wang Ting sighed and said with a compassionate expression. Isn't that so? The Black Nightmare Devil King personally gave the order. That human is probably doomed. Rodney shook his head. Ahem. Wang Ting coughed dryly and glanced at him with a dangerous gaze. Old Rodney, watch your words. Rodney felt a wave of malice and couldn't help but shudder. He was dumbfounded. What did he say? Why was the Purple King looking at him like that? Sir, did I say something wrong? Rodney asked carefully. Old Luo, don't you think us hybrids are very similar to that human? We live in the dark world and have no choice. It's very sad, Wang Ting said. You're right, sir. Rodney nodded, but he was still confused. What does it matter? So, don't say anything inauspicious like the odds are against him. We want to wish him a speedy escape, Wang Ting said earnestly. My lord, you're right. Rodney stared blankly for a moment with a strange expression on his face. His lordship's point of entry was really tricky, but he still quickly nodded in agreement and said, that human will definitely be able to escape safely from this hopeless situation. Wang Ting patted his shoulder with satisfaction. This child is worth teaching. To the side, Zai looked at Wang Ting strangely. She was the only one who had seen Wang Ting's true appearance. However, this little girl was very clever. When she saw Wang Ting's portrait on the notice, she didn't say anything and only asked him to take a look. Wang Ting winked at her and said, let's go and pay a visit to the city lord's mansion. With that, he led the two toward the city lord's mansion's main gate. Before coming, Rodney had introduced Black Raven City to him. It was a holy city. The so-called Holy City was a huge city guarded by at least 3 general-level powerhouses. Countless cities and towns were built around the Holy City, forming many regions. Each Holy City was controlled by a different dark race. The Black Raven City in front of them was controlled by one of the 13 vampire clans, the Ganjero clan. The Ganjero clan was one of the main bloodlines of an extremely ancient vampire clan. They had a long history and had the shadows of several primogenitor-rank-old monsters behind them. However, such existences rarely appeared in the world. Most of the time, they were in a deep sleep and would only awaken when their clan was destroyed. Of course, this was what Rodney had said. As for the specifics, no one knew. Wang Ting seriously suspected that these primogenitor-rank vampires had surpassed the champion rank. Their strength was extremely terrifying. However, he had no proof. Currently, the strongest human being was probably a 13-star upper-level warlord. He wondered if anyone had taken a path that was even stronger than that. As he pondered, he walked to the city lord's mansion's main gate. Who are you people? The blood breed guarding the door shouted out. Please pass on the message that Viscount Snow of Greystone Town is here to see the city lord. Wang Ting flashed his identification. It was an insignia representing the title of a viscount. Please wait a moment. The guard turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. Not long after, the guard opened the gate and led Wang Ting and the other two inside. Follow me. The city lord is waiting for you at the school grounds, the guard said. School grounds? Wang Ting revealed a puzzled expression. The guard didn't say anything. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he gave Rodney a look. Rodney was also a shrewd person and immediately understood. He took out a few origin stones of darkness and stuffed them into the guard's hands. The guard weighed them lightly, smiled, and said, Sir, you came at the right time. Today, the city lord has gathered all the vampires in the city and is preparing to assign them to search for the whereabouts of that human. If you can catch the city lord's eye, I'm sure there will be many benefits. On the way, Wang Ting inquired about some matters regarding the city lord until they arrived at the school grounds. The school grounds were located behind the ancient castle. The area was about the size of a sports stadium. At the moment, many powerful vampires were gathered. The guard led Wang Ting and the other two to a high platform in front of the school grounds and said respectfully, Sir, Viscount Snow is here. You may leave. A calm voice came from the high platform. A pale and handsome middle-aged vampire was sitting on a soft and comfortable chair. His expression was languid, revealing the vampire's unique arrogance and indifference. Wang Ting felt an extremely powerful aura from his body. This city lord was clearly a general-level existence. Snow greets the city lord. Wang Ting had long concealed his cultivation and gave the middle-aged vampire a vampire aristocratic salute. You should be a disciple of a branch family. I don't have any impression of you, the middle-aged vampire said. Yes, sir. Wang Ting nodded. He had already understood Viscount Snow's identity and knew that he was from a branch family. In reality, he didn't have any foundation or background. It was already a miracle that he could be an idle viscount in the remote Greystone town. There were many vampires around. After hearing that he was from a branch family, a trace of contempt flashed through their eyes. What business do you have with me? The middle-aged vampire asked. Sir, I heard that a human has intruded into our world, so I'm here to ask if you have any instructions? Wang Ting said. You're smart. The middle-aged vampire suddenly smiled faintly. But since you're here, stay. Thank you, sir. Wang Ting's face lit up and he respectfully retreated to the side. The rest of the vampires looked at him with hostility. When it came to searching for humans, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Even the general-level city lord was no exception. Although they could only follow behind the city lord and drink some soup, they wouldn't allow a country bumpkin to interfere. Sir, I don't know how powerful this Viscount Snow is. If he's too weak, I'm afraid he'll delay your business. A 7-star soldier-level vampire didn't avoid Wang Ting and walked out directly to speak to the city lord. Oh, then what do you think we should do? The middle-aged vampire asked with interest. Why don't we let him compete with everyone here and see how powerful he is? The vampire suggested. What do you think? The middle-aged vampire asked Wang Ting. I have no objections. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and glanced at everyone meaningfully. All right, let's compete. The middle-aged vampire chuckled. Let me test this Viscount's power, the 7-star soldier-level vampire said with a smile. Sure. Wang Ting naturally didn't have any objections. Both parties stood in the middle of the drill ground. The 7-star soldier-level vampire said, I won't hold back. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Same. I won't hold back either. You're on your own now, Wang Ting said. The 7-star soldier-level vampire's expression was gloomy. He didn't say anything else. His body flashed, and a black glow appeared. He disappeared on the spot and pounced on Wang Ting's head like a huge bat. Wang Ting raised his head and met the vampire's cold, blood-red eyes. He formed his hands into claws and suddenly stretched them upward. Netherworld soul-splitting claw, rip, a black light flashed and grabbed the vampire's body, tearing it apart. In one round, the vampire was split into two. Blood splattered all over the drill ground. Wang Ting moved back a few steps and didn't let a single drop of blood land on him. All the vampires' expressions froze as they stared at him in a daze. The sudden bloody scene stunned all the blood breed and dark apparitions present. They thought it was just a simple spar, but they didn't expect Viscount Snow, who had no background, to be such a ruthless character. He was so cruel and brutal right from the start. Even the blood breed and dark apparitions, who were cold-blooded and heartless, were shocked. Even the middle-aged Blood Clan member on the high platform couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, sorry, it seems that I accidentally used a little too much strength. Suddenly, a pompous voice sounded. All the blood breeds looked at the person who spoke, and layers of black lines appeared on their foreheads. Shameless, he tore the dark apparitions, who had always been known for their strong bodies, into two halves, and he only used a little too much strength. He did it on purpose. This bastard must have done it on purpose. All the dark apparitions had this thought in their minds, and they suddenly realized that Viscount Snow was trying to intimidate them. They immediately looked at Wang Ting with a gloomy face. The middle-aged blood breed on the high platform looked at Wang Ting with interest. This kid is a troublemaker, but with such strength and temperament, how could he have been unknown before? A trace of doubt flashed in his heart, but he didn't care. He only thought that this Snow had been lying low before and only chose to show himself now that his strength had increased. As for the slightly extreme behavior just now, in his opinion, it was obvious that the younger generation wanted to show himself in front of him. For a side branch with no background, such behavior was understandable. Wang Ting's gaze swept across, and he smiled in his heart. It seemed that he had achieved his goal. Then, he looked at the blood-breed corpse that he had torn into two halves. A few attribute bubbles floated there quietly. Dark Force *260, Advanced Dark Talent *45, Spirit *40, Confusion *10, Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Not bad, these were indeed pure-blooded blood breeds. Not only were their talents high, but they also had the talent skill of confusion. He didn't kill this blood breed in vain, the middle-aged blood breed did not dwell on it any longer. He waved his hand and said, "Well, since Viscount Snow's strength has been confirmed, then let's get down to business. Let's talk about the search for humans. I don't want such a good opportunity to be taken away by other holy cities." Hearing this, all the Blood Clan dark apparitions no longer bothered to find trouble with Wang Ting. No matter what, nothing was more important than finding that human. As for the body that was torn in half on the ground, the dark apparition didn't care about it at all. One dead, one dead, one dead, no more, no less, just right. This is the portrait and characteristics of that human. Take a look first. The middle-aged blood breed waved his hand, and an animal skin scroll appeared out of thin air. It flew toward the blood breed dark apparitions below. All the vampires immediately surrounded him. Wang Ting naturally pretended to be very curious. He blended into the crowd and looked at the animal skin scroll. This human is even more handsome than us blood breeds. Suddenly, one of the blood breeds frowned. Indeed. Does this human have the blood of the Blood Clan? Maybe it's true. Otherwise, how could those ugly humans be so handsome? Wang Ting, hearing the group of blood breeds seriously discussing his handsome appearance, Wang Ting felt like countless horses were galloping in his mind. Aren't these dark apparitions focusing on the wrong thing? Is this the time to discuss who is more handsome and whether he has the blood of the Blood Clan? Although he is indeed very handsome, this isn't the main point. The main point is how to catch him. Pooh. He can't be caught. This dark apparition had been pretending for too long and was almost led astray. Cough, cough. The middle-aged blood breed coughed dryly. Actually, he was also very unhappy about this human's appearance. However, this wasn't the time to discuss this. He immediately said, according to the news from the Devil King, this human is extremely powerful. He once killed a general-level existence. It's suspected that he has fire, thunder, wind, earth, and even space talents. As for his other talents, they have yet to be verified. At the same time, he's also an array master and has extremely high attainments in runes arrays. Hearing this, the blood breeds all had serious expressions on their faces. This human is actually so powerful, he even killed a general-level existence before. They were definitely no match for him. It seemed like they could only be responsible for the search. The ones who really needed to do the work were the lords. For this human prodigy with terrifying talent, the Devil King spent a lot of effort to pull him into the dark world, so we must capture him and not let him escape. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain it to the Devil King, the middle-aged blood breed continued. Lord, since that human can kill general-level existences, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him, a dark apparition said. You guys are only responsible for searching. Once you find traces, report it immediately. At the same time, carry the communication token with you. Once you are discovered, send a message immediately. 2 other general-level existences and I will rush over quickly, the middle-aged blood breed said. Wang Ting listened to the group of dark apparitions seriously analyzing him and discussing how to capture him. As the one being discussed, he felt extremely frustrated, discussing how to capture him with a group of blood breeds. So exciting, so fun, this experience could be taken back to Earth and bragged to others for 3 days and 3 nights. On the other hand, the blood breed and dark apparitions felt their hearts tighten. They couldn't help but look at each other. According to this, if they were discovered by that human, they might be sacrificed heroically. If you don't want to participate, it's not too late to back out now, the middle-aged blood breed said. The blood breed hesitated. Everyone wanted the reward from the Devil King. However, if they lost their lives, everything would be empty talk. Moreover, even if they received the reward, they would only be able to get a little bit of it. The general-level existences would still get the bulk of the rewards. As their desire for the reward cooled down, many of the blood breeds started to back out. Lord, I suddenly remembered that I promised an elder in the race to pick the bloodscale grass for him. Why don't I not participate in this search? A blood breed hesitated for a while before standing up and saying, "Sure." The middle-aged blood breed was surprisingly easy to talk to. He asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to back out?" The rest of the blood breed stood in their original positions but didn't choose to back out. "Since there's no one else, you can leave by yourself," the middle-aged blood breed said to the blood breed who wanted to back out. "Yes." That blood breed heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Suddenly, a ray of bloody light pierced through his forehead. His body suddenly froze, and a trace of confusion flashed past his eyes. Then, his body fell to the ground. The middle-aged blood breed on the high platform slowly retracted his finger. His expression was calm as if nothing had happened. Wang Ting's eyebrows twitched. "Can I say that this is indeed a dark apparition? He doesn't hesitate to attack his own people at all. Dark Force * 210, Advanced Dark Talent * 20, Spirit * 36, Confusion * 8, however, this attribute bubble benefited him." Wang Ting happily picked it up. He thought that it would be best if the city lord killed all the blood breed present. Unfortunately, he knew that it was impossible unless the city lord was really crazy. "Alright, everyone, disperse. Organize your own people and start searching. I hope you can bring me good news." The middle-aged blood breed waved his hand. "Yes." All the blood breed replied in unison. After leaving the drill ground, Wang Ting and a group of vampires and dark apparitions headed toward the storage area for hybrids. The status of hybrids was too low, so they naturally couldn't be brought to see the city lord. The other vampires also brought their own servants, so Wang Ting wasn't the only one heading to the storage area. However, these vampires ostracized Wang Ting and didn't walk with him. This seemed to be the natural discrimination of the main bloodline. Toward the side branches. The so-called storage area was actually just an empty space. The purebloods had never cared about hybrids and naturally wouldn't treat them well. Before Wang Ting even got close, he heard a commotion. A group of hybrids was gathered together, and he didn't know what they were doing. Wang Ting didn't see Rodney and Zai's figures. He frowned and quickly walked over. Among the crowd, Rodney was lying on the ground, his face pale and unable to get up. A tall and burly mixed blood with a collar around his neck grabbed little Zai's hair and tugged on it viciously. He sneered, "Where did this wild girl come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of me? Let go of me, let go of me." Zai struggled with all her might, using both her hands and feet to grab at the tall and muscular hybrid. However, the hybrid simply pulled, and Zai was flung away. She couldn't touch him at all. Bang, Zai fell to the ground. Her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a single sound. She only glared fiercely at the other party. The other hybrids laughed heartily as though they found it extremely amusing. Wang Ting happened to see this scene as he approached, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The hybrids opened up a path when they saw the vampires and dark apparitions approaching. Wang Ting helped Zai up. Looking at her pale face, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" Zai didn't make a sound and shook her head stubbornly. "What happened?" Wang Ting turned and asked Rodney, who was on the ground. Rodney finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Ting. He propped himself up with difficulty and explained in a low voice. It turned out that the conflict originated from the collars around the hybrids' necks. Those collars weren't just a symbol of a slave but also something that determined their lives. There was a rune device on the collar. Once the mixed-blood slave had any thoughts of betrayal, their master could detonate it. At that time, the mixed-blood slave's head would explode, and he would be dead for good. When these mixed-bloods saw that Rodney and Violet Knight were also slaves but didn't wear the necklaces unique to slaves, they naturally felt it was unfair and started causing trouble for no reason. Rodney and Violet Knight were only two people, and they were not as strong as these slaves. Of course, they were at a disadvantage. While Rodney and Dark St. SSSS. Wang Ting's expression turned dark. He said coldly, "Did I allow you to leave?" Those vampires couldn't help but stop and frown. "What do you mean?" "Hand over the hybrids who attacked just now," Wang Ting said. That hybrid's expression changed. However, his master laughed. What if I refuse? Do you want to be torn in half by me too? Wang Ting looked at him coldly. This blood clan dark apparition's heart skipped a beat, but it was immediately annoyed. It was actually frightened by the other party. A trace of gloominess flashed past its eyes. Brat, think about your identity. You're just a branch family member. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Try me and see if I dare to, Wang Ting said calmly. You. Fear flashed through the vampire's eyes. He turned to the other vampires and said, what do you guys say? Your hybrids attacked just now, right? Let's go. Ignore him. If he dares to attack, we'll kill him together, the other vampires said coldly. The master of the hybrid smiled disdainfully and left with the other vampires. Boom, Wang Ting didn't say anything else. He stomped on the ground and charged towards the few vampires. Black light flashed on his body, and he unleashed the power of a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Oh no! The few vampires didn't expect Wang Ting to really attack them. Also, he was a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. He was even stronger than them. Their expressions changed drastically. They spread out and dodged Wang Ting's attack. You want to leave? Wang Ting attacked furiously. In a flash, he appeared above a dark apparition's head and kicked it ruthlessly with his leg. Boom, the blood clan member sank into the ground, leaving only his head above the ground. The rest of the vampires were shocked. Wang Ting didn't give them time to react. He charged towards another vampire and punched it. Bastard, aren't you afraid of the power behind us? The vampire shouted with a pale face. Of course not. Wang Ting punched its stomach and sent it flying a few meters away. It fell to the ground and no one knew if it was dead or alive. The rest of the vampires were shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear as they kept retreating. Wang Ting followed closely behind. Wait, we'll hand the hybrids over to you. You can do whatever you want with them. They shouted when they saw how cruel Wang Ting was. They instantly chose to compromise. I'm sorry. I don't like you guys now, so I want to beat you guys up first. Wang Ting smiled coldly. The few vampires, damn it. Who could take this humiliation? Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ting was never merciful to the dark apparitions. His first attack was a heavy one. He pressed the few vampires to the ground and gave them a good beating. However, he didn't kill these blood breeds this time. After all, this was the territory of the blood breeds. The city lord still relied on these blood breeds to do things. If he killed them all, the city lord would probably find trouble with him. Before leaving the world of the dark apparitions, it was more important to stay alive. After a while, Wang Ting stopped and let out a long sigh of relief. F***ck, I've tolerated you guys for too long. Who asked you to show off your superiority? Little Zai looked at him with sparkling eyes. She clenched her fists. She really wanted to beat these bad guys up like the big guy. Wang Ting raised his gaze and looked at the hybrids around him. The mixed bloods immediately took a step back, especially the big mixed blood man. His face was filled with fear and regret. Why did he go looking for trouble with the two mixed bloods? Now he had angered this fiend. They never thought that there would be vampires who would stand up for the hybrids. You, come here. Wang Ting said coldly to the muscular hybrid. The muscular hybrid couldn't help but look at his master. Unfortunately, he was already buried in the ground and unconscious. I told you to come here. Didn't you hear me? Wang Ting said. Kill me or cut me up. Do as you wish. The muscular hybrid's face was stiff as he straightened his neck. Aren't you very arrogant? You bullied a child. Why are you acting tough now? Wang Ting looked at him coldly. I'll count to 3. If you don't come here, don't blame me for being cruel. The muscular hybrid looked aggrieved, but in the end, he walked over obediently. In the dark world, they already understood one thing. No matter who they offended, they should never offend a pure breed. Otherwise, they would only end up dead. He was the one who hit you just now. I'll let you deal with him, Wang Ting said to Zai with his head lowered. Lend me your knife, little Zai said with a fierce look in her eyes. Wang Ting wasn't surprised. Little Zai wasn't a weak kid who could live alone in the forest for so long. He took out a dagger from his spatial ring and handed it over. Little Zai took the dagger and walked towards the hybrid man step by step. The muscular hybrid knew what she was going to do. His eyes flickered, but when he saw Wang Ting in the distance, he didn't dare to move. Zai walked in front of him. Her height only reached his thigh. She looked up at him and said, "Squat down." The muscular hybrid was extremely aggrieved. This little girl wanted to stab him, but she wanted him to squat down. It was infuriating. However, he didn't dare to not squat down. Zai looked at the muscular hybrid and stabbed him with her dagger. Chi, 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 a total of 3 sabers pierced into the mixed blood man's stomach. Blood spurted out, and the man's face turned pale. At the same time, a few attribute bubbles fell out. Eh? Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly. He saw that not only did the muscular hybrid drop an attribute bubble, but little Zai also dropped an attribute bubble with a very strange color. Pick it up, luck *1, Wang Ting was stunned. Surprise flashed in his eyes. There was actually such an attribute bubble, luck. Could it be that picking up the luck attribute could increase one's luck attribute and become lucky? But the problem was, why did little Zai drop a luck attribute after killing someone? Wang Ting looked at little Violet Knight beside him and rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The appearance of the luck attribute made him feel as if he had won the lottery. He pulled out the stats panel and saw that there was a new column, just below the spirit and comprehension attributes. Luck, 10, normal person's limit is 10, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Normal. People's luck was 10, and his happened to be 10, which meant that he had reached the upper limit. However, he immediately came back to his senses. This was obviously the result after adding the 1 luck attribute from little Violet Knight. He should have been at 9. 9 was actually quite high, no wonder his luck had always been good. He thought it was because he was handsome. Now that it was 10, his luck must have been even better. Great, however, little Violet Knight had lost 1 attribute, and he wondered if it would affect her luck attribute. He had actually thought about this before. For example, the Force attribute, Cultivation method attribute, and Battle skill attribute were all learning and could be recovered if they were lost. However, attribute bubbles like Spirit and Comprehension could not increase by themselves. If they were lost, could they be recovered? The luck attribute was obviously within this range. Little Violet Knight had dropped a luck attribute bubble, so did that mean that her luck attribute was permanently reduced? This was something that needed to be verified. Now that little Violet Knight was by his side, Wang Ting had the time and opportunity to observe and research. Cough, cough. Researching and whatnot was a bit too much. After all, Wang Ting was not that kind of person. He treated little Violet Knight like a loving brother. However, the setting of dropping a luck attribute after killing someone was indeed a bit strange. Wang Ting could not figure it out. He then silently picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the brawny hybrid. Wang Ting was stunned again. In a short period of time, he had picked up 2 attribute bubbles, and he was stunned twice as well. Earth Force *50, black, Heavy Boulder Heart *1. The mixed force unique to hybrids was secondary. The main thing was the Heavy Boulder Heart. This was good stuff. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting immediately felt the changes in his body. At the same time, he had a slight understanding of it. The so-called Heavy Rock Heart was an extremely rare special physique of the earth element. People with such a constitution were extremely sensitive to earth origin power and even had the ability to manipulate the earth and rocks of the outside world. Images appeared in Wang Ting's mind. In the image, there was a vast continent. There were very few plants on the continent, and there were all kinds of huge rocks everywhere. The people there adapted to this environment and evolved their own unique talents. They were born strong and tall, and they could even control earth and stone, condensing them outside their bodies and turning them into stone giants. They formed an extremely terrifying defense and had extremely powerful attacking methods. Moreover, the more soil and stones it condensed, the taller its stone body would become. It would not be a problem for it to reach tens of meters or even hundreds of meters. In those images, there were rock giants that could hold up the sky. They possessed terrifying strength that could move mountains, fill seas, and pluck stars from the sky. After a long time, Wang Ting came back to his senses. His heart was still in shock. Who? He let out a long breath. At this moment, Wang Ting only wanted to say one word. Awesome, that was King awesome. The tribe in those images was really a heaven-defying existence. It was just a pity. The end result was obvious. Their world was destroyed by the dark apparitions, and they became slaves. Even their pure bloodline might not have been passed down. Now, they were just mixed bloods with dark apparitions' bloodline. It was really a pity. Wang Ting looked at the mixed blood in front of him and suddenly felt that this guy was actually quite pitiful. He shook his head and did not think about it anymore. There were some things that he could not change alone. But then again, this mixed blood's talent should be quite good. Otherwise, he would not have the heavy rock heart talent. Wang Ting touched his chin, and his eyes flickered. The mixed blood felt a little uneasy under his gaze. This pure blood's gaze was so terrifying. It was as if he wanted to do something strange to his body. He heard that some pure bloods had some strange fetishes. Could it be? The mixed blood's face instantly turned green. Thinking about that unsightly scene, his 250-pound body could not help but tremble, and tremble. You over there, do you know that the consequences of offending me are very serious? Wang Ting said with a smile. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the mixed blood's forehead. He lowered his head and asked carefully, Sir, my name is Xianxia. What do I have to do for you to let me go? Did he really have to do that for this pure blood to let him go? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Wang Ting touched his chin. He walked to the owner of this mixed blood named Xianxia, who was also the unconscious blood breed, and slapped him. Wang Ting used a lot of strength in this slap. His face was swollen. Huh? The other party immediately woke up from the pain. He was confused. Seeing the smiling Wang Ting, his eyes were filled with fear. What are you doing? Don't come over. I want that mixed blood. Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at him. Are you okay with that? Xianxia's face darkened. As expected, this pure blood had set his eyes on his pure body. Take it. Take it. He's yours. The blood breeds didn't even think about it before yelling. Hand over the key to the slave collar. Wang Ting said. Xianxia's blood breed master handed the key to Wang Ting without hesitation. It was a small key to runes. There was nothing special about it. However, as a rune master, Wang Ting could naturally tell that it was not fake. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. Since you're so smart, I'll let you go this time. You're welcome to provoke me again. The blood breed was aggrieved. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but he did not dare to show it. Wang Ting ignored him and walked in front of Zai. He asked, Did anyone bully you? Ziyi nodded. Go. You have to finish what you started. If you can take revenge now, don't wait. Otherwise, you won't be able to sleep well, Wang Ting said. Ziya's eyes lit up. She nodded as if she was thinking about something. She walked to the other mixed bloods. This time, she did not use her knife. Instead, she gave each of them 3 small slaps. The slaps were loud and clear. The mixed bloods did not dare to resist. They obediently allowed the little girl to hit them. Wang Ting was disappointed when he saw that there were no attribute bubbles. However, these mixed bloods were obviously not of the same race as Xianxia. Xianxia belonged to the giant rock race. They were tall and strong. Their muscles were like rocks, and they were all bald. They were very recognizable. Wang Ting did not expect to pick up the giant rock heart from them. However, these mixed bloods were indeed a treasure. They belonged to different races. Perhaps they would drop some strange rare attributes. It was worth a good harvest. Of course, the most important thing now was to take advantage of the giant rock tribe. Wang Ting couldn't help but glance at Xianxia. His eyes were burning with passion. Xianxia, who was in a daze, shuddered. His future was destined to be bleak after falling into the hands of this pure blood who seemed to have a special fetish for playing with birds. If he made any excessive demands, would she comply, or comply, or comply? Xianxia thought about this question very seriously. Then, he lost all hope. "Let's go." Wang Ting called out and led the way out of the ancient castle. "Sir, I can't move," Rodney said awkwardly. Wang Ting glanced at him, took out a healing pill from his space ring, and threw it to him. Rodney didn't hesitate and immediately swallowed it. After a while, his eyes were filled with surprise. He realized that although his injuries were still serious, he could at least move. "Thank you, sir." Rodney got up from the ground. Ziyi thought about it and went forward to support him. Then, the few of them left the city lord's residence. Kuan Shan followed behind as if he had accepted his fate. At the Mixed Blood Tavern, Wang Ting asked the tavern owner, the red-nosed old man, to prepare some food as it was time for dinner. The food was served very quickly. Although it wasn't a delicacy, it was still edible. Wang Ting, Ziyi, and the others were eating. Kuan Shan, who was beside them, was so hungry that his stomach rumbled like thunder. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Kuan Shan's face was flushed. "Remove the collar and sit down to eat," Wang Ting said as he threw the key to him. Kuan Shan was stunned. Then, he had an incredulous look on his face. This pure blood actually gave him the key to the slave collar so easily, a sense of unreality welled up in his heart. However, when he recalled that the two mixed bloods beside this pure blood were not wearing slave collars, Kuan Shan's eyes flashed with realization. Could this pure blood be an idiot? "If you don't want to open it, you can return it to me," Wang Ting said calmly. Kuan Shan didn't know why he did this, but the opportunity was right in front of him. Whoever gave it up would be a fool. He gritted his teeth and decided to open the collar first. With a click, the slave collar fell. Kuan Shan was a little absent-minded. The burden on his neck had been lifted, making him feel as relaxed as a bird that had escaped from its cage. He clenched his fists and his eyes flashed as he looked at the pure blood before him. If he killed him now, would he be able to escape? "Do you want to see if I can kill you?" Wang Ting seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said with a faint smile. Rodney raised his head, and a trace of ridicule flashed in his eyes. If this fellow were to make a move against Lord Purple King, he might not even know how he died. Kuan Shan's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head embarrassedly and said, "I dare not." A trace of disappointment flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as he said, "Sit down and eat if you don't dare. Don't make me say it a third time." Kuan Shan sat down speechlessly. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he saw disappointment in the other party's eyes. This pure blood actually wanted him to make a move. After eating, Wang Ting wiped his mouth and took out a small jade bottle. He placed it on the table. "Eat this." Kuan Shan looked at the black pill in the jade bottle and his eyebrows twitched. Rodney couldn't help but gloat. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who received this treatment. Everyone was the same. This was very Wang Ting's style. "What is this?" Kuan Shan asked. "A bone-strengthening pill," Wang Ting lied. Rodney secretly glanced at someone who was lying through his teeth. He looked down and pretended not to know anything. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Kuan Shan's mouth twitched as he said. "What can you do if you don't believe me?" Wang Ting chuckled. Kuan Shan was speechless. "You're right. I can't even refute you. I knew it wouldn't be so simple." Kuan Shan sighed. He didn't ask what it was and swallowed the pill directly. "Very good." Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. "Introduce yourself." "I'm a descendant of the giant rock race. I'm a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior," Kuan Shan gave a simple introduction. "How many of your race members are there in Black Raven City?" Wang Ting asked calmly. He finally revealed his fox tail. Kuan Shan was slightly stunned. He replied, "About 40 to 50 people." "Not bad, not bad." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. "I'll give you one day to gather them. Is that okay?" "Yes. I'm the strongest among the giant rock race in Black Raven City. It's not difficult to gather them." "But..." Kuan Shan hesitated. "What do you want to do?" "You don't have to ask what I want to do. I won't kill them." Wang Ting said calmly, "If you can gather them, I can even give them some benefits." "What benefits?" Kuan Shan asked. Rough stone of darkness or pills? What do you want? Wang Ting asked. Rough stone of darkness, Xianxia said. Sure. Wang Ting nodded in agreement. I'll ask them to come tonight. Xianxia turned and left after he finished speaking. Wang Ting watched him leave. His eyes flashed. Sir, this guy was stabbed 3 times by Little Purple Knight. What if he holds a grudge? Rodney said. It's okay. If he dares to harbor any ill intentions, I'll make him regret being born, Wang Ting said calmly with a smile. Rodney felt a chill in his heart when he saw this smile. Sir, did you get anything from the City Lord matter? He asked again. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Wang Ting glanced at him. Yes, I was talking too much, Rodney said quickly with an embarrassed smile. Wang Ting retracted his gaze as his thoughts spread out. Wang Ting had naturally gained something from his trip to the City Lord Manor. He had already discovered the location of the spatial rift. However, if he wanted to get close to it, he needed to plan at length. In the afternoon, Wang Ting stayed in his room and studied the massive boulder heart. There were a few stones on the ground. Suddenly, these stones floated up and shattered into pieces. Then, they rushed toward Wang Ting's arm and condensed on it. They instantly formed a stone arm like armor. Wang Ting clenched his fist and did not feel any obstruction. It was as though it was an extension of his arm. It was very magical. He felt that his strength had increased quite a bit. He also had a decent defense. So this is the ability of the massive boulder heart. It's really extraordinary, Wang Ting muttered to himself. His massive boulder heart talent was only 1 point. Being able to use it roughly was enough to show how extraordinary the massive boulder talent was. Massive boulder heart, 1/10,000 inch. If I can raise this talent to the peak, its power will definitely be terrifying. The scene of moving mountains and filling seas appeared in Wang Ting's mind. He felt rather excited and looked forward to the prospects of the massive boulder heart. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Rodney walked in and said, Sir, Xianxia has brought people back. In the open space in the backyard of the tavern, Wang Ting saw the giant rock clan brought by Xianxia. Roughly counting, there were a total of 47 people. These giant rock clan members looked very similar to Xianxia. Among them, there were a few females who were also big and square. Their arms and thighs were as thick as pillars, but they all had hair on their heads. Wang Ting didn't dare to imagine if they didn't have hair on their heads when they were already like this. What an eyesore. At least the King Kong Barbie had the appearance of a Barbie doll. However, the faces of these heavy rock race females were also squarish and angular like rocks. And among these people, Wang Ting also saw a familiar figure, Dale, the mixed-blood brawny man who was beaten up by Wang Ting in the tavern. Wang Ting didn't know his identity at first, but now that he knew about the existence of the giant rock clan, he naturally didn't have the slightest doubt. He looked very similar to Xianxia. This didn't mean that they looked similar, but there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As long as he saw them, he would immediately know that they must be of the same race. When Wang Ting was sizing up these giant rock clan members, they were also sizing him up. To be honest, if it weren't for Xianxia, these giant rock clan members might not be willing to meet Wang Ting. After all, he was now in the image of a blood breed, and the mixed blood never had any trust in the pure bloods. Dale didn't recognize Wang Ting, but he recognized Rodney and Ziyi beside him. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why are these 2 guys with this pure blood? Haven't they been following that Purple King? Is that Purple King actually this pure blood's person? A light flashed in Dale's mind as if he understood something. He decided to expose these traitors when he returned. He didn't think that the Purple King and the mixed blood in front of him were actually the same person. Wang Ting didn't know Dale's thoughts, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The other party's thoughts didn't have any effect on him, so he coughed and said, Cough cough, since everyone is here, I'll talk about the purpose of asking you to come. The group of mixed blood's attention was immediately drawn over. Wang Ting took out a dagger and handed it to Ziyi. He said with a smile, Whoever is willing to stab her, I'll give you 10 origin stones of darkness. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into a daze. Even Zai stared at him blankly. She didn't know why he wanted her to stab someone again. These big guys didn't bully her. Sir? The muscles on Xianxia's face twitched. Although he knew that this pureblood was not a good person, he did not expect him to be so crazy. Oh, you can also participate. Wang Ting seemed to have reacted and said. Is it a matter of whether I want to participate or not? Dozens of black lines appeared on Xianxia's forehead. He felt as if he had fallen into a deep pit and could not climb out no matter how hard he tried. Can I not participate? He asked. Obviously not. Wang Ting's expression said, you're thinking too much. At the same time, the other heavy rock race hybrids also began to discuss softly. One stab and they could get 10 origin stones of darkness. Although the origin stones of darkness were very attractive, it was really uncomfortable to be stabbed. However, there were still people who could not resist the temptation of the origin stones of darkness. In reality, with the recovery ability of the heavy rock race, such a stab was not much different from a minor injury. They did not even need to apply medicine and could completely recover in 2 days. For example, Xianxia had just been stabbed 3 times by Ziyi in the morning. Now, only 3 shallow scars were left. In their race, the stronger they were, the better their recovery ability. The first to step forward was actually a female hybrid. She asked hesitantly, can one stab really get 10 origin stones of darkness? Wang Ting was a little surprised by the other party's gender. Could it be that the women of the heavy rock race were even tougher than the men? At this time, the other hybrids began to discuss softly. It's actually Xianxia. It's no wonder. Her child was just born. In addition to the 5 she gave birth to before, she has so many mouths. She definitely needs a large amount of origin stones of darkness to sustain her life. She can get dozens of origin stones of darkness by stabbing a few times. That's enough for 3 months of expenses. When Wang Ting heard these voices, he immediately understood. He nodded and said, that's right. The origin stones of darkness are here. You can take them immediately after stabbing them. Of course, each person is limited to 3 stabs. After speaking, he waved his large hand. A pile of origin stones of darkness appeared on the table at the side, piling up into a small mountain. The hybrids' breathing immediately became hurried. With so many origin stones of darkness, if not for the fact that they could not defeat the blood breed in front of them, they would definitely not be able to resist snatching them. Sir, can't you stab a few more times? My body can take it, said the female hybrid named Xianxia. Wang Ting. What the hell, did these heavy rock rays have masochistic tendencies? This request was really too much. However, if he did not agree, wouldn't it appear that he, Wang Ting, was too petty? It's not impossible to stab a few more times, but there has to be an upper limit. Let's set it at 5 stabs. Wang Ting was not being benevolent. Instead, he felt that stabbing these hybrids would be detrimental to his path of sustainable development. However, you don't have to worry. There will be opportunities in the future. I will look for you again in 2 days. As long as you are willing, I will not be stingy with my origin stones of darkness. Hearing Wang Ting's final promise, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She immediately walked in front of Ziyi and said, little girl, stab them. Ziyi was a little dazed. She could not help but turn to look at Wang Ting. Good luck. It's up to you. Wang Ting encouraged her. Stab them well. I will treat you to something delicious tonight. When Xianxia and Rodney heard these words, their expressions were as strange as they could be. Ziyi nodded. Without hesitation, she stabbed Xianxia in the stomach. Pooh, fresh blood spurted out. The scene was spectacular. However, it was inexplicably comical. Xianxia only frowned, her face faintly pale. Ziyi stabbed 3 times in a row. Then, she stopped and turned to look at Wang Ting. Don't stop. Continue. Xianxia was unhappy and said anxiously. Stab her 2 more times, Wang Ting said, speechless. Ziyi nodded again. Without hesitation, she stabbed her 2 more times. Xianxia's face was a little pale. However, once she circulated the origin power in her body, her wounds automatically healed and stopped bleeding. Then, she happily received 50 origin stones of darkness and retreated to the group. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He saw a few attribute bubbles on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He picked them up. Earth Origin Power *45, Black, Heavy Boulder Heart *1, Luck *1, it's here, it's here. As expected, it's you. The Luck attribute and the Heavy Boulder Heart attribute, Wang Ting revealed a joyful expression and silently gave himself a thumbs up. His posture of plucking the sheep was very correct. There were no problems. He had already faintly grasped the key point. Xianxia's luck attribute was not because she had stabbed someone, but because she had allowed the Heavy Boulder Race hybrid to drop the rare innate attribute, Heavy Boulder Heart. Thus, her luck attribute was depleted. Moreover, Wang Ting guessed that Xianxia's luck attribute was not permanently depleted but only temporarily. It would recover very quickly. In the past, Wang Ting was puzzled. With Zai's young body and without any cultivation, how was she able to live alone in the forest for so long without getting eaten by wild beasts? She didn't die of illness or get poisoned to death either. Now, he understood. It was definitely because Xianxia's luck attribute was off the charts. Every time she encountered danger, she might drop the luck attribute and turn the situation around. However, in the past, these luck attributes would just drop and disappear automatically. It was considered a waste. However, now that Wang Ting had picked it up, it could be considered as recycling waste. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Anyone else? These thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind as he raised his head and said, "Is there anyone else?" Seeing that Xianxia had tasted the sweetness and was fine, the other hybrids finally could not hold back anymore. "I'll do it. I'll do it." The two mixed bloods immediately stepped forward. "How many slashes?" Wang Ting asked. 5 slashes. The two hybrids were also ruthless and chose 5 slashes at the same time. Ziyi stepped forward and executed it. Earth Origin Power *80, Black, Massive Boulder Heart *2, Luck *1. Following that, the other hybrids stepped forward one after another. After about 20 people, Ziyi's luck attribute no longer appeared. The hybrids also did not drop the Massive Boulder Heart talent attribute. Although it was somewhat regretful, Wang Ting knew that he had reached his limit today. Wang Ting stood up from his chair, stretched, and said, "All right, let's stop here for today. We'll continue in 2 days." "Ah, sir, why aren't you coming? It's not our turn yet." The hybrids who did not have their turn immediately shouted. "You guys don't seize the opportunity. Blame me." Wang Ting shook his head and put away the rough stone of darkness. The hybrids who did not have their turn did not dare to say anything. Their faces were filled with regret and regret. As for the hybrids who had their turn, they rejoiced. They had obtained 50 rough stones of darkness and were elated. They had already forgotten the pain of being stabbed. Wang Ting's harvest this time was not small. He couldn't help but pull out his stats panel and take a look. Luck, 31, normal person's upper limit is 10, Massive Boulder Heart, 0. His luck attribute had skyrocketed to 31 points, far exceeding the range of a normal person. His Massive Boulder Heart had also increased to 26 points. He felt that he could control more rocks, and their power would also be stronger. This was the feeling of becoming stronger. Suddenly, Wang Ting thought of something. His luck attribute had increased so much. Why not try it himself? Cough, cough. "Well, seeing that you guys are so reluctant, I'm very touched, so," Wang Ting suddenly said. Beside him, the corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. What the F***ck did he mean by very touched? His clansmen were also poisonous. They were actually begging to be stabbed. "Oh my god," Wang Ting continued, "so next, let's change the event. Give me 1 punch and you can get 1 rough stone of darkness. The upper limit is 10 punches. Who wants to participate?" The hybrids who did not have their turn just now were slightly taken aback. They immediately reacted and squeezed forward. Me. Me, me. Me, me, me. Xianxia's face was filled with shock. Crazy, crazy. His clansmen had all gone crazy. Had they been toyed with by this blood breed? Luck, 36, normal person's upper limit is 10, Heavy Boulder Heart, 0. After sending those Heavy Boulder hybrids away, Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel again and was very satisfied. After a while, Kuan Shan walked back. His face was a little swollen, and he looked at Wang Ting as if he was looking at a devil. The clansmen he had just sent away were also like him, with bruises all over their faces. Was it worth it for 10 rough stones of darkness? Worth it? In the Abyss world, the status of hybrids was too low. It was very difficult to earn rough stones of darkness. Even though some hybrids were very strong, they did not receive the treatment they deserved. It was even common for some purebloods to capture hybrids as slaves. Therefore, when faced with Wang Ting's seemingly cruel requests today, they actually did not find it that hard to accept. There were even many hybrids who secretly wondered if this blood breed's head had been crushed by a door. Otherwise, why would he do such a stupid thing? All in all, everyone felt that the other party was a fool. They had both gotten what they wanted. It was a win-win situation. At night, in the inn's room, Wang Ting was testing the effects of the upgraded heavy boulder heart. At this moment, he had condensed the boulder on his body and could already completely cover his hands and feet. Naturally, the power had increased by several times. However, that was all. With his current strength, this level of boulder armor would not be of much use. It might not even be able to withstand an attack from a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Little Zai watched with great interest from the side. She was very curious and yearning. Seeing her like this, Wang Ting could not help but smile and wave at her. "Do you want to learn?" Little Zai nodded heavily. "Then I'll teach you. However, I can't teach you that just now. I have to teach you something else," Wang Ting said. During these days, Zai had been by his side. Wang Ting could also see Zai's dependence on him. Now that he had discovered her luck talent, he naturally had to nurture her well. She would definitely be a great help in the future. Wang Ting was never stingy with people he could trust. Start with the basics and take it one step at a time. Wang Ting began to guide Violet Knight in her cultivation. Violet Knight's talent was beyond Wang Ting's expectations. She was able to learn almost everything as soon as she practiced, and her progress was astonishing. It might not be long before she could cross the threshold of martial disciple and enter the martial warrior stage. 2 hours later, Wang Ting watched her fall into a deep sleep, and a fatherly smile appeared on his face. He then closed his eyes and immersed himself in cultivation. The night was dark, and the faint red moonlight outside the window shone in. In the darkness of the corner, a shadow suddenly moved. Then, Wang Ting's shadow that was cast on the ground by the moonlight suddenly elongated, expanded, and became menacing. All of this happened silently. Wang Ting's eyes were closed. His expression was tranquil as he immersed himself in cultivation. Suddenly, the shadow on the ground stood up and pounced on Wang Ting. In an instant, Wang Ting opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting out from the depths of his pupils. His spiritual power, which was almost tangible, suddenly pierced out. The black shadow froze for a moment. The next moment, Wang Ting punched the shadow as fast as lightning. Bang! The shadow was instantly sent flying, but when it hit the wall, it immediately blended into the darkness of the corner and disappeared. Wang Ting stood up and looked around calmly. Little Violet Knight was awakened and looked at him in confusion. "Stay there," Wang Ting said calmly. Swoosh! Just then, the shadow pounced out from another corner again. Its sharp claws, which were formed from shadows, shone with red light and tore at Wang Ting. Wang Ting focused his gaze and directly activated the 8th-level demonic art. His whole body flickered with black light, and mysterious black patterns covered his skin. In the world of darkness, he could finally unleash his full power. Then, he punched out. Boom! A terrifying power erupted instantly. Ah! The shadow let out a shrill scream and exploded. A figure fell out from it and landed heavily on the wall. It turned out to be an old vampire dark apparition. It looked at Wang Ting in disbelief and said in shock, "You're not a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. You're a general-level martial warrior. Who exactly are you? You talk too much." Wang Ting strode forward and grabbed the vampire dark apparition's neck. The other party's expression changed. Black light appeared all over its body, and it wanted to escape. "You want to escape?" Wang Ting sneered. He instantly appeared in front of it and grabbed its neck. The black light on the surface of the vampire dark apparition instantly collapsed. It couldn't condense anymore. Its face turned red as it was grabbed by the neck. Ugh, ugh. Who sent you? Wang Ting asked coldly. It couldn't speak because its neck was being grabbed. It could only look at Ling Yun with pleading eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I grabbing too tightly? Wang Ting had no intention of letting go. His tone was insincere as well. The other party almost couldn't breathe and rolled its eyes. The old vampire was on the verge of breaking down. Didn't he want to know who the mastermind was? How could it speak when it was being squeezed so tightly, it felt like it was going to die. Its vision turned black, and its consciousness was falling. This Viscount Snow was actually so ruthless. He was going to squeeze it to death. Suddenly, a strange red light flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. It pierced into the vampire's eyes and instantly controlled its consciousness. Then, Wang Ting let go and let it fall to the ground. It started coughing violently. After a while, Wang Ting found out the identity of the mastermind from its mouth. It was the previous master of Kuan Mountain. The other party held a grudge, so he found a 9-star soldier-level vampire who was good at assassination. He wanted to kill Wang Ting to take revenge for what happened in the day. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Wang Ting muttered to himself. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. He thought that the blood breeds wouldn't dare to find trouble with him again. He didn't expect that the blood breeds would want to take his life in less than a day. At this moment, the old vampire regained his consciousness and said in shock, "You used bewitchment on me? You have no value anymore." Wang Ting's eyes were indifferent as he slapped the vampire's head. Unwillingness, regret, and other complicated emotions appeared in the vampire's heart. His vision turned black, and his consciousness completely fell into darkness. A few attribute bubbles floated up. Dark Force *260, Spirit *120, Blood Breed Ciphertext *60, Hidden Shadow Secret Technique *1. After Wang Ting picked them up, his eyes suddenly lit up. Blood Breed Ciphertext, Hidden Shadow Secret Technique, these were 2 extremely rare attribute bubbles. In an instant, large amounts of text memories flooded into Wang Ting's mind. It was an ancient ciphertext that belonged to the blood breeds. Wang Ting instantly recalled the treasure map that was said to belong to a certain blood breed ancestor. The text on it was extremely similar to this blood breed ciphertext. Wang Ting didn't have time to think. Another memory appeared in his mind. This memory was the cultivation method of the hidden shadow secret technique. A light shadow appeared in his mind, perfectly reproducing the cultivation process. Sometimes it turned into a black shadow, and sometimes it shuttled through the shadows. It was unpredictable. Wang Ting's eyes shone. He instantly understood and mastered the hidden shadow secret technique. This hidden shadow secret technique was like the blood race from before. It could allow one to enter the shadows of anything and hide themselves perfectly. Wang Ting used to use the darkness force to hide himself in the darkness, but it was still very different from this method. The hidden shadow secret technique was obviously much more advanced. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He looked at the old blood race corpse on the ground and suddenly felt very grateful. The 1,000-mile secret technique, what a good person. There was also the master of Mount Kuan. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't so angry anymore. After all, it was the master of the blood race who had mastered the blood race's secret technique and the hidden shadow secret technique. However, gratitude was gratitude. He still had to kill him, it wouldn't affect. Wang Ting saw Ziyi, who was still staring at him with her eyes wide open. He immediately came back to his senses and put away the blood race corpse. He said to her, "Go to sleep. It's nothing." Oh. Ziyi was also a big-hearted person. After hearing Wang Ting say that it was nothing, she really treated it as nothing and fell asleep. Wang Ting shook his head. He had an idea. He took out the treasure map from his spatial ring and translated it according to the blood race's secret technique. Marta Mountains. A hint of contemplation flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He muttered to himself, "Is this treasure map real?" According to the treasure map, the blood race's ancestor's secret treasure was somewhere in the Marta Mountains in the Abyss world. As for what was in the secret treasure, no one knew. Wang Ting's eyes flashed a few times. He threw the so-called treasure map into the corner of his spatial ring. The main thing now was to return to Earth's star. Everything else could be pushed back. The premise was that he could still return to the Abyss world after returning to Earth's star. Speaking of which, this was the secret treasure of the blood race's primogenitor. If other members of the blood race were to obtain it, it would cause a storm of blood. Countless members of the blood race would fight over it. Now that it had fallen into Wang Ting's hands, it could be considered a pearl covered in dust. The next day, Wang Ting found Rodney and asked, "Vampires like to drink fresh blood. Is there a place in Black Raven City that specializes in slaughtering star beasts?" Rodney was startled for a moment before nodding. "Yes, it's in the west of the city. Large batches of powerful and rare star beasts are transported here every day. They are slaughtered and transported to the castles of the vampire nobles. Take me there." Wang Ting was delighted in his heart, but on the surface, he was incomparably indifferent as he spoke. Rodney didn't know what he was going to do, so he just nodded. Wang Ting followed Rodney to the west of the city and soon saw a huge slaughterhouse. Waves of mournful beast roars came from within, and a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. "Wait for me outside." Wang Ting finished speaking and walked straight into the slaughterhouse. Now that he was a member of the blood race, he had the right to enter many places. For example, this slaughterhouse. Part of the blood here was transported to the castles of the vampire nobles, while the rest was for sale. Other members of the blood race could also purchase it. "Sir, how may I help you?" Wang Ting's Viscount status played a role. The giant demon dark apparition in the slaughterhouse respectfully asked when they saw him. Although Black Raven City was a holy city belonging to the blood race, there were also dark apparitions of other races here. This giant demon dark apparition was tall and extremely cruel and bloodthirsty. It was the perfect choice to be a butcher. "Take me around first," Wang Ting said indifferently with his hands clasped behind his back. "Okay, please follow me." The giant demon's tall body led the way in front. They passed by many slaughterhouses, where different star beasts were being slaughtered and bled. The giant demon's dark apparition introduced them to Wang Ting as though he was familiar with his family's treasures. Wang Ting listened to the introduction while picking up the attribute bubbles scattered around. Dark Force *130, blank attribute *105, blank attribute *90, Dark Force *108, blank attribute *100. It had been a long time since he last saw a blank attribute. This trip was not in vain. Wang Ting was overjoyed. These star beasts were all dark star beasts, so their force was naturally dark force. Wang Ting didn't care about this. His real goal was the blank attribute. In order to return to Earth Star, he needed a large number of blank attributes to strengthen himself. Otherwise, it would be difficult to carry out his next plan. Half a day later, Wang Ting left the slaughterhouse under the escort of the giant demon dark apparition. This blood race viscount wasted half a day and didn't buy anything. One could imagine how resentful the giant demon dark apparition was. However, Wang Ting was too powerful. Even if it was resentful, it didn't dare to do anything to him. Wang Ting pulled out his attributes panel and smiled uncontrollably. Blank attribute, 3,560 inches. Just a short while, he had gained more than 3,000 blank attributes. If he had to hunt star beasts by himself, it would be very troublesome. Too smart, he was really too smart, Wang Ting thought narcissistically. After a few more trips to the slaughterhouse, his blank attributes would exceed 10,000. By then, it should be enough to support his plan. Hence, in the next few days, Wang Ting would make time to visit the slaughterhouse. The giant demon dark apparition was almost going crazy. This blood race viscount came every day but didn't buy anything. He was just making fun of it. However, when it thought about the aura that Lin Fan had accidentally leaked out, the giant demon dark apparition immediately became terrified. "Alright, you don't have to send me off. I'll come again tomorrow." At the entrance, Wang Ting waved his hand and left. Again. The giant demon dark apparition looked at Lin Fan's back and was about to collapse. In fact, Wang Ting didn't come again the next day. He already had enough blank attributes. Now that the blood race was searching for him everywhere, he didn't dare to delay any longer. If he was really discovered, he would be finished. Wang Ting used the blank attributes on the dark clone technique and hidden shadow secret technique. Dark doppelganger technique, perfect, hidden shadow secret technique, perfected. After these two secret techniques reached perfected, Wang Ting finally had some confidence. At that moment, a black light flashed on Wang Ting's body. A black smoke slowly floated out and turned into a clone. It was his real appearance. He smiled and said, "Go. You just summoned me and you're sending me to my death. You're really ruthless." The clone sized up his body and said unhappily, "Aya, don't mind these details. You're not really dead anyway." Wang Ting waved his hand. "Forget it. You're the main body and I'm just a clone. Leave this to me. I guarantee that those dark apparitions won't notice anything wrong," the clone said. After that, his body slowly merged into the darkness and disappeared. "Everything depends on you." Wang Ting smiled and thought to himself. The next day, Wang Ting went out of the city in the guise of Viscount Snow. Then, Viscount Snow found traces of humans in the nearby forest and a great battle broke out. Well, that was the situation. Then, Viscount Snow was no match for the other party and sent a signal for help to the city lord. Black Raven City, City Lord's Castle. At the same time, 3 black lights suddenly shot up into the sky. Like arrows, they streaked across the sky and sped towards a certain direction outside the city. Not long after, teams of vampires also rushed out of Black Raven City and followed closely behind with great momentum. Rodney and Violet Knight were left behind by Wang Ting in the city. Seeing this scene, they were surprised and doubtful. At the same time, many hybrids noticed the sudden movement of the vampires and walked out of their residences. Looking at the backs of the vampires, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Outside the city, sonic booms came from the sky. Warrior-level powerhouses were very fast. They hurried to the place where they found the human. The 3 vampire warrior-level dark apparitions in the city moved out at the same time. As they flew, they looked at each other and their eyes flashed. They didn't expect that they would be the first to find the human in Black Raven City. The Black Nightmare Demon King's reward was right in front of them. Even though they were warrior-level powerhouses, they couldn't help but feel excited. After all, once they reached the warrior level, they would need a lot of resources to advance. Every level was extremely difficult. Naturally, they wouldn't want to give up this great opportunity. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a violent roar came from the front. The 3 warrior-level existences were overjoyed and immediately rushed in that direction. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud noise. Lightning flashed and a figure fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. In the sky, a figure wrapped in thunder stood in the air. The powerful thunder attack just now was obviously from him. As if he felt the 3 powerful auras approaching quickly from afar, he glanced at the ground and gave up on his opponent. He turned around and flew away. When the 3 general-level dark apparitions arrived, they saw the figure of thunder dashing into the gray primitive forest in the northwest. The smoke and dust on the ground dissipated, revealing Viscount Snow's figure. There were many wounds on his body, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly shouted at the 3 warlord-level dark apparitions, "Sir, it was that human just now. His thunder force was extremely powerful. I couldn't stop him and let him escape. It doesn't matter. Since he has fallen into the territory of our Black Raven City, he won't be able to escape," one of the warlord-level dark apparitions said confidently. "Stay here and wait for the reinforcements. Guide them to surround the forest, just in case. Don't let that human escape," another warrior-level dark apparition ordered. "Yes." Viscount Snow replied. Then, the 3 warlord-level dark apparitions did not say anything else and went straight to the northwest. Viscount Snow looked in the direction in which they left, and a mysterious smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not long after, groups of blood breeds arrived one after another. The ones leading them were the blood breeds he had seen in the city lord's manor. When these blood breeds saw Wang Ting transformed into Viscount Snow, their expressions varied, and their eyes flashed with jealousy. This side branch had actually found the human. What a lucky bastard. The 3 sirs ordered you to surround the forest. Don't let the human escape. Wang Ting said arrogantly, looking like a villain who had achieved success. How did you find that human? A blood breed stood up and asked with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. The other party was the former master of Kuan Mountain. How I found him has nothing to do with you. You'd better mind your own business. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he retorted without holding back. The blood breed was furious. He had many subordinates now, so naturally, he was not afraid of Wang Ting. All right. Business is more important. Don't delay the sir's business. The other blood breeds stood up to smooth things over. Although many of them had also been beaten up by Wang Ting and were extremely angry, they did not dare to cause trouble at this time. After all, if the human escaped, they would definitely not be able to bear the anger of the three sirs. Humph. With a cold snort, the blood breed led his subordinates to surround the forest in front of them. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Wang Ting's eyes, but he did not do anything in the end. Just as a large group of blood breeds surrounded the so-called human outside the city, Black Raven City fell into an unprecedented emptiness. At this moment, a black shadow silently slipped into the castle. Through the black light on his face, one could see that it was Wang Ting. If the three general-level dark apparitions saw his appearance, they would probably be shocked. Wasn't that human being chased by them? Why was he here? Actually, this was Wang Ting's real body. Whether it was the human outside the city or Viscount Snow, they were all his clones. Without a doubt, he had used his perfected dark clone technique to create two clones at the same time. Also, the abilities of the two clones had reached the 9-star soldier level. When Wang Ting created his clones, he realized that he had an advantage. He had multiple types of force, and most of them had reached the 9-star soldier level. In addition to his emperor-level spiritual power, he could create two clones that were almost as strong as his real body. These two clones had his combat techniques and battle consciousness, so they were even stronger than normal 9-star soldier-level martial warriors. Wang Ting let the two clones put on a show outside the city to lure out the three general-level dark apparitions and many powerful blood breeds. His real goal was the space crack in the castle. After all, he was in a world full of dark apparitions, so he was afraid it was better for him to escape as soon as possible. At this moment, Wang Ting used the shadow concealment secret technique to sneak into the castle. He had already figured out the location of the space crack a few days ago. He had the talent of space, so the violent vibrations of the space crack naturally couldn't escape his senses. This space crack was right below the castle. Wang Ting found a random blood breed guard and interrogated him for the location of the underground tunnel. After silently avoiding the blood breed guards, Wang Ting sneaked into the underground space of the castle. A long and dark tunnel appeared in front of him. Wang Ting blended into the darkness and smoothly reached the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, a faintly discernible ray of light shot out. Wang Ting thought that he had reached the location of the space crack, but when he looked inside, his eyes instantly widened. There were raw stones of all types, countless precious ores, and all kinds of rare treasures. Wang Ting didn't expect this to be the place where the blood breeds stored their treasures. Most importantly, they didn't seem to care about these things. They just piled them there like trash, forming small mountains. It was breathtaking. Damn, there are so many rare treasures. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was so surprised that he couldn't help but swear. He was going to be rich this time. He scanned the area with his mind power and realized that there were no dark apparitions guarding this place. They didn't seem to care about these treasures at all. Wang Ting couldn't help but move forward. He saw that there were various types of energy stones among the piles of treasures. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 types of energy stones were the most common. There were also green, purple, ice blue, and other types of energy stones. There were fewer of them. These were wind, thunder, ice, and other types of energy stones. They were relatively rare. Also, these energy stones emitted light of different strengths. Obviously, their purity was different. Other than the energy stones, there were piles of star beast cores. They emitted different colors and attributes. Their force waves were also different. Wang Ting even saw a small pile of star bones. They were sparkling and translucent. Then there were ores, spirit flowers, spirit herbs, and so on. How much money was there? Wang Ting's hands trembled. His breathing quickened. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. There were treasures in front of him. If he didn't take them, he would be letting down the Lady Luck. He looked around and took out different types of spatial storage equipment. He stuffed the treasures on the ground into his spatial storage equipment. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly felt a little fortunate. When he killed the powerful martial warriors in the past, he had kept their space storage equipment. He didn't usually use these spatial storage equipment. Naturally, he couldn't bring them with him. He could only pile them up in his spatial ring. However, normally speaking, one spatial storage equipment couldn't be placed in another spatial storage equipment. However, Wang Ting was a spatial prodigy and a rune master. Naturally, he had a way to solve this problem. He created a type of runes box that could block out spatial fluctuations. He placed the spatial storage equipment in it to block out spatial fluctuations. Then, he placed it in another spatial ring. This way, the spatial storage equipment could accommodate each other without any rejection. Wang Ting was in a hurry. He didn't have time to count how many treasures there were. He used his mind power to sweep them all into various spatial storage equipment. In the end, all the spatial storage equipment were stuffed to the brim. They almost couldn't contain all the treasures. He looked at the empty stone room and clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not a single blade of grass was spared. This was a sense of satisfaction. Wang Ting didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. This place was clearly not the place where the spatial crack was located. He went around to another tunnel and continued his search. Not long after, Wang Ting couldn't help but frown, his expression slightly solemn. Strange, I clearly feel that it's nearby, but why can't I find it? He was pressed for time. If he didn't find the spatial rift as soon as possible, he would be caught like a turtle in a jar if the 3 warlord-level dark apparitions rushed back. Bah, he was not a turtle. Wang Ting's psychic power scanned the underground space inch by inch, but the spatial fluctuations were too scattered, and he couldn't find a concentrated point. As a result, he was unable to determine the exact location of the spatial rift. Wang Ting thought to himself, I've searched everywhere, but I didn't find anything. Could there be other hidden spaces? Hidden space. Right, it's the runes. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. He stepped forward, and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he quickly rushed toward the huge stone room where he first discovered the treasures. There were traces of runes there. At first, he thought that they were only defensive runes. After all, even if the dark apparitions didn't care much about the treasures, since they were piled up here, they naturally had to be protected. Otherwise, once the energy within the treasures completely dissipated, their existence would lose its meaning, and they would truly become useless. Now that he thought about it, those treasures were very likely a form of cover. The next moment, Wang Ting's figure suddenly appeared in the stone room. He injected his psychic power into his eyes, causing a beam of divine light to shoot out from his eyes as he scanned the stone room. The ground, the walls, and even the ceiling. Nothing was missed. Found it. At this moment, Wang Ting's lips suddenly curled into a smile. He found some traces on the ground near the corner of the stone room. With his insight as a rune master, he finally analyzed another layer of runes hidden within the first layer of runes. The person who set up this runes array is an expert. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't waste any more time and went to the runes array. He frowned and pondered for a moment before he found a way to crack it. His knowledge of runes wasn't just for show. Although the person who set up this runes array was an expert, his knowledge of runes was obtained by picking up attributes. His knowledge of runes was extremely complicated, and he was much stronger than an ordinary rune master. At this moment, he focused his gaze, and his psychic power condensed on his fingers. Then, he suddenly inserted his fingers into the core of the runes array on the ground. His 2 fingers slowly rotated along the runes like keys. All of a sudden, the quiet stone room was filled with the sound of ka, which sounded like a machine turning. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He saw that the ground in front of him had cracked open, and a faint light shone from below. It's really here. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He carefully stepped into the hole and walked down the stone stairs. The stone stairs weren't short, and they didn't go straight down. There were many turning points. Wang Ting was extremely careful. His body completely blended into the darkness, and his feet didn't make any sound. Soon, he reached the bottom, and a dim light shone from the front. A pitch-black and deep spatial crack was stuck to the stone wall. Wang Ting couldn't help but be delighted. However, when he saw that there was an extremely complicated rune formation right below the spatial crack and that there were 3 Old Blood clan dark apparitions sitting cross-legged around the formation, he was a little surprised. This spatial crack is actually caused by an array. There were thousands of runes arrays. Wang Ting naturally guessed that some runes could form the power of space. However, he had never seen them before. Runes that could form the power of space were extremely rare. Very few runemasters could master them. However, the runes array in front of him not only formed the power of space, but it also created such a huge spatial crack. It was simply breathtaking. Dark apparitions couldn't be underestimated. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was extremely emotional. The dark apparitions had been passed down for too long. They had also destroyed many worlds. The civilization knowledge they had obtained was extremely terrifying. Perhaps the large clans were selfish and wouldn't allow the truly profound knowledge to spread. However, there were definitely a small number of dark apparitions who had mastered this knowledge. At this moment, Wang Ting was deep in thought. He glanced at the 3 dark apparitions, and his expression gradually became dangerous. If he wanted to pass through this spatial crack, he had to get rid of the 3 dark apparitions. Otherwise, once he passed through the spatial crack, the 3 dark apparitions would reverse the array at the other end of the spatial crack. He was afraid that he would be torn to shreds by the unpredictable power of space. Previously, he was pushed into the spatial crack by the Black Nightmare Devil King. He didn't know what happened in the end, but he was severely injured when he woke up. It was already fortunate that he didn't die. He didn't want to experience it again. Wang Ting hid in the darkness, frowning as he pondered. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon, he made a decision. I have to take down these 3 dark apparitions at the same time. I can't give them any chance to react. Wang Ting's gaze turned cold as he thought to himself. With a thought, the shooting star spiral silently disappeared into the darkness. The space fluctuated, and the shooting star spiral disappeared completely. Huh? One of the dark apparitions suddenly opened its eyes. It frowned and scanned its surroundings with a puzzled look. What's wrong? The other dark apparition asked. I seem to have sensed a trace of additional space fluctuations, the dark apparition said suspiciously. The other 2 dark apparitions were shocked. They instantly sensed carefully and shook their heads. We didn't sense it. The surroundings of the space crack are unstable. It's normal for space fluctuations to occur occasionally. Maybe I'm overthinking, the dark apparition said as it shook its head. Then, the 3 dark apparitions closed their eyes again. The dark underground space regained its silence. Wang Ting secretly heaved a sigh of relief. F***ck, I was almost discovered. He didn't expect these 3 dark apparitions to be so sensitive to space fluctuations. His space technique, which had always been successful, was almost exposed. Wang Ting was a little hesitant. Given how sensitive these 3 dark apparitions were to space fluctuations, even if he used the shooting star spiral with his space talent, he might not be able to kill them by surprise. If he made a mistake, he would definitely alert them. He would then have no choice but to face them head-on. Let's wait a little longer. Wang Ting felt helpless. There was no better way. He could only wait for them to let down their guard completely. Time passed. The 3 dark apparitions were like old monks in meditation. Wang Ting was also very patient. He hid in the dark like a poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Just then, Wang Ting's gaze turned serious. He suddenly moved and pounced on one of the dark apparitions. At the same time, another shadow split from his shadow and pounced on the second dark apparition. On the other side, the shooting star spiral pierced through the void and suddenly pierced between the eyebrows of the 3rd dark apparition. In that instant, Wang Ting actually launched a fatal attack on the 3 dark apparitions at the same time. Roar! The 3rd dark apparition felt the fluctuation in space. It opened its eyes and saw the cold light right in front of it. Feeling that death was right in front of it, it suddenly let out an angry roar. It slammed its palm on the ground and retreated rapidly. However, the shooting star spiral appeared too suddenly, and it was already very close. It instantly pierced the space between its eyebrows. No! Its eyes widened in anger as an invisible force surged out from between its eyebrows to resist the shooting star spiral's invasion. Psychic power! Wang Ting pounced on the first dark apparition while controlling the shooting star spiral. He was shocked when he felt the resistance from the shooting star spiral. Die! But then, a murderous intent burst out from his eyes, and his emperor-level spiritual telekinesis burst out. The shooting star spiral was propelled by emperor-level spiritual telekinesis, and it pierced into the opponent's head with a loud bang. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. One dark apparition had died. Although it sounded long, it actually only took a short moment. Wang Ting no longer paid attention to the other side. At that moment, he had already pounced in front of the first dark apparition. His hands glowed with black light as he grabbed the dark apparition's heart and temple. On the other side, the black shadow that separated from Wang Ting's shadow was the thunder clone that he had created. In order to create this clone, he had already dispersed the human clones that were far away from the city. This meant that the three general-level dark apparitions would soon realize that something was amiss and rush back. The thunder clone's palm was filled with the power of thunder, forming a palm blade. At the same time, it condensed a terrifying murderous intent and chopped down on the third dark apparition's head. After collecting the murderous intents of countless soldiers during the battle at Xingfeng City, his murderous intent had unknowingly reached 50%. Now that he had fully unleashed his murderous intent, the impact caused the third dark apparition to sink into a terrifying murderous intent. It felt as though it was surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even though it was a dark apparition, it was still shocked. However, its consciousness actually recovered in an instant. A wave of spiritual telekinesis surged out crazily and faced the palm blade of the thunder clone. Chi, the power of thunder exploded on the palm blade and cut through the dark apparition's spiritual telekinesis. Then, the blade landed on the dark apparition's neck. Fresh blood splattered, and the head of a blood race member flew high into the air. This blood race member died with its eyes wide open. On the other hand, Wang Ting's original body also used his murderous intent to shock the dark apparition. However, it didn't have any effect this time. His dark claw attack was actually blocked by the dark apparition. This blood race dark apparition's spiritual telekinesis had reached the king level, and its strength was at the general level. It recovered in an instant and exchanged a blow with Wang Ting. Then, it used the momentum to retreat rapidly. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He stomped his feet and pounced on the dark apparition again. After the thunder clone finished off the second dark apparition, it also charged over. The thunder palm blade struck the dark apparition's back. The dark apparition suddenly tilted its body and dodged the thunder clone's attack. It said in shock, "You're that human. You guessed right. The reward is, to send you to your death." Wang Ting charged in front of it. He condensed his spiritual telekinesis in his eyes and stabbed it into the dark apparition's eyes. 8th-level demonic art, activate, Black Wing demonic slash, kill. With a low roar, Wang Ting used all his means. His whole body was covered in black light, and he slashed out a sharp and cold black sword gleam. Roar, the dark apparition was horrified and frantically tried to block it. However, it couldn't block the combined attack of Wang Ting's original body and the thunder clone. Chi, suddenly, its body stiffened. A cold light pierced through its heart. Shooting star spiral. How is this possible? Its face was filled with disbelief. It slowly lowered its head and looked at the hole in its heart. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness. Phew, Wang Ting looked at the fallen figure of the blood race member in front of him and let out a long sigh. 3 kills, he finally killed all the 3 blood race dark apparitions guarding the space crack. There were several attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately picked them up. Emperor's Realm Spirit *105, Dark Force *230, Spiritual Penetration *1 Emperor's Realm Spirit *80 Emperor's Realm Spirit *90 Space Runes Knowledge *50, Dark Force *320, Dark Force *260, Wang Ting didn't expect to encounter 3 dark apparitions with spiritual telekinesis here. Until now, other than Goring, he hadn't seen anyone with spiritual telekinesis. This showed how rare spiritual telekinesis masters were. But now, he had encountered 3 of them. If he were to fight them head-on, he definitely wouldn't be able to kill them so easily. At this moment, as the memories entered Wang Ting's mind, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Spiritual penetration. This was an extremely rare spiritual attack. It could directly attack at the spiritual level. No matter what kind of creature it was, their spirit was extremely fragile. Once they were attacked, they would be seriously injured or even die. This showed how terrifying this spiritual attack was. In addition, there was also space runes knowledge. As the memories merged, Wang Ting instantly obtained a lot of ancient knowledge about space runes. This was originally the lifetime knowledge of the 3 dark apparitions. Now, he had benefited from it. There was no doubt that the mind pierce and spatial runes knowledge were Wang Ting's biggest gains this time. However, the monarch spirit attributes dropped by the 3 dark apparitions were also very good gains. It should be noted that existences with monarch spirit were extremely rare. It had always been difficult for Wang Ting to obtain monarch spirit. There was a tenfold difference between monarch spirit and emperor spirit. Now, these monarch spirit attributes added up to dozens of emperor spirit points. This increase was comparable to the countless normal spirit attributes that Wang Ting had picked up. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking back to the battle just now, he suddenly felt a little lucky that the 3 dark apparitions had a secret technique like Mind Pierce. Fortunately, they did not use it. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. If he had been hit by the dark apparition's Mind Pierce when he was unprepared, it would have been extremely dangerous even if he had Emperor Spirit. Fortunately, he had acted quickly enough. The 3 dark apparitions did not have time to use their strongest techniques before they were killed by him. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. After pondering for a moment, he threw the corpses of the 3 dark apparitions into his spatial ring. Then, his gaze fell on the runes formation on the ground. So this is the spatial runes formation. He muttered to himself and analyzed it according to the spatial runes knowledge he had just obtained. The 3 warrior-level dark apparitions shouldn't have noticed the disappearance of my clone so quickly. Why don't I leave a small gift? Before I leave? Wang Ting stroked his chin. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he scanned his surroundings. His spiritual power surged out and inscribed several runes around the spatial runes formation. These runes were relatively independent and did not interfere with the spatial runes formation. However, Wang Ting left a few nodes between the 2. Once the gaps in these nodes were filled, it was equivalent to building a bridge between them. An extremely wonderful and magical reaction would occur. Wang Ting took out a few energy stones and handed them to Thunder's clone. He smiled and said, "I'll leave them to you." "You're making me do such a thankless task again," Thunder's clone said with a bitter expression. "This is the last time. This is the last time." Wang Ting sniggered and swore solemnly. "Forget it. Hurry up and go." "The 3 warrior-level dark apparitions are coming back," Thunder's clone said. Wang Ting nodded. He gave the lightning clone a meaningful look. He didn't say anything else. He walked to the dimensional rift and jumped in. "Let's go home." Was Thunder's clone's clone. After hearing Wang Ting's clone, Thunder's clone's clone. He sat was and a cross-legged was. All of a sudden, the entire rune formation flashed violently. Boom, the is. The Thunder avatar stood in front of the spatial rift with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression extremely calm. Boom. Boom, boom. In the next moment, a violent explosion resounded. The light engulfed everything and completely drowned Thunder's clone. Thunder's clone remained motionless as if he didn't hear anything. A real man never looks back at explosion. JPG, the 3 warrior-level dark apparitions couldn't find Wang Ting's figure. In their senses, it was as if he had completely disappeared into thin air. They returned without finding anything and their expressions were extremely ugly. There was nothing more unlucky than letting someone escape when they were about to catch him. They left the other blood race members outside the city to continue searching for traces of humans while they returned to the castle first. As they approached from afar and were about to descend from the sky above the castle, a terrifying explosion suddenly came from the castle below. Oh no! The 3 warrior-level dark apparitions immediately knew that something had happened and their expressions changed drastically. However, it was too late. A terrifying shockwave rushed up from below. The entire castle was overturned and flew into the sky. The shockwave from the force explosion swept out in all directions. The entire Black Raven city was attracted by the terrifying explosion. Everyone turned to look at the scene, their eyes filled with horror. After a while, the explosion stopped and the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the castle's situation. The originally majestic castle was now in ruins, leaving only broken eaves and broken walls. Exploded! Countless dark apparitions were dumbfounded as they looked at the disappearing castle. No one dared to say anything. The 3 warrior-level dark apparitions' expressions were extremely gloomy. Their eyes were almost spitting fire. They gritted their teeth and said, "Who did it? Who did it? Oh no, something must have happened to the underground space crack." One of the dark apparitions suddenly thought of something and immediately rushed down. The other 2 warrior-level dark apparitions hurriedly followed. Their origin power gushed out and shattered all the rocks around them, revealing the underground location of the spatial rift. "It's gone." The 3 warrior-level dark apparitions fell into an eerie silence. The space runes array was destroyed, so the space crack naturally dissipated. There was no trace of the space crack's existence. Their years of hard work had been in vain. The 3 telekinesis masters are gone too. The 3 warrior-level dark apparitions scanned the area. They didn't even see the corpses of the telekinesis masters, so they guessed that they were probably dead. Investigate. We must investigate thoroughly. Even if we have to turn the entire Black Raven city upside down, we must find the culprit. Find the culprit. I must tear him into pieces and suck his blood dry. The 3 warrior-level dark apparitions were extremely furious. In the next few days, the entire Black Raven city fell into an uneasy atmosphere. They searched wantonly and swore to find the guy who destroyed the space runes. Wang Ting's Viscount Snow clone was still in this world. He was summoned back along with the other blood breeds to carry out a thorough search. The result was obvious. Wang Ting had already left the Abyss world. Naturally, they couldn't find him. Finally escaping from the Abyss world should have been a happy thing, but Wang Ting couldn't feel happy. At this moment, he was in a dark void. It was dark all around him. Only a spot of starlight flashed in the distance from time to time. Wang Ting looked around him in a daze. Layers of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't find the way home. F***ck, what the hell was going on? According to his knowledge of space runes, the so-called space runes array allowed space to fold and shorten extremely long distances. There would be a fixed passage connecting the 2 worlds, thus achieving the effect of space jumping. However, this space tunnel was only half complete, it was only half F***king. After Wang Ting rushed out of the tunnel excitedly, he came to this void. Then, he found that the road ahead was broken. This is an incomplete space tunnel. A white light suddenly flashed in his mind. His expression suddenly became extremely pained. Why is it like this? Wang Ting's heart-wrenching cries could be heard in the silent void. It was heartbreaking to hear, and tears to see. Unfortunately, there was no one else here other than himself. Wang Ting forced himself to calm down quickly. Since things were already like this, there was no point in worrying about it. Why not think about how to escape? With a solemn expression, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. He just sat there quietly in the void, drifting like a ghost. The entrance to the space had already been destroyed. Once he thought about how it was done by his thunder clone, he immediately felt pain in his liver. Slowly, Wang Ting closed his eyes and sorted out all the knowledge he had about the space runes in his mind, looking for a way to return. In this void, he had completely lost the concept of time. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ting felt hungry and could only take out some food from his interspatial ring. Luckily, his interspatial ring stored large amounts of star beast meat and various other food. What a good habit, the green jade glass flame burned in the void as Wang Ting used it to roast the meat. As he roasted the meat, he supported his chin with his hand and kept sighing. Sigh, 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 I'm so pitiful. First, I was dragged into the abyss world by Black Nightmare King. After escaping with great difficulty, I ended up in the void. I'm so pitiful. Wang Ting grumbled as he roasted the meat. He put it in his mouth and turned his anger into appetite. Burp. After eating, he couldn't help but burp. Then, his body shook and his expression changed. Oh no, I ate too much, I should eat less. I don't know how long I'll have to stay in the void. I can't waste food. Wang Ting secretly made up his mind to eat less next time. After eating, his eyes flashed. After thinking for a moment, he took out the interspatial equipment left behind by the three dark apparitions. He scanned it with his mental power. Found it. After a while, Wang Ting's face couldn't help but reveal a happy expression. 3 notebook-like leather books appeared in his hands. Opening it, Wang Ting found ancient knowledge related to space runes recorded in it. Wang Ting immediately read it eagerly. Find out what's missing and improve your understanding of space runes. Time passed. Suddenly, not far from Wang Ting, an extremely violent spatial fluctuation spread out, and a tyrannical energy spilled out. Wang Ting immediately turned his head and saw thin white marks appear out of thin air not far away. A suction force suddenly appeared. Wang Ting's expression changed as he felt a huge sense of danger. He immediately retreated, escaping the range of the suction force. That was close. At this moment, he deeply felt the dangers of the void. After a while, the suction force disappeared, and the thin white marks healed again. Wang Ting frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he continued to sit with his legs crossed and quickly flipped through the 3 notebooks. At a certain moment, Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He saw some records about the void. It turned out that there were many unknown dangers in the void. The spatial cracks just now were formed due to various reasons. These spatial cracks were very unstable and had great destructive power. If one was sucked in, even a martial artist with a strong physical body would be torn apart in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. Moreover, ordinary people couldn't travel through the void. Only those who had reached a certain level of strength could barely cross the void. However, even extremely powerful existences didn't dare to wander around the void. Once they accidentally entered a spatial crack, they would immediately leave. The premise was that they didn't encounter an energy explosion in the void or a sudden crack or other unexpected situations. The other kind was existences like Wang Ting who had spatial talents. Only then could they not be rejected by the space and could keenly sense the hidden dangers. Obviously, such existences were even rarer than the powerhouses who could cross the void. Wang Ting rejoiced again. If he didn't have spatial talents, he would have been dead for sure if he had just entered the warlord level. Wang Ting spent a lot of time and finally finished reading all 3 notebooks. His mental strength and comprehension were extremely strong. His memory and comprehension were amazing. That was why he could remember all this information in such a short time. However, after reading, he didn't look too good. I have to leave spatial coordinates in the original world to locate it and find the way out. Wouldn't I be dead meat then? Wang Ting didn't leave any spatial coordinates in Earth Star or the Xingwu continent. Naturally, he couldn't locate these 2 worlds. He couldn't help but sigh. This was too much of a scam. In addition, there was another way. When a spatial crack appeared, he could forcefully expand its range and then leave through the spatial crack. However, this method had too many drawbacks. If he wasn't careful, he would be torn apart by the spatial crack. Even if he was lucky enough to get out, he didn't know what was behind him. What if it was inside the sun? What if it was an unknown world? What if he fell into a cesspool? All in all, anything was possible. This method was obviously even more of a scam. Wang Ting didn't want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. Then, he ate some more food and stood up. He decided to explore his surroundings. There was no guarantee that he could find another way in this void. Wang Ting followed the direction that the spatial passage had pointed him in. Although he didn't know if it was right, at least he had a direction. It was better than wandering around aimlessly. What if he walked and walked and walked and walked and walked and walked? he comforted himself and walked forward silently. Soon, he found that although he could still use the force in his body, it was extremely stagnant. Fortunately, his telekinesis didn't seem to have this kind of hindrance. Otherwise, his speed would become extremely slow. He didn't know how long he drifted. During this time, Wang Ting encountered many spatial cracks and energy explosions. Each time was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, he could always avoid them in time with his spatial talents. However, in this silence, Wang Ting gradually became silent. There was no one to communicate with. He could only search aimlessly. The only thing that accompanied him was the unchanging cold and silent void. Gradually, a wave of exhaustion emerged in his heart. At this moment, Wang Ting raised his head. There was even a trace of numbness on his face. He didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that if he ate once a day, he had already spent more than 3 months. In these 3 months, he didn't find anything. In his heart, he had already decided to give up. Maybe I can only put all my eggs in one basket. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eye. His eyes suddenly moved. A huge shadow drifted across the void. It was some distance away from Wang Ting. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too abrupt in this void, Wang Ting wouldn't have noticed it. A trace of fluctuation appeared on Wang Ting's numb face. His telekinesis gushed out and pushed him quickly toward the shadow. As he approached, Wang Ting's pupils contracted. It was actually a huge corpse. If it stood up, it would probably be dozens of meters tall. It drifted in the void. The corpse maintained its original state and didn't decay. Its appearance could still be seen clearly. Its body shape was very similar to a human's, but its head was extremely strange. Its forehead was wide and showed a greenish-white color. However, its overall appearance was 70 to 80% similar to a human's. The other most conspicuous thing was that there was a rather mysterious and complicated strange symbol on its forehead. What kind of species is this? Wang Ting took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with shock. He flew above the corpse and looked down. He muttered to himself, "It should be dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse's eyelids suddenly wriggled. Whoa, Wang Ting got a fright. He instantly put his guard up and stared at the corpse intently. Its eyelids were indeed moving. Even its fingers were moving. This creature was actually not dead. Wang Ting was shocked. What kind of creature could sleep in the void and not die? He simply didn't dare to imagine. But at this moment, dots of light suddenly appeared under the corpse's skin. They were densely packed and danced around the corpse. Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He looked carefully and found that the dots of light were slender and beautiful creatures. Short antennae, colorful thin wings, and a long tail. These are mayflies? Void mayflies? Wang Ting couldn't help but frown and ponder. At the same time, he discovered that after these void mayflies flew out, the corpse had completely stopped moving. It wasn't a living creature. Wang Ting couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he stared at the mayflies in front of him. They seemed to have discovered Wang Ting's existence and swarmed toward him. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He swept out his psychic power and swept it toward these mayflies. But what happened next made him fall into a short daze. These mayflies seemed to have found an extremely delicious meal and instantly devoured Wang Ting's psychic power. Wang Ting's face was filled with shock. The situation in front of him was really beyond his expectations and understanding. After the mayflies finished devouring Wang Ting's psychic power, they pounced on him again. Wang Ting once again released a wisp of psychic power and quickly retreated. But the mayflies were too fast and there were too many of them. After they quickly devoured his psychic power, they surrounded him. Wang Ting was about to counterattack when he suddenly noticed that these mayflies didn't attack him. Instead, they circled around him very intimately. And at this moment, a burst of happy and joyful emotions flowed into his mind through a strange connection. This situation reminded Wang Ting of Little White, who he had left behind on the Xingwu continent. The current situation was very similar to a connection with a soul pet contract. However, there were still some differences. This connection seemed to be more free and strange. It was as if these mayflies were one with his psychic power. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and the mayflies stopped in his palm. It really works. Wang Ting was amazed. He felt as if he had somehow picked up a group of children. In the gloomy void, an enormous corpse that was dozens of meters tall floated silently. A figure was sitting cross-legged on the forehead of the corpse. Around that figure, specks of light that resembled starlight danced around him, appearing extremely dazzling and mysterious. Wang Ting was familiarizing himself with these void mayflies. At this moment, he felt as if these void mayflies had become an extension of his spiritual force. They were his ears, his eyes, and even his third hand. In this void, the range of his spiritual force was extremely limited. However, these void mayflies could fly very far, and he could still sense their existence. Previously, he had already sent a dozen or so void mayflies in all directions. Through the void mayflies, he could sense the situation beyond that distance. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise in the void? Wang Ting couldn't help but reveal a trace of self-mockery. He just didn't know why such a miraculous change had occurred. Could it be because they had devoured his spiritual force? Wang Ting couldn't figure it out at the moment, so he threw it to the back of his mind. Then, his eyes flashed as he sent the void mayflies into the distance to explore the void. He watched as the void mayflies flew into the distance until they could no longer be seen. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought as he looked at the enormous corpse below. Wang Ting suddenly took out the divine weapon Mo Quebec. With a tap of his foot, his body suddenly rose into the air and slashed at the enormous corpse. Boom! Origin power exploded as it bombarded the enormous corpse's body. However, it only produced a series of metallic sounds. However, only a white mark was left on the enormous corpse's skin. Wang Ting's pupils contracted as he looked at the enormous corpse in shock. He then fiercely gritted his teeth. I don't believe that a living person like me can't deal with a corpse like you. He gathered all the origin power in his body, gathered it on MOK, and slashed down again. The intent of slaughter erupted. Wang Ting used his dark force as the main force to execute his strongest attack. Then, a small wound finally appeared on the enormous corpse's arm, as if it had been cut by a small knife. Wang Ting stared at the wound in a daze. He even went closer to take a look. Sure enough, it was just a small wound. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His darkness origin power had already reached the champion rank, and his attack power wasn't weak at all. But in the end, he could only leave such a small wound on the corpse. In that case, how strong was the corpse when it was alive? Wang Ting didn't dare to imagine. However, the more terrifying this corpse was, the more it piqued his interest. Wang Ting frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he took out the shooting star spiral and activated it with his spiritual force. He fiercely stabbed the wound. The wound finally widened a little, and a drop of golden blood flowed out of the wound and dripped down. Golden blood? Wang Ting couldn't help but be startled. He didn't dare to rashly take it. He pondered for a moment, and his spiritual force gushed out. He swept the golden blood over, and then put it into a small jade bottle. Although it was only one drop, this drop of golden blood was enough to fill up the jade bottle given the size of the giant corpse. Wang Ting put the small jade bottle back into the spatial ring. He planned to go back and study it carefully. Then, he continued to control the shooting star spiral to attack the wound. Half an hour later, the wound on the corpse had widened to several inches. More golden blood flowed out. At the same time, an attribute bubble fell out. As expected, Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked it up. Profound meaning of force *1. Wang Ting's body shook, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Profound meaning. He actually got a profound meaning attribute from this corpse. What was profound meaning? It was a realm above the concept, and its power was many times stronger than the concept. If the concept was exclusive to geniuses, then profound meaning was a peerless divine ability that only a small portion of the countless geniuses could comprehend. At this moment, a figure as huge as a mountain appeared in his mind. He was comprehending the profound meaning of force. He walked among the mountains, and with a raise of his hand, he could destroy mountains. He had infinite strength. A trace of profound meaning understanding was integrated into his mind. It was mysterious and strange. Wang Ting was extremely shocked. It was only one attribute point, but it allowed him to comprehend a trace of profound meaning. It was really unbelievable. After grasping the profound meaning, Wang Ting could unleash extremely terrifying power with a wave of his hand. This was definitely a great bargain. Wang Ting clenched his fist, and his eyes lit up. He looked at the huge corpse in front of him as if he had seen a huge treasure. Continue. The shooting star spiral drew a cold light in the void. Wang Ting fully activated his mind power and stabbed at the huge corpse. Under Wang Ting's persistent efforts, a medium-sized wound finally appeared on the huge corpse. Drops of golden blood seeped out from the wound. Wang Ting did not want to waste anything, so he collected a lot of golden blood. After putting it into a jade bottle, he threw it into the corner of the spatial ring. At the same time, attribute bubbles fell out and floated around. Profound meaning of force *1, profound meaning of force *1, profound meaning of force *1. Wang Ting was overjoyed and quickly picked them up. After a while, Wang Ting obtained a total of 12 profound meaning of force. As the bits of profound understanding were integrated into his body and memory, Wang Ting had a new understanding of power. So this is what power is. He had an inexplicable understanding in his heart. He could not explain it clearly. If he really had to explain what power was, he would not be able to say it clearly. However, in his heart, there was a kind of understanding of power. Wang Ting stopped attacking. He was too tired. In order to leave a wound on the huge corpse, he had used up all his strength. Whether it was force or mind power, they were all used up. This gigantic corpse was truly too terrifying. Its valiant body made him feel helpless. Fortunately, after a while, he finally gained something. Wang Ting decided to rest for a while. Since he could not leave for a while, he might as well clean up this treasure. Otherwise, if he could leave this void but gave up on such a treasure, he would regret it so much that he would not even have a place to cry. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He took out an energy stone to recover his force. Fortunately, he had cleaned out all the treasures of the dark apparitions in the underground space of Black Raven City Castle. Now, they came in handy. However, while recovering force was easy, recovering mind power was a big problem. Treasures that could recover mind power were extremely rare. Without such treasures, his mind power recovery would not be fast. Thinking about it, he had always relied on picking up attributes to recover mind power. He had never considered this problem. Now that he was in a predicament, he realized how lucky he had been in the past. Sigh, what can I do now that I have fallen to this state, ? The recovery of his mind power was too slow. Wang Ting could only recover his mind power while sensing the void mayfly's situation. The void mayfly had been flying for a long time. They were very far away. Wang Ting could sense the situation over there through the connection. It was a pity that there was nothing in the void except for gloomy darkness. However, an existence like the gigantic corpse was an unexpected surprise. Wang Ting opened his eyes. His mind power had only recovered by less than 10%. He could not help but frown. He then scanned through the space equipment one by one, especially the treasures that he had plundered from the dark apparitions. He did not have time to check them before, so he did not know what was inside. There were so many treasures inside. If he could find treasures that could recover his mind power, it would solve his urgent problem. He carefully scanned through the space equipment one by one. Unfortunately, he was only left with disappointment. Looks like I was thinking too much. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. There was only one space ring left. Wang Ting had already given up. He scanned it roughly and was stunned. Who would have thought that he would actually feel a trace of a peculiar fluctuation? The next moment, something appeared in Wang Ting's hand. It was a piece of pitch-black wood. It looked ordinary, but it emitted a faint fragrance. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He found the relevant memory in his memory. Spirit-nurturing wood, this was a treasure that could nurture mind power. It was very rare. Wang Ting had only heard of it before. He did not expect to find such an item among the treasures. I've struck gold. Wang Ting took a deep breath and placed the spiritual nurturing wood in between his eyebrows. He used his spiritual power to probe the wood. Instantly, he felt a cold and gentle sensation circling around his mind. He felt refreshed, and his spiritual power recovered much faster than before. As expected, the rumors are true. Wang Ting sighed comfortably. As time passed, Wang Ting's mind power recovered. He continued to attack the giant corpse. Profound meaning of force *1, profound meaning of force *1, profound meaning of force *1, profound meaning of force *1. After an unknown number of days, the body of the huge corpse had changed beyond recognition. He was like an ant gnawing at a giant. Wang Ting couldn't help but admire himself. Such a powerful corpse was actually turned into this by him. His willpower was incomparable. Towards the end, he could no longer pick up the attributes of profound force. It seemed that he had reached his limit. His esoteric force attribute had reached 56 points, profound meaning of strength, 10%, Wang Ting nodded satisfyingly. He could not ask for more. Obtaining the profound of power was already a great fortune for him. In the end, his gaze landed on the head of the huge corpse. Of the entire corpse, only the brain remained intact. Wang Ting left it for last. The brain was the place where memories and knowledge were stored. If he attacked this place, what would he get? Wang Ting was looking forward to it. After resting for a while and filling his stomach, Wang Ting began to attack the huge corpse's head again. Boom! Boom, boom. Terrifying attacks landed on the huge corpse's head. After a long time, a wound appeared, and a few attribute bubbles fell out. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked them up. Emperor Stage Spirit *10 Ancient God Body *1 Ancient God Language *1 Emperor Stage Spirit *8 Emperor Stage Comprehension *5. As the attribute bubbles merged, Wang Ting was overjoyed. Emperor Stage Spirit, Emperor Stage Comprehension. He had actually obtained the spirit and comprehension of an Emperor Stage Spirit from this corpse. One had to know that his current spirit and comprehension were also at the Emperor Stage, but it was precisely because he had reached this level that he understood the difficulty. It was too difficult to meet other existences with Emperor Stage Spirit and comprehension. However, he did not expect to meet them here. However, it was not strange when he thought about it. This corpse must have been extremely powerful when it was alive, so it was reasonable for it to have such a level. In fact, it might have been even stronger when it was alive, but only this much was left behind after it died. However, for Wang Ting, he had already benefited immensely from the little things that had leaked out from the gaps between the big shot's fingers. Suddenly, his mind trembled. Ancient God Body, this was a supreme cultivation method that surpassed the heaven rank. Wang Ting was shocked. Even though he had guessed that something good would definitely drop from the head of the huge corpse, he did not expect it to be so good. At this moment, memories appeared in Wang Ting's mind. An incomparably huge figure sat cross-legged on a planet. That's right, it was a planet. That figure was absorbing the planet's vitality to forge its own body. Veins appeared on its body, and acupuncture points that were like stars appeared. Wisps of aura floated from the planet and fused into its body, eventually making it stronger. A strange rune slowly appeared between the figure's brows. It was extremely mysterious. The planet beneath it gradually turned gray, and waves of gray aura appeared. In the end, the planet shattered with a bang and turned into meteorites that drifted away. The huge figure got up and strode into the depths of the void without any hesitation and disappeared. Wang Ting came back to his senses and was speechless for a long time. He opened his mouth and felt that his mouth was dry. He unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm going to be rich this time, he muttered to himself. This cultivation method called Ancient God Body was simply beyond his imagination. It was too terrifying and powerful. According to the classification of cultivation methods on Earth, it was already beyond the heaven rank and could not be defined. In addition to this Ancient God Body, Wang Ting also obtained the attribute bubble of the Ancient God Language. The Ancient God Language was an ancient language that belonged to an ancient race called the Ancient God Clan. As the memory of this language entered his mind, Wang Ting understood more about the Ancient God Clan. Obviously, this huge corpse in front of him was a member of the Ancient God Clan. Every member of the Ancient God Clan was a natural-born cultivator. They were extremely powerful and often used planets as cultivation resources, plundering everything for their own use. They traveled the starry sky mysteriously. Fortunately, the Ancient God Clan was few in number. Otherwise, the entire universe would not be enough for them. Wang Ting took a deep breath. His gaze fell on the head that was already beyond recognition, and he continued to bombard it. Emperor Stage Spirit *3, Emperor Stage Comprehension *2, Emperor Stage Spirit *1. Unfortunately, only the spirit and comprehension attributes were left. There were no more special attribute bubbles. Even the spirit and comprehension attributes gradually decreased until they did not appear anymore. Wang Ting stopped plucking the ancient god clan's corpse. He could not help but rub his nose as he looked at the ancient god clan's corpse that was beyond recognition. Wasn't he going a little too far? The ancient god clan that dominated the starry sky was already dead. Now, his corpse was being plucked by Wang Ting. If he knew in the underworld, he would probably jump up and slap Wang Ting to death. Wang Ting coughed dryly and shook his head guiltily. His telekinesis gushed out, and a strong force pushed the ancient god clan's corpse far away. Go, we'll never meet again, . The void was deathly still and empty, as if there were no life forms at all. However, a figure was rapidly traversing through this environment. In front of this figure, specks of light were flying into the depths of the void. They were tiny, but they were incredibly fast. It was as if they were traversing through space, leaving behind streaks of light that stretched off into the distance. Wang Ting chased after the void mayfly, using his spatial innate talent to its fullest extent. His speed wasn't slow either, and he could also traverse through space. However, there was a limit to the distance he could traverse, and he couldn't jump too far. As such, he could only choose to constantly jump to traverse long distances. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to catch up to the void mayfly's speed. Of course, he could also make the void mayfly slow down, but he didn't do so in the end. In this boundless void, if one were to slack off, they would fall into a state of numbness. He had already fallen into that state before. If it weren't for the void mayfly and the ancient god race corpse, he might not have been able to wake up from that state. The origin stones in his spatial ring were being used up very quickly, and a small portion of them had already been turned into useless rocks that he had tossed into the void. There was no origin power here, so he could only rely on origin stones to recover his origin power. Otherwise, the origin power in his body would have been exhausted long ago, and he wouldn't have been able to traverse the void for so long. However, using his spatial innate talent so frequently wasn't without its benefits. At the very least, it allowed him to gain a more thorough understanding of it. This void was originally a spatial crack, so there were extremely powerful spatial fluctuations here. For someone with spatial innate talent, this was definitely the best place to cultivate. Unfortunately, the void was far too dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they would encounter unexpected situations such as spatial cracks forming and energy erupting. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in death, and a very tragic death at that. Wang Ting often encountered these kinds of situations as he traversed the void. If it weren't for the void mayfly opening up a path in front of him and exploring all possible dangers, he probably would have died a long time ago. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly lost contact with the void mayfly in a certain direction. Wang Ting immediately stopped in his tracks, his eyes flashing. After a moment of hesitation, he carefully moved in the direction that the void mayfly had lost contact with. Not long after, he came to an abrupt stop, and a look of shock appeared on his face. There was still a long distance before them, and a terrifying invisible storm was sweeping over. Everywhere it passed, the space shattered, and pale white spatial cracks appeared. The void mayflies that he had lost contact with earlier had carelessly gotten too close and were swept into the storm. Judging from how terrifying this spatial storm was, the void mayflies were most likely doomed. Wang Ting hurriedly retreated. He saw many other objects in the spatial storm. There was a lot of rubble, as well as all sorts of random objects that came out of nowhere. They were too far away, and they were spinning at high speed, so he couldn't distinguish them. In addition, Wang Ting even saw a few corpses. Some of these corpses belonged to unknown star beasts, while others belonged to strange humanoid races. He had no idea where they came from. Just how many areas had the spatial storm swept? Through to suck in so many corpses. After all, Wang Ting had traversed a large area and had only encountered an ancient god clan corpse by chance. Speaking of ancient god clan corpses, he didn't see any more in the spatial storm. It seemed that he had really been lucky to have encountered them before. Wang Ting seriously wondered if the luck attribute he had obtained from Little Violet Knight had unknowingly played a role. Sure enough, he was a lucky bastard. However, Wang Ting didn't have any thoughts about the corpses in the spatial storm at this moment. This spatial storm was too terrifying. He didn't even have time to hide, so how could he dare to approach it? Just as he got a little closer, he felt an extremely strong suction force coming from ahead, as if it wanted to suck him into the storm and crush him. One had to know that he was already extremely far away from the spatial storm, but he had almost been sucked in. It was clear how terrifying it was. Speaking of which, the fact that these objects and corpses could still survive in the spatial storm was quite extraordinary. As Wang Ting retreated, his eyes flashed as he stared thoughtfully at the spatial storm. He couldn't help but rub his chin as he pondered. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. He actually saw attribute bubbles in the spatial storm. The spatial storm was too chaotic, so he hadn't noticed the existence of attribute bubbles at first. Now that he took a closer look, he realized that there were quite a number of attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was instantly tempted. Those objects and corpses might not be easy to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, but these attribute bubbles were invisible. Only he could see them. It shouldn't be too difficult to use his spiritual force to pick them up, right? He gritted his teeth and immediately decided to give it a try. His spiritual force instantly swept out and carefully probed into the spatial storm. Boom, Wang Ting's mind buzzed. He immediately felt that his spiritual force was cut off and completely lost control. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Terrifying, this spatial storm was simply a large-scale meat grinder. Wang Ting looked at those attribute bubbles and was a little unwilling to give up. He sent out his spiritual force again. This time, he simply mobilized all of his spiritual force and twisted it into a stream. It became extremely tough and rushed toward those attribute bubbles. Boom, there was another boom, but his spiritual force wasn't cut off. It works. Wang Ting couldn't help but be delighted. However, he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly approached a few nearby attribute bubbles and pulled them out. The suction force of the spatial storm was very strong. His spiritual force couldn't help but be swept up in it. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. He tried his best to control his spiritual force, trying to get it out of the storm's range. He instantly fell into a tug-of-war with the spatial storm. If someone who had witnessed the terror of a spatial storm and survived knew that Wang Ting dared to seize benefits from it, they would probably be dumbfounded. Boom. Boom, boom. Wang Ting's mind was in a state of rumbling. He activated his Emperor Stage spiritual force and pulled out the attribute bubbles in the spatial storm bit by bit. There was a soft pop. Not long after, he finally pulled out a few attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was afraid that they would be sucked into the spatial storm again, so he picked them up faster than ever. Space attribute *70, space attribute *81, space attribute *126, spatial storm *1. As the attribute bubbles merged, Wang Ting's heart trembled. Most of these attribute bubbles were of the space attribute. In an instant, his space attribute increased by hundreds of points. However, the most important attribute bubble was the last one. Spatial storm. This was an extremely rare spatial attribute bubble, : The spatial storm was still wreaking havoc. Everywhere it passed, everything fell into chaos. Wang Ting felt the harvest he had just gained. A spatial storm. The process of the spatial storm's formation appeared in his mind. By chance, the spatial energy had become violent, forming a rapid rolling momentum. As it became more and more violent, it condensed into the eye of the storm and gradually evolved into a storm. Wang Ting's eyes instantly became fiery. This spatial skill was too powerful, especially when there was a naturally formed spatial storm in front of him. Looking at its appearance and thinking about the spatial storm he would use in the future, even if it was only 1,000th of its power, it would still be an extremely impressive technique. Wang Ting took a deep breath and felt that the mental power in his mind had been greatly consumed. The tug-of-war just now seemed simple, but it was actually not easy. If his mental power had not reached the Emperor Stage, it would have been impossible for him to pull out attribute bubbles from the spatial storm. At this moment, he was looking at the other attribute bubbles in the spatial storm. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up so easily, so he immediately took out the spirit-nurturing wood to recover his mental power. For the rest of the time, he followed closely behind the spatial storm. After his mental power recovered, he took action to pull out the attribute bubbles inside. With the first experience, the subsequent process was naturally much smoother. Basically, every time he pulled out an attribute bubble, he would not fail. Although he could only pull out a few attribute bubbles each time, it was already very good. At least he did not return empty-handed. The attribute bubbles that he pulled out were all spatial attributes or spatial storm attributes. There was nothing else. On this day, Wang Ting suddenly felt that the energy in the spatial storm had suddenly become extremely violent, and the spatial storm had also become even more chaotic. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. He made a prompt decision to give up on picking up attribute bubbles and quickly fled into the distance. Just as Wang Ting could no longer see the spatial storm behind him, a loud sound suddenly came from behind. The rumbling continued, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept over, causing Wang Ting's clothes and hair to flutter in the wind. Wang Ting's pupils contracted, and his expression was extremely shocked. Did the spatial storm explode? This power is too terrifying. He had already escaped so far, but he could still feel the fluctuations. It was simply unbelievable. Suddenly, he rejoiced. Fortunately, he had escaped in time. Otherwise, with the distance between him and the spatial storm, who knew what would have happened? Wang Ting could not help but let out a breath of turbid air. He sat down cross-legged in the void and began to count his gains. After a few days, his spatial attribute had skyrocketed by a large margin. Space, 0 previously, during the war at Star Maple City, the Dark World's demon god had created 5 spatial vortexes with his bare hands. The attribute bubbles that had dropped had caused his space attribute to soar to over 4,000 points. Now that his space attribute had increased again, it had soared to over 7,000 points. He was not far from reaching the maximum 10,000 points. He wondered what would happen after he reached 10,000 points. In addition, the attribute of spatial storm had also increased by quite a bit. Space storm, basic, the difficulty of this spatial skill was extremely high. Wang Ting was only at the beginner level, so it was not easy for him to successfully use it. However, Wang Ting wasn't worried. If it really didn't work out, he could still use blank attributes to increase his proficiency. About half an hour later, Wang Ting got up and headed towards the place where the spatial storm had exploded. There were many items and corpses in the spatial storm. If 1 or 2 items had been left behind in the explosion, it would have been too easy for him. Unfortunately, when Wang Ting approached, there was only a silent void around him. Whether it was the gravel or the items and corpses that he had seen in the spatial storm, they were all gone. It was as if they had never been there. Wang Ting sighed. As expected, he had thought too much. How could there be such a good thing in the world? He turned around and followed the void mayfly into the distance. After a long time, ever since he had encountered the spatial storm, Wang Ting had not gained anything else. He could only wander aimlessly in the void, looking for a way to return. However, he still found nothing. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock, quietly floating in the void. He had discovered this huge rock not long ago. It was like a small island. It was not big, only the size of half a basketball court. Wang Ting temporarily landed on it to rest. To be honest, it was an extravagant wish to have a place to sit in the void. At this moment, he was eating barbecued meat like wax and thinking of other ways to leave. These days, he had searched a large area, but he really did not find any way to leave. Such a result was despairing. If it were not for Wang Ting's good mental fortitude, he would have gone crazy long ago. He frowned and carefully scanned through all of his methods. He looked back and forth on his status panel, repeatedly checking it. Unfortunately, other than his spatial talent, he could not count on any other methods. Wang Ting scratched his head. It was too difficult, it was really too difficult. Could it be that he could only stay in the void for the rest of his life? No, he was still young and had many happy things to do. If he died here silently, it would be too unfair. The red mayflies around him seemed to have sensed Wang Ting's emotions. They flew over and circled him as though they were comforting him. You little things understand human nature. Wang Ting shook his head and could not help but think of Little White. When he first entered the martial arts world, it was a group of martial artists who fought over Little White that caused both sides to be injured. He then obtained the martial artist's attribute bubbles and stepped into the ranks of martial artists. Now that he thought about it, it was like yesterday. Although the path of martial arts was difficult and dangerous, he had no regrets. Being born in this era and not practicing martial arts, how lowly was that? In an instant, Wang Ting's eyes became sharp and determined. His parents, Lin Chuhan, Tan Taixin, Goring. Wang Ting knew that everyone was waiting for his return. He had to live. Suddenly, a white light flashed through his mind. Little White. That's right, Little White. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. He had a contract with Little White. If he relied on that connection, could he sense the coordinates of the Xingwu continent? As soon as this thought appeared, it could not be stopped. Wang Ting immediately closed his eyes and searched for that connection. It's too weak, but I can faintly feel that it seems to be in that direction. Wang Ting opened his eyes and frowned. Then, he pushed the huge rock beneath him and sped toward the direction he sensed. As he advanced, the connection gradually became clearer. Although it was still weak, Wang Ting saw hope. In a mountain range of the Xingwu continent. In the sky, a huge crow with red and black feathers suddenly let out a cry that could pierce through gold and crack stone. Inside the forest, a giant scorpion star beast was fighting with a crimson lion star beast. When it heard the cries coming from the sky, a trace of surprise flashed through its heart. It cried out, "Little guy, it's fine if you don't want to help me. Why are you crying out?" Caw. The caw of the crow in the sky came again. What? You said you sensed his presence? The giant scorpion star beast was shocked. This giant scorpion was the ironclad scorpion, and the crow in the sky was undoubtedly Little White. Its appearance had changed a lot. Not only was its body huge, but its feathers had also changed from pure black to red and black. It looked quite mysterious. At the same time, its aura was much stronger than before Wang Ting left. Obviously, Little White's growth was terrifying after devouring the green jade glazed flame. However, Wang Ting could not have imagined that he had only left Little White to look after the ironclad scorpion. In the end, the two of them got together. Roar. When the crimson lion saw that the ironclad scorpion ignored its presence and even had the time to talk, it immediately roared and rushed toward the ironclad scorpion. You big lion, how dare you sneak attack me when I'm not prepared? The ironclad scorpion was shocked. Its huge body dodged to the side, and at the same time it swept its tail. Green flames burst out and attacked the flaming lion. Boom! The giant crow in the sky also launched an attack. Its whole body was covered in black flames, and it was like an extremely terrifying fighter jet. After a while, a Lord-class flaming lion fell unwillingly under their joint attack. The ironclad scorpion laughed. I've been annoyed by this lion for a long time. It used to come and find trouble with me. This time, I finally killed it. What do you think? I told you that with the two of us working together, we can definitely do whatever we want in this mountain range. Little White landed from the sky and gave the ironclad scorpion a look of disdain. F***ck, little guy, what's with that look? The ironclad scorpion was furious. Gah! Little White spat out a black flame from its mouth and stared coldly at the ironclad scorpion. The ironclad scorpion seemed to be extremely afraid of the black flames. It couldn't help but take a few steps back and said embarrassedly, "What a joke. What a joke." Then, he quickly changed the topic. By the way, you said you sensed that malefic? Whitey glared at the ironclad scorpion and spat out a mouthful of black flames. When the ironclad scorpion came into contact with the black flames, it cried out in pain and rolled on the ground, but it could not extinguish the black flames. This black flame seemed to be even more terrifying than the flame it had absorbed from the green jade glazed flame. I was wrong, I was wrong. It was Master, Master, the ironclad scorpion shouted. Only then did Little White open its big mouth and suck the black flames back. The ironclad scorpion's body was charred black and looked extremely miserable. A cold aura invaded its body, causing it to constantly suck in cold air. Fortunately, Little White didn't use its full strength, otherwise, it would have been worse. The ironclad scorpion glanced at Little White and muttered, "He's not here, is it necessary?" Gah. Okay, I won't say any more, okay? The ironclad scorpion was also sturdy. It didn't take long for it to become lively again. It moved in front of Little White and said, "Didn't our master fall into a spatial rift? I heard that place is very dangerous and isolates all origin power, spirit power, and so on. You can still sense each other?" Little White, gaga. So it's a soul pet contract, the ironclad scorpion said with a flash of understanding in its eyes. That means he's about to return. Gah. Little White's eyes were filled with joy as it cried out cheerfully. Okay, we can't help much anyway. Let's not go anywhere and just wait here. Now, let's talk about the distribution of this big lion, the ironclad scorpion said. Little White, gaga. What, no, the star core was eaten by you last time. This time, it's my turn. The ironclad scorpion shook its head as if it had heard something unacceptable. Ga. I don't care. If that's the case, I won't join hands with you next time. You're bullying me too much. As the saying goes, crows have crows' words, scorpions have scorpions' language. These two star beasts could actually communicate well. If Wangting saw this, his jaw would drop to the ground. At this time, in the void, Wangting sat cross-legged on a huge rock with a hint of joy in his eyes. He sensed it, he really sensed it. Through the connection of the soul pet contract, he seemed to have followed an extremely thin thread and sensed a weak consciousness on the other side. Wangting shuddered. Almost instantly, he captured the coordinates of the mysterious location. He almost cried. Great, I can finally leave this damned place. Wangting jumped up and circled around the huge rock under his feet a few times. He did not want to stay a moment longer and immediately began to set up a spatial formation. He extended his spiritual force and carved on the huge rock under his feet, burying raw stones one by one. The complexity of the spatial formation was beyond Wangting's imagination. Even though it was only a small formation, its difficulty was no less than the great formations he had set up before. However, Wangting's spiritual power had reached the emperor stage after all. Moreover, his attainments in runes were not low, so the spatial formation was not difficult for him. Time slowly flowed. Runes were carved one after another, and the spatial formation gradually took shape. On this day, the spatial formation shone brightly, and a spatial crack slowly appeared. Behind the crack was a passageway that led to an unknown place. Wangting stood in the middle of the formation and looked at the spatial passageway in front of him. He could not help but take a deep breath. Go home. The next moment, he entered without hesitation. Xingwu Continent, dark mist forest near Yong City, which corresponded to the spatial crack in the East Sea. The Flying Eagle Squad was a high-rank martial warrior squad from Jisun Martial House. The 6 members in the squad were all 5-star soldier-level martial warriors and above. Not only were they powerful, but they also had rich combat experience. There were not many such squads in Jisun Martial House. They had been on the Xingwu continent for more than 10 days and had hunted many high-rank star beasts. They had a bountiful harvest. At this moment, they were facing a 7-star earth element giant python star beast. After fighting for a while, they had already injured it quite badly. They could kill it if they put in more effort. This giant python star beast was an earth element star beast that they had spent a long time searching for. There was a high chance that it had a star core and star bone. If they could kill it, they might be able to earn 2 or 3 billion. However, at this moment, they suddenly received an emergency call on their wristwatches. Their expressions changed slightly as they noticed the message on their wristwatches. Generally speaking, in the wilderness of the Xingwu continent, martial artists would not be able to receive messages through their wristwatches. However, there was an exception. When there was an emergency, the headquarters of the various factions would activate their wristwatches and use a special method to allow all martial artists to receive messages. Leader, what should we do? One of the martial artists in the Flying Eagle Squad asked. Something big must have happened. Let's go back immediately. The middle-aged man in the lead ordered with a serious expression. But this star beast? The rest of the team members asked hesitantly. No. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, even the emergency call has appeared. We can't delay any longer. All right, let's listen to the leader. Let's go. All right, let's go. Although everyone was reluctant, they still chose to give up. They turned around and rushed out of the mountain range. Only the Earth-type giant python star beast was left behind. It was confused. What's going on? No more fighting. Am I saved? It shuddered and quickly crawled into the depths of the forest. The outside world is too dangerous. It's better to find a place to hide. At the same time, the other martial artist squads in the dark fog forest also received the emergency call. Regardless of whether it was the martial artists from the 3 dojos or the other factions, they all gave up on their prey and gathered in the direction of Yong City. They did not know what had happened, but the emergency call was very important. No one dared to neglect it. The Flying Eagle squad met another martial artist squad on the way. This squad was the Soaring Dragon squad from the Thunder Dojo. They knew each other and were usually competitors. However, the two squads did not have the intention to do so now. The leader of the Flying Eagle squad said, Guolong, you guys received the emergency call too? Wu Feiying. The leader of the Soaring Dragon squad, Guolong, was surprised. It seems like you guys received the message too. Do you know the reason? We don't know yet, Wu Feiying replied simply. Let's reach Yong City first, Guolong said. The two squad leaders did not say anything else and rushed out of the forest together. They were all high-level martial artists. If they wanted to hunt star beasts that were 5-star and above, they would have to go deep into the forest. However, it was troublesome to leave now. They had to cross a large area. Moreover, they were in a hurry. Naturally, they would not be as careful as they usually were when hunting star beasts. This way, they would attract the attention of the various star beasts in the forest. Of course, when facing those star beasts, the two teams working together would be relatively faster. I know a shortcut, but it's a little hard to take, Guolong said. Don't talk nonsense, lead the way. Wu Feiying glanced at him and said immediately. It wasn't that he trusted the other party, but the situation was urgent, and he didn't believe that the other party would cause any trouble at this time. Not long after, they passed by a swamp. Be careful. This swamp is the 6-eyed poison spider's territory. Don't alarm them, Guolong reminded. No one dared to let their guard down. They immediately slowed down their footsteps and tried their best not to make any noise. Moreover, they all concealed their auras so that the astral beast would not detect them. Crack, however, things often went contrary to one's wishes. A martial artist stepped on something and suddenly emitted a crisp sound. The martial artist slowly lowered his head and discovered that he seemed to have stepped on a black spider's foot. Creak creak, a strange screech suddenly sounded, everyone's expression changed. Guolong immediately cursed and shouted, Mother****, let's go. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately increased their speed and rushed out of the swamp. Creak 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 creak, a series of dense screeches sounded. Then, pairs of green eyes appeared in the swamp, staring coldly at the two martial artist teams. Puff puff puff, many ferocious-looking astral beasts leaped out from the swamp and pounced at the two martial artist teams. 6-eyed poison spider. Everyone's expression was aghast. Guolong, what the f***ck are you leading the way for? Are these 6-eyed poison spiders easy to deal with? Wu Feiying cursed as he ran. F***ck, if it wasn't for your people stepping on a 6-eyed poison spider's foot, we would have passed through safely. This path can at least shorten the journey by 1/3. What do you know? Guolong didn't show any weakness and directly retorted. Wu Feiying was immediately embarrassed. He knew that he was in the wrong and couldn't say anything else. The enormous 6-eyed poison spiders waved their 8 long legs that were as sharp as sickles and pounced in front of everyone as if they were walking on flat ground in the swamp. The two martial artist teams had no choice but to turn around and fight back. Origin power rumbled, and the spiders' broken limbs and bones flew everywhere. They were worthy of being a veteran martial artist team. They were powerful and had good teamwork. Even when facing a difficult existence like the 6-eyed poison spiders, they still had the upper hand. However, their faces quickly darkened. More and more six-eyed poison spiders emerged from the swamp. They were densely packed and surrounded them. Not only were there a lot of six-eyed poison spiders, there were even a few 8-star and 9-star spider kings. Gulp, Guolong, Wu Feiying, and the others couldn't help but gulp. It's over. This was the thought that appeared in their minds at the same time. Guolong, UF** king bastard. If we can get back alive, I will definitely make you drink 10 bottles of old white wine. No one is as bad as you. Wu Feiying said fiercely. F***ck, 10 bottles. Even if we can get back, I will be drunk to death. Guolong was speechless. Captain, stop arguing. Let's think about how to escape. The two members complained. What else can we do? Let's fight. Wu Feiying said fiercely. That's right. Let's fight. Guolong nodded solemnly. Kill. The few of them roared as force erupted from their bodies. They were about to charge at the six-eyed poison spiders. I'm finally back. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. In the sky, a pitch-black crack appeared out of nowhere. Then, a figure came out from the crack and landed on the head of an 8-star six-eyed poison spider. The scene froze for a moment. Whether it was Wu Feiying, Guolong, or the group of six-eyed poison spiders, they all fell into an eerie silence. Wu Feiying and the others raised their heads and saw that the figure was a young man. His hair was extremely long, as if it hadn't been cut for a long time. His face was slightly pale and he looked very weak. He was looking around with a hint of joy on his face. And it was indeed a face of joy. Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others asked. What's going on? This kid suddenly appeared in such a dangerous place. He still hasn't figured out the situation, right? What's with the joy on his face? They didn't notice that the 8-star six-eyed poison spider under the figure's feet seemed to have sensed something terrifying. Its 6 eyes were filled with fear, and its body didn't dare to move. It's quite lively here. I didn't disturb you, did I? At this moment, the figure spoke. Wu Feiying, Guolong, everyone, right, what is this place? Can you tell me? The figure asked again. Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the rest were speechless. Can't you see how dangerous the situation is? You actually have the mood to ask for directions. Where did this silly girl come from? The figure on the head of the 8-star star beast frowned. What are these people doing? Is it that hard to answer just by asking for directions? This person was Wang Ting, who had returned from the dimensional rift. He had used his contract with Little White to find the dimensional coordinates of the Xingwu continent. Although he could connect with the spatial crack through the spatial crack, these coordinates were actually the coordinates of the entire Xingwu continent and not Little White's location. Thus, when he was teleported back through the spatial array, his location was not easy to determine. He also did not know which corner of the Xingwu continent he would be teleported to. Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the rest naturally did not know this. They only wanted to save their lives. Unfortunately, the surrounding six-eyed poison spiders did not give them the chance to continue chatting as they all pounced towards Wu Feiying and the rest. The 8-star six-eyed poison spider king under Wang Ting's feet almost shut up. What are they doing? What are they doing? Do these bastards think that I have lived for too long? Don't they know how terrifying the human on top of its head is? Making a move now is no different from seeking death. It already knew that these bastards were up to no good. They definitely want me to die so that they can get a king. Why are there always unruly people who want to harm me? The six-eyed poison spider king's heart crumbled as it lamented that this batch of underlings was not easy to lead. Every one of them wanted to usurp the throne. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The extreme fear made it unable to care about the dignity of a king. When it was time to be terrified, it had to be terrified. The six-eyed poison spider king trembled and immediately let out a weak squeak as it begged Wang Ting for mercy. Boss, it has nothing to do with me. They were the ones who acted on their own. Please don't kill me. Wang Ting's expression turned strange when he sensed the fear of the six-eyed poison spider under his feet. Although it had not entered the overlord rank, it was still the king of this group of six-eyed poison spiders. Are you serious about being so terrified? On the other side, Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others were aghast. They each used their own methods and erupted with all the origin power in their bodies. For a moment, the six-eyed poison spiders that pounced on them were sent flying by the two teams of martial artists. Green blood and all kinds of limbs flew everywhere. Both teams of martial artists had heavy firearms users. The sound of gunfire suddenly rang out, and runes covered a large area, turning the six-eyed poison spiders into sieves. The rest of the team members were in charge of providing cover and killing the six-eyed poison spiders that rushed in through the gaps in the firepower. Their teamwork was extremely tacit, worthy of being a high-level elite warrior team. However, they were clearly going all out. There were simply too many six-eyed poison spiders around them. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Their runes were also limited in ammunition. They had already used up more than half of their ammunition when they were hunting the astral beasts earlier. They didn't have much left in the first place. At this moment, the runes were about to run out of ammunition. Six-eyed poison spiders were originally star beasts that were extremely difficult to deal with. Their spider silk was extremely tough and had mucus. Not only was this mucus extremely sticky, but it was also poisonous. Once it was stuck, it would be very difficult to remove it. Therefore, martial artists didn't really like to deal with this kind of astral beast. Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others had ugly expressions as they lamented their bad luck. As for Wang Ting, who suddenly appeared, they didn't expect him to help at all. This kid's face was pale, and he looked like he had kidney deficiency. Could he be a warrior-class martial artist? When Wang Ting saw this situation, he couldn't help but frown. He was still hoping to ask these people for directions and find out more about the situation. If they were killed by the six-eyed poison spiders, he still had to find others. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? Stop playing dead. Hurry up and tell them to stop. Wang Ting kicked the six-eyed poison spider king beneath his feet and said unhappily. GG. The six-eyed poison spider king naturally didn't dare to disobey. It immediately screeched a few times at the other six-eyed poison spiders. However, the other six-eyed poison spiders were already in a frenzy from the killing. Why would they listen to it? Moreover, it wasn't the only king among this group of six-eyed poison spiders. There were two other 8-star six-eyed poison spiders that had the same status as it. They screeched angrily, urging the six-eyed poison spider king beneath Wang Ting to go over and help. Don't just stand there and do nothing. The six-eyed poison spider king beneath Wang Ting was instantly enraged. It couldn't command it anymore. These bastards wanted it to die. As expected, it immediately felt a terrifying aura above its head. That human must be angry. It was going to die, it was going to die, it was going to die. When Wang Ting saw this situation, he knew that the six-eyed poison spider king beneath his feet was useless. He couldn't help but curse, trash. The six-eyed poison spider king's head shrunk. It felt wronged, but it didn't dare to refute. It was afraid that this human would stomp it to death if he was unhappy. Wang Ting didn't waste any more words. His Emperor Stage spiritual force instantly gushed out and covered the entire battle area before abruptly pressing down. Boom! All the six-eyed poison spiders only felt an invisible force crushing down on them. They couldn't even resist. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. The six-eyed poison spiders, and even the other two 8-star six-eyed poison spider kings, couldn't withstand the enormous pressure, and all of them fell to the ground. Some of the weaker six-eyed poison spiders even died on the spot. Their hard shells were directly crushed, and green blood spurted out. A large number of attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Ting swept his gaze over them and was slightly surprised. He then directly picked them up. Poison Force *10 Poison Force *18 Poison Silk *1 Poison Force *10 Poison Force *32. These six-eyed poison spiders were clearly poison star beasts. It really allowed Wang Ting to obtain a considerable amount of poison force. After he picked up all the attribute bubbles, he obtained a total of over 500 points of poison force. Furthermore, he had also obtained a poison-type force skill, Spider Silk. This skill. Wang Ting's expression suddenly became a little strange. Was he going to become Spider-Man? Luckily, he didn't grow spider silk directly from his body. Instead, he used his poison force to imitate the characteristics of spider silk and create poison spider silk. It was a very practical skill. Wang Ting shook his head and felt a little regretful. His poison force was still at the 4-star soldier level. It was too far behind. Poison force, 850-2000, for star, he had to improve it properly. He couldn't help but look at the 6-eyed poison spiders around him. There were still many poison star beasts that weren't dead yet. If he killed them all, his poison force would definitely improve by a lot. He originally thought that he was just saving people. He didn't expect that there would be such benefits. Thinking of this, Wang Ting's gaze immediately became dangerous. The remaining 6-eyed poison spiders were scared witless. They were so scared that they trembled all over. This human was too scary. Suddenly, they felt a strong sense of malice enveloping them. All the 6-eyed poison spiders instantly quivered, and their bodies trembled even more violently. However, this sudden scene caused everyone in the 2 warrior teams to fall into a daze. What happened? What happened? Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others looked at the 6-eyed poisonous spiders lying on the ground. Their faces were filled with confusion. They all thought that they were going to die and that they wouldn't be able to escape this time. They didn't expect the situation to suddenly turn around. Then the question was, what happened to these 6-eyed poisonous spiders? Were they all paralyzed? Was there such a good thing? Just as Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others were in a daze, Wang Ting attacked again. His spiritual power rushed into the minds of these 6-eyed poisonous spiders. Spiritual power piercing. His spiritual power formed spikes that pierced into their minds and destroyed their brains. The remaining 6-eyed poisonous spiders that didn't die were relatively strong existences. However, in the face of Wang Ting's spiritual power, they couldn't resist at all and died on the spot. Poison force *65, poison force *120, poison force 80, poison silk *30, poison force *210. Attribute bubbles appeared one by one and were picked up by Wang Ting. These attribute bubbles contained much more attribute points than the previous ones. It allowed Wang Ting's poison force to break through the 4-star soldier level and reach the 5-star soldier level. Poison force, 5 stars, Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he nodded secretly. His 5 elements, thunder force, had reached the 9-star soldier level. It was naturally much easier for him to go back and increase the other elements. For example, killing a group of 6-eyed poisonous spiders just now would definitely not be easy in the past. But now, it was as easy as flipping his hand. As for people like Wu Feiying and Guolong, they weren't weak and were in 2 small teams. However, when faced with these 6-eyed poisonous spiders, they were almost wiped out. It was obvious that these 6-eyed poisonous spiders weren't easy to deal with. Therefore, it was understandable that Wang Ting could forcefully raise his poison force to a higher level in a short period of time. After all, he was very strong now. Of course, if this were to spread, outsiders would definitely be shocked. Other than the poison force, Wang Ting also obtained many attributes for the poison silk skill. Poison element, small success. His poison silk skill had directly reached the small success stage from the entry stage, and he could already use it with great proficiency. Just as Wang Ting was taking stock of their gains, Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others suddenly realized that the 6-eyed venom spiders that had been lucky enough to survive had inexplicably died. Did he die suddenly? They looked at each other, their heads full of question marks. Was their luck that good? The 6-eyed poison spiders had all died. This was clearly impossible. Although Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others couldn't figure out what caused this, they weren't fools. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? The 2 captains looked at each other, and couldn't help but look at Wang Ting, who was on top of the 6-eyed spider king's head. Sir, were you the one who attacked just now? Wu Feiying asked carefully. Can you answer my question now? Wang Ting didn't answer. Instead, he looked at everyone with a faint smile and asked. Wu Feiying and Guolong were stunned, but they understood the meaning behind his words. As expected, it was this young man who did it. They had misjudged him. A trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. They cupped their fists towards Wang Ting and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us. This is the Dark Fog Forest. Do you know? The Dark Fog Forest." Wang Ting was stunned. It's actually here. He didn't expect to be transported to the Dark Fog Forest, which was the closest to Yong City. This was good. At least it was closer to returning to Earth Star. Are you martial artists from Earthstar? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone's clothing style. Yes. May I know who you are? Wu Feiying nodded and asked. What a coincidence. I'm also a martial artist from Earthstar. Wang Ting smiled. Wu Feiying and Guolong's eyes flashed with surprise. The faces of the prodigies flashed in their minds, but they couldn't think of any young prodigy who was so powerful. Since they were all martial artists from Earthstar, the two of them couldn't help but feel less wary and estranged. However, when they thought of the emergency call, they didn't want to delay any longer. They cupped their fists and said, Sir, we just received an emergency call from Earthstar. We are now rushing back. Can you leave your name and contact information? When we have time in the future, we will repay you for saving our lives. Forget about repaying. It's just a small matter. Wang Ting waved his hand and said casually. He obtained the poison force and a poison skill. It was already a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect these people to repay him. Wu Feiying and Guolong's mouth twitched. What a small matter, this made them seem useless, however, they didn't dare to say it out loud. This young man looked young, but he was a real expert. He was mysterious and unfathomable. It was better not to speak carelessly. If they angered him, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. What's the emergency call you were talking about? Wang Ting asked. Something must have happened on Earthstar. Wu Feiying said with a serious expression. Something must have happened. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Is it very serious? Yes. Once the emergency call is used, it's definitely not a small matter. Wu Feiying nodded. Wang Ting's expression changed. His eyes flickered. He couldn't figure out what would happen on Earthstar. Could it be that the dark apparitions appeared in advance? No matter what, Earthstar was his base camp. His parents and relatives were there. If something happened, it would be too late for regrets. He really had a busy life. He had just escaped from the space crack, but he had to rush back to Earthstar before he could even take a rest. Wang Ting's feet shook. He immediately killed the remaining six-eyed poisonous spider king and picked up the attribute bubbles it dropped. Poison Force *185 Poison Silk *40. Then, he used his psychic power to scan the corpse of the six-eyed poisonous spider and put it into his spatial ring. Wu Feiying, Guolong, and the others' faces twitched unconsciously. A powerful 8-star beast was stomped to death just like that. It was unbelievable. However, the last trace of doubt in their hearts was finally gone. With such powerful strength, it wasn't impossible for him to kill all the six-eyed poisonous spiders silently. Moreover, some powerful people's methods weren't something ordinary martial artists like them could predict. At that moment, Wang Ting rose into the air. He looked at Wu Feiying and the others, frowned slightly, and said, I'll make a move first. You guys can return to Yong City on your own. Without waiting for Wu Feiying and the others to reply, he turned into a rainbow and flew out of the dark fog forest. He was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wu Feiying and the others were shocked and speechless. After a long time, someone finally said, Where did this powerful person come from? I've never heard of him before. He's too young. He looks like he's only 20 years old. Do you guys think his strength has reached the warlord level? Warlord level? That's impossible, right? The members of the two teams couldn't help but discuss in low voices. They were extremely curious about Wang Ting's strength. Captain, do you think he's a warlord-level powerful person? Someone asked Wu Feiying. I'm not sure. These six-eyed poison spiders weren't enough for him to unleash his full strength. Other than warlords, there are also a few extremely powerful 9-star soldier-level martial artists who can do it so easily. After all, it's not like there aren't people who can kill warlords above their level, Wu Feiying said. Even if that's the case, he's still very strong. This young man is definitely not an ordinary martial artist. Guolong said. Forget it. We won't be able to guess anything here. Let's hurry back to Earthstar. Who knows, we might meet him again on Earthstar, Wu Feiying said. That's true. Guolong nodded. The two teams didn't say anything else. They packed up and rushed towards Yong City, where the space crack was located. Earth Star, East Sea, an unprecedented crisis was engulfing this modern city that was built with steel and iron. The East Sea was close to the ocean. At this moment, a storm was raging on the surface of the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky, and turbulent waves crashed against the coastline. Looking from afar, one could see many ferocious sea beasts emerging from the ocean and gathering towards the East Sea. There were many of them, and they were abnormally terrifying. This was a sea beast riot. Ever since Earth Star mutated, the forests and oceans were places that humans were extremely wary of. There were too many wild creatures gathered there. If they mutated collectively and rioted, the consequences would be very serious. Therefore, humans had already used various methods to monitor the forests and oceans. However, there were always places that couldn't be detected. The oceans were unpredictable and had always been a place that humans couldn't completely control. This was especially true for the deep sea. Even with the current technology runes, they couldn't detect it. This time, humans had noticed the abnormality in the sea beast riot, but it was already too late. In the vast East Sea, countless sea beasts landed on the coastline and attacked the East Sea. The East Sea's air defense sirens sounded, and all the ordinary citizens went to the underground shelters to take refuge. Countless soldiers and martial artists rushed to the front lines to defend against the sea beasts' attacks. The country transferred manpower from all over to the East Sea to provide support, and there were many powerful martial artists among them. Polar Star, Thunder, and Balian martial arts centers, as well as many other forces, gathered their martial artists outside and urged them to return to reinforce the East Sea. At this moment, the entire East Sea had become a battlefield. Countless huge sea beasts invaded the East Sea, destroying cities and buildings. Human martial artists fought with all their might. The sound of cannon fire resounded over the sea, preventing the sea beasts from landing. However, there were countless sea beasts. Batches after batches of them surged out from the deep sea and rushed toward the East Sea, breaking through the humans' defense line. Xianxia Martial Arts Center was located by the sea, so it was naturally the first to bear the brunt. At this moment, at the top of the Xianxia Martial House building, the Xianxia Martial House Principal Yi Xianxia, the Eastern Sea Branch Principal Fu Tiandao, the Eastern Sea Martial Arts Association President Xianxia, Dan Taixian, the Crimson Tiger Legion's Commander Xianxia, and the others were all standing there and looking at the sea beasts that were rushing towards them. The situation isn't optimistic. There's a Lord-level sea beast among the sea beasts. If they don't attack, we can only wait here, Yi Xianxia said with a frown. Why would these sea beasts suddenly attack the human world? It's really puzzling, Xianxia said. Isn't this something that we expected? Xianxia said expressionlessly. Everyone fell silent. This was indeed the case. Humans had predicted a long time ago that as the influence of origin power on Earth grew stronger, there would come a day when the star beasts in the wild would become strong enough to launch an attack on the human world. It was just that they didn't expect this day to come so quickly and so suddenly. Humans had already used various methods to stop the wild star beasts, but they couldn't completely exterminate them. If they did, the star beasts would revolt before the humans could become strong. No living creature would be willing to die. Some things couldn't be completely stopped even if the future was foreseen. Star beasts needed time, and so did humans. If only Wanting was here. With his attainments in runes, he would be more useful than ordinary general stage martial artists. Tan Taixian said with a tinge of worry in his eyes. It's him. Yi Xianxia's eyes lit up as he sighed with emotion. The young man that he thought highly of back then had actually grown to this stage in the blink of an eye. It was really exaggerated. Fu Tiandao and Xianxia looked at each other. The young man's figure appeared in their minds, and their expressions became complicated. They had heard about the battle in Star Maple City. It could be said that Wanting had already surpassed them. In the past, that kid was still a junior that needed them to take care of. Now, he was standing at a higher position. Major General, the military had already given him this position. As long as he returned, he would be the youngest general stage martial artist in the country. Ordinary people might not know about this, but with their status, they naturally knew about it. It really made them sigh. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes lit up as he thought about the conflict between him and Wanting. Then, he thought about Wang Ting's achievements and felt bitter. He originally thought that Rinpochian was a junior like his disciple, but now, Rinpochian had caught up and could even talk to him as an equal. Anyone would find it hard to accept. Especially since the two of them had a conflict before. Are the other runemaster unable to build a powerful offensive formation? Xiao Nanfeng asked. They already have a hard time dealing with the defensive formation. How can we count on them to build an offensive formation? Tan Taixian shook his head. I heard that Wang Ting is in the underworld. No one knows if he's dead or alive. I'm afraid we can't count on him, Yi Jisen said regretfully. Tan Taixian couldn't help but sigh. He's lucky to be able to come back alive. In the East Sea's underground air raid shelter, Wang Xinghua, Li Xiaomei, and the rest of the Wang family were together. They were watching the situation outside through the video. They looked worried and solemn. Old Master Wang looked at the buildings that had turned into ruins. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes. He sighed. East Sea is finished. Dad, we have to believe in the country. We will definitely be able to get through this and rebuild East Sea, Wang Ting's uncle, Wang Xinghong, said. It's difficult. Old Master Wang glanced at him and shook his head. After this sea monster riot, East Sea is no longer safe. How many people are willing to stay here? Without people, how can we rebuild? Wang Xinghong was speechless. Old Master Wang looked at Wang Xinghua and asked tiredly, Is there still no news from my good grandson? No. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei shook their heads. Their eyes were filled with worry. Major General. Major General. If my good grandson doesn't come back, what's the point of having a Major General in the Wang family? Old Master Wang slammed his walking stick on the ground and said angrily. Just as Dong Hai was on the brink of destruction, Wang Ting flew in the air and raised his speed to the maximum. He didn't stop to rest along the way and reached Yong City in the shortest time possible. He had a bad premonition in his heart. As he neared Yong City, that bad premonition grew stronger and stronger. Such a situation rarely happened to Wang Ting, but at this moment, he really felt uneasy. In front of him, the familiar city was in sight. The spatial crack between the Eastern Sea and the Xingwu continent was located in this city. Wang Ting came to this place for the first time, so the sense of familiarity was very strong. He had stayed in the spatial crack for too long, and now that he was back in a familiar place, he couldn't help but feel nostalgic. However, this wasn't the time to reminisce about the past. Wang Ting descended from the city gate and was about to step into Yong City when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It's too quiet. Wang Ting couldn't help but frown. Yong City was an important city that connected the two worlds. Usually, martial artists came and went frequently, and there were many peddlers all over the streets. The flow of people was huge, and even at night, the city was brightly lit, as if it was a city that never slept. However, today, it was strangely quiet. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he slowly closed his eyes. A vast spiritual power spread out from between his eyebrows and swept towards Yong City. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in them. Something really happened? Even Yong City isn't peaceful. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Then, his figure slowly disappeared on the spot. It was as though he had never appeared. Hidden shadow secret technique, he blended into the shadows and rushed towards Yong City. He saw that the streets of the city were empty, and there was no one walking outside. Instead, there were traces of fighting in many places. All the buildings were destroyed by origin power, and there were traces of swords and sabers. Obviously, there was a big battle here before he came. I wonder what happened. Wang Ting moved his feet and rushed towards the origin tower in the center of the city. The spatial crack was located in the origin tower. Wang Ting didn't know anything, but he was sure that he would get the answer there. At this very moment, killing intent pervaded the air outside the origin tower as two parties confronted each other. There were traces of battle all around, and the ground was stained with blood. It looked quite tragic. However, the battle was clearly not over yet. It was just a stalemate. One of the groups was Li He from Jisan Martial House, as well as General Shen from Yong City. As for the other side, it was a group of unfamiliar warriors. They were very powerful, and the auras they emitted were all above the 8-star soldier level. Most of them were even at the 9-star soldier level. There were even 2 auras that exceeded this level. They were warlords. Truthism. How dare you peep into the space crack? Aren't you afraid of being punished? General Xian shouted coldly as he glared at the strange warriors across from him with his sword in hand. Reckoning? A middle-aged man in a black robe with a sinister face sneered and said, "Hee, Earthstar can't even take care of themselves now. Do you think they can still take care of us? There's a sea beast riot in the East Sea, and you guys just happened to appear at this time. Is this related to you guys?" Li Hei's pupils constricted as he suddenly asked. Oh, as expected of someone who was famous in the past. You're really quick to guess. Another man in a black robe with a scar on his left eyebrow laughed sinisterly. He and the other sinister man were the 2 warlords sent by Truthism this time. What? It's you guys? Hearing this, General Chen's face was filled with shock, his eyes turning red. Bastards, you've caused the sea beasts to riot, the East Sea will suffer heavy losses, and many cultivators will die. You disregard human life like this, are you even qualified to be called humans? Humph, for the great goal of Truthism, what's a mere sacrifice? The sinister man snorted. Moreover, in this martial arts era, those ordinary people with no talent are dead. Only by gathering resources can we nurture more powerful warriors. Lunatics. Lunatics. You bunch of lunatics. General Xian trembled in anger when he heard the other party's twisted logic. Soft-hearted. The warlord with the scar on his left eyebrow said coldly. Times have changed. In troubled times, we have to use harsh punishments to usher in a new dawn. One day, you guys will realize that we're right. Liao Cha, don't waste your breath on them. Since they don't want to submit, just kill them all. The sinister man said coldly. Kill. Liao Cha nodded and waved his hand. The Truthism warriors behind him charged toward General Xian and the others. General Xian's expression turned ugly. He said sternly, "Everyone, we can't lose the space crack. Even if we have to die, we can't let these Truthism warriors succeed. General Xian, say no more. We're guarding the other world, so we have the responsibility of guarding the space crack. If these Truthism warriors want to control the space crack, they'll have to step over my dead body first." Li Hei laughed. That's right. So what if I die? I'm not even afraid of dark apparitions. Why would I be afraid of these Truthism lunatics? Kill. As everyone spoke, they didn't hesitate at all and charged toward the Truthism warriors. The 2 sides collided, and the sound of force exploding instantly erupted. Sounds of killing filled the air. Domineering blade Li Hei, I heard that you once killed a warlord. Today, I'll meet you. The sinister man sneered. He held his battle blade and slashed toward Li Hei. Try me. Li Hei's expression was cold. A powerful aura exploded from his body. Then, it rose steadily until it reached the peak of the 9-star soldier level. His hunched old body gradually straightened. He held a black battle blade in his hand and charged toward his opponent. The black battle blade emitted a sharp blade glow. It was bold and domineering. Even when facing a warlord, he didn't need to dodge. He faced the warlord head-on. Kill. The sinister man's expression changed slightly. He had heard that Li Hei was severely injured on the battlefield back then, so he retreated behind the scenes. Now, his strength was less than 80%. It shouldn't be difficult to kill him. However, from the looks of it now, Li Hei's strength was close to his peak. He indeed had the ability to kill a warlord. On the other side, General Xian and the Zhonli cult's champion rank expert named Liao Cha were fighting. Their origin power spread out, forcing the martial artists around them to retreat. The other warriors were also fighting. The Truthism warriors were crazy. They charged forward as if they didn't care about their lives. The warriors guarding the space crack were also in a frenzy. They didn't retreat at all. In an instant, many warriors fell. Blood dyed the ground red. It was a tragic scene. Boom, suddenly, a figure fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust rose. As expected, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How can you fight with me with your broken body? The sinister man stood in the air with a mocking expression. He looked at Li He, who was vomiting blood on the ground, as if he was looking at a defeated dog. Cough, cough. Li He propped himself up from the deep pit and coughed out blood. His expression was gloomy and lonely. He looked at the malicious-looking man in the sky. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sigh, I'm getting old. Old He. General Shen's expression changed when he saw what was happening. Where are you looking at? Liao Cha's cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Streaks of golden sword aura shrouded General Shen. General Shen's pupils constricted, and he immediately retreated. However, a few streaks of sword aura still cut through his clothes and left a few bloody marks on his body. General Shen glanced at the injuries on his body. His expression was ugly, and his heart was heavy. Li He had already lost, and he didn't have much of a chance of winning. Was Yong City going to fall into the hands of truthism? If that was the case, he would be a sinner. The next moment, General Shen's eyes were filled with hatred. His aura surged, and his strength increased by another level. However, his face was flushed, and his veins were bulging. Wisps of steam rose from the top of his head. It was obvious that he had used some kind of explosive technique. Liao Cha's expression instantly became serious. After I kill Li He, I'll come and help you. The malicious-looking man's eyes flashed, and he rushed toward Li He on the ground. Old He, retreat! General Shen shouted angrily and wanted to rush over to help. You should take care of yourself first. Liao Cha instantly stood in front of him, his sword light bursting out, completely sealing off his path. Die. The malicious-looking man appeared in front of Li He. His gaze was cold as he slashed down with his sword. I didn't expect that I, Li He, would die in the hands of a human. Li He didn't close his eyes. He looked straight at the sword aura that was slashing down on his head without any fear. There was only regret and unwillingness. Regret, he didn't die on the battlefield. Unwillingness, he couldn't kill any more dark apparitions. In that instant, the scenes of killing on the battlefield in the past appeared in his mind. His lofty aspirations were all gone. Old He. General Shen was furious. Boom, force exploded, and a terrifying force swept through the surroundings. Li He, who was on the ground, didn't die, but the malicious-looking man in front of him flew backward. Who? The malicious-looking man's face turned ugly. He didn't even see who it was before he was sent flying by a huge force. He couldn't believe it. I'm the one who's going to kill you. A cold voice suddenly sounded above his head, and a resplendent blade light erupted. Boom, the malicious-looking man's pupils contracted as he was instantly engulfed by the terrifying flaming saber light. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the malicious-looking man's body was split into two and smashed directly onto the ground, causing blood to spurt out. The malicious-looking man was cut in half at the waist, but he didn't die immediately. His eyes widened as he looked at the young figure that slowly appeared above his head. His face that was as pale as paper was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Wang Ting's expression was cold. He held the divine weapon MOK in his hand and sent it into the other party's heart. He didn't waste any words with the other party. The malicious-looking man was filled with unwillingness. He should have been the winner, but in the end, he was the one who died. Why, darkness struck, and he died with his eyes wide open. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Whether it was Li He, General Shen, or Liao Cha, all of them widened their eyes as they stared at the young man who had suddenly appeared. Who exactly is this brat? He's actually so strong. Liao Cha's eyes flickered uncertainly as he felt a little frightened. Wang Ting. Li He called out uncertainly. Uncle He, this isn't like you. You're in such a sorry state. Wang Ting walked over to Li He and helped him up. It's really you. You. Li He's eyes flickered with a strange light. He had many questions in his heart, but he couldn't say them out loud. Uncle He, let me deal with these truthism rats first, Wang Ting said. Rats? Brat, you're too arrogant. Liao Cha's expression was ugly as he was furious. Truthism boasted that they had grasped the truth and were superior to others. They looked down on ordinary people and ordinary martial artists. However, in Wang Ting's mouth, they had actually become rats. Wang Ting glanced at him and pointed MOK diagonally to the ground. General Shen also recognized Wang Ting. He was somewhat shocked and doubtful, but more than that, he was happy. Although Yangming's strength was beyond everyone's expectations and he managed to kill a general-level warrior from the Zhenli sect as soon as he made his move, it was still a good thing for the current situation. Now that there was only one warlord left from Truthism, he could definitely kill him if he teamed up with Wang Ting. Wang Ting, let's work together. We definitely can't let these Truthism evil followers leave, General Shen immediately said. Wang Ting didn't say anything and only nodded. Liao Cha's expression changed drastically. He actually turned around and fled into the sky. He still had a chance of winning against one warlord, but if he had to face two warlord experts at the same time, was he going to wait for death if he didn't run? Stop him. General Shen took a step forward and turned into a blur as he charged toward Liao Cha. Unfortunately, Liao Cha's speed had increased drastically. He was focused on escaping and didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. His speed was astonishing. Wang Ting sneered. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Li Hei's eyes bulged. He didn't even see what happened, but Wang Ting had already disappeared. His speed and agility were too terrifying. Liao Cha was extremely confident in his speed. Seeing that General Shen couldn't catch up with him, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, when he looked around again, he lost sight of that young man. His heart skipped a beat. Damn it, where did this monster come from? Liao Cha cursed in his heart. He ran even faster. Just then, the space in front of him rippled. Wang Ting's figure appeared out of thin air, and a blade aura slashed out. Die. Get lost. Liao Cha's pupils constricted. He shouted angrily and waved his battle sword, wanting to force Wang Ting away. Big Dipper Flaming Blade. Slaughtering Blade Essence. Wang Ting didn't hold back at all. He unleashed his heaven-level combat technique and Slaughtering Blade Essence. His ability was no longer the same as before. As a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior, he was able to kill a 10-star general-level martial warrior. Waves of slaughtering intent invaded his opponent's mind. Liao Cha only felt a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards him. He was shocked. When he came back to his senses, the flaming blade aura had already landed on his body. With a scream, Liao Cha was killed on the spot. His corpse fell to the ground. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. General Shen stared at Wang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. It was as if he had seen a monster. What happened to working together? In the end, you killed him alone, and you only used one move, instantly killing a general-level martial warrior. How could he endure this? General Shen seriously suspected that this general-level martial warrior was fake. He thought that Wang Ting had used a sneak attack to kill the general-level martial warrior earlier. But now, it was a head-on clash, and the result was still an easy kill. Then, how powerful was Wang Ting now? In front of the Force Tower, everyone in the plaza fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. General Shen was not the only one who found this unbelievable. Even Li Hei, who was quite familiar with Wang Ting, widened his eyes. He didn't know what expression to show on his face. Was this kid really the Wang Ting he knew? How did he become so strong after not seeing him for a while? He still remembered when Wang Ting and the Tiger Warrior team were chased by the powerful warriors of the Crimson Tiger Legion. At that time, he was in a very sorry state. He was still a little brat who needed the protection of the older generation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this little brat suddenly became so strong that he could even protect these old bones instead. Thinking about it, it felt unreal. However, for some reason, a trace of comfort appeared in his heart. They were old, but the new generation of martial warriors had grown up. Perhaps the other younger generation couldn't reach Wang Ting's exaggerated level, but they were also growing up. Sooner or later, they would be able to stand on their own. Wang Ting was the most dazzling in front of them. This kid would definitely become the most outstanding person of this generation. The two red-robed bishops are dead. The Truthism martial warriors were in a state of panic. They looked at the young man in the plaza with faces full of fear. They were crazy. but in front of such a huge difference in strength, no matter how crazy they were, they had to be terrified. Fear was an instinct of living creatures. Naturally, they were no exception. Run! Run! No one knew who shouted, but the Truthism martial warriors instantly scattered like birds and beasts. They all fled in different directions. These martial warriors were all 8-star soldier level martial warriors and above. They weren't weak. However, in front of a general level martial warrior, they didn't have any thoughts of resisting. Especially after seeing Wang Ting kill 2 general level martial warriors who were usually high and mighty in Truthism in an instant, they were even more terrified. What was there to fight with such a monster? General Shen, Li He, and the others were stunned. These Truthism martial warriors ran away just like that. They didn't even say goodbye. Pfft, shameless, a ferocious expression appeared on General Shen's elegant face. After killing so many people, he could come and go as he pleased. How could there be such a good thing? Kill. In fact, General Shen didn't even need to speak. The rest of the Earth-star martial artists rushed out almost instantly, chasing after the Truthism martial artists who were fleeing in all directions. General Shen also rushed into the sky and shot down the Truthism martial artists one by one. Warrior-level existences were like giants and ants to soldier-level existences. The remaining Truthism martial artists had no way of fighting back. Boom! Boom! One figure after another crashed onto the ground, shattering the bluestone slabs and forming deep pits. General Shen and the Earth-star martial artists hated these Truthism disciples to the core and did not show any mercy. Wang Ting did not attack again. He swept his gaze across the area and picked up the scattered attribute bubbles. Metal Force * 760 Advanced Metal Talent * 215 Soul Realm Comprehension * 165 Spiritual State Spirit * 180 Earth Force * 830 Advanced Earth Talent * 220 Soul Realm Comprehension * 155 Spiritual State Spirit * 158. These were the attribute bubbles from the 2 Truthism warrior level powerhouses. Wang Ting picked them up first and then frowned. So little, he muttered in his heart. One had to know that during the Battle of Star Maple City, the warrior-level attribute bubbles that he had picked up already amounted to over 1,000 force points. However, these 2 warrior-level bubbles from the Zhenli sect only provided him with a few hundred force points. Not to mention, the 3 attributes of talent, spirit, and comprehension were also much less. Moreover, there were no battle techniques or techniques dropped, so the overall harvest was greatly reduced. In short, they were trash. Wang Ting despised them in his heart. If the 2 Truthism warrior-level powerhouses knew what Wang Ting was thinking, they would probably jump up and fight him to the death. Not only were they killed instantly, he even called them trash. This was too much. They were probably the most aggrieved warrior-level powerhouses in the world. Wang Ting didn't care about the 2 dead people. Trash was trash. Even the attributes they dropped were less than others. He shook his head, looked at the other attribute bubbles, and continued to pick them up. Water Force * 150, Wood Force * 190, Spirit * 120, Fire Force * 170, Comprehension * 60, Earth Force * 210. Many attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body, causing his various forces to rise rapidly. His spirit and comprehension also increased slightly. Now, Wang Ting's 5 forces had reached the 9-star soldier level, and it was at the advanced level. He wasn't far from the 10-star general level. He believed that he would enter that level very soon. At this moment, General Shen and the others landed from the sky. The Truthism martial artists from just now were all captured. Some were dead, some were injured, and none of them escaped. General Shen had a murderous aura around him. He carried a Truthism martial artist and threw him on the ground casually. Then, he walked over. Wang Ting, it's all thanks to you this time. He retracted his murderous aura and said to Wang Ting. General Shen, you're too polite. It's nothing. Wang Ting shook his head. I didn't expect you to grow to this level in such a short period of time. General Shen carefully sized up Wang Ting and realized that he couldn't see through him no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't help but feel emotional. I was just lucky. Wang Ting smiled. Non-committally. Then, he looked at Li He and asked with concern, Uncle He, are you okay? I'm just a bag of old bones. I won't die for now. Li He smiled. Then, he asked curiously, I heard that you fell into the dark world. Why did you suddenly appear here? It's a long story, but I escaped from there, Wang Ting said. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Li He saw that Wang Ting spoke casually, but he could guess that the process must have been very difficult. The things that Wang Ting went through were probably unimaginable to ordinary people. After all, no one had ever gone to the dark world and returned alive until now. Wang Ting's trip could be considered a magnificent feat. More importantly, humans had always known nothing about the dark world. Now that Wang Ting had returned, he might bring back some useful information. This was definitely great news for humans. General Shen, who was beside them, heard the conversation between the two. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Wang Ting was indeed an extraordinary person. He did extraordinary things. It was not easy for him to return safely from the dark world. It was no wonder that he was so powerful. Otherwise, how could he have supported his return? Even General Shen was not confident that he could return from the dark world. The most likely possibility was that he would be buried in the dark world. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. General Shen, Wang Ting, and the others immediately looked in the direction of the sound. They saw several figures rushing over quickly and landing in front of Wang Ting and the others. General Shen, Uncle He. When the people who came saw General Shen and the others, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They immediately went forward and greeted them respectfully. Wu Feiying, you must have received an emergency call and rushed back, Li He said with a flash in his eyes. When Wang Ting saw them, he was slightly taken aback. These people were the two teams of martial artists that he had saved in the dark fog forest. He didn't expect them to catch up with him after some delay. Other than Wu Feiying and Guolong's teams, other martial artists were also rushing over. However, some of them were still on the way, while others had already reached Yong City. When Wu Feiying heard Li Hei's question, he nodded with a grave expression and said, Yes, Uncle He. We rushed back as soon as we received the emergency call. What happened? And this? As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings. It wasn't hard to tell that a huge battle had just taken place. These were the doings of Truthism martial artists. They wanted to control the spatial cracks. Wu Feiying and the others were quite strong, so Li He paid more attention to them. He immediately explained, fortunately, Wang Ting arrived and killed two of the warlords of Truthism. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Wang Ting. Wu Feiying and the others felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't recall who it was. They followed Li Hei's gaze and saw the young man standing beside him. They were instantly taken aback. It's him. Wu Feiying and the others immediately recognized Wang Ting. Wait, he killed two general-level warriors. Everyone suddenly reacted. Their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. This young man was actually able to kill a general-level warrior. Although they had some guesses, they didn't expect Wang Ting to be so strong. Do you know each other? Li He asked in surprise when he saw their expressions. Wu Feiying and the others immediately recounted what happened. They looked at Wang Ting with grateful gazes once again. It seems that you are fated. Speaking of which, Wang Ting is also a member of our Jisun martial house, Li He said. Old He, let's leave the reminiscing for later. The situation in the East Sea isn't optimistic. Now that all the teams have returned, let's send them back to Earth Star to provide support, General Shen interrupted. That's right. The sea beasts of the Eastern Sea are rioting. We need cultivators right now. You should quickly go back and provide support, Li He said with a grave expression. The sea beasts are rioting. Wu Feiying and the others' faces changed drastically as they exclaimed in shock, how could this be? This is a conspiracy of Truthism. General Shen said angrily. Truthism. These evil followers truly deserve to die. The faces of Wu Feiying and the rest all revealed furious looks as they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Wang Ting was shaken after hearing this. He turned around and charged toward the spatial rift in the origin tower without saying a word. The sea beasts were rioting. why did such a thing happen in the Eastern Sea? His parents, his family, his friends, they were all there. How were they now? Please don't let any accidents happen. Wang Ting's heart was heavy. He silently prayed and sped up. He couldn't wait to reach the Eastern Sea. Li He and the others only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Then, Wang Ting disappeared without a trace. They looked at each other, their faces aghast. What incredible speed! There's no time to lose. You guys should go as well, General Shen said immediately. Wu Feiying and the others didn't delay either. They immediately rushed into the Origin Tower. They were also locals of the Eastern Sea. Their family and friends were also in the Eastern Sea. At this moment, they were more anxious than anyone else. General Shen, Li He, and the others looked at their backs as they left. We must protect the Eastern Sea. Everyone, it's all up to you. The Eastern Sea. The battle between the humans and the sea beasts was getting more and more intense. One after another, ferocious sea beasts crawled out of the sea and charged toward the shore. They were densely packed and extremely terrifying. Some of the sea beasts were extremely large and had extremely terrifying auras. They entered the Eastern Sea. Wherever they passed, the ground cracked and buildings collapsed. The scene was chaotic. Countless ordinary residents of the Eastern Sea hid in the underground air raid shelter. They felt the ground tremble and occasionally, rocks and stone fragments would fall, causing them to fall into panic and despair. Even though the underground air raid shelter was very sturdy and was even reinforced with stabilizing runes, cracks still appeared on the surrounding walls and ceiling under the impact of the sea beasts. Everyone was silently watching the situation on the ground through the video feed. At this moment, the ordinary people finally realized the significance of the existence of martial artists. In the past, everyone only knew that martial artists were extremely powerful. They had the power to split rocks and cut rivers. Moreover, they had a superior status and all kinds of privileges. Other than being envious, the ordinary people could not help but feel that it was unfair. But now, they all understood. Looking at the situation on the ground displayed on the screen, everyone was shocked. Countless martial artists wielded weapons and were fighting the terrifying sea beasts. Their bodies were covered in blood, but their faces were resolute. They formed a solid line of defense in front of the ordinary people. These martial artists were also the children, husbands, and fathers of other people. They had different identities. But at this moment, they only had one identity. They were martial artists, they protected this land, their families, and friends behind them. They even died for them. One by one, the martial artists fell and were eaten by the sea beasts. The eyes of the people in the air raid shelter turned red. The men clenched their fists and stared at the scene on the screen. They wanted to rush forward and fight the sea beasts, but they knew that their fragile bodies could not stop the sea beasts. It would be useless even if they went. The women wept silently. They suppressed their cries and sobbed softly. Hang in there! Hang in there! Don't die! Everyone was praying. Even if they were unrelated, they were praying for themselves and for the heroes who were fighting on the ground. This was the strength of the Chinese people. Every time there was a disaster, they would unite as one. Among all the martial artists, there was a special group. They had young faces and even had a trace of immaturity that had yet to step out of society. But they were also fighting. Blood dyed their young faces red, adding a ruthless and fierce aura to them. Under special circumstances, these young martial artists were growing rapidly. But the price was too high. This was a growth forged by blood. These youths were the young martial artists from the various universities of the East Sea. The sea beast's rampage had been too sudden, and the martial artists from other cities hadn't been able to provide support in time. Therefore, as martial artists, even though they were young and didn't have much experience, they still stepped forward. Under the lead of the professors from various universities, they fought at the back to prevent the sea beasts from rushing into the air raid shelter. There were many familiar faces here that Wang Ting was familiar with. There were Huanghai Military Academy's Han Zhu, Wan Baijiu, Du Yu, Lu Shu, Bailey Qingfeng, Ho Pingliang, Song Shuhang, and the others. There were also seniors from Donghai University led by Xia Yunfan, as well as freshmen like Lin Chuhan, Su Wantong, and Tian Xiaoxiao who had just entered the university for a year. University of Technology, wait. Compared to real martial artists, they might not be very strong, especially those who had just entered the university for a year. They were very weak. But they were martial artists after all. Compared to ordinary people, they were powerful. It was only right for them to stand up. At this moment, Lin Chuhan was wearing a battle uniform. Her face was pale, and she held a battle sword in her hand. She was fighting with a ferocious sea beast that was more than 1 meter tall and covered in barbs. Judging from the aura that erupted from her body, she had actually advanced to the 2-star soldier level. Beside her, there was a figure that was much shorter. However, his face was similar to hers. It was Lin Xianxia. She held a runes gun in each of her hands. Occasionally, she would shoot at the sea beast in front of her from a tricky angle. If a powerful martial artist was here, they would definitely be able to see that the bullets she shot were covered in traces of black force. When these bullets shot into the sea beast's body became sluggish. Lin Chuhan, Su Wantong, and Tian Xiaoxiao worked together to complete the final kill. The 4 girls formed a small team, and the number of sea beasts they killed was actually more than the number of 3rd-year and 4th-year seniors. Well done, Chuxia. After killing the sea beast in front of them, Su Wantong heaved a sigh of relief. She gave Lin Chuxia a thumbs up. Lin Chuhan also smiled at her younger sister. She usually saw Lin Chuxia practicing her spear skills at home. At first, she didn't think much of it. But when the sea beasts attacked this time, Lin Chuxia was worried about her safety and insisted on following her. Only then did she realize that this little girl's spear skills had already reached such a godly level. She also found out from Lin Chuxia that this spear skill was taught by Wang Ting. But she didn't know where that fellow went. It had been half a year, and there was no news from him. In the sky, some ferocious sea beasts with fleshy wings were rampaging everywhere. It was hard to imagine that such terrifying creatures were born in the ocean. Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxian, Jiang Hong, and the other high-level martial artists charged into the sky and fought with the sea beasts. Runes and cannons were also aiming at the sea beasts in the sky, trying to shoot them down. However, these sea beasts were extremely fast, and their huge bodies made them extremely agile. The cannons were not as effective. On the ground, martial artists were all over Donghai City, trying their best to kill the sea beasts and prevent them from entering the bomb shelters. On the other side, Han Zhu, Wan Baiqiu, Bailey Qingfeng, and the others were fighting the sea beasts under the lead of Tong Hu and the other deans of the Martial Arts Academy. After killing a 4-star sea beast, Han Zhu panted heavily. He asked Wan Baiqiu, who was beside him, "Are you okay?" "I can still kill." Wan Baiqiu's face was filled with anger. She swallowed a pill to recover her force and pulled herself together. "Okay, kill." Han Zhu laughed. If Wang Ting was here, he would definitely be able to kill more sea beasts. Unfortunately, he's not here. We can only rely on ourselves. Is that kid so happy in the dark world that he doesn't want to come back? Tong Hu's voice rumbled from afar. Tong Hu, if he finds out that you're mocking that kid, he'll definitely come after you. He's even more powerful than you know. Su Jing, the dean of the Command Academy, laughed. With a loud boom, Tiger Cub killed a several-meter-tall sea beast with a single punch and said in a clear voice, "I can't wait for him to come after me," but he's still nowhere to be seen. The deans of Huanghai Military Academy fell silent. They knew that Wang Ting was most likely dead in the dark world. Tong Hu was only saying this because he hoped that Wang Ting could return safely. At Donghai University, a 5-star sea beast suddenly noticed Lin Chuhan and the others. It charged down from the sky. The 4 of them were shocked and immediately spread out. Boom, the huge sea beast landed where they were just standing, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then, a black shadow charged out from the dust. It opened its mouth and pounced on Lin Chuhan. "Be careful. Be careful. Sister, dodge." A few anxious shouts suddenly rang out. Lin Chuhan's face was slightly pale. The sword in his hand emitted a sharp sword aura. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only face the attack head-on. Sword rays shot out from her sword and slashed at the sea beasts in front of her. Clang clang clang, however, what followed was the crisp sound of metal colliding. Her attacks couldn't even break through the scales on the sea beast's body, only leaving white marks on its surface. Bang, 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 gunshots rang out as rune bullets hit the sea monster's body one after another. Lin Chuxiao made his move. Although the sea beast wasn't injured, it was enraged. Its body froze for a moment before it pounced toward Lin Chuhan even more ferociously. Puff, at this moment, a bullet shot into the sea monster's eye. The intense pain caused it to go crazy. Its huge body slammed into the ground, and its scaly tail swept in all directions. Bang, Lin Chuhan couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bastard, die. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A figure suddenly appeared from the side. While the sea beast was in a frenzy, the sword ray swept across and broke through the sea beast's scales, killing it instantly. The figure landed on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his head and smiled at Lin Chuhan. Junior, are you all right? Lin Chuhan bit her lips and shook her head. She got up from the ground and said, "Thank you, Senior Xiao." Xiao Yunfan saw that Lin Chuhan purposely distanced herself from him, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his heart. Why did Lin Chuhan ignore him even though that person had disappeared for half a year and might have died on the battlefield? Could it be that he really couldn't compare to that person? Sister. Lin Chuxiao ran over and looked at Lin Chuhan carefully. She asked, "Are you all right?" Su Wadong and Tian Xiaoxiao also came over. Their faces were filled with worry. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after taking a recuperation pill." Lin Chuhan shook her head and swallowed a recuperation pill. "Junior, don't force yourself. You should find a place to rest for a while," Xiao Yunfan said with concern. "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'm fine." Lin Chuhan shook her head stubbornly. A trace of determination flashed past her eyes. She had already fallen behind by a lot. How could she continue to shrink back? You. Xiao Yunfan seemed to see the figure of another person in her eyes. A trace of jealousy flashed past his heart. He wanted to say something else. Boom, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. A giant figure that was twice the size of the previous sea beast landed from the sky. Judging from its aura, this sea beast was at least a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Damn it. How could such a powerful sea beast break through the defense line and come to the back? Xiao Yunfan's face was pale as he shouted in disbelief. Lin Chuhan and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at the giant sea beast in front of them as if they were facing a great enemy. A trace of despair appeared in their hearts. Junior, let's go quickly. Xiao Yunfan's eyes were filled with fear. He immediately said, "This sea beast is not something that we can deal with. If we leave, what about the people behind us?" Lin Chuhan asked. This? Xiao Yunfan hesitated. Let's lure it to the front. The high-level martial warriors will arrive soon. After Lin Chuhan finished speaking, she had already rushed out. Lin Chuxia didn't hesitate and immediately followed her. Su Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao hesitated for a while, but in the end, they also followed behind the two of them. The four of them attacked the sea beast and angered it. As expected, the sea beast chased after them. When Xiao Yunfan saw this scene, his expression changed again and again. In the end, he also followed them. However, the power of a 7-star sea beast was beyond their imagination. With their abilities, it was no different from ants challenging an elephant in front of the sea beast. They were very stupid, but sometimes, humans were just that stupid. Roar, the sea beast roared angrily. Its huge body had an unparalleled speed. It pounced towards the four of them from the sky. A blue ball of force condensed in its mouth and was about to spit it out. Lin Chuhan and the others felt the terrifying power of the force light ball. Their faces were filled with despair. Are we going to die? Lin Chuhan muttered to herself. It was as if she saw a figure waving at her in the dark. Wang Ting. No. Xiao Yunfan's force surged as he let out an unwilling roar. He wanted to make a last stand. Die. Right at this moment, a cold shout rang out. A stream of light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a fiery meteor. It fell and smashed into the sea beast's huge body. The sea beast didn't have time to spit out the force light ball in its mouth before it was forced back into its stomach. Its huge body was smashed into the ground by a terrifying force, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Chuhan and the others stared blankly at the sudden scene in front of them. In the dust, a tall figure slowly stood up from the sea beast's head. In his hand, a huge weapon was stabbed into the sea beast's head. When the dust had completely dissipated, Lin Chuhan and the others could see the figure's face clearly. Wang Ting. Lin Chuhan's eyes suddenly turned red. Her face that was pretending to be firm suddenly showed a trace of weakness. She murmured that person's name. Xiao Yunfan opened his mouth, but all his words were stuck in his throat. He glanced at Lin Chuhan. At this moment, there was only one person in her eyes. She couldn't see anything else. Suddenly, a sense of loneliness appeared in his heart. It was funny. He, Xiao Yunfan, had never been in her eyes. Moreover, at this moment, he couldn't feel any jealousy or even compare himself. He killed a 7-star sea beast with one strike. This guy was stronger than before. He was so strong that it made people despair. What did he have to compete with him? Su Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao looked at the figure in front of them in shock. It was as if what they were seeing wasn't real but an illusion. How could this guy be so strong? That was a 7-star sea beast. How could he kill it so easily? Lin Chuxia didn't think so much. When she saw Wang Ting, she shouted in surprise, "Big brother Wang Ting." With a swish, Wang Ting pulled out MOK from the sea beast's head. He turned around and looked at Lin Chuhan and the others. "Oh, you're all here." The next moment, his eyes met with Lin Chuhan. He said softly, "Sorry, did I come back late?" When Lin Chuhan heard this, she felt as if a string in her heart had been tugged. Ripples appeared in her heart. When did this guy become so good at talking? The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up as she gently shook her head. Wang Ting looked at her beautiful face. It was as if her previous weakness was just an illusion. She was still as stubborn as before. "It's good that you're fine." Wang Ting smiled as he carried MOK on his shoulder. He joked, "Speaking of which, your strength isn't good enough. If you don't quickly improve, you won't even be able to catch up to Chuxia." Lin Chuhan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She decided to take back her previous words. This bastard was as bad with words as always. How could he hurt someone like that? This sentence immediately brought him back to his original state. As expected, he was still the same as before. As expected, he was still asking for a beating. Lin Chuxia, on the other hand, was elated. She raised her eyebrows at Lin Chuhan proudly and chuckled. "You're a girl. Don't learn from him." Lin Chuhan saw her mischievous look and couldn't help but knock her head as she said in annoyance. "Aya, it hurts." Elder sister is angry from embarrassment. Lin Chuxia hid behind Tian Xiaoxiao and stuck out her tongue at Lin Chuhan. This girl, ever since the problem with her physique was solved, her personality became a lot more cheerful. Tian Xiaoxiao and Su Wantong were both amused. Xiao Yunfan saw the few of them talking and instantly felt that he was unnecessary. It was as if someone had fed him a pile of shit. He wanted to leave quietly. Just at this moment, Wang Ting looked over. "Junior Wang Ting." Xiao Yunfan was instantly embarrassed as he stopped and greeted him. "You are." Wang Ting felt that he was familiar, but he couldn't remember. He had been floating in the spatial crack for too long. Some unimportant people had already become a blur. Xiao Yunfan. F***K, this bastard was simply insulting him. But seeing the other party's sincere gaze, he felt that this guy might really not remember him. F***K, this was even more hurtful. "I once saw you as an opponent, but you don't remember me." Xiao Yunfan suddenly felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Why did he have to meet this bastard? It was simply a disaster. Tian Xiaoxiao and Su Wantong looked at Xiao Yunfan's dark face and tried to hold back their laughter. They couldn't help but feel sad for him. This Wang Ting was really too mean. Senior Xiao was really unlucky to have met him. "Ahem, Wang Ting, this is Senior Xiao Yunfan. You fought against him in the national #1 martial arts competition." Lin Chuhan coughed and introduced Xiao Yunfan. "Oh. I remember now. You're that Senior Xiao," Wang Ting suddenly said. You came back too late. If it wasn't for Senior Zhao's help, our Chu Han might have been eaten by the sea beasts, Su Wantong said. When Wang Ting heard this, his expression changed. He looked at Xiao Yunfan and said solemnly, then I really have to thank Senior Xiao for taking care of Lin Chuhan and the others. These words were clearly words of gratitude, but Xiao Yunfan felt uncomfortable when he heard it. It was as if he was an outsider. How frustrating. Oh, right. Senior Xiao, please don't mind the brick at the competition. We're all friends. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask for my help. Wang Ting seemed to have remembered something and said awkwardly. When he was young and arrogant, he felt that this guy was too pretentious and had improper thoughts about Lin Chuhan. So, he taught him a lesson at the competition. But now, this guy had saved Lin Chuhan. No matter what the reason was, he owed him a favor. However, when Xiao Yunfan heard this, his expression became even darker. If he didn't mention the brick, they could still talk nicely. There were so many people at the competition, but he was knocked out by a brick. This was embarrassing to the entire country. Although no one said anything after the competition, they looked at him strangely. That kind of gaze was sharper than a knife. All of this was because of Wang Ting. This bastard is too hateful, he even wanted me to ask for his help. This is trampling on my last trace of dignity. Bah, in the future, even if I starve to death, I will never ask for Wang Ting's help. I, Xiao Yunfan, am a man of integrity. Then, without saying a word, Xiao Yunfan rushed to the nearby sea monsters with a dark face. He wantonly slaughtered them, as if he wanted to vent all the depression and resentment in his heart. What's wrong with him? Wang Ting was confused and asked, I don't think I said anything outrageous, right? What do you think? Su Wantong and Tian Xiaoxiao said at the same time. That mouth of yours is capable of killing people. Lin Chuhan rolled her eyes. Xiao Yunfan had just saved her life, so she was grateful to him. I'm innocent. Wang Ting was depressed. What did I say? Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying explosions came from afar. In the sky, the human experts were fighting with the sea monsters. In the explosion of origin power, the corpses of sea monsters and human experts fell to the ground and were drowned by the sea monsters nearby. Wang Ting looked up and his face became serious. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to help the others. Be careful. Lin Chuhan couldn't help but worry. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. He glanced at Lin Chuhan and stepped on the ground. His entire body turned into a long rainbow as he shot into the sky. As he soared into the sky, a black shadow separated from his body. Protect her. Wang Ting's voice entered the black shadow's ears. The black shadow nodded and disappeared. Su Wantong and the others watched as Wang Ting flew away. They couldn't help but exclaim, Chuhan, I'm jealous of you. When Wang Ting appeared just now, he was so handsome. That's right, that's right. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would marry him immediately. Tian Xiaoxiao waved her fist and nodded seriously. You guys are going to die. Lin Chuhan blushed and glared at the two of them. What boyfriend? What marriage? That guy is not my boyfriend. TSK, you're lying. Su Wantong curled her lips and said, you didn't see how worried he was for you. Although he hid it well, it's not easy for someone like him to do that for you. You have to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, your pig will be lured away by other cabbages. Lin Chuhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This analogy really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. However, when she thought of Wang Ting's eyes, a warm current flowed through her heart and she couldn't help but fall silent. Roar, the sea beasts roared, and a 3-star sea beast charged over. Now is not the time to think about this. It's time to fight. Lin Chuhan's expression became serious. She raised the battle sword in her hand and stabbed at the sea monster. Su Wantong and the others immediately took a deep breath and became serious. They cooperated with Lin Chuhan and attacked the sea monster. Wang Ting flew into the sky and scanned the area. He immediately sensed where Tong Hu and the others were. They were surrounded by sea beasts that were 7-star and above. They were exhausted and couldn't fight back. His eyes flashed, and he dashed over. Damn it, there are too many sea beasts. I've never fought so hard before. Tonghu was sent flying by a sea beast. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he cursed. During the battle, he seemed to have used some kind of body refining technique. His body became taller and stronger. He looked like a violent bear. However, he was still sent flying by the huge sea beasts. Su Jing, Cui Heng, and the other deans couldn't even take care of themselves. They kept retreating under the crazy attacks of the sea beasts. Hang in there, Tonghu. Don't die before us, Yu Chongsong, the dean of Huanghai Military Academy's smithing faculty, joked. Although he was a blacksmith, his martial cultivation wasn't weak either. He was a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Pooh, pooh, pooh. I won't die so easily. Tonghu rolled his eyes. Then, his expression turned serious. He roared at the sea beasts in front of him. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Instantly, a powerful aura exploded from his body. A huge shadow of a ferocious tiger appeared above his head. It crouched as if it had met its prey and was about to attack. Roar, a terrifying roar reverberated through the air. It was rumbling non-stop. The sea beasts couldn't help but take a step back when they heard the roar. There was fear in their eyes. Kill. Tonghu's aura exploded and suppressed the sea beasts in front of him. He pounced forward like a ferocious tiger. Force wreaked havoc. The sea beasts were torn apart. Blood splattered all over the sky. The tables had turned. Su Jing, O Chongsong, and the others' morale was boosted. They also used their strongest techniques to kill the sea beasts that were attacking them from all directions. Roar, angry roars were heard. The sea beasts under the sea were furious when they saw the few of them killing too many powerful sea beasts. 3 8-star sea beasts jumped up from the sea surface and pounced towards Tonghu and the others. Damn it, 8-star. Is there anyone who can come and deal with them? Tonghu shouted. These sea beasts were extremely powerful. Their scales were tough, and they were difficult to deal with. It was impossible to kill them. However, they could not retreat in the end. Before the other powerhouses arrived, if they retreated, the low-level martial artists behind them could only be crushed. Boom! Tiger Cub and the others instantly unleashed their force and clashed with the 3 8-star sea beasts. The radiance of origin power lit up the sky with a series of explosions. At this moment, the people in the underground air raid shelter could only see balls of origin power colliding with each other, but they couldn't see the figures within. However, they could see that the origin power balls representing Tiger Cub and the others were always sent flying before charging towards the sea beast again. Everyone was sweating for them, silently praying that they would be able to block it. Boom! Several balls of origin power collided and were once again sent flying by the enormous sea beast. This time, they fell straight to the ground. Roar! The sea beasts roared furiously. Some of them condensed origin power balls in their mouths, while others condensed origin power claws on their claws. All of them blasted toward the origin power balls below. When the people in the underground air raid shelter saw this scene, a trace of despair appeared on their faces. Many people could not help but close their eyes. Teacher, Dean, Han Zhu and the others below, as well as the surrounding Huanghai Military Academy students, were enraged, but there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the origin power attacks from the sea beast charged towards Tiger Cub and the others. Not good. Ping Yuanshan was fighting with a 9-star sea beast when the commotion over there finally caught his attention. His pupils constricted as he punched the sea beast in front of him away and immediately charged towards Tiger Cub and the others. However, there was no time. The sea beast's attack was about to land on Tiger Cub and the others. In the radiance of the origin power, Tiger Cub, Su Jing, O Chongsong, and the other deans looked helpless and hopeless. They sighed and said, "It seems like we can only go this far. Those rascals, I hope they can grow up soon." They looked at the ground with hope in their eyes. Boom! A loud boom sounded. However, it wasn't an explosion caused by the origin power attacks from the sea beasts that landed on Tiger Cub and the others. Instead, it was a flaming blade that was dozens of meters long that swept across from afar. Blazing energy waves swept across the sky, flames filled the sky, the origin power attacks from the sea beasts were instantly destroyed by the flaming blade. Everyone was stunned. Where did the flaming blade come from? Did a general-level expert make a move in time? Han Zhu and the others didn't have time to think. They reacted quickly and caught Tiger Cub and the others who were falling from the sky. "Deans, are you alright?" Wan Baiqiu ran over and asked worriedly. Tiger Cub and the others looked pale, but they were still in a daze. They waved their hands and looked towards the source of the flaming blade. They saw a long rainbow rapidly approaching from afar and gradually revealing itself in the sky above them. Wang Ting. Tiger Cub and the others were stunned. Then, they revealed a look of joy. Han Zhu, Wan Baiqiu, and the others rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They finally confirmed that the figure in the sky was indeed Wang Ting. "Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't die." Han Zhu didn't think much of it. He was extremely happy to see Wang Ting and laughed loudly. "Seniors, deans, long time no see." Wang Ting stood in the air with MOK in his hand and smiled at the people below him. "Good kid, you're still willing to come back." Tiger Cub laughed loudly. On the other hand, Ping Yuanshan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Tiger Cub and the others were saved. However, when he saw that the person who saved them was Wang Ting, he was extremely shocked. This kid actually came back from the world of darkness. In the next moment, he couldn't help but smile. Wang Ting was his most valued student. It was the best news that he could come back alive. Ping Yuanshan no longer paid attention to them and focused on dealing with the 9-star sea beasts in front of him. He knew that Wang Ting had killed general-level dark apparitions during the battle at Xingfeng City. Therefore, the 3 8-star sea beasts posed no threat to Wang Ting. Roar! The 3 8-star sea beasts roared angrily when they saw that their prey had been saved. Their huge bodies flashed across the sky and pounced toward Wang Ting. "Be careful." Tiger Cub and the others' expressions changed slightly. They couldn't help but shout out a warning. Wang Ting squinted his eyes. A cold light bloomed in his eyes. He didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, MOK in his hand exploded with an intense force light. 7-starly water sword technique, boom, he didn't even use the power of concept. Just the sword radiance condensed from the heaven tier combat skill killed the 3 8-star sea beasts on the spot. Large amounts of blood spurted out of the huge bodies of the sea beasts before they crashed onto the ground. Tiger Cub and the others looked at each other and instantly fell into silence. Therefore, the powerful 8-star sea beast that had just tortured them to death was killed by this kid just like that. As deans of the academy, they were actually defeated by their own student. Moreover, they were beaten black and blue. Was there something wrong with the script? Not only were Tong Hu and the other deans in disbelief, but Han Zhu and the others also had their mouths wide open. It was as if they had seen a ghost. This. Han Zhu stammered, unable to say anything. Wan Baiqiu smiled bitterly and said, "Don't be so shocked. We all saw it. Judging from the power of that slash, I guess that he must have become a lot stronger. However, I didn't expect that this guy would have grown to such an extent. He could even kill an 8-star sea beast so easily." The shock in Wan Baiqiu's eyes had yet to fade away. Han Zhu took a deep breath and finally regained his senses. He said suspiciously, "But he's too strong. Could he have become a warlord?" However, when he said this, even he himself was shocked. Warrior level, he didn't dare to think about it. There were only a few warlords in the country. Wang Ting was so young. How could he be a warlord? I don't think so. Wan Baiqiu was also shocked. She shook her head. Tong Hu and the others exchanged glances with each other. Han Zhu and Wan Baiqiu might not have seen how terrifying a general stage martial warrior was, but they had. Wang Ting's blade and sword just now were close to the general stage, even if he wasn't one yet. Furthermore, Wang Ting could kill 3 8-star sea beasts so easily. His strength was definitely not as weak as he had shown earlier. This guy's talent was really terrifying. In the distance, Song Shuhang, Bailey Qingfeng, and the others also noticed the situation. When they saw Wang Ting make his move, they were all shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. "Oh my god. Is that really Brother Teng?" Lu Shu exclaimed in shock. "It should be." Ho Pingliang was the closest to Wang Ting, but he couldn't help but hesitate. Who would believe that such a powerful person was in the same batch as them? Those who didn't know them would think that they were bragging about Wang Ting. Brother Ting is too strong. He's already far ahead of us. Bailey Qingfeng's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He clenched his fists and said passionately, "We have to work hard to catch up. Otherwise, we will fall far behind." Lu Shu, Song Shuhang, and the others looked at each other and nodded heavily. The four roaches were not people who would give up easily. Not far away, Chen Yang, who was in the same class as them, looked at Wang Ting in the sky and couldn't help but shiver. How terrifying. How did this guy become so terrifying? In the past, he had always vowed that he would compete with Wang Ting. Now that he thought about it, he had really been on the verge of courting death. Fortunately, Wang Ting was too lazy to pay attention to him. It was really a blessing in disguise. In the underground air raid shelter, everyone from the Wang family gathered together. Dozens of screens hung on the walls, broadcasting the battle on the ground. The sharp-eyed Wang Hao saw the content on one of the screens and shouted, "Cousin Wang Ting. It's Cousin Wang Ting. Grandpa, second uncle, I saw Cousin Wang Ting." What? Everyone trembled and looked at Wang Hao. Old Master Wang, Wang Xinghua, and Li Xiaomei said almost at the same time, "Where?" "Over there. Look, isn't that Cousin Wang Ting in the sky?" Wang Hao pointed at a screen and said. Everyone looked at the screen immediately. Indeed, a familiar figure stood in the air with a giant weapon in his hand. He was fighting with the sea beasts, unstoppable. Good. 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 Old Master Wang shouted 3 times. His face couldn't help but blush. "It's our son. It's our son." Li Xiaomei was so emotional that her eyes turned red. She grabbed Wang Xinghua's hand tightly and even left a red mark on his wrist. However, Wang Xinghua didn't feel it at all. His eyes were fixed on the figure on the screen and he nodded heavily. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Old Master Wang muttered to himself and laughed heartily. "Dad, don't be too emotional. Don't be too emotional." Wang Xinghong worriedly supported Old Master Wang and patted his back to calm him down. "Get lost." "I'm fine." Old Master Wang pushed Wang Xinghong away in annoyance. Wang Ting's return caused everyone in the Wang family to be in a celebratory mood. The tense atmosphere became much more relaxed. However, they also knew that the situation was still dangerous. The East Sea was in danger of being overturned. It wasn't time for a reunion yet. Moreover, Wang Ting was still fighting outside and was in danger at all times. They were all very worried about Wang Ting. Just a moment later, everyone in the Wang family was stunned to find that the powerful sea monsters on the screen seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow from Wang Ting. Their huge bodies were like dolls. Under Wang Ting's giant weapon, they were easily cut apart and their lives were taken. The situation seemed to be a little different from what they had imagined, so powerful. Wang Hao, Fan Qianwen, and the other Wang family juniors had stars in their eyes. Their mouths were wide open in worship. This was the first time they saw Wang Ting killing in all directions. So this was the real strength of Wang Ting's cousin, so strong, he was much stronger than other warriors. Li Xiaomei's sister's daughter, Tian Xinyu, had a shy and weak personality. However, at this time, she clenched her fists tightly and stared at Wang Ting's figure on the screen. She was very excited. That was her cousin. Wang Ting's cousin, Wang Yalong, was deeply shocked. At this time, he finally understood how high Wang Ting stood. Although he was older, in front of Wang Ting, he was undoubtedly like a child. This was the gap between them. Wang Ting's cousin is really strong. No wonder the military made an exception to promote him to a major general. Wang Ting's cousin, Wang Yanan, exclaimed. As soon as she mentioned it, everyone in the Wang family suddenly remembered the news from Huanghai Military Academy. The military made an exception to promote Wang Ting to a major general. Previously, because Wang Ting's life and death were unknown, they didn't feel anything. However, now that Wang Ting had returned, it meant that their Wang family would have another major general. What an honor this was! With such a descendant, it was enough to comfort their ancestors. It's too early to be happy. I hope Donghai can get through this difficult time. Old Master Wang said. Everyone's breathing stagnated and the atmosphere became oppressive again. In the outside world, after Wang Ting saved Tong Hu and the others, he joined the battle. Everywhere he went, a large number of sea beasts fell under his weapon. At this moment, Wang Ting was like an emotionless killing machine, killing the culprits who wanted to destroy Donghai. He killed along the way and picked up attribute bubbles along the way. The entire Donghai became a slaughterhouse. A large number of attribute bubbles floated around Donghai. Among them, there were attribute bubbles from human warriors, but there were more attribute bubbles from sea beasts. Wang Ting's spiritual power swept through the entire Donghai city and picked up all the attribute bubbles that were scattered around. Water Force *30, blank attribute *40, Water Force *15, Fire Force *68, Spirit *110, blank attribute *50, blank attribute *80, most of the attribute bubbles from sea beasts were water force and blank attributes. Especially when the water force merged, Wang Ting's water force instantly increased. Then, boom, at a certain moment, Wang Ting's body shook violently. The water force completely filled the 9 force cores in his body. Then, like a hot knife through butter, it instantly penetrated his entire spine. Boom, Wang Ting felt that his body was transforming. This was an earth-shattering transformation that caused his strength to soar. What's this fluctuation? On the shore, the human warlords who were confronting the Lord-class sea beasts seemed to have sensed something. They were shocked and looked back. Someone is about to advance to the warlord class. Eastern Sea's Governor Zhang's eyes flashed. He was overjoyed and said, "I wonder who it is? If someone advances to the warlord class now, our strength will increase by a large margin. Our chances of winning will be higher. God bless our Eastern Sea," General Chen of the Eastern Sea Military Department said. At the same time, in the ocean, the roars of sea beasts resounded through the sky and rolled over. The terrifying shockwaves caused the waves to roll and crash toward the shore. The Lord-class sea beasts can't sit still anymore. The warlords' expressions changed slightly as they said solemnly, "Looks like it's time for us to make a move." Tantai Xian's eyes flashed as he said, "Humans, get out of this city and push back the shoreline by 300 miles. Otherwise, we'll slaughter this city." At this moment, a rumbling roar came from the ocean, causing the waves to surge and shake the heavens and earth. A terrifying roar came from the ocean and reverberated throughout the entire East Sea city. Only the sound could be heard but not the figure. Only the shadows of the sea monsters could be seen on the surface of the ocean. Coupled with the murderous words, everyone understood that it was not a joke and that it could be done. Regardless of whether it was the warriors on the surface or the ordinary people in the underground air raid shelter, everyone's expression changed. An indescribable sense of despair emerged in their hearts. East Sea, was it really impossible to protect it? Arrogant. However, at this moment, a cold roar mixed with anger was heard. Although this voice was not as loud as the roars of the sea monsters, it was heard by everyone and even suppressed the roars of the sea monsters. Several figures stood in the air and stared coldly at the sea monsters in the ocean. Majestic auras surged out from them. Those were general-level powerhouses. Their auras merged into one and covered the sky as they pressed down on the sea monsters in the ocean. Boom, the waves rolled and rushed up to the sky. Roar, the Lord-level sea monsters in the ocean also let out roars. Their ferocious auras rumbled as they met the attack. Boom. Boom, boom. Just the clash of auras between the two parties was extremely terrifying. A loud boom was heard and a bottomless whirlpool appeared on the surface of the ocean. Roar. Roar. Roar, all the sea monsters were roaring. Their auras merged with the Lord-level sea monsters' auras. Suddenly, the sea monsters' auras surged and instantly suppressed the humans' auras. The general-level powerhouses' expressions changed slightly. They all took a step forward and resisted with all their might. The atmosphere suddenly froze. On the human side, everyone became nervous. Their eyes were fixed on the general-level powerhouses at the front. Although the ordinary people could not see anything, they could feel the tense atmosphere in front of them. They could also feel that the general-level powerhouses were at a disadvantage. Everyone knew that the next battle would be a battle of life and death. Now that the Lord-level sea monsters were on the move, the intensity of the battle would definitely skyrocket. If the human general-level powerhouses lost in the Battle of Auras, it would definitely affect their morale. This was undoubtedly one disaster after another for the human side. When the sea monsters invaded, capital Xia, which was far away in the north, had already received the news. Capital Xia. In the center of capital Xia, there was a majestic and ancient building. It was called Xia Palace. All the higher-ups of the Xia of Xia, referred to as the Xia of Xia from now on, were gathered here. There were martial arts leaders, ministers of the Ministry of Education, marshals, generals, and so on. At this moment, the Battle of the East Sea in front of them. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. Then, an intense meeting began. Very quickly, news after news flew out from the Xia Palace and was passed down layer by layer. The Xia of Xia of the Xia of Xia of the East Sea. Live. The operation of the state machinery was beyond imagination. In less than 10 minutes, the situation of the East Sea War appeared all over the country. Jilin, Guanghai, Longjiang, Xiangdao, Beijiang, Nanhai. Every corner of the Xia, without exception, it was being broadcasted on TV, on the internet, and even on the huge screens of large shopping malls in various cities. Countless pedestrians could not help but stop in their tracks. Their faces were full of shock as they looked at the screen beside them. On the screen, the bustling city was reduced to ruins. The flames of war were everywhere. The waves in the sea were huge. Terrifying sea monsters swept through the city. Blood stained the ground. The roar was so loud that it shook everyone's ears. These scenes formed a tragic scene that shocked everyone's eyes. In an instant, there was a huge uproar all over the country. Oh my God, what happened? That's the East Sea. I saw. The East Pearl Pagoda. That's really the East Sea. Monsters invaded the East Sea. What is going on? It's too scary. Are those the star beasts of the sea? They're so ferocious and huge. It's too scary. Haven't the star beasts been living peacefully with us? Why did they suddenly rush into the human city? Is the end of the world coming? The entire Xianxia was in a panic. Women and children were crying, and men were pale. However, at this moment, a warrior stood up. There were even powerhouses who stepped into the sky in front of everyone and said loudly, "Everyone, as you can see, the East Sea is in an unprecedented disaster. The star beasts of the sea have stepped on the ground, and the city has been reduced to ruins. However, I want to tell you that this is the true face of the martial arts era. We are facing an opportunity to become stronger, but we are also facing extremely terrifying dangers. In the past, there were warriors guarding the city, isolating all the dangers outside the city. They even cut off the dangers from the unknown places so that everyone could enjoy peace and tranquility. However, there will always be a time when the truth is out. Now, it's time to let everyone know the truth. What you see is the cruelest truth. The warriors of the East Sea are fighting with the sea monsters. This battle is the first collision between humans and sea monsters. If we win, the East Sea will exist. If we lose, the East Sea will be destroyed. Everyone, it's time to open your eyes and see the true martial arts era. In the entire Xianxia, there were countless such situations. The governors of various cities, the president of the Martial Arts Association, the director of the Education Bureau, the masters of martial arts academies, and other martial arts powerhouses stood up one after another. After saying these words, they did not leave. Instead, they accompanied everyone to watch the war in the East Sea. Those who should have gone had gone, but they still had to guard their respective cities to prevent any accidents. All the ordinary people fell silent. Everything in the past flashed through their minds, and they suddenly understood. No wonder the country was vigorously promoting martial arts. No wonder the #1 martial arts competition was suddenly broadcasted nationwide. In fact, there were already clues in the past. However, the information did not exist for long on the internet before it was completely removed. As a result, people thought that it was just a rumor. Now that the cruel truth was in front of them, everyone was awakened. The war in the East Sea shocked their hearts and souls. They wanted to believe that it was just a dream, but in the end, they had no choice but to accept it. Many people wanted to blame the martial arts powerhouses for hiding the truth for so long. However, as soon as this resentment rose, they felt powerless and even ashamed. What could they do even if they knew? Could ordinary people stop all this? How many people would be willing to become warriors after knowing about such dangers? The warriors blocked all the dangers for the ordinary people, allowing everyone to enjoy peace and tranquility. What right did they have to blame them? What right did they have to blame them? At this moment, in the war in the East Sea, countless warriors fell to the sea monsters. Didn't these scenes prove that warriors protected the peace of an area? End of chapter 531. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.